Chapter 341 Nightmare World Super Elite Gain Iron. Faced with this powerful Super Elite, Lin Xiao quickly thought about whether to fight or temporarily avoid. Such an existence is already qualified to face an evil god directly, which is already a certain threat to him. No. To be precise, the current situation will definitely pose a huge threat to him, and it may even be fatal. Normally, a demigod cannot beat a true god. Even a super elite on the Qinjiao list cannot beat a true god who has just been deified. This is a different level of suppression, but that refers to normal situations, and the current situation is definitely not normal. Lin Xiao can be 100% sure that this super elite must come from the instruction of the Nightmare Will, asking this super elite to come to the rescue. Facing a real evil god, there is no reason not to give a trump card killer. After all, strictly speaking, a super elite ranks similar to the Tianji list, whether in the human world or the nightmare world. Its value will exceed a nightmare node. There is no reason to let it die. Therefore, with a cautious mind, Lin Xiao decided to take shelter for a while. This nightmare node cannot be destroyed, so why not change it? However, just as he had this thought, the Son of Nightmare suddenly stretched out his right hand and grabbed, and Lin Xiao immediately felt something was wrong. As expected, a force from the nightmare realm spread rapidly, and in an instant, it enveloped him across more than 10 kilometers at a speed that exceeded the normal nightmare realm. An attraction that was definitely not at this level forcibly pulled him into the divine realm of the Son of Nightmare. This guy. Is the strength of the divine realm so strong? No. This is the power of Nightmare Will. Lin Xiao immediately found something wrong. He vaguely saw that the bottom of the vortex was not the imagined nightmare realm, but another huge space, in which he felt a will belonging to the nightmare world. Subconsciously, 6 huge tentacles stretched out and pressed into the void. With a deafening roar, the void trembled, and circles of invisible space fluctuations spread out. The power of the evil god and the power of nightmare were in a stalemate for a while, and they actually shook out the space structure. Taking advantage of this brief stalemate, he roared to the sky. The next second, a dazzling stream of light fell and injected into the body of Tantian evil god, and the evil god halo on his body suddenly strengthened several times. At the same time, another beam of light like an aurora shot through the thick clouds in the sky that had not dispersed for billions of years and injected into his body. And a strange mark formed on his body. Son of Gaia. A roar that was unexpected and unexpected sounded. Billions of kilometers in the sky. Outside the world crystal wall covered with pitch-black tentacles. Countless nightmare lords and human true gods suddenly looked up at a certain place on the world crystal wall. On the surface of the crystal wall covered with pitch-black tentacles, a second huge vortex emitting the power of the human divine domain appeared next to the huge vortex that originally represented a nightmare node. The sticky and surging black crystal wall energy flowed with the rotation of the vortex. Nightmare and Gaia. The eyes of the true gods and nightmare lords passed through the vortex, through the void and clouds in the thick crystal wall, and saw the tilted nightmare node-like column above the dark sea, and 2 figures covered by the nightmare will and Gaia will. Who is destroying the nightmare node? The human gods were extremely surprised. Why are there no companions? It seems to be the boy Huiyao? That's right. It's the one who was lost in this world. The name is. It's Lin Xiao. The head teacher Jean Cece also saw this scene, and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Senior sister Chu Mo covered her delicate little face with her little hand, looking ashamed to see people. She still remembered the embarrassment of missing her junior because she couldn't keep her temper for a while. Xie Yufei on another void battleship not far away also breathed a sigh of relief. Slapped her hand on the table and laughed. I knew he would be fine, but he looks too ugly now. At this time, Colonel Leibo, who was sitting next to him, frowned and said, Don't be happy too early. His current situation is not very good. The Nightmare Will and Gaia Will are fighting with him as a medium. The will of this world is also involved. The opponent he faces is far superior to him. If he can't pass this level, then, so what? He has passed such a difficult situation before, and now it won't be worse than before. She counted the situation of both sides and said, The opponent has the support of the Nightmare Will, and Sergeant Lin Xiao also has the support of Gaia Will. The opponent is equivalent to the super elite of the peak of the demigod in the 4th year. Sergeant Lin Xiao also has this evil god body comparable to the true god. The strength of both sides is roughly equal. The only uncertainty is the intrusion of the will of this world. And this? She paused and said seriously. Anyone who achieves great things must go through various life and death crises. Only by breaking through can he be qualified to enjoy supreme glory and immortality. I believe he can grasp his own destiny and control his own destiny. Lei Bo had nothing to say about this statement, because he personally thought the same. In fact, who among those who can become a true god has not experienced all kinds of life and death, and who was not the best of his peers at the beginning? No true god can become a true god-level son of the divine domain smoothly and steadily. If you want to be deified safely, you can only become a native god of that world. It is much more difficult for the son of the divine domain to be deified than the native gods. In the world, after accepting the dual blessing of Gaia's will and the will of this world, Lin Xiao no longer resisted and let himself be dragged into the space created by the nightmare will by the power of the manifestation of the nightmare will. This is a huge space created by the power of the nightmare will. The original intention is to create a battlefield that can suppress the evil god and is beneficial to the son of nightmare. The main reason is that the divine domain of the son of nightmare cannot directly carry an indigenous evil god to enter. So this method can only be used. And then the super elite of the nightmare world, Gainalin, can defeat this indigenous evil god. Yes, the first super elite to arrive was Gain Iron. He knew the other party's name the moment the two sides God's domain and nightmare domain came into contact. This is a super elite from the nightmare world. His origin is equivalent to the top 5 of the human Tianjiao list. Equivalent to the senior stage of human beings, the strongest demigod, and only one step away from becoming a true god-level nightmare lord. At the same time, he is also the owner of the treasure in Bernie's hand before, and the nightmare warrior who hunted Luo Shuang. As the most powerful super elite below the nightmare lord of the same level as the human true god, Gain Iron has enough confidence, courage to face an indigenous evil god, even if he knows that this indigenous evil god is controlled by a son of the god's domain. A son of the god's domain who is not even a demigod is not in his eyes at all. His focus is on this indigenous evil god. After returning to the god's domain, Lin Xiao went directly back to the palace of gods, and did not give any divine prophecy to his followers. Everything was the same as before, because his followers could not intervene in this battle. He would not let them participate in the war. What a joke. A super nightmare son, who can easily hunt down Luo Shuang, who is only inferior to him, and is also a Tianji viceless player. A super elite who dares to face the indigenous gods. His family is not enough to fill their teeth no matter how strong it is. Unless all the hundreds of divinity in his hand are used to promote the 7th level Great Naga Knight to the 8th level legendary Great Naga Lord, and gather more than 100 legendary soldiers. Maybe there is a chance to fight. No problem. There is enough divinity, but not so much divine power. His only chance to turn the tables is the support from Gaia's will and the will of this world. Both are essentially the power of the original will of the Crystal Wall universe, giving him enough confidence to kill this opponent. The so-called support of the world's will is essentially the power of these two worlds. Whether it is Gaia's will, Nightmare's will, or this world's will, the three powers are cast at the same level. And Lin Xiao has 2 in his hand. And the opponent is only 1. He also has the evil god of this world in his hand. So there is no reason why he can't beat the opponent. The power of the world will is equivalent to an omnipotent wishing spell in the words of the players in the god realm. Of course, the effect is not as good as the omnipotent wishing spell given by Gaia's will after being on the top 2 lists of Tianjiu. No matter the effect or power, it is not as good, but the effect is very similar. The first thing Lin Xiao had to do with 2 omnipotent wishing spells was to use the power of Gaia's will to directly offset the tricks of the nightmare will in this space. The power of Gaia's will is at the same level as the nightmare will, and it can easily eliminate all the tricks of the nightmare will in this world. Through the feedback of Gaia's will, the nightmare will arrange 2 biggest traps in this world. The first and most important function is to forcibly suppress the power of the indigenous gods. It is the power that cannot be looked at directly and cannot be described, which is the same as what Lin Xiao thought. It's very simple. If you don't suppress and remove this power aura, nightmare creatures below the 8th level can't even get close, let alone fight. The second function is naturally to suppress the power of Lin Xiao, the evil god. That's all. However, the fact that this native evil god is the son of the god's domain was completely beyond the nightmare will's expectation. So there was no targeted preparation at all. So when the power of the nightmare will was neutralized by Gaia's will and completely eliminated, Gain Iron's face suddenly changed. And this is just the beginning, because Lin Xiao has a second trump card in his hand. It is also very simple. Use the power of this world's will to summon an evil god of the same level from this world that is completely under his control and cannot be expelled. Simple, rough and loving. The children on the opposite side were scared to tears when he saw the other terrible evil god whose aura was no less than the target appeared. Gainiron felt endless dark clouds surge in his heart, and a very bad shadow had risen in his heart. But at this moment, he couldn't run away, even if he asked the Nightmare Will, because the Nightmare Will was entangled by Gaia's will and couldn't free his hands at all. The top 5 super elites in the Nightmare world. You should be able to make a lot of money by killing you. According to the rules, those who hunt down the enemy elite Nightmare sons favored by the Nightmare will be favored and rewarded by the will of Gaia. Not to mention the top 5 super elites like Gainiron. He can feel the desire of the will of Gaia. Chapter 342, Destroying the Nightmare Node and Internal Strife. The battle process of defeating Ganon can be described by 2 contradictory words: exciting and boring. Exciting is that he saw how powerful a super elite who ranked in the top 5 of the same era in the entire Nightmare world was. The battle against the 2 evil gods was very intense and exciting, and also very tragic. Here Lin Xiao had to sigh that the super elites of this level were indeed extremely powerful. If he had not summoned another evil god to be cannon fodder, he might not be able to defeat him if he attacked the opponent's domain alone. This super son of Nightmare, who was only 1 step away from the true god, had 4 nightmare beasts as high as level 10, more than 20 high-level legendary nightmare creatures of level 9, and nearly 100 legendary nightmare creatures of level 8. And there were tens of thousands of extraordinary nightmare creatures above level 6. This strength completely crushed the current Lin Xiao, and no matter what method he used, he could not stop it. With the real body of Ganon, which is comparable to the peak of the 10th level, and the main field of the Nightmare domain, and the accumulated Nightmare power, it is indeed not a big problem to resist a native evil god in a short period of time. Or it is possible to fight both sides to a draw. If there is no accident, and the advantage created by the Nightmare will, it is really possible to overturn a god-level existence in the demigod stage. Which is awesome. It is quite exciting. The reason why it is boring is that he got 2 native evil gods to fight together, which is completely beyond Ganon's response range. After using the summoned evil gods as cannon fodder, he entered the field from another side later, attacked from both sides, and piled up all the way to the center of Ganon's Nightmare domain, which is more than 10 times larger than Lin Xiao's divine domain, and saw Ganon's real body, a giant hundreds of meters tall, waiting for battle. Then, there is nothing else. 2 god-level lives fight 4 demigods. If they can't win, they can all jump off the building. It is worth mentioning that there is a very powerful 10th level life under Ganon, who looks like Slarda and has stronger combat power than Ganon before it explodes. However, as long as it is not a true god, it will die as soon as the battle is over. The followers who have received the divine revelation and prepared for Ganon's real body will rush out to Ganon's Nightmare domain and start to plunder resources. However, there is one thing that makes Lin Xiao depressed. It may be that Ganon knows that he will die, so he directly burns his origin and fights to the end, but only gains 5 points of divinity. In addition, all the cards loaded in the core of Ganon's domain were destroyed in advance, and he was lonely in the end. The only consolation is that he can clearly feel the joy from Gaia's will and a reward for killing Ganon. This is a reward exclusive to killing the super elite in the Nightmare world. The function is very simple. It allows a follower to be promoted to a hero with the lowest legendary quality, and directly increases the strength of this hero to the limit that the divine domain can accommodate. For example, if the strength limit of Lin Xiao's divine domain is level 9, then he is a level 9 high-level legendary hero. If you do not want to upgrade a new hero, but use it on an existing hero, it will improve the template quality of the existing hero, and also greatly increase the strength to the upper limit that the divine domain can accommodate. Note that this reward has an upper limit, and it is impossible to be promoted to a true god-level existence. This thing reminded him of the previous time when Ganon went to hunt Luoshuang. It is estimated that the super life form in Ganon's domain was strengthened by the Nightmare will, because all the cards loaded in the Nightmare domain were melted and destroyed. Most of the resources in Ganon's domain had disappeared. The relatives who came could only help carry the corpses. Lin Xiao also personally carried the corpses of those powerful nightmare creatures back to the divine domain, especially the batch of nightmare creatures above legendary, whose genes are very valuable to collect. In addition, Ganon's domain is more than 10 times larger than Lin Xiao's, even if it is only 1/10. it is still a few times larger than his. In fact, it is definitely more than 1/10. Anyway, when the Galan domain is swallowed until the domain collapses, Lin Zhao's divine domain has expanded by a full 300% compared to the original. The current main divine domain is about 300 kilometers long and wide, and it is already a square. The height has also increased from the previous 3 kilometers to about 5 kilometers. As for the 6 subsidiary divine domains, their areas also expanded accordingly, from about 15 kilometers in length and width to about 30 kilometers in length and width. The numbers may not seem like much, but the actual available area has increased several times, and now it can accommodate more followers. But it was useless, because the number of followers Lin Zhao had never reached the upper limit of the divine domain, and he had no time to settle down and slowly increase the number of followers. After returning this time, Lin Zhao will have to prepare for the promotion to demigod, and he must prepare well this time. When Galen's domain completely collapsed, he returned to reality from the divine domain, and looked up to see the shaky nightmare node light column in the distance. The will of this world can't wait to destroy this nightmare node, and the evil god summoned before is cooperating to attack this nightmare node. Lin Zhao was immediately unhappy when he saw it. How could he let others do such a good thing? He immediately wanted to order this evil god to leave. But at this time, he had lost control of this evil god. Good guy. Is he trying to destroy the bridge after crossing it? The intention of this world will is very clear. After knowing Lin Zhao's identity, he did not want Lin Zhao to destroy this nightmare node. The reason is quite simple. If he destroys this nightmare node, Gaia can completely replace this node with its own power after this nightmare node is destroyed, and quickly establish a Gaia node. This is unacceptable to the native will of this world. For this native will, both the nightmare will and the Gaia will are invaders. It is just that the threat of the nightmare will is the greatest now that he will cooperate. But it does not mean that he is willing to let Gaia will also get involved. Lin Zhao rushed up without saying a word, and his huge body slammed into the nightmare node. Whether to cross the river and destroy the bridge is a matter for the future. Now let's expel the nightmare will first. The two evil gods collided back and forth, and the pillar of light that reached the sky was shaken back and forth and trembled violently. The rich nightmare power burst into light and hit them, exploding circles of ripples that made the space tremble. Under the direct hammering of the two evil gods, and the suppression of the will of this world and the will of Gaia, the incarnation of the nightmare will in this nightmare node was finally defeated after struggling for a while. Lin Zhao seized the opportunity and grabbed the last blow before the evil god to destroy the nightmare node and snatched the destroyed nightmare node core. This node core is the key to establishing a nightmare node. Normally, establishing a node requires a large number of players in the god realm to work together and gather a lot of resources to build a core, and then ask Gaia will to descend an incarnation to activate this core and establish a channel to communicate with the outside world. With this core, all the previous processes can be saved directly. As long as Gaia will descend an incarnation, a new Gaia node can be established. When Lin Zhao grabbed this core, the light curtain in front of him automatically popped up, and a new task emerged. Legendary task: destroy the nightmare node core. Task reward: the favor from the world will, and obtain the identity of the son of the world for 100 years. Super simple and crude task, directly targeting this nightmare node core. The reward made Lin Zhao's heart beat faster. The identity of the son of the world for 100 years. This thing, in layman's terms, is the legendary protagonist of the novel. The prefix of 100 years means that it is only a temporary protagonist, not a permanent protagonist, which means that the identity of the son of the world is limited. For example, if it is a real protagonist, that is, a cool protagonist, with all kinds of adventures and beauties accompanying him, he can break through and grow all the way until he becomes the strongest in the world or even surpasses him. The temporary protagonist can only enjoy himself for 100 years, and he will return to being an ordinary person after 100 years, and the opportunities he gets will also be limited. Of course, whether it is the real protagonist or the temporary protagonist, they are all protagonists. With the luck of the son of the world, it is hard to say how far they will grow in the future, but at least it will not be a problem to be deified. Moreover, the son of the world can be upgraded, as long as he obtains various favors from the will of the world. The time will change from 100 years to 200 years, or 1,000 years, or even 10,000 years. However, Lin Zhao didn't care about these, as he was ranked on the second list of Tianjiao. He already had more luck than ordinary sons of the god realm. He didn't need the treatment of a protagonist for only 100 years. Moreover, he couldn't stand staying in this world for 100 years. He couldn't wait to return to the main world. So, he ignored this task and chose to communicate with Gaia's will. Then the nightmare node core in his hand turned into white light and slowly disappeared. And Gaia's will began to slowly descend. Roar! At the moment when the nightmare node core was handed over, Lin Xiao felt the malice from the will of this world rushing towards him. And at the same time, the evil god summoned from the other side immediately turned his face and pounced on him. Of course, he was not afraid, and turned around and pounced on him. Boom! A dazzling halo spread out at the moment when the two evil gods collided, and the void collapsed layer by layer, but was instantly smoothed by another invisible force. Two terrifying beings of not much difference in size fought each other fiercely. Large tracts of sea water were destroyed, and the island where the nightmare node was located was directly shattered into pieces. The surging sea water poured back into the sky and turned into heavy rain, making the sky and the earth gray. However, as the battle progressed, Lin Xiao felt that his opponent was getting stronger and stronger. Previously, this evil god was slightly weaker than him, but after less than an hour of fierce fighting, he was already equal to him, and soon began to suppress him. He suspected that this was the will of this world helping the opponent, and Gaia's will was refining the node core and opening up the node channel at this time, and could not take care of him for the time being. As if aware of his current state, the feedback from Gaia's will told him that he still needed to persist for a full 3 hours to open up the node channel and let the power of Gaia's will descend. With a bottom line in mind, Lin Xiao cheered up and started to delay time. But this tactic soon became useless. In the second hour, the opponent's strength had greatly exceeded his, and every blow he came down was almost impossible to resist with just defense. Chapter 343, The World Source Power Forges the Divine Body. The third hour. Boom! A giant arm pressed down, and Lin Xiao raised his 3 tentacles to resist at the same time. The giant arm broke his 3 tentacles like a dead tree in rotten wood, and the remaining force hit his waist and tore a groove several hundred meters wide and thousands of meters long. The gap of 3 hours was extremely terrifying. The evil god body that Lin Xiao was proud of was as fragile as tofu, and a large piece of flesh and blood was directly torn off. What made him feel most palpitating was the strange power contained in this attack. With his current evil god body's terrifying recovery ability, he couldn't regenerate. In other words, the power contained in the opponent's current attack could suppress his own regeneration power, and the 3 arms were broken and couldn't regenerate. Lin Xiao had a blank expression on his face, as if the broken arm was not his own, and continued to fight with the increasingly powerful evil god. Blood and flesh flew everywhere, and the limbs fell into the sea. The magic of the evil god was shattered by the increasingly terrifying power, and Lin Xiao's evil god body was fragmented and became more and more broken. Just like the crushing of the nightmare son Gainalin before, he was now crushed by the increasingly powerful evil god, with no room for resistance. As his body was constantly torn apart, unimaginable pain came. Lin Xiao gritted his teeth and endured it, waiting for the last moment to come. However, as the enemy became more and more powerful, his body was soon torn into pieces. The huge evil god body of 5 kilometers was finally torn into less than 1 kilometer into a bloody meatball, losing any power to resist. But Lin Xiao was not angry because of the destruction of the evil god's body, but showed an excited expression. Instead, the enemy was not happy that he did not defeat him. It was only one last blow away from killing him. But he roared angrily to the sky. The dark clouds in the sky gathered around this, and the heart-pounding anger gathered in the sky. But it could not fall, because Gaia's will had penetrated the node channel in advance. The establishment of Gaia's node was a foregone conclusion, and an incarnation of Gaia's will was already coming. The node channel that had just been penetrated directly communicated with the outside world. At this time, Gaia's will and the gods outside the world could interfere with the node as the center area for a short time. At this stage, the power of Gaia's will would reach its peak. So after the evil god sensed that the node channel was opened, he directly gave up the last blow and turned away. The world's will only expressed its anger in the sky, but did not dare to continue to entangle with Gaia's will. A white light fell from the sky on the meat mountain, awakening Lin Xiao, who was in a dying state. He carefully felt his current state and the will from Gaia in his mind, thought for a while, and nodded. I do. The next second, a more turbulent force descended, directly expelling the suppression from the will of this world in the body. And the terrifying regeneration power of the evil god's body was reactivated, and his body began to recover. But Lin Xiao had no time to experience these, because at this time, he had begun to return. Following the passage formed by the Gaia node, he soared into the sky, and through the thick dark clouds, he saw huge and strange creatures roaming in the void outside the world. Below him was an extremely huge main plane wrapped in a thick crystal wall. The thick dark clouds that he had seen in the sky for billions of years were the crystal walls of this main plane. And they were also affected by the nightmare world, and became what they are now. In the depths of the distant void, he saw many terrifying beings wrapped in dark clouds, among which there were many super beings as big as the plane. This world is too dangerous. Even the true gods are not safe in this world. I don't know how big this world is. What Lin Xiao is more puzzled about is why the nightmare world spent so much money to invade and corrupt this world. If it is because of the special resources unique to this world, why hasn't he seen any special resources after descending for so long? Is it simply to devour the origin of this world? I can't figure it out. But there is no need to think about it. Anyway, his soul has returned now. And because of his great achievements, he was directly teleported away from this world by Gaia's will, and then directly teleported back to the star realm of the main world with the help of the world's power. When Lin Xiao returned to the star realm of the main world from this void that spanned an unknown distance, what he saw was a majestic figure that he could not describe in words. To be precise, it was just a phantom. With his current strength, he could not look directly at the true body of a great god. He didn't know who this great power was, but it was no more than those few. After all, there were only those few great powers in the main world. Only great powers could guard the star world all year round. Not those pseudo-great beings. His sudden teleportation attracted the attention of the great being. Or it could be said that the power of Gaia's will attracted his attention. When he saw that what was teleported was just a crystal-clear crystalline sphere, he uttered a sigh, and then Lin Xiao felt an indescribable power enveloping him. Interesting. Then, there was nothing else. And there was no communication as imagined. Obviously, this person should not be the father of the girlfriend's giant. Otherwise, he would definitely pay more attention. I don't know if this big guy has seen anything. He can't guess. However, for this great power, Lin Xiao is too insignificant now. Even if he really sees something, he is only a little interested in novel, not to do anything. For the great power, it is not enough to snatch something from the younger generation. Not long after, Lin Xiao's crystal soul appeared in a void filled with colorful streams. The moment he entered, the colorful streams in the void automatically gathered towards him. At the same time, a light curtain popped up in Lin Xiao's consciousness, and a message appeared on it. He read it carefully and was delighted. This colorful stream is the power of Gaia's source C that escaped into the star world. Its function is very simple. It can strengthen, repair the soul and body, and it can also recast the soul and body. It is very magical. Gaia's will send him here, naturally to give him a reward and help him recast his body. The reason why it is called a reward is that the power here comes from Gaia's source C, although it is not the real source C that contains all the rules of the whole world. The essence of the power is the same as that of the source C. As we all know, the source C of any world will only enter for a short moment when the true God lifts the throne to confer the gods. In this moment, the God conferred can absorb the rich source power in the source C and absorb the various rules contained in the source C, even if it is only for a short moment. Any God conferred person will receive the gift of the origin of the world and his strength will increase dramatically, or transform, because the gap between true gods and demigods is widened after entering the world source C. Whether it is absorbing the various rules contained in the world source C to greatly increase the mastery of the priesthood, or the power of the source C transforming the body of the god into the body of the true God. Normally, only demigods who have ignited the divine fire can enter the world source C, no matter what their strength is. And theoretically there is only one chance to enter in a lifetime. That is, when they are conferred gods. Lin Xiao is still far from being conferred gods, and he certainly cannot enter the world source C. He can only absorb the power of the world source C in the star realm. There are no omnipresent materialized rules in the source C, only the power of the same origin as the world source C. By using this to recast the body, he will obtain a body with part of the essence of the true God. This is one of the rewards given to him by the three great merits of destroying a nightmare node, establishing a Gaia node, and discovering this world. Lin Xiao guessed that Gaia's will might have discovered the secret of his immortal soul. Well, it's not a secret to be precise. After all, he was exposed by being able to drive an incarnation of an evil god. Without an immortal soul, it is impossible to drive a true god-level body and fight freely. This is an absolute truth. The endless world source power converged on him, forming a vortex formed by infinite streams of light. Although the concentration of this world source power is far less than that of the world source C, there is no difference in essence. At most, the speed is a little slower. It didn't take much time to recast the body. After all, he didn't really condense a divine body, but just condensed a new body with part of the essence of the true God's divine body. Speaking of which, Lin Xiao was very interested. Which true God characteristics would his condensed new body have? It would be great if he could have several of them with high strength. Or if he could get more than two. It's a pity that he couldn't interfere with this. Nor could he choose it himself. Otherwise he would definitely choose one that suits him. While still condensing his new body, Lin Xiao opened the light curtain with his will, which showed that there were 3 other rewards besides the recast body. The first one, another hero promotion privilege. The second one, a 5-star ancient god card. And it was a supermodel card. And it had already been selected for him, so he didn't have to choose it himself. This supermodel card is called the Standard Hero Career Template, which means very simple. This is a career card, a hero career card, and a standard hero career template. The so-called template, plus the prefix of standard, means very simple. This hero career card does not have specific career content now, and you need to design the career content according to your own situation. This is quite powerful. In a sense, this hero career card has exceeded the standard of a 5-star card. But since it is a supermodel card, anything is possible. Supermodel. The name clearly tells you that this thing has exceeded the standard and belongs to something beyond the current level. The third reward, 100 units of Crystal Wall Origin. This thing is a universal treasure for normal God Realm players. Basically everything can be done. And for Lin Xiao, it represents 1,000 units of good fortune energy, which is also universal. The 3 rewards plus the recasting of the divine body are the top resources that Lin Xiao can use at this level. And he is quite satisfied. I don't know how long it took. As the divine body gradually took shape, Lin Xiao could slowly sense the existence of his body. The source power of the world source C is pure and flawless. And the divine body cast can perfectly match the soul of any existence. Or it is equivalent to being your body. Chapter 344 Standard Hero Occupation Template. It can be said that everything in any world is related to the source of the world. When life dies completely, it will eventually return to the source C and become a part of it. And then new life will be born through the source C. In this world, there is no concept of 6 reincarnations. So Lin Xiao's recast body is essentially no different from the divine body he used for so many years before. But it is even more powerful. When the divine body was recast, Lin Xiao immediately closed his eyes and sensed it slowly. After a while, a strange expression appeared on his face, and he opened his eyes and asked curiously, "What is this trait?" The recast body does have a trait that only a true god can have. But this divine trait seems to have never been heard of. And it is one of the uncommon traits. Common traits are nothing more than truth, divine power, divine physique, divine speed, divine memory, various energy immunity, divine damage absorption, instant movement, flight, etc., which are constant and non-consumption and can be used in any environment, and will not be prohibited by any spell below the divine level. For example, the Forbidden Air Array or the Dimensional Anchor cannot prohibit the true God from flying and teleporting. The trait that Lin Xiao's new body acquired is not any of the above. But is called? Yes, it is a few question marks. And this trait has no name. He tried to sink his consciousness into this trait called, and the answer he got was that the conditions are not met and cannot be activated. Good guy. It has already awakened, and the conditions are not met. Lin Xiao was speechless. A series of question marks did not know what kind of ability it was. What made him even more upset was that this thing did not indicate what conditions were met for activation. So he didn't even have a way to start activating it. However, one thing is certain. This trait is absolutely extraordinary. If the conditions are met and activated, it is estimated to be quite powerful. Since he can't see anything, Lin Xiao simply doesn't bother to worry about it and puts it aside. Anyway, there is one thing that can be determined. As long as his strength becomes stronger and stronger, the conditions will always be met. As the body was recast and the rewards were distributed, ripples began to appear in the space around him. Then, the space in front of him changed, and the ocean formed by countless source power streams disappeared, replaced by a familiar scene Huiyao High School dormitory. Lin Xiao was speechless and sent a message to the head teacher immediately. Soon the head teacher replied, and when he opened it, there was only a paragraph of question marks. Then the second paragraph of the message came. Are you back to school? Where are you? Don't move. I'll come right away. After a few seconds, there was a knock on the door. When she opened it, she saw the incarnation of Jean Cece standing outside the door. She asked curiously, Aren't you in the evil nightmare world? When did you come back? Evil nightmare world? Yes. The world you lost has been named the evil nightmare world. Jean Cece walked into the room, looked up and down at Lin Xiao with her beautiful eyes, nodded and said, It seems that your new body was recast in the astral world and already has some of the characteristics of a true god. This is good. If you can be deified in the future, you will gain additional characteristics of a true god, which will make you more powerful than other true gods. This time you were unexpectedly lost beyond everyone's expectations, but you were able to come back alive and look even more powerful. This is enough to prove that you have a strong enough luck. Believe me, this is a blessing in disguise for you. The school will reevaluate your potential and increase its investment in you. After a pause, Jean Cece said, At the same time, you will get a special test. My subsequent test for you. Lin Xiao looked up in surprise and was about to ask, but saw Jean Cece stretched out her hand to signal him not to ask, and said, Don't worry. The test is not dangerous. Just continue to observe your performance in college. If you can meet my requirements, the teacher will give you a great opportunity. Now, you don't have to think so much. Your most important task now is to prepare to ignite the divine fire and condense the priesthood to become a demigod. By the way, you don't have to go home. You have been lost in the evil nightmare world for a long time. Your vacation is over, and it's time to enter the third year of high school. Lin Xiao. In addition, if you have time, go back to the Yanwang No. 5 War Fortress. If I guess correctly, the merits you have made this time are very amazing. You should be able to become a formal soldier and obtain an elite rank in advance. Don't waste it. Oh! Seeing Jinxi's graceful back leaving without any drag, Lin Xiao pinched his chin and thought about it, and returned to the god's domain first. His body returned to the god's domain, appeared in the god's palace, and sat on the throne. He did not feel that the god's domain had any rejection reaction to his body. On the contrary, because the new body was composed of source power, he felt that the new body was more compatible with the god's domain than before. The current god's domain has not changed much from before. The clan has increased slightly, but the construction progress of the giant city in the center of the main god's domain is quite gratifying. The wise goblin mages summoned a large number of elements and created a large number of mud or rock puppets to build the city. The mud and rock puppets have average combat power, but they are quite good as coolies. The appearance and structure of puppets and golems are the same. Mud golems and mud golems. Rock golems and rock golems. And steel golems and steel golems are the same. The difference is that golems have independent cores, can think, and have some skills unique to golems. But puppets don't have these. They are purely controlled by mages. They move when they are told to move, and they won't move if they are not controlled. So puppets can be mass-produced on an assembly line, but golems can't. The last few processes must be done manually. A large number of tireless puppets and elements started working together, and with the help of various spells from mages, the construction of the giant city progressed very quickly. Now the outer wall of the giant city has been completed, and a large square city with a width of 30 meters, a height of 50 meters, and a rock structure with a diameter of more than 30 kilometers has been built. This is just the initial concept. In the future, as the number of clans grows and the divine domain continues to expand, this giant city will be made higher and thicker depending on the situation. They will even build a larger second ring of city walls on the basis of the existing large city, just like some large cities have a distinction between the second and third rings. Of course, that will be a long time in the future. At this stage, a city with a diameter of 30 kilometers is completely sufficient for use. even if all the clans are stuffed in. Moreover, Lin Xiao will not put all the clans in the main divine domain. Learning from the previous lessons, he will build a small city in each of the several subsidiary divine domains suitable for the survival of the clans to accommodate the clan branches, so as to avoid the main divine domain being wiped out and collapsed in the future. In the divine palace, Lin Xiao retracted his gaze, overlooking the entire divine domain. With a thought, a ball of light as rich as the sun appeared in front of him. The crystal light emitted by this standard hero career template card is stronger than the ancient card he has seen in the task. Even the flame melting sea card at the time is far inferior to this card. His eyes fell on this card. According to the prompt, this is just a standard hero career template. He needs to set the conditions and prepare the skills to fill in the career card by himself. And then he can derive a unique hero career and hero skills. In other words, this thing does not contain any hero functions now. It is just a blank template. Whether the specific hero profession is a kitchen knife system or a magic system is entirely up to you to set. And how strong the hero profession is depends on the resources you invest. Although it seems pitfall, Lin Xiao thinks this is the best, no matter how well others set it up. It is not as suitable as cultivating it yourself. And this kind of cultivation is also very fun, isn't it? This hero profession template has a total of 100 points of carrying capacity. Different skills, spells, talents, specialties, etc. occupy different carrying points. The more powerful the talent or skill, the higher the proportion. So this hero profession template is not infinitely filled. However, it is not too bad. And the carrying value of each of these 100 points is not low. Let's put it this way. A 5-star ordinary skill card only occupies 1 point of carrying value, which is equivalent to 100 5-star ordinary skills. And this is just the ability of additional filling. And the hero profession template itself is not calculated. The hero profession, even if it is just a blank hero profession without filling anything, will have a super high professional attribute bonus and a hero profession exclusive template. So now the question is, how should Lin Xiao get this rare hero class card? Although he has a lot of cards in his hand now, there are not many cards like skill talents. Unfortunately, the cards he looted from the Nightmare Sun before were either fused into advanced cards or decomposed into the power of good fortune because they were useless. Now he is far from enough. If possible, he would like to use the good fortune energy to directly strengthen or deduce a wave. But unfortunately, this card itself has already overflowed with supermodels and cannot be strengthened even a little bit. He tilted his head and thought for a long time. Contacted the class teacher Jean Cece and told her the news that he had a standard hero class template. She was silent for a while and asked, "Is it urgent?" "Not bad. I got it." Less than 10 minutes later, she wrote back, "Prepare 20 mythical 5-star cards." Lin Xiao was puzzled, but he prepared them anyway. He had more than 20 mythical 5-star cards before he fell into the evil nightmare world. He had plundered so many nightmare children in the evil nightmare world, although most of them were used or decomposed. He also saved more than a dozen good cards, 7 of which were mythical quality. Not long after, the head teacher remotely initiated a transaction with him. He put down 20 different types of golden cards, and the transaction was completed soon. A large pile of cards of probably hundreds of different colors appeared in front of him. With just a rough glance, he knew that these were all skill cards, spell cards, talent cards, and specialty cards, ranging from 3 stars to 5 stars, and the quality ranged from the lowest blank to the highest golden mythical quality. Not bad. This is quite convenient. Although the 20 golden myth 5-star cards are not much different from this pile of cards in terms of surface value, this convenience is incomparable. None of these skill talent cards are repeated, but occasionally some of them have similar effects. There is nothing you can do about it. After all, you can collect them all so quickly. However, after carefully checking these skill cards, Lin Xiao fell into deep thought again. Chapter 345, Evolution of Earth Dwarves. The Red Furnace Clan. He was thinking about whether this hero class template was better for magic or kitchen knife classes. Or both. If it was a kitchen knife warrior class, would it be more inclined towards strength or agility? Would it be mainly based on small-scale battles or adapt to chaotic battlefields? Would it be more inclined towards battlefield assault or battlefield survival? If it was a magic class, would it be mainly based on killing or field control? And would killing be divided into single-target violence or large-scale AoE? or summoning. You can't have your cake and eat it too. Being comprehensive means being mediocre. You must have characteristics and have a strongest point. In addition, he had to consider whether this hero class should be compatible with other races. The user of the design must be the core race of the Great Naga, but whether it should be compatible with other races, so that other races such as the Earth Dwarves can also meet the loading conditions, also needs to be considered. Speaking of this, Lin Xiao suddenly remembered something. His eyes fell on the Earth Dwarf, who was busy in the Earth's subordinate divine domain. And then he looked at the 1,000 units of fortune energy that had just been converted from 100 units of crystal wall origin. And then he looked up at the flesh and blood giant tree that had just grown, and had not yet grown in the center of the newly built giant city. Well, now this guy is not called the flesh and blood giant tree. Lin Xiao named it the ancient tree of creation. This guy devoured a large number of nightmare creatures, including 4 10th level nightmare beasts, and a piece of evil god flesh and blood. When he turned against the evil nightmare world will in the last battle, he had a premonition that he would turn over. And in the spirit of not losing money, he collected a small piece of his evil god's flesh and blood. So many powerful biological genes are all stored, and they can be called up at will when needed. Just like the world tree in ancient mythology, which can produce flesh and blood fruits and give birth to carefully prepared life forms. Of course, this tree of creation is not yet an adult and cannot bear fruit. But he does not need it to bear fruit now. He just wants to call its gene bank and take out a few suitable genes from it to merge with the Earth Dwarves into a new species. The current Earth Dwarves are just a fusion of 2 powerful dwarf genes. Just a random combination. Now that there are enough resources on hand, we have to make adjustments. It took almost a day to select several suitable species genes in the gene bank of the ancient tree of creation, and then took out the Earth Dwarf species card again to start modulation. This modulation did not take much effort. He had done it so many times, and his understanding of the laws of creation had exceeded 10%. With the help of the magic cube of creation, it was not a piece of cake to make this. Soon, a new dwarf he imagined was hot out. To be precise, the new species has nothing to do with the dwarves. He only extracted the Earth Dwarves' talents in forging. He didn't want any other talents, whether it was the black iron dwarves or the gold dwarves. Instead, he took the talents of some creatures in the evil nightmare world, and the talents of 2 nightmare creatures. It is hard to describe the talent of this evil nightmare world creature, but it is definitely stronger than that of the dwarves, whether it is forging talent or combat talent. Plus the 2 nightmare creature genes, the 4 are combined into 1, and then strengthened with the energy of creation. A very powerful advanced species that has never appeared before is freshly produced. Lin Xiao opened the new species panel, and its attributes were clearly displayed in front of him. Race, unknown. Category, subhuman. Level, advanced race. Occupation, none. Talent, spirit of forging. Unknown talent. Skills, none. Expertise, none. Constitution, 10 points. Strength, 10 points. Agility, 6 points. Spirit, 3 points. Evaluation, a humanoid race that has never been seen before, with excellent forging talent. Lin Xiao tentatively named the new race the Red Furnace Clan, because this race has a humanoid body shape, red skin like a red-hot iron furnace, and an average height of about 2 meters and 5 meters after adulthood. It is very strong and looks very powerful. The face of the Qilu tribe is very similar to that of humans, but it has 4 arms, 2 of which are ordinary human arms. A pair of big palms can easily hold a basketball. The other pair of arms grows behind the back and are 2 flexible tentacles. At the end of the tentacles are 5 forked tentacles like fingers, which can flexibly grab any tool. As a higher species, the strength of the Qilu tribe is level 4 after adulthood, and has a basic lifespan of up to 120 years. After being promoted to level 5, the lifespan increases to 150 years. If it can be promoted to level 6, which is the racial limit of the Qilu tribe, it will have a full lifespan of 200 years. The Qilu tribe has 2 talents. One is the forging talent of the dwarf, which is transformed into the forging spirit after being strengthened by the energy of creation. This is a forging talent far stronger than that of the dwarf. Another unnamed talent is unique to the Red Furnace Clan, and the effects are as follows. Unnamed talent. The Red Furnace Clan is immune to fire damage, greatly improves resistance to other energies, and is immune to negative effects such as bleeding, poisoning, and disease curses in places with fire. They can continuously absorb fire energy to restore injuries and physical strength. The new Red Furnace clan has extremely strong combat power. But in Lin Xiao's positioning, it is just a race specializing in forging. Both the talent and the form are to strengthen the forging talent. As for the stronger combat power than the original dwarves, it is just an additional bonus. After carefully checking to make sure that the new race is fine, he issued a divine oracle to summon all the Earth dwarves to return to the Earth's affiliated divine domain, and then reload and transform. After doing all this, only 42 units of good fortune energy were consumed. Not much. The reason why it was not adjusted more strongly was mainly because there were not many suitable genes, and there was an upper limit for higher species, and he only needed a forging race rather than a main combat race. So there was no need to make it so good. Besides, the gap between the higher races and the sub-legendary species that can be promoted to the 7th level is too big, and he does not have so many conditions. Perhaps after the conferred god, the god realm will expand again, and there will be enough resources at hand. So the Red Furnace clan will be promoted to a sub-legendary or even legendary forging race. After strengthening the Red Furnace clan, it will take some time for the race to transform completely. Lin Xiao will turn his attention back to the standard hero career template and think about how to do it. However, now that the Red Furnace clan has just been released, he has a certain idea of how to choose this standard hero class template. First of all, it must be the kitchen knife class. If the magic system will conflict with the wise goblin, it must be tailor-made for the great Naga, and there is no need to consider compatibility with other clans. The kitchen knife must be based on survival and battlefield. Only by living long on the battlefield can it play a greater role. Just like in competitive games, only the big brother who can stand is the real big brother. Like those who brush the whole game and lie down in 30,000 economy in 1 second are not qualified to be called big brothers. With this idea in mind, Lin Xiao has a clear idea of what to do. First of all, select a few high-quality skills from these hundreds of cards, because the hero class has limited carrying capacity. And he also needs to use the magic cube of good fortune to strengthen it. The power of the strengthened skills will skyrocket, and the occupied carrying capacity will definitely increase. At that time, it is estimated that only a few skills can be loaded. Skills are more valuable than quantity. The power of a bunch of small skills added together is not as great as that of a high-level skill. It took almost half an hour to carefully select 5 skills for backup. 3 active skills, 1 passive skill, and 1 passive talent. It is worth mentioning that I don't know if it is a coincidence, but the skills he chose are very similar to Slardar's talents. The first active skill, Sprint. The effect itself is to greatly increase its own speed, with an increase rate of up to 50%. It is a 4-star epic quality skill card. Lin Xiao selected a bunch of skills that are the same or similar to this skill from the card pool and extracted them. With this card as the core, he integrated 10 units of good fortune energy and quickly strengthened a super skill card. 5-star skill card Phase Shuttle Ancient. After use, it increases its own speed by 300%, lasting 60 seconds, and can be used 5 times a day. Note 1. After use, it greatly increases its own dodge in the shuttle state, and there is a probability of dodge against targeted lock-on skills and spells. Note 2. In the shuttle state, it obtains the phase collision-free state, which can ignore any deceleration effect, ignore the terrain, and can walk on water. The second active skill, Thunder Strike, a warrior's classic group damage skill, with average power. The most important thing for a warrior is the group deceleration effect of this skill on the enemy. By integrating different similar skills and integrating 10 units of good fortune energy, a new powerful group damage and group control skill has been released. 5-star skill card Chaos Roar Ancient, shock the ground with force, causing a large amount of physical and explosive damage to enemies within a radius of 15 meters plus X around itself, stunning for 2 plus X seconds, and then decelerating for 5 plus X seconds after stunning. After the skill ends, a chaos force field lasting 30 plus X seconds is left at the original place, which can be used 5 times a day. Note 1. The power of the skill is related to personal strength. The stronger the strength, the stronger the power and effect. Note 2. When in the chaos force field, you will gain strong physical resistance and spell resistance as well as strong regeneration ability, with a significant bonus to attack hits. Friendly forces gain half of your own effect, and weaken the enemy's defense and resistance to a certain extent. The third passive skill, Heavy Attack. This skill greatly increases the power of the next attack and seriously injures the opponent. After integrating different skills and 10 units of good fortune energy, the new skill is more powerful than Lin Xiao expected. 5-star skill card Chaos Strike Ancient. After every 5 normal attacks, the next attack will accumulate powerful power to cause a heavy attack equivalent to 3 times its own maximum damage, ignoring the target's defense and dodge in any situation, and stun the target for 1 second. The 4th active skill, Petrified Saint. It looks like violent, but it is not violent, but a transformation skill that can turn the whole person into a stone man, immune to most spell effects, and greatly increase defense and strength. This skill is the strongest one among the more than 100 cards given by Gene Cece. If it were not for the short duration and the sharp drop in speed in the transformed state, it would definitely be considered a magical skill. By combining different skills and consuming a whole, let's put it this way. After strengthening the other 3 skills and talents and loading them into the standard hero career template, there were still 50 points left. He decisively consumed a whole 30 units of good fortune energy to strengthen this skill. Chapter 346 Powerful Heroic Occupation God Warrior. With such a huge consumption, the result is naturally gratifying. 5-star skill card Deification / God of Heaven, borrowing the power of the gods, gaining super strong physique and strength, and greatly reducing physical damage, immune to most spell damage and effects. 4 skills, 3 ordinary skills and a big move. Just looking at the skill introduction feels very powerful. And there is also a powerful talent. Talent, Bloodbath. This is a passive ability that allows warriors to become stronger as the battle continues. The more injured they are, the stronger their combat power. Lin Xiao integrated a large number of similar skills, including the skill of Berserk, and then consumed 20 units of good fortune energy to weaken the sequelae of Berserk. And a powerful skill was freshly released. 5-star skill card Blood of the God of War Ancient. Whenever you are hurt, the Blood of the God of War will be activated, greatly improving various resistances and speeds. The more serious the injury, the higher the improvement. Note, before death, any injury other than broken limbs cannot affect combat power. Lin Xiao only needs to consume a certain amount of good fortune energy to obtain the super powerful skills that are rare for other sons of the God realm. For skills plus 1 talent consumed a total of 80 units of good fortune energy. Then, these 4 skills and talents were loaded into the hero career template, and a super powerful hero career template beyond ordinary people's imagination appeared in front of him. He directly named it God Warrior. Occupation, God Warrior. Level, Hero Occupation. Job transfer conditions, Level 6 Extraordinary or above. Occupation bonus, Constitution 10 plus 100%. Strength 10 plus 100%. Agility 10 plus 100%. Occupational talent, Blood of War. Occupational skills, Phase Shuttle. Chaos Roar. Chaos Blow. God Descends to Earth. Note, the special nature of the hero profession will cover some skills or expertise possessed by the job changer. Please be cautious before changing jobs. Evaluation, a powerful hero profession beyond ordinary people's imagination, with the power to reverse large-scale wars. The career template is simple, but the content is not simple. First of all, the minimum job transfer condition for this hero career is a clan of level 6 or above, which is a very high condition, although it is not specified which clan can be transferred. In theory, the mage can also transfer, but in fact it is unlikely. All the skills of this hero career are tailored for combat clans, and there is a hint later that the career may cover some of the skills and expertise it has. So the mage will be useless if he transfers to this job. Therefore, the only ones who can transfer to this job in the gods' domain are the great Naga warriors and the extraordinary strongmen in the Red Furnace clan. It's a pity that the job transfer condition is still a bit high. It would be better if you can transfer at level 5. The minimum level of level 6 extraordinary can transfer, and the available range is many times smaller. But this is not a problem. If you can't use it, you can use something else. It just so happens that the all-round warrior career he made before can't keep up with the clans now. It just so happens that there are a lot of skill cards in hand now. So it's a good opportunity to readjust it now, because it is for the use of the followers below level 6. Basically for the little Naga. So the new all-round warrior profession does not need to be strengthened too much, as long as the key skills are powerful. Referring to the hero profession of the God Warrior, he only selected 4 skills and 1 talent from the skill library for backup. He found that a powerful profession does not need so many fancy skills at all. After all, it is just a warrior, not a mage. As long as it is powerful and practical, it will be fine. A total of 20 units of good fortune energy were spent to combine 2 active skills, 1 passive skill, 1 ultimate move, and 1 passive talent. Skill 1, Supercharge. Charge at any target or direction within a range of 100 plus X meters at a super fast speed, causing triple crit to the target and knocking it down for 2 seconds, with a cooling time of 3 minutes. Skill 2, Heart Flame. Burst of Force. Push the surrounding enemies out of the range of 5 plus X meters depending on their strength, and make the target in a state of stiffness and immobility within 2 plus X seconds, with a cooling time of 5 minutes. Skill 3, Multi-Purpose Weapon Expertise. Professional warriors can skillfully use any weapon, can pick up weapons at will, and use them skillfully on the battlefield. For skills, Warlord. Every time you kill an enemy on the battlefield, you will absorb part of the opponent's vitality to restore your own injuries and status. If you are replenishing yourself and have excess vitality, it will be stored. After storing a certain amount of vitality, you can turn on the Warlord state, greatly improving your own physique, strength, speed, physical defense, and various resistances. The more vitality you burst, the higher the bonus. Talent, Bloody Battle. Every time a warrior is hurt on the battlefield, it will inspire fighting spirit, slightly increase speed, and various resistances. And the more serious the injury, the higher the increase. Occupation, Divine Warrior. Level 6. Job transfer conditions, level 2 or above. Occupational bonus, Constitution 3 plus 30%. Strength 3 plus 30%. Agility 3 plus 30%. Occupational talent, Bloody Battle. Occupational skills, Supercharge. Heart Flame. Multi-Purpose Weapon Expertise. Warlord. Evaluation, a powerful warrior advanced profession, with super battlefield adaptability that can make them the king on the battlefield. This profession is very suitable for little Nagas, and can also be used by the Red Furnace clan and the newly adult Great Nagas. Moreover, this is just an ordinary skill, and will not conflict with a hero profession God Warrior. After the Great Naga is promoted to the 6th level, it can be directly transferred to the hero profession, and use the hero profession to cover this profession. With this, it is just right to fill the slightly hollow combat power of the little Naga now. And the Salted Fish Stab, that was lost after many gene adjustments, has returned again. After getting the profession card, the next step is to use the 2 hero promotion permissions in hand. Lin Xiao thought about it, and prepared one for Slarda to use, promoting him to an unprecedented mythical hero, and the other permission for the leader of the Red Furnace clan. Now all his clans in the God's domain have hero leaders, except for the original Earth Dwarves and the current Red Furnace clan, which does not have it, which is very bad. However, the Red Furnace clan is still in the process of transforming from the Earth Dwarves, so it cannot be used for the time being. He communicated with Slarda with a thought, but did not issue a divine oracle to let everyone know. Instead, he secretly granted the authority. He wanted to see what changes would happen if Slarda was promoted to a mythical hero. Mythical heroes are basically the limit of heroes. They are heroes of the highest quality, and the number is extremely rare, except for those granted by Gaia's will. Basically no hero can be promoted to mythical quality on his own. Even if a sacred dragon comparable to a true god becomes a hero, it only has a very small chance of becoming a mythical hero. And it is not 100%. Along with the authority, there are also 10 units of divinity, and a large amount of divine power. When the authority is activated, Slarda is shrouded in a golden light shield, and even as the Lord of the Divine Realm, he cannot detect his situation. Okay. This is indeed quite unexpected. Seeing that he could not transform for a while, Lin Xiao did not continue to wait, and cast his eyes to other directions of the Divine Realm, at the bottom of the Netherworld. When he cast his eyes over, he was stunned for a moment, and then felt a little pain in his cheek. Hundreds of thousands of nightmare creatures were thrown in before, and some monsters from the evil nightmare world were thrown in later. So the inside was already filthy. These nightmare creatures can only eat other of the same kind to survive. The nightmare creatures and the evil nightmares kill each other, devour each other, and pollute each other. When he cast his eyes into the netherworld, he saw a strange atmosphere that filled the entire world. The mixture of nightmare creatures and evil nightmare creatures produced strange rules similar to those in the evil nightmare world. especially the most powerful legendary nightmare beasts imprisoned in it. After killing and devouring countless of their own kind and evil nightmare creatures, they have begun to transform into those strange monsters in the evil nightmare world that cannot be looked at directly and cannot be described. The risk seems a bit high. Lin Xiao thought about it and felt that it was too risky to imprison these things in his own divine domain, and it was easy to get out of control. Wait until Slaughter wakes up and leads the troops to suppress them. Then he set his sights on the heavenly divine domain, and at first glance, he was attracted by dozens of tall titans with pure gold bodies. In the Eternal Cloud Palace, a titan with a strength of level 7 can be summoned every month, and 1,000 units of divine power can be consumed every 10 years to summon a Thunder God Lord with a strength of level 8. Unfortunately, this thing cannot be summoned automatically, and the quota for summoning cannot be accumulated. In recent years, Lin Xiao has not been in the divine domain for most of the time, so there are not many summons now, and no Thunder God Lord of the 8th level legendary rank has been summoned. Of course, there is one quota for the 8th level Thunder God Lord every 10 years, and even if he squats every day, he can't summon many now. Lin Xiao thinks that when he becomes a demigod, he must cultivate a safe and reliable subordinate god to help him deal with these things. It can't be Slaughter. In his imagination, Slaughter will serve as the Pope for a long time, and there is no time for him to deal with these things. He had two ideas. One was to promote someone from within the divine domain, such as the elemental elf Dingnang. Now Dingnang was already the queen of the water element. In the future, when he ignited the divine fire and became a demigod, he could bestow divinity and promote her to a demigod subordinate. The second idea was to merge the divine domain with his girlfriends, with him leading the external battles, and Xin Yuexin leading the internal battles. However, this possibility was not very high. She might be willing, but her father and brother would definitely not be happy. How could the daughter of the first great divine power of mankind merge the divine domain with him, and still make him the master? This would never be agreed, even if they were really together in the future. According to her brother's idea, she would be the master, unless he could be promoted to a powerful divine power in the future. Perhaps they would change their minds. Therefore, it was impossible for their divine domains to merge at this stage. Then the only choice he had was to promote internally and train his own helpers. Retracting his thoughts, Lin Xiao set his sights on the Eternal Cloud Palace, and there was indeed a Thunder Lord available for summoning, consuming 1,000 units of divine power instead of consumption. A thick lightning bolt fell from the sky and hit the high platform with a dazzling light. When the lightning light dissipated, a giant surrounded by lightning was revealed. 8th level legendary construct, Thunder Lord. Yes, both the Titan Giant and the Thunder Lord are constructs, not the legendary giant Titan. Strictly speaking, both this Titan Giant and the Thunder Lord are constructs made to imitate the real mythical species Titan Giant. Just like various golems, this Titan Giant is also a kind of golem, but it is very advanced. Chapter 347: The Choice of the Demigod Path. After returning from the god's domain, Lin Xiao recontacted Colonel Xie Yufei. Her intelligence was more accurate than Jean Cece's. She knew that he had returned, but was not surprised. She knew his intention very well, and said directly, "Your merits have been confirmed. You will be awarded the elite rank. After the merits are confirmed, you will be awarded the elite second lieutenant rank." At the same time, she sent a document that explained in detail the meaning of the elite rank and what treatment the elite second lieutenant rank would receive. First of all, the official elite rank of the military is no different from the elite rank he had learned from other channels before. It is indeed one level higher than the normal rank. For example, his current second lieutenant elite rank is equivalent to the regular major rank, and the elite rank takes precedence over the normal rank. In other words, if he really meets a formal major, the other party will have to salute him, which means that the same level will meet at a higher level. A formal major is considered a middle-level officer in the army, and a general is an absolute high-level officer. Each of them is a big shot who commands a war zone. If he joins the army with this rank now, he will immediately be a not-so-small officer. If he is placed in some not-so-important planes, he will be qualified to become the commander of the local garrison. Since this rank is so important, the treatment is certainly not bad. Even if he does not have any military position now, there is corresponding treatment. First of all, it is the military authority. In addition to the authority equivalent to the rank, there is also the additional authority of the elite rank, which is extremely rare. Elite. This prefix is enough to explain the rarity of this rank. There are not many elite ranks in the military. This is not a cabbage. In the past, Lin Xiao always thought that ordinary people were ordinary ranks, and the sons of the divine domain were elite ranks. In fact, this is wrong. In fact, most of the sons of the divine domain were formal ranks at the beginning, not elite ranks. Only those who are truly elite will have elite ranks. Even if ordinary people can make enough merits, they can still get elite ranks and suppress the sons of the divine domain. The specific authority will be known after he joins the army in college. Now he is already a member of the formal army and has a formal organization, but he will not be officially enlisted until college. Before that, these authorities cannot be used. But the benefits of elite military ranks are still there, because he belongs to the Yinwang No. 5 War Zone, the 1st Expeditionary Army, the 3rd Division, the Fury War Group, and Xie Yufei is directly under him. So all his benefits are provided by the 1st Expeditionary Army. First, there is a standard elite 2nd lieutenant salary every month. The military's internal currency is called military points, which can be exchanged for any other resources of the same amount, such as divinity, etc., as long as you have enough military points and enough authority. Some special and rare resources require enough authority to exchange. The standard salary of a normal 2nd lieutenant is 100 points, and Lin Xiao, an elite 2nd lieutenant, is 10 times the standard, 1,000 points, which is equivalent to the monthly salary of a normal colonel. However, an officer's monthly income is generally more than this number. This is just the standard salary. There will also be additional allowances and subsidies depending on the different units he belongs to. For example, the income of the elite sergeants in the Yinwang No. 5 War Zone is definitely much higher than that of some sergeants stationed in some unimportant planes. The standard salary is the same, but the extra subsidies and allowances every month are high. These powerful elite war groups all have their own exclusive planes, with a large amount of direct income every month, and none of them lack small money. Unfortunately, Lin Xiao has just officially joined the company and has no salary to receive. Moreover, he has no military position yet, only the standard salary. No extra subsidies and allowances. Coming out of the dormitory, Lin Xiao wanted to find Shen Yuexin, but unfortunately, she was not in school or in the evil nightmare world. Since the holiday, she was taken home by her brother for special training. She has not returned yet, and I don't know if she knows the news that her boyfriend was trapped before. Boring. Standing in the air next to the school gate, looking at the figures of juniors and juniors coming and going, including many newcomers, he suddenly realized that he is now a senior in the 3rd year of high school. Junior Lin Xiao. Suddenly, a clear and pleasant voice sounded behind him. He turned around and saw that it was Senior Xiong Chumo passing by. She turned around and came to him. The senior looked at him with strange eyes and said, "I didn't know you had such a hobby." Following her gaze, Lin Xiao noticed that there were many seniors at the school gate looking at the beautiful junior who had just enrolled. He quickly waved his hand and said, "Senior sister, don't get me wrong. I just happened to pass by." "I understand." The beautiful girl blinked and nodded, but looking at her expression, "I'm about to go to the university department. Do you have time to accompany me to walk around the campus?" Senior Chumo didn't keep dwelling on this, and invited with a hearty smile. Lin Xiao naturally agreed. "It's my honor. There's nothing to see in the campus itself, but it's still good to accompany a young and beautiful girl. Besides, the senior sister has taken care of herself before, so I can't refuse." Senior Chumo has been promoted to the university department, and will start school like them. There will be few opportunities to come back here in the future. They just walked around the campus, ate something after a walk, and then parted ways without talking about anything else. School started in 2 days, but to Lin Xiao's surprise, his girlfriend had not returned yet. He learned from the class teacher that she might not go to school normally in her senior year, but would go to the outer domain under the care of her brother to prepare for the promotion to demigod. In fact, it was not just her. The top-ranked elites in the elite classes of both number 1 and number 2 middle schools in their 2nd year of high school would not go to school normally after their senior year of high school, and would prepare for demigod in advance, including Lin Xiao. In Jean Cece's words, "With your current strength, especially you, the foundation has already been laid. Ordinary tests and resources are a waste of time for you. You should prepare to ignite the divine fire and become a demigod." In her private residence, Jean Cece, whose body shape has returned to normal, took off the armor and put on casual clothes. It was rare to see her beautiful face and seductive figure. At this time, she had lost her usual seriousness when facing students. She brought a plate of red fruits from an unknown plane and placed it in front of the table. She sat down casually and said, "Although I don't know what you have gained in the evil nightmare world, since you destroyed a nightmare node and established a Gaia node, your contribution is enough to put you in the side of Gaia's will. If nothing unexpected happens, you have been specially marked by Gaia's will as a candidate for the Son of Gaia. This is not a preferential treatment that ordinary Tingia list players can get." Teacher, what does the Son of Gaia mean? If you don't understand, just ask. I have heard of this term before from the incarnation of the nightmare will, but I didn't feel anything at the time, and I didn't feel anything unusual or obvious afterward. The golden silk eyes turned, and an inexplicable feeling made his heart jump. She said, "The so-called Son of Gaia, in popular terms, is a genius among geniuses. A genius with amazing potential recognized by Gaia's will. Or it can be said that any super elite who meets strict conditions can be listed in the vice list or the main list of the Tianjiao. And this standard is fixed, as long as it is met. And the Son of Gaia needs to be personally recognized by Gaia's will. In many cases, there will not be one in an era. In a sense, it is equivalent to the Son of Destiny and the Son of the Era in the main world." She raised her eyelids and looked at Lin Xiao, saying very seriously, "Now all the great powers and great beings in the main world, 90% of them were once the Son of Gaia. If you have the opportunity, you must strive for it." He also nodded seriously. "If I can, I will definitely strive for it." He did not say that he might, seem to, or might already be a candidate for the Son of Gaia. To be precise, he is not sure now. After all, it was just the incarnation of the nightmare will that he thought so. The Gaia will did not recognize it. That is, there was no abnormal change and no extraordinary treatment. "I have 2 ideas about your next path to demigod. You listen to them first and consider them. If you have other ideas, you can put them forward." He nodded seriously, and his eyes could not help but sweep over her. To be honest, Jean Cece, who was wearing thick armor, was one of the top 3 beauties he had ever seen in terms of beauty, figure and temperament, and was comparable to his girlfriend. In particular, the heroic spirit on her body was very rare in ordinary women, which was very attractive. After all, her priesthood was war, and she would be the goddess of war in the foreign plane. The first idea was to enter the plane that had been explored to open up faith. I have channels in this regard. Or you can choose a suitable crystal-walled universe through military authority. But you know that taking this path to become a demigod is not the strongest. And it also wastes your strength and potential. At the same time, when you enter the university department in the future, you may fall behind from the first echelon and may not be able to enter the Tianjiao Zhengbang. The second idea was to go to the crystal-walled universe that has not been explored to open up faith. This road is very difficult and dangerous. But once you succeed, you will be the most potential demigod among your peers. Once you finish your senior year and enter university, you will immediately be promoted to the Tianjiao Zhengbang. She looked at Lin Xiao again, and happened to see him secretly looking at her figure. She raised her eyebrows slightly, and said nothing, but just asked, "What is your choice of these 2 paths?" He came back to his senses, and he had made a decision long ago. "At this time," he replied, "I choose the second path. To go to the unexplored crystal-walled universe to open up faith." "Very good. This is what I expect. I have 2 suitable basic information of the crystal-walled universe here. You can take it back and take a look. Or you can use your military authority. Colonel Xie Yufei is very optimistic about you. Maybe you can get good advice from her. Just give me a reply within 2 days." As he said, Lin Xiao received a file from Jean Cece, which was the information of the 2 crystal-walled universes she mentioned. "Okay, I'll take a look first." After receiving the information, he didn't read it immediately. He was going to go back and ask Colonel Xie Yufei if she had any good options, and then choose the one that suits him best. Then she gave him some instructions and let him leave. Chapter 348: The Choice of Expanding the Parish. When he left, she looked down at her exquisite curves with her beautiful golden eyes and snorted, "Little pervert." Back in the dormitory, Lin Xiao sent Xie Yufei an inquiry message. Now he is an elite lieutenant, qualified to communicate with her directly, and has enough authority to obtain relevant internal information. Before Xie Yufei replied, he first checked the 2 world information sent to him by the class teacher. The first world is an explored crystal wall universe. The information shows that this is a very common crystal wall universe, with multiple planes as the main plane. A main material plane has been explored and a huge god system occupying that main material plane has been discovered, with more than 10 powerful gods. But no trace of great gods has been found. And it is not clear whether there are no gods or they are hidden. However, according to the scale of gods in the main material plane of this universe, the probability of the birth of great gods is quite high. Therefore, the exploration of this world by the main world is still in the hidden exploration stage. The main landing location is in the remote plane far away from the main material plane. Although there are also indigenous gods, most of them are not strong. The military has begun to build an outpost base in a remote plane that has been occupied for the Son of God to land. Among all the worlds being explored, this world has two advantages. The first advantage is that the scope of exploration was not large before. This world is in the stage of just discovering and exploring. If he participates in it, it is still in the stage of pioneering. If a stable faith area is established, it will get a pioneering bonus, which is greater than the benefits obtained by other explored worlds. The second advantage is that it has been explored by the forerunners, and the danger is lower than the pioneers pioneering, and it is relatively safe. The second world is a world that has been discovered but not yet explored. Of course, when it was first discovered, there were pioneers who tried to descend and explore, but failed. The pioneers have disappeared, and there has been no response since then. It has been confirmed that they have fallen. There is no information about that world now. Not only do they not know the size of the world, they also don't know the energy level of the universe. And they don't know what the mainstream power system is. It's completely dark. Normally, this kind of world where the situation is completely unknown is not suitable for newcomers to explore. The reason why Gene Cece recommended it to him is that a prophecy god from the brilliant god system once predicted this universe. And the result was that danger contains rich opportunities. And the sons of the gods made different danger assessments according to their strengths. Among them, the danger assessment of high school elites, like Lin Xiao, is 3.5 stars, which is considered upper middle in the highest 5-star crisis assessment. And Lin Xiao's strength is far stronger than that of ordinary elites. For him, the danger level will drop by 1 or half a star. In summary, this is a very low danger level in all completely unknown crystal wall universes. At the same time, the prophecy god also made an assessment of the resources of this world. The highest 5 stars. The resources of this world are estimated to be between 2 stars and 3.5 stars. He didn't quite understand this evaluation method, because there were so many types of resources, and only professionals could understand the specific evaluation criteria. But it was enough to know that the resource evaluation value was very high. Speaking of this, Lin Xiao was a little puzzled. The evil nightmare world he had descended on before was later evaluated by the gods with the prophecy priesthood as a 4.5-star dangerous level. But the resource evaluation was as high as 4 stars. And at the same time it attracted the competition between the nightmare will and the Gaia will, which was very incomprehensible. At least Lin Xiao had been lost in that world for so long, and he didn't see any special resources in that world. Even if we only look at the most basic faith resources, the number of mortals that can normally provide faith in that world is far less than that of other worlds. And most of the other mineral resources have been polluted. Apart from this, there are no other special resources. Where does the 4-star resource evaluation come from? He was puzzled. Asked later. Retracting his thoughts, Lin Xiao read the information of the 2 worlds, and quickly made a decision in his heart. If there is no more suitable world information obtained from Xie Yufei, he will choose the second one provided by the teacher. The danger level below 3 stars is completely within his tolerance. While thinking, he received a message from Xie Yufei, which also included 2 world data. But unlike Gene Cece, both were unexplored world data, and came with her message. As a man favored by this kernel, you must have the awareness to face danger, in order to adapt to the future unknown plane development in advance. I have arranged 2 very good worlds for you. Lin Xiao. He looked at the 5 world data she sent with a speechless mood, and he wanted to delete the message at that time. Where are the 2 agreed upon? The first world, a world with a 2-star danger assessment and a 1-star resource assessment. The second world, a world with a 3-star danger assessment and a 3-star resource assessment. The third world, a world with a 4-star danger assessment and a 3.5-star resource assessment. The fourth world, A world with a 4.5-star danger assessment and a 4-star resource assessment. The fifth world. A world with a 5-star plus danger assessment and a 5-star plus resource assessment. It's quite considerate. And they are arranged from easy to difficult, which is clear at a glance. But which one to choose specifically is? Well, there is not much to choose. The first one is too difficult, so it must be excluded. If you really choose this one, you will definitely not pass. The second one is not much different from Gene Cece's one, so it is excluded. The last one is also excluded. He would die if he went there with the 5-star plus difficulty. The third and fourth ones are somewhat difficult for him, and are the most challenging. It is worth mentioning that the fourth and fifth worlds are not completely unexplored worlds. There have been forerunners who have descended and returned long ago. Strictly speaking, they are already explored worlds. But in the data, they are listed as unexplored worlds with other worlds. There are two main reasons for this. One is that these two worlds are very repulsive to the descending sons of the divine domain. The second is that these two worlds have discovered foreign divine domain civilizations. That is, super divine domain civilizations, with nightmare lords, like the nightmare world. The fourth world discovered the nightmare world, and the son of nightmare. And the fifth world discovered two kinds of divine civilizations, namely the nightmare world and the spirit race. He already knew about the nightmare world. The spirit race is a very powerful divine civilization. Its domain is called the spirit domain, which is completely different from the nightmare domain and the human god domain. The spirit race rarely raises any family in the spirit domain, but is a world full of spiritual energy. Occasionally, some elves such as flower fairies and goblins are born, but the number is very small. The spirit race is a natural psychic race, born with powerful spiritual energy. When the spirit domain is opened up, the spirit domain becomes its spiritual energy storage pool. To describe it in ancient Chinese mythology, the spirit domain of the spirit race is equivalent to the dantian or qi where the spirit race stores mana. Such a huge dantian can store a huge amount of spiritual energy, thereby exerting earth-shaking combat power. This can be referred to the arcanists in the Torreal multiverse. Powerful arcanists can kill gods with sufficient preparation. And the Eldar with a huge psychic pool can also kill gods with their hard power. So although there is no family to help, the Eldar can withstand other divine civilizations with their powerful psychic spells. So now the question is, should he go to other completely unexplored worlds? Or go to the world that has been explored but is being attacked by other divine civilizations? This is a difficult choice. But Lin Xiao actually has an idea. Listen to the teacher and go to the second world given by Gene Cece. And Xie Yufei gave all pass. After making a decision, he sent a message to Xie Yufei. I have already made a choice. Yes. Don't make a decision yet. Wait a moment. Xie Yufei interrupted him and said, your luck has come. The fortress base has issued your military mission for this year. I have fought for an opportunity for you to merge the mission with your current behavior, which means that you can complete this year's mission while choosing to open up a faith parish. Is it such a good thing? However, because you did not complete the military mission last year, although it is excusable because of the accident and it will not affect your resume, you know that there are too many military factions. If you need to fight for your interests in the future, you will suffer at this point. So you must leave others speechless. This time, you must choose a difficult world to descend. This. Lin Xiao had a bad premonition in his heart and asked, is it the last two? Yes. You must choose to descend in the fourth or fifth world, and kill at least 3 nightmare sons or spirit sons of the same level. If the nightmare son or spirit son is 1 level higher than you, you only need to kill 1. I knew it was not that simple. When he was interrupted, he had expected it, and it turned out to be true. It must be said that when you are famous, you have a lot of things to do. It's either an event or an accident. He just came back and hadn't rested for a few days before he had to go on another mission. But there is no way. Without these tasks and unexpected plots, the story cannot unfold. And just as Xie Yufei said, the merger of military tasks is also a good thing for him. He can complete the tasks while establishing the diocese, killing 2 birds with 1 stone, saving him from having to do it specifically in the future. Fortunately, there is no time limit this time, and he has enough time to prepare, even if he sets out again after a month or even 2 or 3 months. In this case, Lin Xiao refocused his attention on the 4th and 5th worlds, and finally landed on the 4th world. There is no way. The difficulty of the 5th world is too high. The danger level of 5 stars plus. Even if a demigod descends, there is a high probability that he will die on the spot. Although the fourth one is also difficult, it is not so exaggerated. After making a choice, Xie Yufei directly sent all the follow-up information of the fourth and fifth worlds, including the specific tasks given to him by the military. Is this hinting at me? I won't choose the fifth one. While checking the information, he quickly finished reading the information of the fourth world, paused, and took a look at the information of the fifth world by the way. After reading the fifth world information, Lin Xiao fell silent. He didn't say anything, just quietly put the information away. But he still sat there for a long time without moving. The information of the fifth world was very unexpected. Not only was the difficulty unexpected, but the situation of this world was also unexpected. Chapter 349 Special World. This is a world that not only the military has sent more than one exploration team, but also many civilian forces and other forces in the human main world have discovered and sent a large number of exploration teams. Even the two super god domain civilizations of Nightmare World and Eldar are competing for this extremely special world. Including humans, there are already 3 super god domain civilizations competing for this world. Although so many forces have discovered that the 4 major forces of mankind have descended on countless people, it is still in the pioneering stage in the evaluation of Gaia's will. And Gaia's will has clearly stated that the evaluation of this world will be raised by 1 level on the original basis. This means that if he can open up a faith area in this world, he will get unimaginable world source power feedback. Of course, these are not the focus now. The focus is on what is the evaluation of the resources in this world that are as high as 5 stars plus, and clearly required by Gaia's will. Normally, 5-star resources are already the highest. 5-star plus is generally a special resource that Gaia's will has determined to be in demand in the current crystal wall universe. Since the history of mankind for so many tens of thousands of years, there are no more than 5 worlds that can be rated as 5-star plus resources. For example, the famous Toril multiverse was rated 5 stars plus because the mainstream system of this world is the same as the human main world. If the crystal wall universe can be conquered and integrated into the main world, as a power system of the same origin, the origin of the human world will surge, and Gaia's will naturally be stronger, which is enough to allow humans to surpass the original will of other divine civilizations in one fell swoop, such as the Nightmare Will. Unfortunately, the Toril multiverse is too strong. There are no fewer existences comparable to great divine power than in the human world, such as the will of the bottomless abyss, the Lord of the 7HLS, the ancient gods of ancient times, and some terrible existences hidden in the long river of chaotic time and space. Not to mention the existence of Io, the spokesperson of the crystal wall will. Even if humans invade with the power of the entire world, they cannot defeat it. Think about the value of the Toril multiverse to the human divine civilization, and then look at the evaluation of this world. Lin Xiao fell into deep thought, and his heart was a little restless. Obviously, Gaia's will attaches great importance to this world. If there is any breakthrough in this world, such as destroying the Nightmare Node in the evil Nightmare World to establish a Gaia Node, according to the evaluation of this world, he will definitely be favored by Gaia's will and have a certain probability of obtaining the identity of Gaia's son. Even if he cannot obtain it, the reward will definitely surprise him. However, thinking of the dangers of this world, Lin Xiao was silent for a long time and did not dare to make up his mind. Later, he simply clapped his hands and shook his head and said, "Let's see the situation first," and then asked the teacher. After carefully reading the information said by Xie Yufei, he noticed that the military mission was not just to kill 3 nightmare sons of the same level. This was only part of the military mission. The other part was to let him collect resources after establishing a parish and assist the subsequent military members to establish an outpost in that world. And there were clear resource indicators. The task is not difficult, as long as the faith area can be successfully established. These resources are not a problem. The difficulty lies in how to open up a stable faith area under the rejection of the will of this world, the hostility and interference of the local natives, and the destruction of the Nightmare Son, who is also a competitor. This is the most difficult part. You must know that a pioneer like him cannot get the support of his clan when he first descends. At the beginning, only one incarnation descends alone, preaching on his own, and snatching faith territory from the local sects. If you descend on a small plane with few strong people, it's okay. If you descend on a large plane with gods at the beginning, the difficulty will soar to make you doubt your life. Although he hasn't made a choice yet, he has to prepare for the task in advance. He first told the class teacher Jean Cece about this news. She expressed her understanding and gave a suggestion. If you have time, you can go play a game and try it for a few days. Lin Xiao's response was a question mark. But Jean Cece did not explain. Just said, "You will know if you play it. Let me play a game." He downloaded this game called Alien Survival with doubts. Checked the game introduction. And immediately understood why the teacher asked him to play the game. This is a virtual game of alien survival, simulating the game of the sons of the divine domain under different conditions descending to different aliens. I don't know if it is a game specially developed for alien explorers like them. The content is very rich, simulating almost tens of thousands of different alien situations. And the difficulty ranges from 1 star to the highest 5 stars plus. The player's strength is also constantly increasing as he continues to explore and obtain resources and treasures. This game has 2 modes. One is standalone simulation, and the other is online. Of course, he didn't have time to play slowly online, so he could only choose standalone simulation. And the standalone simulation has the possibility of starting from scratch and slowly playing, and also setting different openings and initial maps from the beginning, including descending in the True God mode at the beginning. Lin Xiao set the opening according to his own strength, and then chose a random map with a difficulty of 4.5 stars to descend. This is a virtual reality game, in which the online part is for ordinary people in reality to play, and the part he is playing now is for professionals to play. Almost the same as the real thing. It descends in the form of an incarnation, and the incarnation is divided into several types. Namely, there are powerful divine incarnations, incarnations with only a small amount of power, and weak incarnations that do not carry any power and are equivalent to a strong human. This is because some worlds are quite repulsive to outsiders. If the power of the descending incarnation is too strong, it is easy to sense and target it. The weakest incarnation without any extra power is prepared for this kind of bad situation. The advantage is that it is not easy to be discovered, as long as you survive in the early stage and slowly adapt to the rules of this world. You can gradually release your power. Needless to say, the disadvantage is that if you are too weak and the world you descend into is too dangerous, it is easy to kneel directly without even a chance to survive. In the first attempt, Lin Xiao's avatar was the one that only carried a small amount of power. After a short teleportation, the simulated avatar landed on a small island, and the sea was all within the range of his will. However, before he had time to check the situation on the island, he was greeted by overwhelming malice. The world will discover him. Then, many poisonous snakes and insects on the island attacked him in a suicidal manner, and the sea was full of waves without wind, sweeping across the island. Then it was GG. Lin Xiao felt sad when he failed to land for the first time. Although it was a game, it was all simulated reality, which means that the situation just now could definitely happen in reality. He paused for a moment, reset the previous option, and changed the descending avatar to a strong human with no power to land again. This time he landed without being discovered by the world will, and he was still on the same island just now. He circled around the island, and the dense poisonous snakes and insects on the island did not target him. However, although he was not discovered or targeted, he was an outsider after all. He felt out of place in this world. No matter what he did, he felt rejected by the world. In layman's terms, nothing went well, and his luck was unbearable. On this huge deserted island where even larger beasts were not seen, he survived for only half an hour before being bitten by venomous snakes 7 times and stung by poisonous insects 16 times. In the end, he died of excessive accumulation of toxicity. Oh my goodness! Is survival so difficult? Then he kept trying to descend, persisted in this mode for more than 50 times, and finally survived countless battles with venomous snakes and insects on the island until he collected enough materials to build a large raft to leave the island, and then drowned when the raft flipped halfway. Next, he did not continue to try, but instead tried other conditions for descending. However, after many attempts, Lin Xiao felt a little bored, because the information about the fifth world he had just seen always popped up in his mind from time to time. Poisonous. Although he knew it was extremely dangerous, he couldn't help thinking that it was because that world was too attractive to him. It's not just the rewards, but also the situation in that world. From the information we know now, this world is very interesting. It is a world with a unique and complete power system. Its power system is called totem, which has a certain similarity with the belief and deification system of human divine civilization. Lin Xiao guessed that it was probably because of this system that Gaia's will, Nightmare Will and Spirit Race competed for it. The sons of the divine realm plunder resources. The gods plunder faith. And the world will plunder history and civilization. It's really tangled. I feel like I can't play this game anymore. Lin Xiao simply quit the game and sent a message to Jean Cece, telling her about his entanglement. She received the message and only replied, "Wait for me." In less than 10 seconds, a golden light fell from the ceiling of the room, and a golden silk directly descended into an incarnation, with thick armor covering her beautiful face and seductive figure. Her eyes fell on his face, and she said in a deep voice, "I know the world you are talking about. Guiyao University has organized a team to explore it, because it is too difficult. I did not recommend it to you. But now that you know it, I will introduce it to you in detail. This world has actually been discovered for a long time, at least hundreds of years. But it was not until 10 years ago that someone established a foothold in that world. And then gradually information came. In the next 10 years, no less than 1 million sons of the God realm came one after another, including the 4 major forces, the military, the academy, the civilians, etc. But basically none of them returned. And so far less than 100 people have successfully established a foothold. After more than 10 years of exploration, we have discovered that the Nightmare World and the Eldar civilizations are also attacking that world. However, due to the invasion of multiple civilizations, this world is more hostile to outsiders than ever before. It is becoming more and more difficult to invade. In the past, we could sneak in by sending down an avatar. But a year ago, we could only send down an avatar without any power, which added to the danger and difficulty. No one has succeeded in the past year. Now the military and the academic school are studying new ways to descend. If you want to go, you may use a new way to descend. Chapter 350 Mythical Hero Slarda and New Hero Shenlu. Hearing this, Lin Xiao couldn't help asking, "New way? What is it?" She answered, "Reincarnation." "Reincarnation?" "Yes," she explained. "You need to separate a trace of will and come to this world in the form of reincarnation without any divinity and divine power, and directly become a native of this world, greatly reducing the risk of being discovered. However, if you do this, there is a disadvantage that cannot be solved now, because you cannot carry any extra power. After reincarnation, you need to solve the mystery of the womb and awaken by yourself." Lin Xiao, "Isn't this more difficult?" Even he knows that it is extremely difficult to awaken the memory of the previous life without carrying any extra power, although the reincarnation will is much stronger than that of mortals, and the probability of awakening is much stronger than that of mortals. If the probability of mortals awakening is 1 in a billion, then the probability of their awakening memory is about 1 in 10,000, which seems to be thousands of times higher. But the probability of 1 in 10,000 is still terribly low. No wonder the success rate is so low. So I didn't recommend this world to you. It's too difficult. The first step alone has stumped countless elites. You may need to try hundreds or even thousands of times, and split your will hundreds or thousands of times or more before you can awaken. And awakening the memory of the previous life is only a prerequisite. Next, you need to open up a faith parish with a slightly stronger condition than ordinary mortals. At this point, Jean Cece paused and said, "Because of the particularity of this world, you don't need to open up a parish. Just stand firm. Successfully obtain the power of that world and be promoted to a super totem knight to meet the conditions." So difficult. Lin Xiao was quite surprised by the difficulty. But then he thought again. If it is this way to come, the difficulty seems to be lower than other ways. Because if you descend in other ways, you need to split a bit of your soul and will to project it to that world. Although not much division will not affect the integrity of the soul. It is a soul after all. If the number of divisions is large enough, it will still have a certain impact on the real body. But if you use the reincarnation method, it is different. Although this method still needs to split a bit of the soul. This is necessary. But the number of souls required is extremely small. Less than 1/10 of the previous method of descending, which is equivalent to being able to descend 10 times more without affecting yourself. No matter how difficult it is, there will always be a chance of success with 10 times more attempts to descend. Lin Xiao has his own considerations for this. He has the magic cube of good fortune. The last time he was in the evil nightmare world, he could prove that the probability of his awakening should be higher than that of others. Of course, it was also the real body that descended in the evil nightmare world at that time, with a soul and divinity far beyond that of ordinary people. No matter who it is easy to awaken. In this case, Lin Xiao has made up his mind to descend to the fifth world. 3 points are determined by fate, and 7 points depend on hard work. With his luck, these 3 points are already determined for the most part. With his strength and the magic cube of good fortune, he can at least get most of these 7 points. Taken together, the success rate is definitely higher than that of other sons of the divine domain. Telling Jean Cece the idea, she was not surprised, but said with appreciation, "Although I think you don't need to take this risk. This world is indeed the best place for you to exert your luck and potential. Once you succeed, whether it is the joy from Gaia's will or your own interests, it is incomparable to other worlds. In this case, I will negotiate with the military in the name of your class teacher to fight for your deserved rights and interests. You have 1 month to prepare. I will give you a set of information, and you will prepare according to the instructions on the information." After speaking, Jean Cece got up and left, neatly and without any hesitation. Not long after, a set of information was sent over. It was a specially collected internal information. It was the internal information obtained by Huiyao and the exploration team of that world, which belonged to Huiyao alone. The information indicated some top-secret information that only Huiyao knew. It was because his current strength and potential were high enough that other high school elites might not be able to obtain it. Combining this information with the internal information sent by Xie Yufei, Lin Xiao had a certain idea of this world. When he returned to the God's domain, his first reaction was to look at the huge heaven cathedral in the heavens domain, where he sensed a strong breath that made him amazed. A few years later, Slarda had already been promoted to a mythical hero, and his strength had reached the upper limit of the God's domain, the peak of the 9th level, as the Lord of the God's domain. As soon as he entered his own God's domain, he felt the amazing and powerful presence. Before he saw it, he could sense the force field that slightly distorted the space, emitting amazing power radiation like a furnace. Hero, Slarda. Race, Shuranaga. Level, Mythical Hero. Hero Aura. Essence extraction: convert 25% of the damage caused to the enemy into life essence to feed back to itself. Restore health, physical strength, mana and other energy. The aura radiates a diameter of 30,000 meters, and friendly forces within the range gain half of the effect. Mythical Hero unique talent. Godly Tyrant Body. Slardar's unique talent, a fusion of mythical hero talents and his own unique talents. Attributes: all attributes plus 100%. Remove vital points. Immune to fatal and instant death. Undead characteristics: physical damage reduction of 50%. Comprehensive resistance plus 70%. Obtain traits: Eternal Soul, Eternal Freedom. Shura. Traits: Eternal Soul, immune to any negative spells and damage that act on the soul, including spells and curses. Traits: Eternal Freedom, immune to any restrictive spells and effects, including entanglement, control, imprisonment, paralysis, petrification, hypnosis, deceleration, shock, spider web, and time stagnation. Trait: Azura's Fury. Whenever Slardar is hurt, he has a chance to enter the enraged state, instantly removing all negative states of himself. If there are any, he will be immune to any restrictive effects. Increase his movement speed by 100% plus X. Increase his attack speed by 200% plus X. Increase his life regeneration effect by 300% plus X. And increase his essence extraction effect by 100 plus X. Hero skills: Phase Strike Hero, Chaos Roar Hero, Chaos Strike Hero, God of Heaven Hero. Attributes: Constitution, 400 plus 400 points, you have a monster-like physique and immortality. Even legendary spells cannot kill you. Strength, 400 plus 400 points, you have terrifying power beyond dragons. Even the Cloudtop Giant, who is known for his strength, is like a baby in front of you. Agility, 300 plus 300 points when you run. No one can see you, but only feel a hurricane blowing. Spirit, 300 plus 300 points, using the word wisdom to describe you is an insult. You can see the essence of things at a glance. You understand most of the world without omission. Nothing in the world can influence your emotions. You will remain absolutely rational. Evaluation: this is a unique mythical hero with the potential to kill gods. He is the embodiment of strength and wisdom. Now he is loyal to the Lord of Truth and Creation. Strong. Terrible. This was Lin Xiao's only reaction after seeing Slarda's attribute panel. Just looking at the attribute panel, you can tell how exaggerated it is. The comments later on felt completely true. Although Slarda can't kill gods now, he can definitely kill demigods. According to the general classification of the main world, the 10th level is the demigod level, and ordinary indigenous demigods may not be able to beat him. Well, now Lin Xiao himself is unsure. If he doesn't have much divine power stored, he may not be able to beat his core family. Fortunately, he is the creator of Slarda and the great Naga species. As long as he doesn't commit suicide, they will never betray him. With such a powerful mythical hero, Lin Xiao feels confident about coming to the other world in the future to face the demigods of other worlds. With anticipation, he cast his eyes into the Cathedral of Heaven, but was stunned the next second. In the central hall of the cathedral, before his statue, there was a dark golden Naga that was smaller than the ordinary big Naga kneeling. But it exuded a terrifying aura that distorted the space. The familiar aura made him recognize it as Slarda at a glance. But his size was not big, but shrunk. Before the promotion, Slarda was dozens of meters long from head to tail. But now it is less than 10 meters long. Shrunk. However, at this time, Slarda sensed his arrival, and his super high spirit gave him super wisdom and sharpness. He noticed the doubts in Lin Xiao's heart, and slowly stood up. Under his eyes, his body expanded rapidly, and soon turned into a behemoth with a length of 100 meters from head to tail, covered with dark golden dragon scales. An indescribable shock wave exploded, and the spiritual light in the cathedral surged to block the sudden distortion. Good. Lin Xiao exclaimed with great joy. This power and this form made him quite satisfied. He did not hesitate to praise him. An hour later, Lin Xiao, who was full of joy, retracted his gaze, but the smile on his face did not disappear. He sat on the throne and thought for a while. He turned his gaze back to the God's Domain Earth subordinate God's Domain and looked at the original Earth dwarf tribe. He needs to build a more powerful set of weapons. In the center of the Earth subordinate God's Domain, the original Earth dwarf race has disappeared, replaced by tens of thousands of red-skinned Red Furnace clan, who are now busy transforming the original Earth city. The living habits of the Red Furnace clan are somewhat different from those of the dwarves. After all, they are naturally immune to fire, have super high body temperatures, and have 1 or 2 fire-related spells. The original residence is definitely not suitable. Lin Xiao's eyes swept through the Red Furnace clan, and finally fell on the 2 7th-level Red Furnace clan leaders. He also has a hero promotion authority in his hand, which will be granted to one of the two. The 2 Qilu tribe members happened to be 1 male and 1 female, but they looked similar in appearance. It was difficult to tell the difference between the male and female at a glance. The difference in strength between the two was not big either. The leader who was promoted earlier was slightly stronger, but limited. But the criteria for selecting heroes were not entirely based on who was stronger or who was promoted earlier, but on potential. But then again, the male Qilu tribe leader, who first broke through the race limit and was promoted to the 7th level, must have the highest potential. So Lin Xiao did not hesitate too much and quickly made a decision to grant this opportunity and named him Shenlu. Chapter 351 Preparation and Departure. It will take some time to be promoted. Lin Xiao retracted his gaze and looked down at the entire God's Domain. He was in a very good mood. He stretched out his hand and took out several reproduction cards and threw them into the magic cube space. He combined a mythical reproduction card and merged it into the God's Domain. At this time, there were more than a dozen card slots in his God's Domain that could be merged. But there were not many cards that could be merged. In addition to the reproduction cards, he also had 4 fine ancient cards and more than a dozen cards with qualities between orange legends and gold myths. 2 of the 4 fine ancient cards were rewards from the school at the last Wanxiang ruins, and 2 were given to him by Jean Cece. The 4 cards were a super large ecological card, a super large resource card, a summoning card, and a rare building card. Elites in the 3rd year of high school no longer needed any weapon cards or species cards. The main thing was various resource cards and special cards. This super large ecological card is a very common forest terrain. The reason why it has reached the level of a fine ancient card is that the trees in this forest contain a large number of rare oaks and other precious trees. At the same time, There is an ancient tree more than 200 meters high in the depths of the forest. If there is a chance, it may be promoted to an ancient tree. Ancient trees refer to trees that have lived for a very long time and have produced a trace of spirituality, while ancient trees refer to trees that have given birth to spirituality and self-awareness, and generally have very special abilities. For example, the famous tree of wisdom, tree of life, tree of miracles, tree of war, etc. are all members of the ancient tree. Fortunately, it is still an ancient tree. If it really transforms into an ancient tree, this will not be a 5-star card. This card is very suitable for Lin Xiao, although there is no shortage of trees in his divine domain. They are all freely bred by the divine domain paradise card. They are messy and cannot be called a forest. His eyes swept around the main divine domain and finally fell on the southernmost part of the main divine domain. This forest card can be placed here. Of course, before loading, he summoned the creation cube with a thought, threw this forest card into it, and a little bit of creation energy began to merge into it. It was not to strengthen the range of the forest, nor to strengthen the types of trees in the forest. It had no other meaning, but to strengthen the spirituality and spiritual essence of the ancient tree. The condition for an ancient tree to be promoted to an ancient tree is sufficient spirituality. Strengthening spirituality greatly increases the probability of transforming into an ancient tree, which is equivalent to strengthening this card. After all, the most valuable thing in this forest card is the ancient tree. However, this fusion consumed more creation energy than he expected. It was expected that the fusion would be good for about 10 points. But it was unexpected that this breath consumed 20 units, and there was still no end. It's not that the ancient tree itself has too little spirituality. The ancient tree itself is not high in spirituality, but it is not too little. The main reason is that the ancient tree seems to sense the benefits of the creation energy to itself, and it actually actively devours it, greedily devouring more creation energy like a bottomless pit. In this regard, Lin Xiao is very generous and does not dislike the high consumption at all. The creation cube had been used for so long. How could he not know the rules of creation energy consumption? The greater the consumption, the more the gains will be. This ancient tree must have such a great demand for consuming so much creation energy. After all, this ancient tree is his, and he will not lose money no matter what. This devouring swallowed up a total of 63 units of his creation energy before ending this round of devouring. Then the card in his hand exuded an extremely rich crystal light mixed with an equally rich life force. Is this going to transform into the tree of life? This made Lin Xiao remember a rumor. In theory, all the trees in the world originated from a world mother tree born in the chaos void sea. This legend has been circulated in many different crystal wall universes. Of course, this is too far away and has little to do with the current situation. The focus is on another rumor. According to the legend, the world mother tree has long disappeared, but countless tree seeds have been left scattered in the endless world of the chaos void sea. Among them, a small number of seeds that inherited the power of the world mother tree grew up and were called the tree of life. Yes, it is the tree of life. The tree of life regarded as a sacred tree by the elves. The tree of life is a seed that inherited a trace of the power of the world mother tree. While other tree seeds all originated from the world mother tree, they are essentially the same as the tree of life, but their power is too weak to awaken. However, some trees slowly gathered enough life force over a long period of time, gave birth to that trace of spirituality, and became ancient trees, which made it possible for them to transform and evolve into the tree of life. After absorbing enough good fortune energy, the ancient trees in the forest card in Lin Xiao's hand completed the missing part, thus having the possibility of transforming and evolving into the tree of life. No, not a possibility, but a certainty. This consumption is worth it. Seeing that the card was about to exceed the limit, he quickly loaded it into the god's domain. The next second, the endless shadows of trees in the south of the main god's domain fell from the sky and covered the entire wild jungle in the south of the main god's domain. The oak forest quietly merged into the wild jungle, harmoniously blending together to form an extremely lush forest. A super ancient tree exuding a strong breath of life stood in the middle of the forest. The wind blew through the leaves, making a rustling sound. Countless birds flew up and flew towards the ancient tree. The second exquisite ancient card is a resource card, an extremely rare coal mine card, which can generate a super large coal mine. This thing, Lin Xiao thought about it, and didn't use the energy of good fortune to strengthen it. This thing can't be strengthened. At most, the quality of the coal mine can be improved. But what's the use? Based on the idea that coal is also a resource. It is loaded at the edge of the forest. Although the rules limit the development of any high technology in the divine domain, coal itself can be used to burn for heating. At the same time, the goblin steam technology also needs coal. So it's good to stock up. As for the summoning card, it can summon a 5-headed dragon with a strength of level 7. This thing has the blood of a giant dragon, super vitality, and a larger body than the black dragon Nigel Ram before he was promoted to a legendary dragon. The 5 heads can spit out 5 different kinds of breath, which is very good for charging. The last building card is called Steam Fortress, which is a large mobile fortress made of metal. The metal tracks are driven by steam. It has a series of combat weapons inside, and can accommodate 500 troops for garrison or combat at one time. This thing is quite practical, and can be used as a combat fortress. It is worth strengthening. However, before strengthening, Lin Xiao first went to the warehouse to take a large amount of metal and some precious magic materials. This thing is one of the few things that requires raw materials to strengthen. To be precise, normal strengthening does not require additional materials. But if you want to expand this fortress, you need metal. Directly strengthen this metal through the energy of creation to make it stronger, and then expand it. The power is still steam-driven, not magic-driven. Although steam power is not as powerful as magic power, steam drive has an advantage that magic can never match. That is, stability and durability. Although magic drive is powerful, it is easily interfered by various spells, while steam drive is different. Unless the enemy directly changes the rules, the fortress will not be affected in any environment. If he really encounters an opponent who can change the rules, it doesn't matter whether this thing is steam-driven or magic-driven. At this time, the God's domain has accumulated a lot of resources. As the Lord of the God's domain, he can dispose of these resources at will. Take a large amount of metal and magic materials and integrate them into it. Soon, a super large fortress with a diameter of more than 300 meters is formed. It is not exaggeratedly larger than before. And the most important thing is that this fortress can fly. Although it doesn't fly very fast, it can fly after all, which is almost a qualitative change compared to before. Summoning this thing, he directly regards it as a gift from God, and asks the Qilu clan to prepare to equip it with weapons and equipment, including some war machinery. After finishing these, Lin Xiao began the final preparations. Through the relationship with the military and the class teacher, he purchased various things that nourish the soul, such as water of life, soul-nourishing dew, soul essence, etc., which can quickly restore himself after he continues to divide a trace of soul. Although the division is small at a time, it is not okay to divide it frequently without recovery. After making all the preparations, he left a message for Shen Yuexin, left the school, and went to his destination. First, he went to the Yanhuang No. 5 Super War Fortress. Through military channels, he hitched a ride with a fleet that was heading to that crystal-walled universe. It took him almost a month to reach his destination in the Chaos Void Sea, a void fortress located outside a huge fireball that looked like the sun. The power emitted by this crystal-walled universe was extremely strong. It was the most powerful of all the crystal-walled universes that Lin Xiao had seen in the Chaos Void. The power emitted from the outside of its crystal wall was like the flames ejected by the sun, and the hot ion flow was ejected tens of thousands of kilometers away. This war fortress, which belonged to the military, had very high specifications. The fortress alone was as large as a planet. It was said that a complete expeditionary force was stationed there. The commander-in-chief was a powerful god with a godhood level of up to level 18. At the same time, there was an incarnation of a great god stationed here all year round. If something big happened, he could come in person at any time. The specifications were astonishing. The huge fleet looked extremely small when it entered the fortress port. Through the transparent portholes, he could see that there were many void ships parked outside, both military and civilian void ships, which should be warships of civilian adventure organizations. But what attracted his attention the most was that a dazzling beam of light shot out from the huge planet-like fortress into the crystal-walled universe, like the sun, connecting the fortress with the world. This is the current descending channel. Jean Cece, an incarnation of God, explained beside him that she had learned from the previous lesson, and this time she, the incarnation of God, would stay here and follow him. He was a little surprised by her importance. But he was also very happy. She pointed to the other side of the chaotic void and said, "On that side, on the other side of this universe, there is a void fortress in the nightmare world. And patrolling nightmare lords often pass by. So during this period of time, your real body should stay in the fortress, and don't go out to avoid accidents." I know. Chapter 352, Jean Cece's heartfelt words. On the other side is the void fortress of the Eldar. Although the Eldar's relationship with us humans is not as mortal enemies as in the nightmare world, they are still enemies. After descending, no matter whether it is the son of nightmare or the son of the spirit realm, as long as you see it, don't show mercy. As the void battleship gradually entered the port, she explained the situation here to him one by one. Lin Xiao, an elite lieutenant, still has a certain status here. After coming out of the void battleship, he went directly into the fortress with the army and got an independent room in the barracks of the Yin Wang No. 5 war zone. Jean Cece's room was next door. After that, he directly applied to the fortress to descend, waited in line, and stayed in the room all the time without going out. This is in accordance with Xie Yufei's instructions. Try to do as little as possible here. As the new semester begins, former peers are promoted to senior high school. Former senior high school seniors are admitted to universities. And the new elite students of senior high school begin to prepare for the promotion to demigod. This world has naturally entered the eyes of many students who claim to be elites. Although this world is dangerous, there are always brave people who dare to take a chance. At the same time, because of the danger of the world, progress is slow. Now the military has gradually relaxed restrictions and allowed more people to enter this world to explore. With more people, competition will naturally come. Lin Xiao belongs to the Yin Wang No. 5 war zone. Internal competition will be limited to a certain range. But other war zones are not easy to say. Not to mention the other forces in the main world. You must know that the competition between forces is much more intense than ordinary people imagine. The will of Gaia in this world attaches so much importance. Any force that can take the lead and make great contributions will have a huge impact on the balance between forces. According to the information given by Xie Yufei, it is best to keep a low profile in the fortress and not conflict with the elites of other forces. However, at the end of the information, she reminded that if a conflict cannot be avoided, then you can't be cowardly and you must win. The army, the young people, are full of blood. How can they be cowardly in the face of provocation? In response, Lin Xiao said that I should keep a low profile. Of course, I am not afraid of things, but mainly because most battles have no meaning to him, and he has no interest in them. To put it bluntly, his current strength has already surpassed the scope of high school students. He doesn't think anyone will be his opponent in high school. Even if the Dragon Emperor Wu Jingling comes in person, he has enough confidence to defeat him. In this case, of course, he has no interest. But he doesn't look for trouble. Which doesn't mean that trouble won't come. That day, he was chatting with Jean Cece in the room, discussing the situation in this world. While talking, he occasionally glanced at her heroic and beautiful face and her curvaceous and seductive figure. Today, she rarely wore the full armor and only casual clothes. Just as they were talking about how to face different situations if they could awaken successfully, there was a knock on the door. He came to the door puzzled and saw an LCD screen behind it, which showed 3 young white men in military uniform standing outside the door. After opening the door, the leading white young man looked at the golden eagle mark on Lin Xiao's shoulder, which represented the elite military rank, and saluted him with his legs. He returned the salute and asked in confusion, "Are you guys busy?" The leading man solemnly took out an exquisite invitation letter and handed it over, saying in a deep voice, "Alec, the 2nd Division, the Brilliant Regiment, the 1st Expeditionary Force of the Condor Fortress No. 2, specially invites classmate Huiyao Lin Xiao to attend the party hosted by His Excellency Uther." His Excellency Uther? Lin Xiao had some impression, as if he had heard of this name. At this time, the voice of the head teacher came from behind. Uther was the president of the Student Union of Tiantangshan last term, one of the Tianjia Vice list, and now ranks 33rd on the Tianjia main list of potential list. Jean Cece walked over and said to Alec, who was amazed, "Please tell classmate Uther that classmate Lin Xiao will come." After receiving the invitation, Lin Xiao closed the door to block Alec and his companion's gazes. He turned around and said with Jean Cece, "Uther is from the Holy Light family, one of the 3 glorious nobles in the Noble Council. And the Holy Light family is the neutral leader in the Noble Council. You will definitely be an upper elite of human civilization in the future. It is necessary to build good relationships with other upper elites early. This, moreover, it is also an early preparation for your future entry into university. Jean Cece lifted a strand of hair with her slender fingers, glanced at his improper eyes and snorted. There is one thing you may not know yet. When you become a demigod, the school's restrictions on you will be further lifted. At that time, you will no longer be restricted from competing for family background and interpersonal relationships. At that time, you can directly obtain any resource support from the family, as long as it does not exceed your current level. At that time, the competition will be much more intense than it is now. When you face any competitor, it is not just the individual, but also the support of the family behind the opponent. After a pause to let Lin Xiao digest the news, she continued, by then, the role of personal talent will be further weakened. And many elites, who were originally trapped by talent and slightly behind, will catch up with the support of their families. She said to Lin Xiao with a serious expression, your talent is very good, but your family is too poor. Your parents are only demigods, and their help to you can be said to be almost non-existent. If you want to continue to maintain your current lead in the demigod stage of college, you must have backstage support, and a strong enough backstage. Lin Xiao remained silent, and Jean Cece continued, although you have a good girlfriend, she is just a girlfriend after all, not your wife. And the gap between you and her family is too big. Maybe that person doesn't mind letting her daughter marry down. But if you want that person to finally agree, you must rely on your own ability to prove that you are worthy of her. So you must not borrow too much from her resources. I believe you are very clear about this. As for my limited support for you, it is not that I am unwilling to fully support you, but the resources I can control now are mainly due to my current identity. Most of the resources I personally own are useful in high school, and there are not many resources in the demigod stage of college. And, at this point, she paused for a moment, and a hint of shyness appeared in her eyes, but it disappeared quickly, and she said, you may know that I also come from a powerful family, but many years ago, the family changed, and the family power shrank sharply, and most of the family power was invested in other places. I can only give you my personal support, and I cannot borrow the power of the family. Of course, you can rest assured that although I don't have many resources in the demigod stage of college, they are all top resources, which are very useful to you. And if your performance can exceed my expectations of you, maybe the teacher will take out the dowry prepared by my father for me. She looked half joking and half serious in the last sentence. Lin Xiao touched his nose and joked. Then I will definitely work hard to get the teacher's dowry. Although it seemed like a joke, there was no playful smile on his face. But he was thinking seriously about Jean Cece's words. Her words were indeed surprising. Whether it was the school's relaxation of restrictions on demigods, or the heartfelt words of the head teacher, from what she said now and what she said before, it can be heard that her family must have weakened due to some major changes. And she had to return from the outer world to the main world to become a teacher, in order to train a super elite who can be ranked on the vice list of Tianjiu, and even on the main list of Tianjiao. In exchange for the universal wishing technique that Gaia's will has for the super elites, who are re-elected on the vice list of Tianjiu and the main list. Lin Xiao has not used the universal wishing technique that ranks on the vice list of Tianjiao. But he has seen another reduced version in the evil nightmare world before, which can be said to be very magical. After thinking for a while, he suddenly asked, can you tell me what you are going to do with this authority? Jean Cece looked up at him unexpectedly. Her eyes flickered a little, and said, it doesn't matter if I tell you. This is not a secret. I want to use it to save my father. My father is trapped in a forbidden area in the Chaos Sea and cannot get out. It is a forbidden area that poses certain risks to great powers. I need to use this authority to ask a great power to help in the name of Gaia World Will. This, Lin Xiao has nothing to say. A forbidden area that poses certain risks to great powers. No wonder no one dares to save him. Great powers will definitely not take risks easily. Only by relying on the will of Gaia World in the form of tasks can a great power be asked to help. Okay, you can't help with this. Work hard and try to widen the gap with other elites within this year. The pressure in the semi-god stage of college will be less. He answered softly. Jean Cece reached out and stroked his head and said softly, go. Just take it as a way to relax and make more friends. Well then. Having said that, What can Lin Xiao say? He can only shrug and agree. At this time, Jean Cece reminded again. By the way, there should be elites from other forces attending the meeting, most of whom are college elites or top elites in the 3rd year of high school. Someone may challenge you at that time. Don't be polite. Defeat them. Okay. He had already expected this. According to the invitation letter, half an hour later, Lin Xiao changed into the elite 2nd lieutenant uniform and went out alone to the banquet venue. That was another area in this war fortress. When flying vehicles cross different areas, they have to undergo an inspection. The Noble Council implements the aristocracy of ancient times. The entire force is composed of the 3 glorious nobles, and a large number of nobles at all levels. Every officially recognized noble is eligible to join the Noble Council and become a member of the ruler. The specific power depends on the strength. But the 3 glorious nobles have the absolute power of the Noble Council. Like the aristocracy of ancient times, the nobles of the Noble Council are called God Nobles. And the lowest level is called God Knight. The lowest is also the son of the true God level God Realm. It is impossible to obtain the title of God Knight by deifying in other ways or entering the level comparable to the true God in other power systems. Chapter 353 Invitation and Challenge. Above the knights are the barons. Then the viscounts, earls, marquises, and the dukes who are as powerful as the gods. As for the great gods, or the great existences, they are called kings, or great lords. It is worth mentioning that there is an informal level between the dukes and the great lords called the Grand Dukes, which is a title that can only be obtained by powerful gods with a godhood level of 19. Although it is not a status division, it is a title recognized by all nobles. It is said that the current head of the Holy Light family is a Grand Duke, and the family has 3 dukes in public, which is very powerful. The military camp style of the Noble Council is very different from that of the Huaxia district. The status difference is very obvious, and many traditional customs of the ancient feudal aristocracy are preserved, such as soon as he got off the car, a waiter came up to greet him. He couldn't help him take off his clothes because he didn't wear a shawl coat, but he also used a soft brush to help him sweep away the non-existent dust on his body. Whether the movements are redundant or not is one thing, but the feeling is different. It has to be said that in terms of enjoyment and style, the Noble Council ranks first among the 4 major forces. Normal people would not reject this kind of enjoyment. 2 extremely handsome war horses with shiny black fur appeared in front of him, pulling a carriage that looked extremely luxurious. The waiter respectfully helped him get on the carriage. There was also a petite and beautiful girl kneeling in the carriage. As soon as he sat down, she came forward to serve him. The girl's voice was soft and pleasant. Her every move revealed that she must have undergone rigorous training and provided meticulous service. When he got off the carriage, he had arrived at the gate of a huge manor. Several waiters saw him and immediately came up to him, handed out an invitation letter, and a waiter personally led him into the manor. This should still be in the military camp. There is absolutely no such place in the military camp of the Huaxia district. But this situation is very common within the sphere of influence of the Noble Council. Before the banquet started, 3 white men were chatting attentively with a beautiful blonde girl in a goose-yellow dress at the door. When they saw him coming, the 3 men just glanced at him and looked away, obviously not recognizing him. But the blonde girl's eyes lit up after she looked at him, bowed slightly to the 3 people, and turned to Lin Xiao and said, "Dear Mr. Lin Xiao, you can call me Ashir. It's nice to meet you." He had to stop and look back at her pretty face. He had no impression in his mind. He was sure that he had never seen her before. He was a little confused but didn't show it. He returned the bow seriously and said, "It's nice to meet you, Miss Ashir." The girl looked at him with her big, lively eyes, covered her mouth and smiled. "It's normal that Mr. Lin Xiao may not know me. I have also seen you in the Wanxiang ruins before." Wanxiang ruins? Lin Xiao searched his memory carefully, but still didn't recognize her. It seems that Lord Lin Xiao did not pay attention to me. This is normal. After all, Lord Lin Xiao is so brilliant. How could he notice a tiny person like me? Lin Xiao. He was speechless, but he saluted with a serious expression. "I am sorry for ignoring the beautiful Miss Ashir." The blonde girl covered her mouth and laughed like a silver bell. "Then I forgive Mr. Lin Xiao. I heard that Mr. Lin Xiao defeated the evil intentions of the nightmare while in the newly discovered evil nightmare world some time ago. I am very curious. I wonder if I can." The blonde girl looked like a young girl who had seen her idol. The curious eyes made Lin Xiao alert in an instant. but also made the three people who had just had a good chat with the girl jealous. The three looked at each other, and one of the blonde men suddenly stepped forward to interrupt Lin Xiao, and said loudly, "Do you know that it is very impolite to interrupt other people's conversation?" Lin Xiao glanced at them, clasped his fist to Miss Ashier and said, "It seems that I came at the wrong time. I will go in first." After that, he entered the manor with the waiter, without waiting for the blonde girl to keep trying to stay. When he disappeared into the door, the blonde girl's expression immediately fell. But when she looked back at the three men, her face instantly recovered and she smiled brightly and said, "I'm sorry to have kept you waiting for so long. I really admire the heroic spirit of Lord Lin Xiao. I heard that he is now ranked 7th on the Tianjia Vice list. Of course, you are also excellent. Jacques, I heard." Lin Xiao behind didn't hear it. But no matter what, he thought it was better to get out early. This girl seemed delicate and sweet, but he always felt that she was a green tea and didn't want to date her. Beautiful music echoed in the magnificent hall. Alec was talking to a man and a woman who looked like a couple. When he saw him come in, he apologized to the two and walked towards him, extending his hand from a distance. "Lord Lin Xiao, come with me. My master Lord Uther is chatting with his friends upstairs. He told me that if Lord Lin Xiao comes, please go up immediately." There were 20 to 30 young men and women with extraordinary temperaments in the hall. The age difference was not big. Whether they were chatting or playing, they all looked over at this time. More than 30 eyes, with a hint of pressure, fell on him at the same time. He nodded expressionlessly. "Please lead the way." He smiled and nodded to the young men and women in the hall. When he went up the spiral staircase to the second floor, noisy discussion suddenly rang out in the hall. "Who can go to the second floor? I haven't seen him. But judging from his face, he should be from the Huaxia district. I'll look for him. I saw him. He is from Huiao No. 2 Middle School. Lin Xiao ranked 7th on the Tianjia Vice list. Well, he doesn't have a title yet. It turned out to be him. So he is qualified to go to the second floor. However, there are several strong men who are also ranked on the Tianjia Vice list, or the peerless list upstairs. Especially those masters who are ranked at the top of the peerless list by strength may not obey him. They will definitely challenge him at that time. I don't know if there is a chance to see it. There is a chance. There are several people from the Ivy League who, if they have the courage to challenge him, will definitely want to defeat him in public. Then, there will be something interesting to watch. Going up to the second floor, the waiter took Lin Xiao to a luxurious room similar to a conference room. There were a total of 7 men and women with extraordinary momentum talking inside. A handsome boy with dazzling golden hair stood up to greet him, and said from a distance, "Is it classmate Lin Xiao? I am Uther. Welcome to your arrival." The boy has a very strange temperament. People feel that what he says is very sincere, which makes people want to get close to him. Talking to people gives people a feeling of spring breeze. Uther, who is in the same class as senior sister Chu Mo, is now a freshman. He is already a demigod and ranks 33rd on the Tianjia positive list. His strength is definitely stronger than Lin Xiao now. After all, he is already a level stronger than a demigod. But he is definitely not much stronger. After all, he has just been promoted to a demigod. Moreover, he has a legendary great Naga lord in the tens, and a mythical hero who can cross the level to kill ordinary demigods. If he really fights to the end, both sides will suffer losses. And if he can win, it will be a miserable victory. However, Uther himself certainly didn't know that although he was respectful to Lin Xiao, he treated him like a senior to a junior. Lin Xiao didn't mind too much. After all, Uther's manners were impeccable. And he didn't look at him with naked malice like other people. After Uther welcomed him, he introduced the others one by one. And he also got to know the identities of the other 6 people. 4 men and 2 women. Besides Uther. As he expected, these 6 people were all super elites at the same level as him, either on the Tianjia Vice list or the Tianjia main list. And at the very least, they were ranked at the top of the Peerless Vice list. Although the Peerless list is 1 level lower than the Tianjia list, it doesn't mean that they are necessarily weaker than the Tianjia list. You should know that the conditions for being on the Peerless list are equally harsh. Compared with the Tianjia list, you can still be on the list with outstanding talent and potential. While the Peerless list is purely based on actual combat ability, there are many masters whose actual combat power is not inferior to that of the Tianjia list players, but whose potential is insufficient. Most of these powerful warriors with super combat power were very dissatisfied with their failure to make the list. and they especially looked down on those who made the list based on their potential. They were very keen to challenge the super elites on the Tianjia list. If a lower-level peerless list challenged the Tianjia list and failed, no one would say anything. Once successful, their reputation would increase greatly, which was equivalent to stepping on the Tianjia list players to become famous without any consequences. Naturally, they were very keen. So when Lin Xiao came in, he saw two people inside who looked eager to try. It seemed that they wanted to start as soon as the introduction was finished. Obviously, this was the possible challenge that the class teacher said. Sure enough, as soon as Uther finished the challenge, the two people couldn't wait to stand up. The strong-looking man on the left stretched out his sturdy hand and said, "My name is Big Sass. I am very happy to meet Mr. Lin Xiao. I want to challenge you." It was obvious that the other one was a little annoyed that he was a step slower, and the others all looked interested and seemed very happy to see the scene. This is normal. Seeing is believing. They are all top elites, who are extremely conceited and confident in their own abilities. When facing other elites of the same level, they will definitely not recognize their abilities before seeing their own strengths. Just like Lin Xiao. He was not recognized by Luo Shuang or other top elites until he had a fight with them. Lin Xiao himself was also quite interested in this. It happened that his strength had skyrocketed after returning from the evil nightmare world. He had not yet officially fought with anyone, so it was a good opportunity to see how much stronger he was than the super elites of the same level. He was confident that he was stronger than the elites of the same level, but he had no idea how much stronger he was. Thinking of this, he smiled slightly in the expectant eyes of everyone, stretched out his hand to hold Biggs's hand and shook it. "Okay. I just want to see the strength of His Excellency Biggs's." At this time, Uther said, "This is within the scope of the fortress's intranet. You can communicate with the virtual battlefield challenge at any time." He stretched out his hand and made a gesture of invitation. Biggs grinned, and a phantom like a soul rose into the sky and disappeared. And the same was true for the others around him. This was because they had communicated with the virtual battlefield and projected. "It's been a long time since I entered the virtual battlefield." Lin Xiao's mind moved, and a projection merged into the void and appeared again in a void. There was a metal platform under his feet, and several other people stood on a platform and looked at them with interest. In the void not far away, there were many platforms with blurry figures standing on them. They were other soldiers or college students in the fortress who were connected to the internet. Biggs opened his arms and took a deep breath. He stretched out his hands and pressed his forehead and wiped it back. A canopy of flame spewed out from the top of his head and turned into several fire dragons to spread in all directions. The pupils of the flames were shining, and the whole person's temperament changed dramatically in an instant. The voice full of the majesty of the divine creature sounded. "Your Excellency Lin Xiao." "Please." Lin Xiao smiled slightly. As he took a deep breath, the void behind his head quickly shrank inward, and circles of invisible twisted central magic cube phantoms slowly floated up and down. Indescribable dazzling crystal light gushed out from the gaps in the magic cube. Everyone felt and sensed that their eyes were distorted and could not look directly at the moment the magic cube appeared. Everyone looked at each other with a trace of horror in their hearts. Uther's eyes moved slightly, and he looked at another man who was also on the Tianjia list not far away with great surprise. A surprised voice sounded in his ears. "This feeling?" Uther replied. "Yes. His divinity level has surpassed that level. Which is too surprising. It seems that this classmate's real strength is stronger than the legend. I'm very interested." The expressions of everyone present became serious, and they looked at Lin Xiao with a hint of recognition compared to before. From the perspective of the power of performance, Baiji's looks more gorgeous. But for other masters present, Lin Xiao's performance makes them feel more powerful. This abnormality is a manifestation of the strength of personal divinity. The stronger the personal divinity, the more dazzling the abnormality, and the greater the pressure on people. In the past, when I was in the first year of high school, most of them had no abnormalities. Only a few elites had a small number of abnormalities. But now in the third year of high school, anyone can show a gorgeous abnormality that amazes the first-year juniors. Of course, this does not mean that the more colorful the anomaly, the stronger it is. This is true in most cases. But there are also a small number of anomalies that seem inconspicuous, but are very powerful. For example, the abnormality of the magic cube behind Lin Xiao's head was not as exaggerated as that of Biggs's, but the pressure it exerted on everyone present was stronger than that of Biggs's. However, this did not affect Biggs's, but made him more eager to fight. He himself was famous for his actual combat, and ranked 13th on the peerless list. His divinity level was too low to be ranked on the vice list of the Tianju. He had long expected that his divinity level would not be better than Lin Xiao. So what if his divinity is strong? This is the kind of Tianju I kill. The experience of defeating a Tianju vice list player once made him eager to fight. And he said loudly, "Your divinity is the strongest I have ever seen in the same grade. I hope your strength is as strong as this." Lin Xiao clasped his fists and saluted. "I believe I will not let you down." As he spoke, his figure sank into the vortex, and he appeared again in front of a huge virtual plane. Biggs's figure appeared out of thin air on the other side of the plane. And at the same time, beams of light fell from the dome of the virtual plane, turning into Uther and others. The challenge plane is no different from the previous one, except that the plane area is larger than the one he has seen before. Lin Xiao directly chose random. Now his clan has no shortcomings. Both the big Naga and the small Naga have already jumped out of the category of Murlocs. Whether it is water or not does not affect him much. He does not need to care whether the enemy will choose an advantageous terrain. However, Biggs's also chose random. At their level, singles are all random by default. If they choose terrain and other conditions that suit them, they will not be recognized even if they win. Chapter 354: The current situation of the God Realm family. Soon, a random plane with a length and width of 100 kilometers took shape. Lin Xiao chose to enter from the south, and Biggs's chose to enter from the north. As soon as he entered, he directly blocked the space near the landing point from people to watch the battle. As a combatant, he could choose whether to let people watch the battle. So under the eyes of the spectators, his landing point in the south was pitch black and nothing could be seen. This junior Lin Xiao didn't seem to want us to know his true strength. A woman with a transparent wing on her back, which sprinkled a little starlight as she waved, smiled and said to Uther and others, "Maybe he has some cards that he doesn't want people to know for the time being." They didn't get too angry. They had all done this before. At their level, it was normal to have 1 or 2 cards that they didn't want people to know for the time being. Uther nodded in understanding, withdrew his eyes from Biggs's in the north, and said, "It seems that this junior is stronger than we thought, and Biggs's may not be his opponent." Several spectators had surprisingly consistent views. Yes, their vision was incomparable to that of ordinary people, and their level was higher than that of both warring parties. They could roughly see the result at a glance. So it was not surprising to have such an assessment. Under the shadow, Lin Xiao dispatched all his clans except the elements. Even the Red Furnace clan and more than a dozen legendary Nagas were transferred in. Anyway, this was a projection. Despise the enemy tactically, but pay attention to the enemy tactically. No matter how confident you are, it is just confidence. You have to fight to know the outcome. After all, the enemy is also a strong man at the top of the peerless list. So you still have to pay attention to it. At least most of the clans still have to descend. But how many troops to send to fight is another matter. It took a whole month from the time he made the decision to descend into this world to prepare, which is 30 years in the God's domain. Adding the time before, the God's domain at this time has been nearly 50 years since Lin Xiao escaped from the evil nightmare world. After nearly 50 years of full-scale development, the enhanced reproduction cards synthesized with the creation cube have never stopped. The current small Nagas have fully reproduced on the basis of 160,000 to 170,000 at the beginning, and the population has almost doubled. Now there are as many as 320,000, almost catching up with the peak stage of the small Murloc. Judging from this trend, it will not take long to catch up, not to mention the overall strength. The small Nagas alone are several times stronger than the overall strength of the small Murloc. The total number of the Red Furnace clan is just over 45,000. The reproduction speed of this race is quite standard and does not need to be accelerated. The intelligent goblins have not suffered any major losses, even though the entire God's domain suffered huge losses in the previous battle. The intelligent goblins of almost all mages did not suffer much loss, and basically withdrew. After so many years in the God's domain, the total number has increased by 2/3 compared to the original, and now there are 45,000. This is also because the population base of intelligent goblins is small, and their own reproductive capacity is not strong, even with the extraordinary ability of reproduction divinity, the bonus of the divine paradise, and the bonus of reproduction cards. The population growth rate will not be very fast. Finally, The Great Naga. The growth rate of this species was beyond his expectations. Thanks to their strong strength and survivability, they did not suffer much loss in the previous war. Now they have not only fully recovered, but their population has surpassed the peak. Now there are more than 37,000 Great Nagas, and soon there will be 40,000. The main factor for such a large growth comes from the racial bond and evolution system between the small Nagas and the Great Nagas. As the number of small Nagas increases, more and more small Nagas reach level 3. And then under the arrangement of Svardar, they begin to kill the creatures under the nether realm. The fierce and cruel battle makes their blood boil, which can make it easier for the small Nagas to break through the blood limit and transform into powerful Great Nagas. It is worth mentioning that most of these Great Nagas that break through the blood limit will find it difficult to continue to advance after evolution because of exhaustion of potential, and most of them will stay at level 5 for life. But there will be a very small number of people who will enter a state called blood burst. After evolving into a Great Naga, their blood will be more boiling, and they can quickly advance to the 6th level Great Naga warrior, and can reach the blood limit of the 7th level Great Naga warrior in a very short time. This kind of blood burst is very magical. Even Lin Xiao, the creator, has not found the root cause yet. He can only guess that it may be the magic of the law of creation in the dark. Now he is not too entangled in this, but he can't understand it now. When he is stronger and understands the law better, he will naturally understand it. The above reproduction speeds are all calculated based on the lifespan of the species, including birth, aging, illness and death. For example, the little Nagas have reproduced at full strength in the past 50 years, and the number of little Nagas born must be more than 160,000 or 70,000. The church records that the number of little Nagas born in these 50 years exceeds 220,000. If the previous 160,000 or 70,000 are added, there should be 360,000 or 320,000, because the extra 40,000 or 50,000 are dead, either died in battle, died of illness, or died naturally due to exhaustion of lifespan. As for the Great Naga, because of their extremely long lifespan, even if they cannot be promoted, they still have a basic lifespan of 300 years. 50 years is only 1/6 of their lifespan. With the physique of the Great Naga, it is difficult for them to get sick, so they have basically reproduced as many as they can over the years. After so many years of preparation, Lin Xiao's God realm has already had a certain climate, and the sons of the ordinary university demigods are no longer his opponents. Just wait for this advent to be successfully established. No, it is enough for this world to successfully gain a foothold. The feedback from the Gaia world is enough for him to ignite the divine fire and become an ancient god with much stronger strength than normal demigods. Yes, Lin Xiao has now met many conditions to become an ancient god, and now he just needs to ignite the divine fire. Moreover, becoming an ancient god does not conflict with believing in demigods. In other words, if he ignites the divine fire normally, he is still a demigod of belief, but he will gain the ancient god system in addition. The two are compatible. The so-called ancient gods, also called rule gods in the minds of most sons of the gods, are the embodiment of rules, and can directly obtain divine power from the underlying rule network. They are not restricted by faith, but can be superimposed with the god of faith. They are super powerful, and have extremely demanding requirements. This superposition is perfect. For example, when playing competitive games, other players can only control a normal hero, but you can control a hero with twice the attributes, skill, damage, and effects. You can imagine how big the gap is. This skill, damage, and effect are perfectly superimposed. For example, an ordinary skill has double the damage, double the control stun time, double the summons, and even the critical hit multiplier is doubled, and the critical hit probability is doubled. How terrible is this? The ancient god stream is like this, because it can be perfectly superimposed with the faith stream. 3 minutes later, a team of 5 level 8 Great Naga Lords, 30 level 7 Great Naga Warriors, 5 level 7 Archmages, 3,000 level 6 Great Naga Warriors, 200 level 6 Wisdom Goblin Archmages, 15,000 level 1 Great Nagas, and up to 100,000 little Nagas, led by Tide Lord Archons, left the landing point and marched to the center of the plain. Together with Tide Lord Akins, there are 6 8th level legendary followers, more than 37th level followers, and more than 3,000 6th level followers. This is his test of Big Sass. This only includes about a quarter of Lin Xiao's combat power. It is just a test to see how strong this peerless master who once defeated a Tianjia Vice List player is, and to see how strong he is now. When this army left the dark area of the landing point and appeared in the plain, the eyes of the spectators immediately moved over. Usher frowned and said after observing for a while, "What is he doing? I don't know what to say for a while. Is this the main force, but only half of the regular ones?" Tina looked at the strange army in the plain, with transparent wings flapping gently behind her, and starlight flickering. It is obviously possible to see this composition. And, I say, your focus is a bit off. Didn't you notice that his 5 legendary creatures are all of the same race? I saw it. But so what? Tina asked the man who was speaking. Do you think he has a legendary species that can be directly promoted to the 8th level legendary level? Don't be ridiculous. There has been no new legendary species for tens of thousands of years. If his is a real legendary species, he will be the first on the Tianjia Vice list, and will most likely become the son of Gaia. Well, okay. The man who was speaking also felt that he might have thought too much. As the army advanced to the center of the plain, Lin Xiao quickly saw the main force of Bigses with his eyes following the scouts. A legendary elf hero, a legendary sun elf elder, nearly 87th level sun elf temple guards, more than 3,000 extraordinary sun elves, and more than 80,000 sub-legendary sun elves. The priesthood that Bigses is about to condense is elves and the sun. The core clan is the sun elf. The secondary clan is the ordinary forest elf. The auxiliary race has not appeared, and the cannon fodder race is called the forest elf. A small elf race living in the forest, in the environment with many trees such as the forest. The combat effectiveness will be greatly increased. At the same time, he also has a group of aerial elf archers riding forest Pegasus, with a total number of about 20,000. The combination of aerial and long range is very powerful, and they have a great advantage in this regard. Speaking of which, Lin Xiao does not have aerial species yet, mainly because he cannot afford the aerial species he wants, and does not want the ones he can afford. The price of powerful aerial species is more expensive than any other species, and it is not much more expensive. That is several times the price, and he cannot afford it now because of his insufficient wealth. In fact, buying a weak aerial family and strengthening it with the energy of good fortune is also a way. He just hasn't decided which one yet. Anyway, there is no rush. Aerial species are not necessary. So many years have passed. Even if you get it now, you can't send it to the battlefield for a while. It is better to slowly choose. Maybe one day you will suddenly get a powerful and suitable aerial species. Chapter 355 The Power of the Small Judgment Spell. When the main forces of both sides came into contact, Bigses also saw Lin Xiao's main force and quickly assessed the strength of this force. When he saw the 5 legendary Great Naga Lords, his expression began to become solemn. But he was relieved when he saw that the opponent had only more than 37th level followers, and he had more than 80. Heroes against heroes. The elders can fight against a legendary creature. 80 temple guards can fight against the opponent's 7th level creatures with more than 40 remaining. And 10 7th level temple guards can fight against an 8th level creature together. After all, they are just legendary creatures, not legendary strongmen. The number of 6th level extraordinary people on both sides is similar, and I have an absolute advantage below the 6th level. Muttering to this in his heart, Bigses showed a smile on his face. The difference in the upper level is not big, but I have an absolute advantage of more than twice the lower level. In this battle, I can use the human sea tactics to defeat the opponent at the lower level first, and then surround the upper level with the lower level to completely defeat him. Confident that he had won, Bigses looked up at the projection of Lin Xiao in the air and smiled, saying, "Is this your current strength? The 5 legendary clans are indeed very powerful, worthy of the potential of the Tianjia Vice list. But if so, then you will not be my opponent." Lin Xiao raised his eyelids, pulled the corners of his mouth slightly to hold back his smile, and said seriously, "Did you not seriously understand me before challenging me?" Bigses' eyebrows suddenly twitched, and he had a bad premonition in his heart. He did not check Lin Xiao's specific information. He only knew that he was on the Tianjia Vice list in his 2nd year of high school. The specific situation and record were not carefully understood. But it was too late to check the information at this time. He said with a stiff upper lip, "Isn't this all your strength?" Lin Xiao smiled and did not answer. He just thought about it. And the 2nd army prepared before began to set off under the leadership of the wise goblin leader Ailment. I don't mean anything else. I just feel that there is no point in teasing others. Biggs didn't notice the second troop that had just set out from the shadow of the landing point. At this time, he had stabilized his mentality and ordered his followers to launch an attack. In his mind, this was the opponent's psychological attack strategy. And even if there was a second troop, it would be limited. Everyone's level was not much different. You are on the second list of Tianju, and I am on the second list of Jewisher. You may be stronger than me, but I am on the list based on my actual combat ability. You are stronger than me, but on the dome of the plain battlefield, all the spectators could clearly see the troops that came out of the shadow of the landing point, and were not much different from the first one. They all looked at each other in surprise. This junior is quite powerful. Even stronger than I was at that time. Uther commented honestly. Also stronger than me. 10 legendary followers of the same race. Could this junior have mastered the method of breaking the ranks of the followers on a large scale? Tina's question went straight to the core. And they were all very curious. As for who will win or lose on the field, there is no doubt in their minds. When the first clan came out, they evaluated that Lin Xiao was slightly inferior to Biggs's. Although he had 4 more legendary creatures, he was too weak in the 7th level. The specific winner and loser depended on which of the 4 levels of the top, high end, middle end and low end of the 2 sides broke through first. But now the second army beyond their expectations appeared, and the battle situation was almost suspenseful. Except for Biggs's, who was kept in the dark and had not discovered Lin Xiao's second army. He was still seriously deploying troops at this time. Looking at his serious face, and the look of secretly holding back a breath of anger, Lin Xiao felt a little bit reluctant. For your seriousness, I will give you a rare experience. Sun God. A slender and handsome elf in armor drew out an exquisite long sword and raised it to the sky. The light of the sky gathered into a beam of light and hit the long sword. A circle of light with a faint color, but a tide of light exploded several kilometers away, and the whole world was covered by a layer of white light. The domain of the heroic Sun Elf King, the Sun Domain. Within the scope of this domain, has its own purification and weak healing effects. And all the clan's attacks within the scope add additional light burning damage. And there is additional damage to dark creatures. A very powerful domain, which can be used for both attack and defense. The combat effectiveness of the clans within the scope of the domain can be greatly improved. And the improvement is even more terrible when facing dark creatures. At the same time, the priests and the elf mages buffed the clans with various positive buffs. After a round of buff blessing, the Elf King waved forward with a lightsaber. Attack! A dazzling sword-shaped beam flashed across the battlefield of several kilometers and pierced directly into the Great Naga phalanx. A Great Naga Lord suddenly jumped up and slashed with a knife. With a loud boom, a circle of glory exploded. The Great Naga Lord slowly fell down without moving, raised his knife and roared. Kill! The little Nagas all over the mountains raised their weapons and launched an attack against the forest elves and the rain of arrows that were also rushing towards them. The wise goblin mages gathered together to cast spells. The big Naga split into 2. One half sat in the middle army to protect the wise goblin mages, and the other half followed the little Naga to attack. Swish, swish, swish. The arrow formations that the elves are good at began to develop. 10,000 elves formed a formation. A full 20 arrow formations including sun elves and forest elves were distributed on the left, middle, and right wings of the battlefield. As the order sounded, the sound of bowstrings came one after another, and the endless rain of arrows gathered like a dark cloud covering the top. At this moment, Lin Zhao's majestic voice sounded in the sky. I said, there must be no killing intentions here. Otherwise you will be punished. The moment the voice sounded, whether it was Biggs's or the elites watching the battle, they all raised their heads and looked at Lin Zhao's incarnation, only to see that the space around this incarnation was distorted, and circles of distortion continued to spread around with his voice. In the name of truth, those who have the intention to kill will not be able to see. The minor judgment technique, a divine supernatural power exclusive to superclass divinities, demonstrated its power in front of people for the first time. The principle of the judgment technique is to formulate a rule that conforms to the basic rules of the world, and judge the target based on it. The rule he formulated this time is that there can be no killing intent on the battlefield. Otherwise he will be judged. How can there be no killing intent on the battlefield? So he can now judge all the followers of Biggs's. As for the killing intent of his own followers, when did the referee have to abide by the rules? In the name of truth, Those who have killing intent will not be able to see things. In the name of truth. Those who have killing intent will not be able to see things. This is not that he said it wrong. Nor is it that the voice is repeated. But he just said this sentence 3 times. Judgment does not stipulate that any punishment can only be punished once. Just like 3 identical tickets. He directly superimposed this punishment on the Biggs's followers 3 times. Directly abolishing the elves' proud archery. Perhaps some elite elf archers can still shoot blindly. But the number is definitely not large. With just 1 wave of arrows. More than 200,000 forest elves and sun elves of Biggs's were disabled. Not only could they not shoot arrows, but they also lost their eyesight, and their normal combat was greatly affected. Biggs's was stunned on the spot. He immediately consumed his divine power to summon a sun to shed thousands of white lights. But the family did not get any better under the white light. Or it was a little effective. But the effect was very weak. And it would take more than 100 times the divine power to expel it. What's going on? He didn't react for a while. But the powerful people watching the battle reacted. Uther said solemnly. Is this a small law spell or a small judgment spell? Tina shook her head. I can't tell. Both the small law spell and the small judgment spell can produce the same effect. It's a small judgment spell. Another super elite from the giant enterprise union named Yudas was still amazed. And he said, the small law tends to be a direct command, while the small judgment requires a pretrial condition. The first sentence of Lin Xiao just now was the pretrial condition. And then the judgment. It's amazing. It judges you for violating the rules out of nothing and then judges you. This exclusive extraordinary ability of the super god is too domineering. Then you think that this is an exclusive extraordinary ability that can only be obtained by super gods. And it must be very powerful. Then Biggs's is bound to lose? Everyone looked at the peerless list player who spoke. With a strange look. Such an obvious question still needs to be asked? Or you can wait for him to lose, and then try to challenge him. Losing is a matter of time. The key is how to lose. When to lose. And whether to lose well. Okay. He admitted defeat. I lost. Biggs's also realized what was going on later. It was because he recognized him that he lost the will to fight. The judgment of this small judgment spell not only affects the elven archer, but also the forest elves and the aerial Pegasus knight, who are about to fight with the little Naga in the front. This blindness from the rule level cannot be dispelled by spells or divine arts. Or in other words, it cannot be dispelled by ordinary divine arts. It can only be resisted by strength. And the stronger the strength, the stronger the resistance. At least now, 2 legendary clansmen have gotten rid of the blindness. And the remaining 7th and 6th level clansmen will be able to get rid of this state in a short time. But in this chaotic battlefield, especially in the battlefield where the battle has already begun, this moment of effort has already collapsed. Of course, if he is willing to spend a lot of divine power, he can also get rid of it. But the divine power consumed is too much, and he can't bear it. This is just a challenge, not a life and death battle. So, before Lin Xiao's second army arrived, Biggs's here admitted defeat neatly. This made Lin Xiao feel unhappy at all, which was equivalent to the foreplay lasting so long. And the last ejaculation lasted only a dozen seconds, and he was not satisfied. But there was nothing he could do since they had surrendered. He couldn't just drag them down and abuse them. He was embarrassed, and they didn't want to. Coming out of the virtual battlefield, Biggs's came to Lin Xiao and raised his big finger and said, I heard from my companions that your strength is more than twice what I have seen. You are the strongest Tianjia Viceless player I have ever seen. I think you are fully qualified to be ranked first. It was very refreshing to receive recognition from the opponent. Lin Xiao smiled and waved his hand and said, I can admit to being in the top 3, but forget about the first place. It's hard to say since I haven't played against you. What's wrong with saying it? I know you Chinese people like to be modest. Anyway, I think you are the strongest. Chapter 356 begins to descend. Lin Xiao. This time he did not deny it. Being modest once is fine. But being modest again would be too fake. Moreover, he himself thought that he should be the strongest among his peers. It was hard to say before. But now he is already in the 3rd year of high school, and has experienced so many opportunities that ordinary people cannot encounter, and has a treasure in his hands. I really don't think anyone can compare to him. Wu Xinglin. Although this Krypton Gold boss also has a life like a cheat. His cheat can never compare to his cheat. No one challenged him next. And Lin Xiao also clearly felt the change in everyone's attitude. Even if he did not show his full strength. His current strength alone was enough to conquer them. But he felt that what convinced them the most was the small judgment technique he showed. This extraordinary ability exclusive to the super-level divinity was the main reason for their conviction. This small judgment technique is so powerful that he only consumes about 1,000 divine powers to perform this exclusive divine supernatural ability. The effect produced requires more than 100,000 divine powers from others to forcibly remove it. Under normal circumstances, who would be willing to consume so much divine power for ordinary challenges? Although Lin Xiao can now harvest nearly 20 million faith powers every day. If 1 million faith powers are converted into 1 divine power, that is 20 points. Up to 7,200 divine powers a year. And 100,000 is the accumulation of divine power in nearly 14 years. This is his annual divine power accumulation speed. And other players of the same level may not have such a high faith power harvest as him. Let's not talk about the players of the same level Tianju list for the time being. The divine power accumulated by the senior high school elites of normal higher education institutions is only between 20% and 30% of his annually, which is about 5 points. According to this calculation, it takes them more than 50 years to accumulate 100,000 divine powers. No one would be willing to use the divine power accumulated over more than 50 years in ordinary challenges. Of course, if it was an ordinary elite, Lin Xiao would not use such a big move. And he could easily push it with a part of his family. Next, under Uther's introduction, he met 4 other super elites from different forces besides Big Sass. They are Miss Tina from the Ivy League, who ranks 35th on the Tianjiao main list. Yutas from the Giant Enterprise Alliance, who ranks 18th on the Peerless sublist. Miss Lila from the Noble Council, who ranks 55th on the Peerless main list, is also a stunning beauty, who is not inferior to Miss Tina. Mr. Jonah from the Ivy League, who ranks 27th on the Tianjiao main list, is a handsome white man with blue hair. It is worth mentioning that Miss Tina and Mr. Jonah are both from the Ivy League and are in a relationship. Although they belong to different camps, they can still chat and can play with Uther. Most of them are neutral people who don't care much about the camp. Besides, no matter how opposing the camps are, they are still camps and have nothing to do with personal relationships. In line with the teacher's advice, considering that he really needs to make more friends, Lin Xiao patiently attended this party. Of course, just attending a party does not mean that you will definitely become friends. The key is to see whether you can talk and get along. It's a pity that the people present were born very differently from him. And what they saw and heard was also very different from what he usually interacted with. They had some common language in the management of the god's domain, but he couldn't get a word in other aspects. Even the management of the god's domain can only be communicated in the early stage. And it is not easy to communicate in the later college stage, because of Uther's background. When he entered the semi-god stage of college and lifted the restrictions, he directly obtained a large amount of resources from his family to fill the god's domain. And he could keep filling it as long as the carrying capacity of the god's domain did not reach the upper limit. This reasonable and rule-based cramming reinforcement method cannot be used by Lin Xiao because he does not have such resources. Although the family will definitely do their best to support him at that time. The family can only support some low-end and medium-end ordinary resources, such as various mineral deposits. And the family does not have rare high-level resources. So it is definitely not able to support much. The head teacher will support some. Given the close cooperation between them now, she will definitely support it if she has any. As she said, it is still high-level or even top-level resources. But as she said, she has limited resources. So she still has to rely on herself to fight for these resources in the demigod stage. Of course, it is not to say that there is no solution, such as selling herself. With his potential and past achievements, many forces are willing to make venture capital, such as various civilian forces, powerful true god families, and even military forces. But as the saying goes, there is no free lunch in the world, and accepting investment means all kinds of constraints. If it is just a constraint, it is okay. What I am afraid of is all kinds of harsh and unacceptable conditions, and all kinds of troubles in the future. These are annoying. So Lin Xiao never thought about accepting venture capital. It is better to rely on himself. At least he is free. After chatting for an hour or so, he went to the first floor to attend a cocktail party. After the cocktail party, he said goodbye and left. When he returned to the dormitory, the head teacher was not there. He left a message saying that he was going to meet a friend. He didn't care. He sobered up and entered the god's domain. When he returned from the god's domain, Gene Cece had already returned and brought him the exact news. It has been decided. Next, you need to descend in a new way. I have queued up for you. Here is a note about the new way of descending. Please read it carefully. It will be your turn to descend the day after tomorrow. Okay. After receiving the information, he ignored Gene Cece and buried his head in the room to read. He knew the general process of reincarnation and rebirth. But it was different in different worlds. The reincarnation and descending method of this world was more demanding than the normal one. According to the information, because of the absolute rejection of the world. Not only them, but also the sons of the spirit realm in the nightmare world, and the spirit realm can only descend successfully by reincarnation. Whether they can awaken depends on luck and ability. In addition, there are records in the data that some military personnel have tried to descend in this way. The success rate of descending alone is higher than the previous method. But the probability of awakening after descending is very low. Most of them cannot awaken even if they descend, and can only be ordinary people until they die. Occasionally, they can awaken successfully, but they may not live long, let alone achieve results. Descending is one thing. Awakening is another. Whether you can achieve success after awakening is another new thing. After trying for so long, the hope of success is slim. But one thing is certain. This way of descending is reliable. And after countless attempts, it is determined that this way of descending has an awakening rate of about 10%. Which means that on average, there will be one successful awakening in 10 births. Note that this refers to the average. It is possible to awaken successfully in the first descending. Or it is possible to awaken once in 100 descendings. I hope my luck is not too bad. With this in mind, he waited until the third day. Gene Cece prepared a delicate metal box for him. When he opened it, a cold air rushed in. The rising cold air was filled with finger-thick crystal bottles, which contained blue liquid, soul-enhancing liquid, a special alchemical potion made from soul essence and water of life. Can strengthen and repair soul damage. This thing can only be made by legendary alchemists. It is very valuable and rarely sold on the market. Even if it is available, it will be snapped up as soon as it appears. He only spent a few ordinary cards to exchange this whole box from his class teacher. There is no need to go to any special place to descend. You can go anywhere in the fortress barracks, provided that you hold a special magic device to resonate with the descending magic circle. As the scheduled time arrived, Lin Xiao looked up at the roof, and his eyes passed through the void to see an invisible wave slowly descending. When he was about to descend, invisible waves appeared in different places in the fortress at the same time. At the same moment, more than 1,000 people were ready to descend into this world. As the invisible waves swept past, Lin Xiao felt that a trace of his consciousness was separated, and he was bound by an invisible force and fell into the void, and soon lost his sense. Principality of Ceylon. Not province. Sidon Outpost. Roll Crocker, wearing a non-commissioned officer's uniform, stood on the third floor of the gray stone sentry tower with his hands behind his back and had been motionless for more than 10 minutes. 2 sentinels stood straight on the side. In front of him was an endless wasteland, and half-human hive swayed in the wind like waves, occasionally seeing a huge figure passing by in the distance. The 2 sentinels would involuntarily clench their weapons and look nervous. Roll also saw the huge predator, but he was not panicked at all, and even his thoughts were not here at this time. Roll Croc, a member of the Croc family of the Punk Empire, was the loser in the struggle for family succession 3 years ago. It would be more accurate to say that he was exiled from the Punk Empire rather than leaving on his own. With his noble birth, he joined the army in Sailing Kilometer and became a corporal. He then became the commander of the Sidon Outpost on the border, directly joining the ranks of officers. If nothing unexpected happens, he will slowly gain experience with his noble birth and eventually become a lieutenant. If he is lucky or can marry a noble woman in the future, he may be able to surpass the lieutenant to become a colonel, and be transferred to a city to become a military officer such as the sheriff. Under normal circumstances, Luo Air's life trajectory is like this. But with the awakening of his past life memories, Luo Air, or Lin Xiao, is naturally dissatisfied with his current state. He does not want to return to the Punk Empire to seize the title, nor does he want to gain a higher status. These mundane powers and status are like clouds to him. What he pursues is the extraordinary power system of this world, the power of totems. But the limited memory in his mind knows that what he is dealing with now is the mundane. And there is nothing related to the power of totems. At least not what he is dealing with now. But he can be sure that there must be a connection between the mundane and the extraordinary totem forces. He has heard some unconfirmed rumors in his memory. It is said that there are extraordinary strong men in those great empires, with super strong forces that can sweep away thousands of troops. It is said that there is a big man living in the quenching fortress hundreds of miles away from the Sidon outpost. It is said that the big man possesses power that ordinary people cannot imagine. He can spray flames more than 10 meters high, melt steel, and melt city gates. He is the god of war of sailing kilometers. Chapter 357. The protagonist pawns at the beginning. Although he has never seen the so-called god of war, he can infer that the so-called god of war possesses the extraordinary power system of this world. But with his current identity and status, it is impossible for him to contact the god of war Saren. In fact, it is not just this person. He cannot contact anything that he imagines may be related to the extraordinary totem power of this world. He does not need the identity, but his strength is not enough to contact it. He does not need the strength, but his identity is not enough to contact it. Moreover, if he really contacts it, how can he obtain this extraordinary power? He does not even know how to obtain this power. If he contacts it rashly, he will only be disappointed. After careful thinking, Lin Xiao has an idea in his mind. That is, to improve his strength and status first, not only for the mission, but also for a better life. He is now just a small corporal sentry, in charge of 6 soldiers in this small outpost. Plus he is only 7 people. There is no hope of promotion and no future. Normally, he could only endure it. After a few years, he could be promoted to another place with his noble birth. But changing places also means continuing to endure. His noble birth only gave him a higher starting point and made it easier to be promoted. But he still had to rely on his ability to get ahead. If it was before awakening, it would be really difficult to get ahead. But now that Lin Xiao is awakened, there are other ways. It's very simple. Improve your strength. Whether it is a breathing method learned from his noble family, or a breathing method after joining the army, they are all springboards for him to get rid of his current predicament. This breathing method is not a common method of stimulating fighting spirit in many worlds, but an awakening method in this world. Through this breathing method, you keep practicing. And when you reach a certain level, you will awaken a certain qualification. And then, you will be qualified to start learning extraordinary power. In other words, practicing this breathing method hard to the end is just to awaken a qualification. Then whether you can practice extraordinary power depends on whether your awakened qualification is strong. If it is not strong, there is no hope in this life. Of course, although the main function of this breathing method is to awaken qualifications, it also has the effect of strengthening physical fitness. Even if the awakened qualifications are not strong enough to continue, the enhanced physique is enough to make you a strong man in the mortal world. It is too early to talk about other things now. The only way for Lin Xiao to get rid of the current predicament is to practice this breathing method to the top first. Among the 2 breathing methods that Lin Xiao currently has, the slightly stronger one comes from his family, called the giant bear breathing method, which has a miraculous effect in strengthening physical fitness and strength. The other is a general breathing method for the military. The name is called the general breathing method. There is no additional effect. It is a very ordinary one. Normally, you must practice the giant bear breathing method. But since you have awakened, the creation cube can naturally be used. So you have to change it. In the mind, the creation cube is summoned, and an illusory giant bear appears in the cube space. This is the giant bear breathing method. Then he put another universal breathing method into it, and then put in 0.1 unit of good fortune energy into it to start strengthening. He wanted to incorporate more good fortune energy. But for the level of these 2 breathing methods, 1 unit was the limit. Soon the 2 merged. And according to his idea, he recast a more powerful giant bear. It was still the giant bear breathing method, but the increased physique and strength were stronger, and a certain amount of vitality and recovery ability were added. After the new method was strengthened, the next step was to immerse himself in practice. However, when he immersed himself in it, he found a new problem. He didn't know whether his qualifications were too poor or the giant bear breathing method was too strong. And the progress of practice was super slow. After half a year, except for the doubling of physique and strength, there was no progress in the breathing method. There was not even 1 level of the total 7 levels of breathing methods. This is embarrassing. Any method is more and more difficult as you go on. The first level is so difficult to get started. What should I do later? I need strong stimulation, and the essence of the flesh and blood of the alien beast. In summary, it is hunting ferocious beasts. The fierce battle of hunting ferocious beasts can stimulate potential, and the essence of ferocious beasts can replenish themselves. The combination of the two can enhance strength. Do it if you want to. After some preparation, he took 2 men into the wasteland outside the outpost. This wasteland is located outside the border of the Principality of Ceylon. Its full name is Cusca Wasteland. There are a large number of humanoid races and ferocious beasts. The usual task of their outpost is to patrol the nearby area and hunt a single ferocious beast. If they encounter a large group of ferocious beasts, they will stick to it and report it. There is a certain danger, but it is still very safe as long as you hide. There are no humanoid races near the outpost. Only a small number of ferocious beasts. The fully armed Lin Xiao took 2 men to transit more than 10 kilometers in the wasteland full of half-human-high weeds without seeing a ferocious beast. He was a little depressed for a while. It's a magical thing. Usually, you can see a ferocious beast passing by the outpost. But now you can't find it when you really look for it. After half a day, they were hungry. So they found a big tree and squatted on the protruding trunk to rest and eat some dry food. Just when he was halfway through eating, a sentry suddenly poked him on the back with his hand. Following the direction pointed by his subordinate, he saw a black shadow crouching in the weeds 30 meters away. It looked like a leopard. Oh my goodness. It was preparing to sneak attack and hunt them. Lin Xiao was happy for a moment. He signaled his subordinates to pretend not to notice. And when the leopard sneaked over and suddenly jumped up, he stabbed it with a knife and 2 guns. This leopard was a fierce beast, nearly 3 meters long, larger than an ordinary lion. It reacted quickly in the air, twisted and turned to bounce away to avoid all attacks, and slapped a sentry with 1 claw. But after awakening, Lin Xiao inherited the memory of his true body, and his combat experience was terrifyingly strong. After all, he inherited the combat skills and experience of all his clansmen through the ancient arena. In terms of combat skills alone, he deserves the title of Sword Saint. With a backhand strike, he stabbed the savannah leopard in the belly as it turned over and fell. With a flash of blood, the belly was cut open, and the colorful internal organs were scattered all over the ground. 2 of his men came up with surprise and joy to pick up the body and carry it home. That night, the outpost had an extra meal. The 3-meter-long beast meat was removed, and the bones were boiled into a pot of broth. The next day, he did not bring his men with him. He set out alone with some dried meat and full of confidence. In less than half an hour, he encountered a leopard wandering in the wilderness. He cut the leopard with 1 move. If it had not been for the guy's flexibility and alertness, he would have directly disemboweled it. The injured leopard ran away, and he quickly chased after it. However, his breathing method did not speed up, and soon he lost the leopard's trace. But there were drops of blood and a faint smell of blood in the grass. He ran all the way to a small forest, and the blood entered the forest here. He was about to enter the forest, and suddenly saw bloodthirsty pupils in the dark forest grass. Damn it! Turning around and running, 5 or 6 leopards rushed out of the forest. 10 seconds later, Lin Xiao died. 16 years later, in the early morning of the Lime Kingdom, a young villager carried a hoe and walked along the earth dam to the farmland that had just been reclaimed not long ago. He spent half a year clearing the wasteland and reclaiming 10 acres of farmland. You plan to plant 10 acres of wheat and work hard for a few years in the hope of marrying a woman and having a few children. The farmland was surrounded by knee-high weeds. From time to time, a large pile of weeds could be seen, and occasionally unknown flowers and fruits could be seen. He picked a small yellow fruit and put it in his mouth. The sour and sweet taste reminded him of. His steps suddenly froze, and his face, which had been tanned for a long time, showed an extremely strange expression. After a long while, he muttered to himself, "I am Lin Xiao?" Then he laughed, picked up the hoe, and turned around and left. Whoever wants to reclaim this land can do it. He didn't want to do it anymore. He returned to the place where he had just picked fruits and picked a few fruits. He raised his bare feet and stepped on something cold and round. Then he felt a pain in his instep and lowered his head with his eyes wide open. Shit! He took 5 steps with difficulty using the hoe, and Lin Xiao died again. In a certain year and month, a young man was trampled to death by a misstepping warhorse. In a certain year and month, on the battlefield, a soldier suddenly showed his power. With his exquisite swordsmanship, he killed more than a dozen enemy soldiers in a row, which attracted the attention of the commanders of both sides. Then hundreds of arrows were stabbed, and the newly awakened Lin Xiao only had time to leave a shit, and was pierced by thousands of arrows and died. In a certain year and month, a young man shouted in the toilet, but he stepped on the toilet pedal unevenly, and fell into the pit and drowned. In a certain year and month, a child suddenly spoke clearly and became wiser. He was beaten to death by a witch as if he was possessed by a ghost. In a certain place in a certain year and month, there was a young man. In a certain place in a certain year and month, there was a young man. In a certain place in a certain year and month, there was a young man. In a certain place in a certain year and month, there was a young man. In a certain place in a certain year and month, there was a young man. In a certain place in a certain year and month, there was a young man. In a certain place in a certain year and month, there was a young man. 1 year. 1 day. In the fortress, Lin Xiao poured a small bottle of soul-enriching liquid into his mouth to make up for the mental exhaustion caused by the failure of hundreds of times of descending and splitting a strand of will. He failed to descend after splitting hundreds of souls in a short period of time. This was beyond his expectation. The crystal wall of the world separated him. He only knew that many thoughts of reincarnation had awakened. But no matter what, they all failed in the end. And he didn't know how they failed. He was very depressed at first. But later he knew that only a few of the people who descended at the same time in this way could survive. And the others failed, including Uther and others. He felt better. He drank 2 bottles of soul-enriching liquid to repair the damaged spirit. After resting for 2 days, he was full of energy and prepared for the 305th descent. As expected, it failed, and he died without even awakening. Then he failed for the 306th time. The 350th time. It still failed. The 430th time. Failed 1 year after awakening. The 777th time. Failed to awaken after 1.5 years. The 1001st time. Awakened after 1 year. Not dead. The 2nd year. Still not dead. The 3rd year. Kill! Lin Xiao chopped down a sturdy orc with a knife, and raised his shield to block the others. Bang! A short javelin shot through the iron shield with a crisp sound, and the spear had penetrated the shield for more than 10 inches, and almost penetrated directly. Normally, he should fight back at this time. But he didn't do so. Instead, he retreated more than 10 steps, and hid behind a carriage. As expected, more than a dozen javelins were shot down in a row. If he hadn't run just now, he would definitely be shot. Thousands of times in a short period of time. Hundreds of awakenings failed. And the ways of death were also strange. Lin Xiao has accumulated hundreds of death experiences. Chapter 358 The Adventure Organization. In this world, their luck will be infinitely reduced. Any adventurer in this world is a non-African. If they don't pay attention to some small things, they will lose their lives. This time, Lin Xiao, who was born in an ordinary family, became a mercenary and joined a mercenary team. For safety reasons, Lin Xiao stayed in the mercenary group with his teammates before the current breathing method reached the highest level of awakening qualifications. Fortunately, this time the qualifications are still good, and the training speed is much faster than before. With this breathing method strengthened by the energy of good fortune, his strength is now one of the best in the team, and he is the backbone of the team. This time they received a task. A small noble hired several mercenary groups of different sizes to cross a wasteland of thousands of kilometers, and go to another country on the other side of the wasteland. There are many large and small alien tribes, and fierce beasts living in the wasteland. This half-orc tribe, with a population of more than 1,000, is one of the most powerful alien tribes in the wasteland. Almost all of them came out to encircle and kill. And the battle was quite tragic. A wave of javelins rained down. Lin Xiao pulled the short javelin off the shield with force, crouched and moved to the left, where 3 green-skinned orcs were fighting with 4 mercenaries. There was no such thing as a fair duel in this kind of battle. He quietly moved over from behind, picked up a short javelin stuck in the ground on the way, and threw it down fiercely. The distance of less than 5 meters was within the maximum killing range of the javelin, and he directly stabbed into the back of an orc. The orc roared and tilted his body. The opposite warrior immediately seized the opportunity to chop it down with a knife, and a hideous head flew out. Good job. The warrior raised his thumb to Lin Xiao and praised him. He laughed, and the 2 of them killed the remaining 2 orcs together. The 3 surrounded the second orc and killed him on the spot. Just as he was about to kill the last one, Lin Xiao suddenly became alert and shouted, "Find cover." He threw himself to the ground, grabbed the stiff body of the orc, and used it to block himself. The next second, a series of air-breaking sounds were heard, followed by screams, when he pushed away the body with several javelins stuck in it. The few people and the orcs were all shot to death by a wave of javelins. Damn! The battlefield is so cruel. Acquaintances who usually talk and laugh together and drink together may die in a battle. Without sighing, he quickly picked up a large wooden shield dropped by a companion and turned around to run. While running, he pulled out the javelin on the shield and quickly observed the battlefield around him. After going around a carriage, he found that they were already at a disadvantage. After all, a tribe with more than 1,000 orcs. Even if only half of them were dispatched, there were still 500 or 600 people, while their several mercenary groups and the nobles' private soldiers only had 200 or 300 people. Not to mention that the average physical fitness of the orcs was better than theirs. The human side could only resist for a while with their combat skills and defensive advantages, but they were still unable to resist until the end. At this moment, Lin Xiao heard a familiar whistle. He turned around and saw that the one blowing the whistle was the captain of the mercenaries. This was a whistle for summoning. He quickly crouched over and leaned over. Soon, more than 20 people gathered near the captain. Seeing that no one else would come around, he said directly, "The situation is a bit bad. I guess it can't be stopped. I'm going to withdraw." "What's our mission?" "What mission?" Those noble masters had withdrawn with their confidants long ago. Now they are resisting the abandoned ones. Lin Xiao looked up and found that the carriages where the noble masters were missing. Then what's the point of fighting? Let's withdraw. The group quickly reached an agreement and quickly retreated without caring about others. As soon as they left, other mercenary teams not far away also withdrew one after another. The battle collapsed immediately, leaving only corpses and carriages on the ground. The remaining orcs dragged the corpses and carriages back happily. The team left the battlefield and gathered behind a large patch of weeds. But after resting, the team fell into a dispute. The captain wanted to catch up with the noble team to see if he could do something. But a considerable number of members headed by the deputy captain did not want to take risks and just wanted to go back directly. And the two sides disagreed here. Lin Xiao understood what the captain wanted to do. He was just coveting the noble's money. If the noble team had insufficient remaining guards, they would turn against each other in a minute and rob the nobles. This kind of thing had not been done before. The final result was naturally a split. The team was divided into two, one following the captain and the other following the deputy captain. Lin Xiao followed the deputy captain, so he was not interested in robbing a noble team. This kind of thing was too risky and had no benefit for him. He did not need the most valuable breathing method of the nobles, nor did he need gold and silver coins. So why bother to risk his life? Of course, what really made him make up his mind was that the deputy captain was going to take them through the wasteland to the great empire on the other side of the wasteland. It was said that the royal family of that great empire was the descendant of an extraordinary totem master. Not only did the royal family have a totem master consultant, but there was also a totem master tower in the imperial capital, where it was said that the secret of how to become a totem master could be obtained. Lin Xiao was quite interested in this, as it was one of the few places on this continent where he could come into contact with totemists. Yes, thanks to the mercenary channels and the memory summary of countless reincarnation awakenings in the past, he had guessed that the continent he was living on now was just a world where mortals gathered. Although it was huge, it was just a drop in the ocean compared to the whole world. In the depths of the vast ocean, there was an extremely large continent, where totemists and totem knights gathered. Compared to the real continent, his current continent, which was comparable in size to that of Asia and Europe, was actually just an inconspicuous island in the vast ocean. Such islands with a large number of mortals living were everywhere in this world. From this, it can be inferred that the area of this world will be unexpectedly large. Without the escort mission, the marching speed of a group of mercenaries was very fast. It took only half a month to cross the dangerous wasteland and arrive at a small border town on the edge of the wasteland. The town belongs to the Osa Empire, because of the frequent attacks by ferocious beasts and foreign races. The people are tough, and there is a military station there all year round to defend against foreign races in the wilderness and protect caravans. The mercenary team of only 8 people came to the city gate along the gravel path. Such teams are very common here. Their embarrassed appearance shows that they have suffered a defeat in the wilderness. The guards also teased them a few words, and took a few copper coins from each person, and let them into the city without checking them at all. As soon as the team entered the city, they went directly to the mercenary guild. The mercenary guild of the town is located in the south of the city, and covers a very large area. Lin Xiao followed the deputy captain to the door of the mercenary guild. When he was about to enter the door, he was suddenly stunned. There are many small signs with various strange symbols hanging at the door. These are generally used to convey various secret codes that you don't want others to know. If you know the secret code and see the sign, you will know what's going on. One of the dozen signs attracted his attention. After glancing around, he stepped forward and took out the sign. There was a line of address written in small characters on the back. Mercenary Guild Courtyard Number 7? His eyes flickered and he paused. He entered the guild, found the deputy captain, asked for leave, found the staff, asked for directions, and went out. This so-called Mercenary Guild Courtyard Number 7 is a property affiliated with the Mercenary Guild, which is specially rented to some small and medium-sized mercenary teams stationed locally as a base. He came to Courtyard Number 7 and saw a familiar emblem at the door at a glance. And he knew it was right. He knocked on the door gently, and soon the door was opened, revealing a young man, who looked at Lin Xiao with puzzled eyes. He didn't say anything, just took out the sign and handed it over, saying, "Gaia." The man's eyes immediately stretched and smiled. "Newcomer, come in quickly." His attitude was quite enthusiastic, which was completely opposite to what he had just said. While welcoming him in, the man said, "It's rare to have a newcomer. You can call me Moore, who has been awakened for 8 years. Luoer has been awakened for 3 years. Smart," Moore said appreciatively. "I just wanted to remind you not to use your real name. Everyone here uses a pseudonym." As he walked into the courtyard, Moore continued, "This is just one of our bases, for brothers from other places to stay. There are only 3 of us who often move here, including me, and you are 4. According to the agreement, any awakened companion who comes here can get a subsidy and some information about Thomists for free. You can choose whether to take it or not. If you take it, you will need to stay in this base for 1 to 3 years. At least 1 year. If there are new people coming, you can leave early," Lin Xiuqi said. "What do the subsidies and information include?" Moore replied happily. "The subsidy is a set of excellent weapons and equipment designated by you, including controlled weapons such as crossbows and arrows, and 1,000 gold coins. The information is part of the basic information about Thomists, as well as how to become a Thomist apprentice, including several ways to become an apprentice." This is quite tempting. Just what he lacks. Lin Xiao hesitated for a moment and said, "I agree." Moore raised his thumb and laughed. "A wise choice. You will know in the future that this choice is definitely a great value. In this case, I will take you to understand the situation here in the next few days, and hand it over in a few days." Moore seemed a little impatient. In the next few days, he took Lin Xiao around the city and explained to him the situation of the organization here and the assets it owns. As a public organization founded by predecessors a long time ago, it has developed for hundreds and thousands of years and has already possessed extremely large dark forces in this world. Even this small city is no exception, not to mention the forces at a higher level. The organization in the city alone owns half a street and dozens of shops. The rent collected every month is a large sum of money. In addition, there is an underground gang and a large mercenary group serving them, not to mention the support at a higher level. However, the underground gangs and mercenaries were created by our predecessors, who are long dead now. Now the gangs and mercenaries are just partners with them, and they need to be hired for anything. As the temporary host of this base, you can ask these 2 forces to serve you at a very favorable price. For example, Chapter 359, First Contact with Extraordinary Power. 3 days later, after telling Lin Xiao what he should tell, Moore couldn't wait to pack up and leave. Before leaving, he told him that he was going to the eastern totem city of the OSA Empire. The organization already had a senior who had obtained a high position in the totem tower, and there was a channel to directly enter the totem tower's subordinate academy to study. But the premise was that you had to pay the tuition. After all, you only obtained a high position, not the owner of the totem tower, and you still had to pay the tuition. In fact, this is already very good, and having a chance is better than anything else. Moore told him that it would be best to make good use of the resources here to earn tuition in 1 to 3 years, so as to avoid having to collect tuition everywhere. As soon as more left, the organization's huge assets in the small city would all be under Lin Xiao's management in the next 3 years. For ordinary people, it was like a pie in the sky, but it was meaningless to those who came like them. Sitting on the rocking chair in the empty hall, rocking back and forth gently, Lin Xiao pondered what to do next, or when to earn tuition. This tuition fee does not refer to making money. Going to the totem tower to study does not require gold or silver coins, but resources unique to the extraordinary world, such as the essence of the beast extracted from the blood and flesh of the beast, also called the beast crystal, because after being extracted, it is a red crystal containing the purest blood of the beast, which is the universal currency of the extraordinary world and the food of the totem master. The essence of the beast extracted from different beasts has no difference in quality. Only the size of the crystals extracted due to the different body shapes and blood of the beasts. And the purity. The higher the purity, the less impurities, and the more expensive the price. If you want high-quality essence, you must have a more powerful beast than the beast. Well, at least that's what they call it. Lin Xiao doesn't know how to extract the essence of the beast, but he has the magic cube of good fortune to purify it directly. And the purity is super high. After thinking for a long time, he decided to go to the wilderness to hunt beasts. First, he went to a mercenary group that had a cooperative relationship with the organization and hired an elite team of 10 people at a preferential price. It is worth mentioning that Lin Xiao had parted ways with the original mercenary group long ago. The team brought their own dry food and weapons and equipment, and he only needed to prepare logistics, which did not cost much. Soon a team left the town and entered the wilderness, starting their hunting career. Half a year later, a safe point appeared next to a small lake deep in the wilderness. It was guarded all year round, and the 5 or 6 meter high stone wall was enough to resist any attack from foreign races. Soon the news spread, and many adventurers or caravans crossing the wilderness chose to stay here for supplies. With the convenience of this supply point, Lin Xiao purchased a large number of ferocious beast corpses from adventurers at a price lower than the market price, and refined them all into ferocious beast essence. Then, using this stronghold as a fulcrum, Lin Xiao, who had reached the 7th level of breathing technique after swallowing a large amount of ultra-high purity ferocious beast essence crystals, defeated all nearby alien tribes with powerful and brutal force, opened up a trade route connecting the north and south of the wasteland, attracted a large number of caravans to pass along the trade route, and continuously obtained a large amount of money and resources. After reaching the 7th level of breathing method strengthened by the energy of good fortune, Lin Xiao possessed the peak of mortal force, with the cooperation of more than 200 mercenary soldiers. He had almost no opponents in the wilderness. In the next year, he led his men to continuously consolidate the business road, recruited men to expand the base, and established a trade transit town with the base as the center. 2 years later, Lin Xiao, who had made a lot of money, finally broke through the 7th level of breathing method and successfully awakened his qualifications. This qualification awakening is extremely difficult, even if the physical qualifications of this rebirth are good and the essence of the fierce beast is almost unlimited. It took him so long, and there was no abnormality when awakening. It was just a breakthrough. And then, there was no more, without any special feeling. To be honest, if it is not tested with special tools that the qualifications are indeed awakened, most people may not know that there is such a thing. That is, the qualifications are awakened, and the breathing method has reached the end. It is a waste to stay here next. It is time to go to the totem tower. As for the things here, they will all be handed over to the next person. Although no newcomers have come in 2 years, he should stay for another year to 3 years before leaving. But the trade route he opened up is too valuable. When he said he wanted to leave, several active adventurers nearby were willing to take over. These adventurers are not very qualified, and their training speed is very slow. They need a lot of resources to pile up. They hit it off with him, and felt relieved to hand over the industry to them. One night, Lin Xiao rode a horse alone and left the small town to the city of Circle Totem. The city of Totem is located on the seashore of the Red Tide Sea east of the Osa Empire, 2,000 or 3,000 kilometers away. Most of the areas coming out of the wasteland are human territories, and they continue to see the customs of this world along the way. It's a pity that it's just a mortal country, and many things can't be seen. 3 months later, Lin Xiao traveled nearly 3,000 kilometers to the city of Totem near the Totem Tower, found the organization mark again, and found the Adventure organization in the city of Totem. After a simple registration to confirm his identity, he received a more detailed information on how to join Totem Tower Academy. Can you enroll as long as you have the qualifications? He looked at it carefully, and it was indeed the case. However, there was a reminder from a senior at the back. It is true that anyone with the qualifications can enroll, and it is still regardless of the qualifications. Totem Tower Academy treats everyone equally. But the key point is that you have to have enough tuition fees and pass the monthly exams once a month after 1 year. According to the rules, new students are exempt from exams within 1 year, and there will be a monthly exam every month after 1 year. If you fail 2 consecutive monthly exams or 3 monthly exams accumulated within 1 year, you will be forced to drop out. In addition, you need to pay a very high tuition fee. Each semester requires 1,000 units of Fierce Beast crystals with a purity of more than 95%. If the purity is high enough, the number will be reduced. This unit is a common measurement method in the extraordinary world. 1 standard unit is equivalent to about 5 ounces. A 3-meter-long wilderness leopard can produce less than 1 ounce of Ferocious Beast crystals. 1 standard unit of Ferocious Beast crystals is equivalent to the Ferocious Beast essence extracted from 5 to 7 wilderness leopards. It is not difficult to obtain the beast, but the key is to refine it. Others are not like Lin Xiao, who can directly use the magic cube of fortune to refine it, and the purity is 100%. In fact, Lin Xiao only eats the 100% purity, and the rest is carefully divided into several purity levels and stored in the magic cube of fortune. He does not dare to use the ultra-high purity as tuition. At this time, Lin Xiao has stored more than 2,000 units of the blood and flesh essence of the beast, with various purities, enough to pay the tuition and still have more than half left. However, school has not started yet. Lin Xiao temporarily lives in the gathering point of the Adventures organization in the Totem City, as one of the few places on this continent where the extraordinary power of totems can be learned. About 1/3 of the awakened people on this continent gather here, he asked casually. And there are more than 100 Adventures here, most of whom have already enrolled. And there are more than a dozen who have just come this year to wait for the start of school like him. It is worth mentioning that although most of them have been enrolled, there are less than 20 Adventures still staying in the Totem Tower Academy. The rest were all eliminated in the monthly exam 1 year later. However, although they were eliminated, they have learned extraordinary methods. Now they are basically independent Totem Master apprentices, working together to earn resources and be self-reliant. It can be seen that the difficulty of this monthly exam is unusually high. The qualifications of the Adventures may be high or low, but their knowledge, experience, and understanding of power are not low. To be honest, Lin Xiao is a little nervous about such a high elimination rate. While waiting for the start of school, he began to make up for the information in this area. There are many eliminated predecessors staying at the gathering point. He spent some Fierce Beast crystals to buy information and experience from them to avoid taking detours. After the explanations of the predecessors, Lin Xiao finally knew why they were eliminated and why the elimination rate was so high. Their 1/5 retention rate is not bad. The retention rate of those natives is only about 1%, and only 1 or 2 out of 100 can persist. The key is that there are too many things to learn to become a Totem Master apprentice. Qualification is only the most basic condition. After entering school, you will learn a lot of necessary related knowledge, which requires a strong memory and learning ability. This directly eliminates a lot of people. Many eliminated people are eliminated because they can't keep up with the progress in this aspect. In the words of some predecessors, the difficulty of learning this Totem Master is not easier than becoming an arcane master in the Toreal multiverse. In other words, if you have the ability to become a formal Totem Master, then you have the ability to become a real arcane master. This description may be a bit exaggerated. Lin Xiao does not think that the difficulty of becoming a Totem Master is really comparable to that of an arcane master, but it is definitely not low. At least for so many years, few people have been able to successfully gain a foothold in this world, which shows its difficulty. A month later, the new enrollment began. Lin Xiao and 11 other descenders paid super high tuition fees to officially join the Totem Tower and officially began to contact the extraordinary power of this world. After the entrance ceremony, Lin Xiao was assigned to the 7th class and began to contact the profession of Totem Master with other 49 classmates. There are still many people who have signed up at this stage. But I don't know how many will be able to stick to it in the end. Sitting in the classroom full of exotic style, listening to the whispers of his classmates, Lin Xiao looked at the thick stack of textbooks in front of him expressionlessly, which were written from top to bottom. Basic cognition of totem runes. Basic meditation. Basic biology. Illustrations of beast-level creatures. Basic alchemy. Basic geological identification. Cognition of energy particles. On the harm of energy radiation to the body. Basic botany. Basic biological structure. There are a total of 20 books, each of which is a big book with hundreds of pages. And some are divided into 3 volumes, all of which are compulsory courses, and are also the test points for the monthly exam 1 year later. To study so much in 1 year, it definitely requires a very high IQ and learning ability to understand it thoroughly. Lin Xiao also felt a headache after reading it, because he is not a top student. Under normal circumstances, it is really difficult to learn all these in 1 year. So the clever inventors found a way to cheat. Chapter 360. Specialize in alchemy. Specialize. Specialize in alchemy, or other special professions. According to the rules, as long as you become a formal alchemist within 1 year, you can stay as a special student. Of course, if you want to stay as a special student, you have to serve the academy and use alchemy to take on some tasks issued by the academy. If you don't want to serve the academy, you have to pay higher and higher tuition fees every year to continue to stay. According to this increasing method, even the most powerful alchemists can't stay forever. But at least you have a skill. Even if you can't stay in the academy, you can still do well outside. And you don't have to worry about not being able to stay for at least 10 years. Lin Xiao doesn't know whether he can become a tomist in the future, but it doesn't prevent him from choosing to become an alchemist. With the help of the magic cube of creation and a super high mastery of the laws of creation, he is a natural alchemist. Alchemists, in the final analysis, are the model of creation, and he has a unique advantage in this regard. But before that, you have to study hard. While I was thinking, the door of the classroom was pushed open, and an old man with a gorgeous cane walked in, and the whispers in the classroom immediately quieted down. The old man knocked his cane on the ground and said to himself, "You can call me Professor Donald. I will teach you the 2 subjects of basic cognition of totem runes and basic meditation in the next year. I don't want anyone to disturb me when I am teaching. If you have any questions, please ask them privately after class." The basic meditation textbook has a detailed introduction. You can try it yourself according to the textbook after class. Today's lesson focuses on the basic cognition of totem runes and the process of becoming a totem master. First of all, you need to learn the meditation method first. Meditate to generate mental power, and learn the basic rune system at the same time. When the mental power is sufficient and the rune system is understood enough, then use the mental power to build a basic rune in your mind. In theory, as long as you can successfully build a basic rune within 3 years, it means that you have talent in this area. On the contrary, if you have no talent, you are destined to have no great achievements. Then, you need to continuously condense basic runes. Build at least 10 basic runes according to your own choice, and use this as the basis to build a basic totem rune framework, and use the power of the spirit to change it and activate the totem talent tree. At this time, you are a formal totem master apprentice, qualified to go to the main continent to learn more profound knowledge. Main continent? Lin Xiao remembered this new term in his heart. At this time, Professor Donald ignored the whispers of the students below the stage and continued. Totem Master Apprentice is too far away for you, and it is too early to know it now. Your only goal now is to meditate enough mental power and build a stable rune. Now turn to the 5th page of the Totem Rune Basic Cognition textbook. Today, I will teach you to recognize the most common basic runes. Lin Xiao picked up the top textbook on the stack of textbooks on the desk, turned to the 5th page, and saw a very complicated pattern at first glance. This is a very common basic physique rune. Runes condensed on this basis can slightly increase your physique. Turn to the next page. This is the basic strength rune. Runes condensed on this basis can slightly increase your strength. The minimum standard is 100 kilograms. By the way, the physique increased by the physique rune is based on strength. There are also basic runes such as speed rune, dexterity rune, wisdom rune, recovery rune, etc. These runes are the most common and standard basic runes. They are not for you to construct totem runes, but for you to practice. When you really build your own totem runes, there will be more advanced basic runes for you to choose. such as level 3 physique rune, level 4 strength rune, etc., which will make your foundation stronger. Of course, if you insist on choosing basic runes, that's fine. Some people chuckled after hearing this. The professor rarely said anything to them. He just drank some water and continued. There are only 5 levels of basic runes. Theoretically, you can use level 5 physique runes, level 5 strength runes, and other basic runes to build the basic totem framework. But outside these 5 levels, there will be a small number of formal totemists who occasionally accidentally research powerful basic runes that exceed this level. But that is unattainable. You may find it difficult to see basic runes above level 3, let alone higher basic runes. Today, the first class will not teach you how to condense runes, but only teach you to recognize runes. After class, you can figure it out by yourself. I will start teaching you in the next class. If you have any questions, you can come to me privately. After speaking, he picked up his cane again and left the classroom. And the classroom suddenly became noisy. High-level runes. Lin Xiao felt that he needed to ask the seniors in the academy. After class, he was about to go out when he heard someone calling him. He turned around and saw another classmate, who was also an adventor in the same class, calling him. He stopped and waited for this companion named Art to come over. He said to Lin Xiao, "I have some questions to ask Professor Jean. Do you want to go with me?" That's what I meant. Professor Jean is a senior who holds a high position in the academy. He is also the strongest human adventor on this continent. He is now a formal totem master apprentice. But he doesn't know what level of apprentice he is. No one knows which force Professor Jean came from in reality. But they only know that he is very happy to take care of his companions, which is very respected by everyone. Professor Jean is now one of the only senior professors in the academy. He has an independent tower as his residence and experiment place. At the same time, he has also accepted several adventors as students. When they arrived, they did not see Professor Jean, but a student named Shawnee. After listening to their purpose, Shawnee smiled and said, "You don't need to bother the professor with this question. I can tell you." Xiao and I asked them to sit down and said, "We are luckier than ordinary people. The teacher has a set of 11 third-level standard runes. You only need to pay 1,000 units of fierce beast crystals, or 10 units of exotic beast crystals, or 10 source stones to obtain this set of third-level standard runes. In addition, the teacher has 2 level 4 runes. If you are interested, you can buy them. The price is half of that outside." He looked at Art and nodded. "I will definitely come when the time comes. Although I don't know the market price of this thing. It is definitely an internal friendship price." Then they asked some more questions and left. In the next month, Lin Xiao attended classes seriously every day. The first month was all important basic courses. Missing a class would bring serious deficiencies. But after a month, it was not so strict. There was only one main class and one elective class every day. The main class must be taken, and it doesn't matter whether the elective class is taken or not. After a month of almost cramming, Lin Xiao began to try to specialize in alchemy. On the surface, the alchemy of this world is very different from the alchemy of other worlds and the mythological alchemy of the main world. But in essence they are the same. That is, using alchemical means to change matter and exchange equivalently. Lin Xiao, who has mastered the law of creation, has a unique advantage in this regard. In just a few days, he got into the door and began to try the most basic alchemy, refining the essence of the blood and flesh of fierce beasts. This is the most basic application of alchemy in this world. It is the basic skill, and it is also the most advanced application. It is said to be basic, as long as the essence of the blood and flesh of fierce beasts can be extracted. It is considered a success. It is said to be the most advanced. This kind of extraction is almost endless. And extraction is just the beginning. Next, you need to continuously improve your skills and purify the purity of the blood and flesh essence. It can be said that from alchemy apprentices to grandmasters, you must work hard on this basic application, which can best test the ability of an alchemist. In fact, many times, the ability of an alchemist is evaluated by asking you to extract a high purity blood and flesh essence. The higher the purity, the better the technology, which is simple, crude and practical. Quite a number of alchemist apprentices have not learned much other alchemy, but they can make a name for themselves by relying on this skillful method of refining blood and flesh essence. In this regard, Lin Xiao directly referred to the creation cube for purification. This treasure can purify the theoretical 100% pure blood and flesh essence, which is unmatched by anyone. By directly referring to this, and combining his understanding of the laws of creation, his alchemy level has made great progress. In the second month of school, he can try to purify the blood and flesh essence by himself. And he has reached the 95% purity of the normal qualified standard at the beginning. This is the minimum qualified purity standard, which is a very important value. It is not very important for ordinary beasts. But when purifying the blood and flesh of those beasts or monsters with extraordinary power in the future, if the purity does not exceed 95%, the spirit or power of the beast will remain in the blood and flesh. If it is swallowed directly, the accumulated impurities will form hidden dangers in the body over time. In fact, the more powerful and terrifying the monster's flesh and blood, the higher the purity requirements. Even if the flesh and blood of some super powerful and weird monsters is purified to 99%, it is not safe enough. Therefore, the more excellent the alchemist, the more popular he is. Even if he can't do anything else but only master this trick, it's fine. It's really a one-trick pony. This was also Lin Zhao's idea. Other alchemy techniques were difficult to learn and master. Instead of spending time studying them, it was better to focus on this one and practice several common alchemy techniques. Anyway, he had the magic cube of fortune as a backup. Combined with the existing alchemy methods, he could pretend to be a super alchemy genius in the future and use this as a stepping stone to enter the extraordinary door. Then he turned a deaf ear to the outside world and stayed in the dormitory every day to study these. Occasionally, fellow adventurers invited him to various gatherings to keep in touch, but he mostly refused, unless it was very important or there were important people present. After a long time, everyone knew that he was staying at home to study alchemy. He did not hide this. After a few months, not only those in the academy, but also those outside the academy knew that he was a study maniac. Half a year later, Lin Zhao, who had been in seclusion for a long time, finally decided to come out and submitted an application for the alchemist assessment to the academy. Chapter 361 Strengthening Totem Rune. Actually, whether you apply for this or not does not affect whether you are an alchemist. But if you do not apply for a formal title in the academy, you will not be able to get a place in the professional specialty student. The alchemist assessment is somewhat formal. Professor Jean, who is rarely seen, also appeared at the assessment site. He looks like a very handsome middle-aged man. It is said that he has been in this world for more than 50 years. He should be an old man in his 70s. But he looks about 40 years old. He looks like a friend of middle-aged and elderly women in a tuxedo. The assessment is very simple. 3 carnivorous beasts as big as elephants have been skinned, deboned, and cleaned. 3 portions of blood and flesh essence must be extracted within 3 hours. The purity must reach more than 95% to be qualified. The higher the purity, the less additional evaluation. But there will be hidden scores. As usual, the bones are thrown into a special machine to be crushed into fresh bone powder. And the meat is the same, which is beaten into fresh mince meat. Then pour the bone powder and mince meat into a special alchemical instrument for grinding. And then pour it into the second instrument for a second fine grinding, and a third fine grinding. And finally obtain the finely ground powder. And then pour it into a large pot to boil into meat paste. Finally, filter the meat paste to remove the residue, leaving only the rough embryo of the blood and flesh essence melted into liquid for use. The above stage is the preparation stage, and any apprentice can do it according to the instructions. The only difficulty is to master the boiling temperature. The boiling temperature of different fierce beasts is different, which requires mental power to master. But this is still not difficult. After all, some common fierce beasts have had standard boiling times for so many years, and you just need to look at the temperature according to the time. The focus is on the next process, purification. This involves the fine application of mental power and the understanding of the complex blood and flesh components. The mental power is probed into the rough embryo of the blood and flesh essence, distinguishing the composition of the blood and flesh essence one by one, and identifying impurities, and then controlling and separating them with mental power. Now is the time to distinguish the level of the alchemist. Before the exhaustion of their own mental power, and the coarse embryo of the blood and flesh essence solidifies, try to distinguish all the essences and impurities, and successfully separate them. It looks difficult, but it is actually more difficult. You must know that he is not strong enough now, and cannot use extraordinary means. He can only use this elementary boiling method, which is time-consuming and laborious. At the same time, only ordinary beasts are extracted. If they are those beasts with strange powers or monsters with strange powers, the alchemist needs to use mental power to remove the monster power and mental imprint hidden in every cell. Just think about how terrible this requirement is. Fortunately, it is only the simplest alchemist assessment now, using only ordinary beasts. It is not difficult for Lin Xiao. It is easy to extract the blood and flesh essence of 3 beasts in 3 hours, with a purity of 96.4%. Excellent! A college professor who presided over the assessment, and is also a senior alchemist, applauded and announced the result loudly. Everyone gave applause, and several visitors, who came to watch the ceremony, gave envious blessings. It was indeed envious. With this identity, he would not have to worry about the monthly exams in a year. As long as he served the academy for a fixed period of time every month, he could stay in the academy forever, at least for more than 10 years. At the same time, with this identity, he could openly take private jobs to earn resources, which was much more comfortable than them. Without any worries, Lin Xiao arranged his time reasonably and officially began his tense, but quite leisurely academy life for other adventures. In addition to insisting on meditation every day, he would take time to go to class. And from time to time, he would take some private jobs to earn some money to teach private lessons. That is, to open a small class. A year later, the adventures with the same grades were preparing for the monthly exams in the second year. And he still took classes leisurely according to the usual frequency. Compared with the first year, the second year was a little easier in terms of academics. The basic courses were reduced a lot, but there were more profound elective courses. Yes, most of them were elective courses that required extra money to learn. And only 3 free main courses were added. Namely, Basic Rune Construction, Analysis of Physical Rules, on the capture and restraint of energy particles. In other words, starting from the second year, they will start to choose basic runes and use their mental power to condense a complete totem rune in preparation for building the basic totem rune framework. By the way, this analysis of physical rules refers to the understanding of basic physics by the totemists in this world, not the rules. As for the capture and restraint of energy particles, this is just a theoretical course, which is useless at this stage. It will only be exposed after the totem rune framework is built in the future, and it will become a formal totemist apprentice. Now it is just preparation in advance. Lin Xiao studied step by step without rushing, and only started to try to condense totem runes with mental power after a year and a half. At the beginning, he used the basic runes distributed by the school to learn, and used mental power to condense into mental power threads in his mind. This is very advantageous for the adventures. With the experience of divine creatures in the previous life, everyone is a master in this regard. It is easy to capture and condense the invisible and intangible mental power into threads, and then constrain it to form patterns. It took only a few attempts to successfully form the rune pattern, and it took only 4 attempts to formally condense the totem rune. Next, he kept trying to condense the 11 basic runes one by one, and then bought a full set of first level and second level runes, as well as some special runes from the academy, and came back to try and analyze them one by one. Mainly analysis. He disassembled these runes one by one, and compared them with other runes one by one. For example, the basic power rune was compared with the first level power rune, the second level power rune, and even the third level power rune in terms of structure, to find its rules. Lin Xiao, who was not short of money, had already bought the whole set of third level runes, and the 2 fourth level runes from Professor Jean for research. While other students began to try to condense runes in the second year, he only started to try in the 2.5 year. While other students had condensed runes one by one, he was still trying, experimenting, and occasionally taking time out to do some private work to make some money. Time passed slowly in this preparation, and 3 years passed unknowingly. Lin Xiao got up early that day. He planned to try to analyze the last 2 remaining level 4 runes today. If he succeeded, he had a bold idea. As soon as he opened the door, he found a letter in the mailbox at the door. He used the key to open the metal box and took out the envelope. He saw a familiar pattern on the back. It was sent by the Advent organization. When he opened it, it was an invitation letter. The classmates who enrolled with him were eliminated one after another in the past few years. The last 3 remaining and the other adventers of the previous class were almost ready. Some had successfully built the totem rune framework, and some were almost ready. Next, they needed to prepare a special resource to make the totem rune framework qualitatively change, so as to be promoted to a formal totem master apprentice. This special resource is called parasitic power, which is a special power obtained from monsters with terrible power such as strange monsters, demons or evil things. It is called parasitic power. It has the ability to transform totem runes, and is a must for them to be promoted to totem masters. Simply constructing a totem rune framework is only the foundation. What is being constructed now is just a rough draft. It is necessary to use the power of the spirit to make the framework undergo a qualitative change, thereby deriving a totem talent tree. And only then can one be considered a formal totem master apprentice. Monsters with the power of the spirit are very powerful, and extremely rare on this continent. Although the school has information about this, it cannot be provided free of charge, and they need to obtain it by themselves. But this is not the key point. The key point is that the power of the spirit will dissipate quickly once the monster dies, and it must be collected quickly. So all the apprentices who have successfully constructed the totem rune framework and have greatly increased their strength have to go hunting in person. Lin Xiao checked the departure date on the invitation letter. There was still a month to prepare. After considering his current preparations, he decided to accept it. He rewrote a letter and put it on the other side of the mailbox outside. Someone will come to collect it regularly later. Back in the dormitory, he began to analyze the last two runes. This one is a level 4 strength rune, which can increase strength by up to 600 kilograms. And the other is a level 4 speed rune, which can increase speed by 300%. The main purpose of analyzing these two runes is to understand the difference between the structure of the 4th level runes and the 3rd level runes, so as to deduce the advanced forms of other runes. After spending 2 days to deduce, Lin Xiao hung a do not disturb sign outside the dormitory and began a new round of retreat. Although it is called retreat, it is actually to deduce with the creation cube. Use the analysis function of the creation cube to split all the runes, and then reanalyze the essence of the runes according to the rules of many totem runes to obtain the essence. The reason why he didn't do this before was because he had to understand the composition of these runes and be able to successfully condense totem runes. If he didn't know it himself and had no impression in his mind, he couldn't put it together after being decomposed by the creation cube. At this time, Lin Xiao has analyzed 38 runes in succession over the years, covering all basic runes and derivative runes that can be used as the basis. When the creation cube slowly rotated, all the runes were decomposed into nothingness that could not be seen by the naked eye. But in his perception, the runes were still there. If there was no impression left in his mind from the previous analysis, this nothingness would have really become nothingness. In his perception, these runes were still there, but they had been decomposed into existence similar to concepts that could not be seen by the naked eye. Then, a trace of creation energy slowly merged into it, and the creation cube spewed out a faint flame and slowly rotated. And a trace of extremely mysterious breath followed. There are 2 ways to strengthen the creation cube. One is to strengthen the essence on the existing basis. For example, a 1,000-degree fire is strengthened to a fire of 10,000 degrees or even higher, such as the sun's true fire. This is still fire, but the essence has been strengthened. The other is a comprehensive strengthening, such as the essential fire. If other things such as thunder, or yin and yang are added, it will become thunder fire, yin fire, yang fire. And further strengthening is thunder fairy fire, xian fire, 9 yang true fire, etc., which can be called a reborn thing. Chapter 362 Strengthening the Soul and Making Choices. Lin Xiao's current state is the second one. When investing in the energy of good fortune to strengthen it, the magic cube of good fortune is also integrating his understanding of the totem rune, as well as all the things related to this aspect and the world in his own memory, and then greatly strengthening it with the attributes of each rune itself as the main body. The rune is still the same rune, but it has undergone a qualitative change. Under the strengthening of the energy of good fortune, it quickly crossed the limits of the 3rd and 4th level runes and moved towards a higher level. Outside the dormitory, 2 men came over and stopped at the door. One of them looked at the do not disturb sign hanging at the door and shrugged. What a coincidence. Luo Er is in seclusion again. The other turned to the mailbox next to him and took a look, took out the letter and smiled. It's normal. He has been preparing for the whole year last year. Now it's time to see the results of the preparation. Well, let me see if he wants to go. After opening the letter and taking a look, he raised the envelope and said, It seems that he should be preparing to build the totem rune framework. He will also go there next month, with a formal alchemist traveling with him. Many gains may not be wasted. The two of them put the letter away directly, took out a pen and paper, wrote a simple note, and stuffed it into the mailbox, chatting as they walked. In the Creation Cube space, with the integration of creation energy, the several basic totem runes selected by Lin Xiao have undergone earth-shaking changes, and the effect has already surpassed the limit of the highest level 4 runes in his hand and entered a higher level. For example, the Power Rune. The basic Power Rune can increase the power of 100 kilograms. The first level Power Rune can increase 200 kilograms. The second level Power Rune can increase 300 kilograms. The third level Power Rune can increase 400 kilograms. The fourth level Power Rune can increase 600 kilograms. The fifth level Power Rune can increase the power of 1000 kilograms. Level 5 is the limit of regular runes. Runes above level 5 are called advanced totem runes. There is no unified standard for advanced totem runes. After all runes above level 5 belong to the advanced level, so the increase varies. According to Professor Jin's private lectures at the Adventures Gathering, he once saw an advanced power rune that could increase the power by up to 2,000 kilograms. 2,000 kilograms is equivalent to 2 tons of power, which is already quite terrifying. And this is just a totem rune. A basic totem rune framework must be composed of more than a dozen totem runes. If they are all power runes, it would be more than 20,000 kilograms of power. Imagine how terrifying it would be if 20 tons of power were gathered in one fist and blasted out. It is impossible to break the void, but it can definitely punch through the front armor of a main battle tank. And this is only the power granted by the basic totem rune framework. Once enough divine power is obtained to make the totem framework undergo a qualitative change and give birth to the totem talent tree, the basic attributes granted by this basic totem framework will increase by more than 2 times on the existing basis. The specific number of times of strengthening depends on the strength and complexity of the basic totem rune framework. With his totem framework composed of all advanced totem runes, the strength will definitely not be much worse. At this time, after the continuous integration of 60 units of good fortune energy in the magic cube, the 6 basic totem runes he selected finally reached the strengthening limit. Each totem rune can no longer be strengthened after absorbing 10 units of good fortune energy. These 6 basic totem runes are Physique, Strength, Speed, Wisdom, Vitality, and Regeneration. He did not strengthen the other dozens of fancy basic totem runes because he felt that they were not as practical as these. When the totem rune solidified, Lin Xiao checked the attributes for the first time and immediately showed a satisfied expression. Advanced Physique Rune. Physique is strengthened by 1000%. Advanced Strength Rune. Strength is strengthened by 10,000 kilograms. Advanced Speed Rune. Speed is strengthened by 1000%. Advanced Wisdom Rune. Thinking and memory are strengthened by 1000%. Advanced Vitality Rune. Vitality enhancement by 1000%. Advanced Life Regeneration Rune. Life Regeneration enhancement by 1000%. Wow! All 1000%. The normal level 5 physique rune only has a bonus of 300%. But this one has increased by more than 3 times. You can imagine how terrifying the bonus is when you think about it. The runes are synthesized, and the next step is to build a totem rune framework. But he was in a dilemma when choosing which framework to use. There are many types of totem frameworks. At least the lowest standard framework consisting of 9 runes. And then, let's put it this way. There is actually no specific standard for the basic totem framework. In addition to the minimum standard of 9, more than 10 totem runes can be combined into a totem framework, as long as you have a standard model, and your soul can withstand more totem runes. These models are in the hands of major forces, and the Academy naturally has them. And there are quite a few of them. Professor Jin has said this. It is said that the Academy has a super totem rune framework consisting of more than 100 totem runes. At that time, we were very excited when we heard Professor Jin explain that the more runes the basic totem rune framework is built, the stronger the foundation is. But after hearing Professor Jin analyze the pros and cons, we didn't have any ideas. According to normal rules, the more runes the basic totem rune framework is built, the stronger it is. After all, the basic rune effect is here. The more runes are stacked, the more and stronger it is. But as I said just now, building a rune framework in the mind requires a personal soul. This rune framework needs to be carried by the soul. The more runes there are, the stronger the soul is. The model of a simple basic totem rune framework is not a secret. There are a lot of them in the academy. The key point is that the large basic rune framework has too high a soul carrying capacity. Almost no one can bear such a powerful rune framework. And the Adventers do not have any advantage in this regard. The predecessors in the past were better off in the incarnation. At least they cast a lot of souls to come. Even if there is less soul, the quality is higher than that of mortals. They have a great advantage in this regard. Now, the newcomers who were born in a new way of reincarnation are exactly the same as the natives of this world, with no advantages. Normally, Lin Xiao should have chosen a basic totem framework with only a dozen runes, like everyone else. But he was unwilling to do so. Moreover, it was not like he had no way to cheat. Fortune Cube. This treasure was shared with Lin Xiao's real body. He wrote a note about his current situation and put it in. Lin Xiao's real body, who was in the fortress outside the world, saw the note that appeared in the Fortune Cube, smiled slightly, and directly exchanged a batch of soul crystals that could be used to strengthen the soul through his military rank authority, and put them into the Fortune Cube for refining. In the eyes of Lin Xiao's incarnation, a bunch of soul crystals appeared out of thin air in the Fortune Cube and then refined them into pure soul crystals. He was overjoyed, took out the soul crystals, and began to strengthen his soul. A soul crystal was pressed on the center of his eyebrows, and it quickly turned into light mist and merged into the skull and disappeared. One fusion. Just fusion of this one. He felt his head swell. He could clearly feel the radiance in his pupils. I need to digest it. He knew very well that this was because his soul was just immortal, and there was a limit to the temporary strengthening. He had to stop and slow down to let his soul adapt to the strengthening before he could continue to the next step. This rest lasted for almost half a month, until the radiance in his pupils slowly disappeared. And then he started the second fusion. However, just after fusing 2 soul crystals, he suddenly remembered that he seemed to have an appointment with someone. But he thought about it and said to himself, "Forget it. I'll go next time." He wrote a new letter and put it in the mailbox outside, hung a sign saying "Do not disturb," and continued to retreat. Then he fused some soul crystals every once in a while, and the number of fusions increased each time. He could clearly feel the strengthening process of his soul's strength. In the intervals of rest and digestion, he studied the basic totem rune framework models that he applied for from the academy and selected the appropriate ones. This kind of life is very boring. But if you want to achieve something, you must endure loneliness. According to the difficulty of descending to this world, it is so rare to succeed once. You must grasp it well, and get it right in one step. Time passed slowly in strengthening the soul and researching. Soon 3 months passed, and the team that had asked him to find the divine power came back. There were a total of 16 people who went, and only 8 people came back in the end. The others died in the battle, which surprised Lin Xiao. In the first gathering of Professor Jean after they came back, he got the reason for more. It turned out that when they were hunting a strange monster with divine power in a forest in the south of the OSA Empire, they encountered a group of nightmare sons, who also came to hunt this strange monster. These nightmare sons came from another college on the continent. There are 3 places in this continent that contact totem masters: the sons of the gods, the sons of nightmares, and the sons of the spirit realm tacitly separated and occupied each side. Normally, they would fight each other when they met, and this time, they would naturally fight for the power of the gods. As a result, half of them died, and most of the sons of nightmares also died, which was a loss for both sides. Fortunately, they got the power of the gods, which was considered a return. But because of the heavy casualties, the remaining strength was not enough to continue hunting other beasts. And the power of the gods they harvested was not enough for everyone to share. So they could only agree to go out again next year. Lin Xiao was somewhat glad that he didn't go. Otherwise it would be hard to say whether he could survive. After the party, some people left in a hurry, but most people did not leave immediately, but stayed here to chat in groups of 3 or 2, mostly talking about the problem of condensing the basic rune framework or the problem of the power of the gods. Except for a small number of newcomers, most of the people present were in the stage of condensing the basic rune framework and collecting the power of the gods. And there were many white-haired old people among them. These were all people who had been in the state for a long time and had not died. But they were not qualified or resources enough to become totem master apprentices. Lin Xiao heard them lamenting the difficulty of obtaining the power of the gods. how to choose the appropriate basic rune model, and the reminders from the seniors to the newcomers. Lin Xiao was a little hesitant. If the basic totem rune framework model he built was too large, how long would it take to gather enough power of the gods? 5 times? Or 10 times? Or more times? This is also a problem that the sons of the human realm, the sons of nightmares, and the sons of the spirit realm need to face at this stage. How to make a balance. Chapter 363, Crossing the Sea to the Main Continent. He sighed a little, thinking whether to stop and continue to strengthen the soul, or not to strengthen it too much and not have enough resources to promote himself. But human nature is to desire to become stronger. Stronger than anyone else. This is human nature. Moreover, a lot of soul-strengthening crystals are placed in front of him, which is hard to bear. With this tangled mentality, Lin Xiao bowed to Professor Jean, who was chatting with someone, and said goodbye. Professor Jean smiled and returned the greeting. But the next second, he looked over again with a light hum, stretched out his hand and shouted, "Wait a moment." Lin Xiao looked back with some doubts, but saw Professor Jean looking at him carefully with some doubts, and suddenly said, "You are Luoer. Do you have time to talk privately?" "Sure." The two came to the second floor of the tower and sat down. Professor Jean said directly, "Your soul is stronger than others. Are you an incarnation?" Lin Xiao shook his head and said, "Like everyone else. I was born again." "That's strange. How can you have such a powerful soul? I remember seeing you before. And it seems that you don't have such a powerful soul. Right? Now the light is overflowing from your eye sockets." This muttering made Lin Xiao's heart jump. But fortunately Professor Jean didn't keep entangled in this point, and just said to him, "I don't care how you have such a powerful soul. Now I have something good to tell you. Or a deal. You can consider it. You know that I have been in this world for more than 50 years. And I have made many friends, including many masters with excellent qualifications who have gone to the main continent. I want to make a deal with you. I will use my private channels to send you to the main continent to join those real totemists to study. As the price of the deal, if you can become a real totemist and gain a foothold in the totemist school in the future, if I reincarnate again and take this path in the future, I hope you can take me to the main world." This, Lin Xiao hesitated and expressed his doubts. "Don't you have a private channel now? Why don't you go now?" Professor Jean took off his hat and pointed at his gray hair with a wry smile. "I am now over 70 years old, and my potential has long been exhausted. It is useless to go. I plan to end this advent and change my account after a while. I believe that with this experience, as long as the qualifications and luck are not too bad, I can successfully gain a foothold. At that time, I will pass the news to the main continent through public organizations. You only need to go to the gathering point of public organizations every few years. Of course, I have done this kind of transaction with several people. If I have already arrived in the main continent before you find out, you only need to prepare some preliminary resources for me. That's no problem. In fact, there is no need to consider it. Professor Jin's transaction is very beneficial to him. Not only can it directly solve his current predicament, but it can also allow him to directly contact the core main continent of this world, which is the paradise of totemists. Here, you have to search all over the continent for a little divine power. This is just the beginning. After becoming a totem master apprentice, the resources needed to light up the totem talent tree are almost non-existent here. Professor Jean has been a totem master apprentice for decades, and he has always been an apprentice because he has few resources. Of course, it is also because his account has limited qualifications that he has the intention to change the account and practice again. After decades of operation, he has accumulated a lot of favors. As long as the next account has a better qualification, it can take off. Then, without anyone knowing, he reached a transaction agreement with Professor Jean. After returning, Lin Xiao focused on strengthening his own soul. According to Professor Jean, the resources owned by the main continent are not comparable to those here. The divine power that is difficult to obtain here is everywhere there. Compared with the main continent, this continent is just a small island. The monsters that are stronger and can produce divine power are extremely rare. In the game, there are few bosses in the novice village that produce good equipment, but there are monsters everywhere in the main continent. As long as you have the strength, it is easy to harvest a lot. Even if you don't have the ability, you can easily buy a lot of them if you have money. Of course, the best thing is to join various totem master schools. where you can not only get higher-level totem runes and basic totem rune framework models, but also many rare resources, and a whole set of totem talent tree directions to choose from. 3 months later, Lin Xiao packed up his things and left the academy without telling anyone else. He left the Totem City with Professor Jean and one of his apprentices. Instead of going to a place on the mainland, he went out to sea directly by boat. After sailing on the sea for more than half a month, he came to a large island with people living on the island and a huge deep-water port. Professor Jean pointed to the port and said to him, "This is the reception port. Every 3 years, there will be a large cross-sea ship from the main continent passing through here. You are lucky. There is one this year." Lin Xiao smiled and replied, "I think I am lucky too." As the ship approached the port, Professor Jean pointed to the ships moored at the port and said, "You may see the Son of Nightmare and the Son of Spirit Realm later. Don't be impulsive. You must restrain yourself here, and when you get on the ship, even if they start to attack you, you must not fight back. Just save your life. If you dare to attack here, you will be expelled directly. If you encounter an escort with a bad temper on the ship, you will most likely be thrown into the sea." "Yes, I understand. However, the other party should also understand this kind of thing. Generally, they will not attack. But verbal provocation is inevitable. Just bear it." Professor Jean kept explaining various precautions to him along the way. Lin Xiao remembered them one by one in his heart and was quite grateful. Soon the ship approached the dock. He noticed that someone on the dock waved to them. At the same time, he found that there were several people on the dock who exuded disgust. They were the descendants of the Son of Nightmare. At this time, Professor Jean beside him said loudly, "The ship slows down. Slow down." The first mate's shout spread throughout the ship, and the ship's speed slowly slowed down. Only then did he realize that a ship on the other side was speeding towards the side. It did not stop when passing by, and it was also docked at this pier. The ship passed by them and docked at the pier first. There were several Sons of Nightmare standing on the ship. One of them had a black line on his forehead and cut his neck with his hand towards him, looking extremely arrogant. "Let them go crazy," Professor Jean said to the captain on the other side. "Let the brothers prepare. Send someone to keep an eye on them, and wait for the giant cross-sea ship to leave, and then catch up and kill them." Lin Xiao was quite surprised to hear this. He didn't expect that the seemingly peaceful Professor Jean had such a violent temper. The boat slowly approached the shore. The 2 middle-aged men who had waved to them on the dock stretched out their hands to Professor Jean from a distance, and shook hands with them one by one. Professor Jin's student Xiao and I introduced. "We have always had people stationed here, mainly for communication with other continents. At the same time, having acquaintances here can guarantee our interests, so that newcomers will not be bullied by the Nightmare World and the Spirit Realm." Lin Xiao was in awe after hearing this. The 2 middle-aged men were both over 40 or 50 years old. They were the kind with no future. They chose to serve here for a period of time in order to accumulate some connections. There are not many such people in the Adventures organization. Most of the Adventures, who are sure that they have no chance to come this time, will choose to delete their accounts and start over. Few are willing to stay here for decades. At least Lin Xiao would not be willing. Considering that few people do this, the Masters and the Adventures Public Organization have formulated subsidy regulations in this regard. Anyone who has served the public welfare of the organization will have priority over others in certain matters when they start over next time. There was an organization base on the island, and the whole group lived there, with the idea that it was better to do less than more. Lin Xiao did not go out while waiting, and stayed in the room until the huge cross-sea ship was about to arrive. Early in the morning, Xiao and I knocked on his door and said, "Get ready. The ship is coming, and go to the dock after breakfast." Just halfway through the meal, he heard a noise coming from outside. Many people walked out of the door and looked up with surprise. Lin Xiao and I also walked out and looked towards the dock at the end of the street. An extremely huge ship was slowly approaching the dock. The giant ship was bigger than he expected. From a distance, it looked no less than the metal fortress with a diameter of 300 meters in his divine domain. It was extremely rare for a pure wooden ship to be so large in this world. However, only this kind of ship can cross the dangerous ocean to the main continent. Professor Jean said that the main continent is located in the most energy-dense area in this world. The dense energy gathers, giving birth to many terrible and weird existences, especially the vast and boundless sea with abundant food, which is more likely to give birth to terrible creatures. Without a big ship, it is impossible to pass. The giant ship was not docked at the pier, but was at a certain distance from the pier. Many small boats in the port approached after the giant ship raised a blue flag. This is a merchant from this continent, and their purpose is to trade unique goods from other continents on this giant ship. As for them, they have to wait until the blue flag is lowered and another green flag is raised before they can board the ship. After waiting for about 2 hours, the blue flag was lowered and the green flag was raised, and the boats left one after another. Lin Xiao, Xiao and I, and Professor Jean, who had already prepared to go to the dock, took another small boat to approach the giant ship. After approaching, Professor Jean went up first and took out something to communicate with a little giant on the ship, who was almost 3 meters tall and wearing a black robe. During this time, Professor Jean frequently pointed at the two of them and stuffed something in the meantime. The black-robed man did not move, but Lin Xiao could feel a substantial gaze that made him feel extremely pressured sweeping over him and staying on him for a while. It was not until he saw the black-robed man nod imperceptibly that Professor Jean showed joy on his face and waved to them vigorously. Lin Xiao and Xiao and I dared to climb up the ladder to the giant ship that was dozens of meters high and quickly approached Professor Jean. This was a huge ship that had experienced countless battles. The decks and the towers were all covered with traces of battle, many of which were obviously not left by swords. Somewhere on the 1-meter thick side of the ship, he saw a huge dent filled with irregular corrosion holes and disordered tooth marks. Chapter 364 Distress at Sea. As the giant ship vibrated violently, the scenery on the dock began to move backwards, and the giant ship set sail from the port into the sea. He and Shawnee stood by the side of the ship and waved goodbye to Professor Jean and the other two descenders. The giant ship was getting faster and faster, and soon left the port behind. In less than half an hour, only a shadow of the entire island remained. The sea was vast and boundless, and the sea water was dark blue. Looking down along the edge of the ship, it looked deep and dark, as if the abyss was staring at you. Go into the cabin. I heard that the sea is not very safe. In the fortress outside the world. Lin Xiao, sitting on the platform, exhaled lightly. This account was lucky, and was already on the right track. Just wait to go to the main continent to join the Totem Master School. With the help of the Creation Cube, you will definitely be able to quickly reach the peak. Maybe this time you have the opportunity to go to the end and become a Totem Lord. Speaking of this, the function of the Creation Cube is indeed a bug. I used it to pass small notes in the past. Through the sharing function of the Creation Cube, the real body can directly communicate with the incarnation, although there is a small time gap in the middle because of the different time flow speeds in different worlds. It is impossible to communicate in real time, but it is much better than not being able to communicate at all. What's more, you can also transfer the things you need through the Creation Cube. What the real body needs to send directly to the descending clone is equivalent to opening a cheat on the spot, which is very cool. The only regret is that this Creation Cube cannot transmit living things. Otherwise it would be very cool to send a batch of Great Nagas, or even legendary Great Nagas. Well, the next step is to prepare some advanced equipment for him. Lin Xiao pinched his chin, thinking of the 2 children's toys that his girlfriend gave him before, and stretched out his hand to flip it. A small sword emitting a faint light, and a pair of light feathers with slowly undulating light. After thinking about it, he stretched out his hand and pointed, and a golden divine power gushed out and injected it. Just as he was preparing a few pieces of equipment for his descending incarnation, he suddenly heard a golden voice. Just received news that someone in the nightmare world has successfully become a Totem Lord. Now the scale of the descending has been increased. The fortress military is convening a meeting of all the major forces, and it is estimated that the scale of the descending will also be increased. Totem Lord. According to the power system, the Totem Lord is equivalent to the level above the legendary and below the true god. In other words, the son of Nightmare who descended in the nightmare world has entered the level of the Totem Lord equivalent to the legendary, which is not good news for them. You must know that every Totem Lord in this world is a well-known figure, who has entered the eyes of the world will, and has a certain power, corresponding to the God Realm civilization. It is equivalent to the Son of God, who has just opened up the God Realm, or the Nightmare Realm. This is also the reason why Gaia's will attaches so much importance to this world. The power system of this world is really magical, with the shadow of faith in the gods, and the shadow of the God Realm civilization. Lin Xiao didn't know how the human divine realm, the nightmare realm of the nightmare world, or the spiritual realm civilization came about. He didn't know whether it came into being suddenly, or whether it was slowly derived like this totem civilization. Anyway, if he were the one in power, he would definitely not let this civilization grow. But these have nothing to do with him now. Whether the fortress decides to increase the scale of the advent has nothing to do with him. What he has to do is to survive, as much as possible, and then become stronger. When his incarnation can grow into a totem lord, he can be considered a figure and help. The two gadgets are stable in themselves. He did not add any additional attributes. He just stored a lot of divine power, and injected it into them to charge them. He also added a powerful defense spell, and a powerful attack spell, each of which can only be used once. Then, throw the small sword and wings into the magic cube of creation. When Lin Zhao's incarnation found this angel sword and angel wings, it was already a few months after going to sea. At this time, the giant ship had already entered the deep sea and left the safe area and entered the dangerous area. Although the escort on the ship did not restrict them from going on deck, they only warned them when they entered the dangerous waters. But they were very smart and did not cause trouble. Basically, they stayed in the cabin or room and did not go out. Boom! A blazing white lightning bolt crossed an unknown distance of countless kilometers and blasted into the sea from the sky. Countless lightning bolts swam in the thick clouds, and the awe-inspiring power of the sky was awe-inspiring. The sound of fine rain quickly became louder. Lin Zhao stood at the window on the third floor of the giant ship and looked out. He saw dense raindrops quickly connected into threads, becoming thicker and thicker. The sound of rushing soon filled the whole world, and the damp and salty water vapor rushed to his face. Strong winds and heavy rains, lightning and huge waves. Waves of 20 to 30 meters high hit the side of the ship fiercely, splashing water all over the sky. Since entering the deep sea, the weather has been weird and changeable. The previous moment, the wind was sunny and calm, and the next second, the sky turned dark at a speed visible to the naked eye within a few minutes. And then, there were howling winds and huge waves. The sea water in the distance was rolled up by the cyclone to form huge waterspouts up to thousands of meters high across the turbulent sea, which looked both spectacular and shocking. This kind of landscape is rare to see, and Lin Zhao watched with great interest under the water vapor that hit him. Suddenly, a huge waterspout thousands of meters high in the distance suddenly shook violently, and then a dark black seawater with a diameter larger than the waterspout arched up below. The waterspout was shattered on the spot, and the endless seawater was diverted to the left and right, revealing a huge blue-black back below. Several extremely thick tentacles stretched out from the bottom of the sea and slapped the sea surface, splashing huge water. Lin Zhao suddenly seemed to be hit by something huge, and he leaned back and sat on the ground in a daze. For a long time, the nosebleed slowly flowed out of the nose. It took him nearly 10 seconds to come back to his senses, and he reached out to wipe the nosebleed, with a trace of fear in his eyes. Sitting on the floor, he didn't stand up for a long time. The mental shock just now was too fierce, and he hasn't recovered yet. Super monster. The terrifying existence that just glimpsed a trace of figure is a super monster. Fortunately, it was just surfacing to get some air. If it was coming towards them, even though this ship was big, it would not be able to withstand the impact of that thing, and would easily be smashed into pieces and crashed into the sea. Just as he was rejoicing, the ship suddenly shook violently, and then flew up quickly and fell heavily into the sea. In midair, he vaguely heard the cracking sound of the hull, and his heart trembled and fell with the hull. He vaguely saw a thick tentacle passing through the crack of the hull. It's over. Did that guy really set his sights on their ship? He quickly took out the two pieces of equipment, angel wings and angel sword, from the magic cube space, and then tightly clamped the wooden board in the corner of the room. The giant ship of nearly 300 meters flew a few hundred meters and fell again. The hull collapsed immediately. Especially the keel at the bottom of the ship was directly broken by the huge force. The structure had cracked and deformed, and the seawater poured into it along the crack. The giant ship was slowly sinking in the storm. Damn it! Is this the protagonist's natural disaster constitution? There is even a problem with riding a boat. It's speechless. But then he realized that he had thought too much. The unknown super monster was not targeting them, but accidentally bumped into them while diving and passing by. It broke the keel of the hull and sank into the sea without a trace, until it was confirmed that it had left. The Black Robe people who were guarding the ship came out to repair the ship. Fortunately, the ship was large and strong enough. Although the keel was broken, there were only a few large gaps. It was not completely broken and could still be repaired. Under the call of the black-robed people, everyone was mobilized to go down to the bottom of the ship for repairs. Lin Xiao was also assigned to remove the hull planks from the top of the ship and move them down to seal the cracks in the bottom of the ship. Together with Shawnee, he carried a plank that was more than 20 centimeters thick and more than 10 meters long to the bottom of the ship. He saw several black-robed people standing in the seawater at the bottom of the cabin and stretched out their hands to press it. An invisible force sealed the several-meter-wide crack and kept the seawater out. A black-robed person saw them and pointed to the crack above the edge of the waterline and shouted, "Move it over and seal it." There were not many people in the black robes who knew this trick. They could only seal the bottom of the boat, and they had no time to take care of the part above the waterline. At this time, with the continuous wind and waves, huge waves came one after another, and a lot of cold sea water poured in from the waterline. Lin Xiao and Xiao and I moved the wooden board over with difficulty. There were already several people moving another board for repair. One of the young men looked up and saw them with a weird smile. "It's the son of Nightmare," Xiao and I said to Lin Xiao in a low voice. "Be careful. Don't let them do anything dirty." He nodded, raised the board and was about to throw it into the crack. Suddenly, he lifted his foot and something passed by the place he just stepped on and nailed to the boat board. A closer look showed that it was a big nail. The direction of the shot was exactly the direction of several Sons of Nightmare. But no one knew who did it. Interesting. Lin Xiao narrowed his eyes and was about to fight back when he suddenly sensed something and looked up, just in time to see a man in a black robe looking at him. Then he heard a scream and turned his head abruptly. One of the Sons of Nightmare, who was just grinning, had somehow slipped and fallen into the crack, and the other Sons of Nightmare were grabbing him and pulling him up. Good fellow. So fierce. The fate of this guy interrupted his newly awakened thoughts. Obviously, the ship was so badly damaged that the escorting black-robed men were in a bad mood, and this guy just ran into the gun. However, it is estimated that there are not enough people on the ship. Many people died in the previous wave of mutations, so they only gave a slight punishment and did not throw him down directly. But at this moment, he suddenly heard the man screaming, and the body that slipped into the crack suddenly twitched violently, and blood gushed out. Then he saw a black shadow biting up along his body. Another Son of Nightmare raised his hammer and smashed it fiercely at the strange fish with long flesh whiskers that swallowed the Son of Nightmare, and directly stabbed it into the sea. Lin Xiao's powerful spiritual sense vaguely saw that the man in the almost dark blue sea was still struggling hard. But he was soon bitten by another strange fish and torn into two pieces. Suddenly, a person died, and the surrounding area fell into silence. Everyone had no intention of intrigue anymore, and quickly laid the wooden planks and nailed them. Chapter 365. Killing and Arrival. Bang! The wooden board that had just been nailed with two nails shook violently, and something hit it from below. Then a black shadow rushed in from the gap on the other side that was not covered with the board. It was a monster with long fleshy whiskers all over its body. It opened its mouth wide enough to accommodate a person and revealed its dense and uneven sharp teeth to bite Lin Xiao. It was definitely impossible to bite it. So Lin Xiao fell backwards and rolled into the bottom of the boat. The monster, like a sea cucumber, stuck in the gap with its fleshy body and stretched in to bite left and right. A black-robed man stretched out his right hand, and his sleeves exploded. His arm quickly expanded into a huge tentacle and opened his mouth full of uneven sharp teeth to bite the monster back. He bit off a large part of the monster that had stretched into the boat and quickly retracted it. Everyone was stunned by this scene. Lin Xiao looked at the black-robed man, who burped in surprise. What kind of ability is this? Is this a totem master? He had never seen a totem master take action. Even Professor Jean, the totem master apprentice, had never seen one, and had no idea what abilities a real totem master had, nor what methods the black-robed man used. After that, whenever a monster that they could not resist appeared, the black-robed man would take action to deal with it. After several attacks, he saw clearly the ability of the black-robed man. The huge tentacle formed by the expansion of the arm was indeed the black-robed man's arm. When activated, it could be up to 3 or 4 meters thick and up to 20 or 30 meters long. It was usually just an ordinary arm. Through the torn robes, the totem runes imprinted on the arm could be seen. Is this a formal totem master? Lin Xiao was amazed and yearning. The people around him saw the black-robed man take action several times, and they were all in awe. It didn't take long for the bottom of the ship to be repaired. The storm came and went quickly, And soon the sea returned to calm. And a broken ship floated on the sea. The giant ship continued to sail in this way of patching up. And it was no longer as idle as at the beginning. Everyone had a task every day. Lin Xiao and Xiao and I were assigned to guard a gap in the bottom of the ship. They just looked at the gap and reported any problems. They stayed in the dark cabin for half a month before going to the deck for fresh air. Fortunately, they were in good physical condition and could persist. I don't know how long it took. But one day I suddenly felt that the speed of the ship slowed down significantly. After a while, someone shouted on it. I found a small island. And the ship docked for repairs before leaving. Returning to the deck from the cabin, I saw a huge island not far away. At a rough glance, its length was more than 10 kilometers. The island was full of trees. From time to time, birds could be seen flying from the woods. Occasionally, a huge roar of unknown beasts was heard. And the scene was full of vitality. Soon the black-robed man assigned tasks to everyone to go to the island to collect wood and food. The hull was broken before, and many things were gone. Lin Xiao and Shawnee took a small boat to the island. Several sons of Nightmare and sons of the spirit realm also came over. The three comers from different civilizations landed on the beach of the island at the same time. You looked at me, I looked at you, and there was unkindness in our eyes. Compared to the son of Nightmare, even when he descended as a human, his expression and temperament were cold and easy to argue with. The son of the spirit realm that Lin Xiao saw for the first time had no difference in temperament from humans. The only thing that could be identified was that the son of the spirit realm seemed to have some strange aura. Very similar to, let's put it this way, the son of the spirit realm is basically a super psychic. And psychics are very similar to mages and arcane masters. So the son of the spirit realm is very similar to scholars and mages in temperament. Or the kind of academic masters. Looking at people with a sense of contempt for the high IQ looking at the low IQ. Which makes people very uncomfortable. The two of them stepped back expressionlessly and walked in one direction of the island. As they walked, Shawnee whispered, there are only two of us. And there are 3 sons of Nightmare and sons of the spirit realm. They may attack us first. Lin Xiao smiled and said, that's perfect. Follow me later and don't separate. See if they will follow us. If they follow us, kill them. After retreating more than 10 meters, the two ran straight into the small island with lush trees. Soon, Lin Xiao heard the sound of small clothes brushing against trees from behind, and knew that they were following. The two looked at each other, and each drew out the weapons they carried with them. Shawnee had a high-quality fine steel long sword, and he took out the angel sword, which looked like an ordinary long sword before it was activated. Have you ever killed a descended body of the son of Nightmare before? Shawnee took out the round shield behind him and crossed it in front of him, and asked in a low voice. Lin Xiao grinned. I have killed a real son of Nightmare. Then your real body should be quite awesome. An elite from some higher education institution. Dark Moon. Several sons of Nightmare and sons of the spirit realm did not hide their purpose. The 3 on the left and the 3 on the right chased directly without even hiding. Shawnee frowned and whispered, it's a bit bad. How come they have such a tacit understanding? Lin Xiao turned his wrist and cut off the weeds on the side with the sword blade, and stood up directly, saying, no matter if they have tacit understanding or not, just kill them all. Ah! Seeing him stand up, Shawnee's face changed drastically and said anxiously, how can we fight with so many people? The voice stopped abruptly after seeing the light feathers extending behind him and the long sword in his hand turning into a lightsaber. And he showed a shocked expression, like the son of Nightmare and the son of spirit realm opposite. Magic weapon. The answer is correct. But there is no reward. With a thought, the shield of faith was activated, and a layer of light white light covered the whole body. Lin Xiao flew into the air and pounced on the 3 sons of Nightmare. Angel sword, constant 4-ring priest divine power, constant breaking enchantment, constant powerful expulsion magic, 10 times of scorching attack per day, 10 times of healing per day, 3 times of destruction per day, and 1 time of resurrection per day. Angel wings, constant advanced flight, wings of light, light, constant protection from evil, constant shield of faith. Angel incarnation once a day. Angel incarnation is not necessary. Both the son of Nightmare and Lin Xiao are essentially just mortals, although they have begun to condense the totem rune framework. This is the basic physical strength and has no extraordinary power. The angel sword swung a blazing blow and blasted down a blazing pillar of fire. A son of Nightmare was directly transformed into a fireman and screamed in pain. They would not die in a short time. After all, they had physiques and strength far beyond ordinary people. But they could not put out the fire on their bodies. And their strong physiques only added to the pain. Seeing this, the other two sons of Nightmare and the son of Spirit Realm turned around and ran without hesitation. Lin Xiao flew into the air and swung the lightsaber in his hand, blasting down 5 blazing attacks in a row. 5 fire pillars blasted down, and the sons of Nightmare and the sons of Spirit Realm tried their best to avoid them. They cleverly dispersed and went under the trees. The fire pillars blasted through the leaves and grass and hit a son of Nightmare and a son of Spirit Realm, turning them into firemen. The remaining 2 sons of Spirit Realm and the son of Nightmare used the tree trunks to block the fire pillars, and they rolled and crawled to the shore and shouted loudly. Lin Xiao, who was about to catch up to make up for the blow, gave up when he saw this. This place was very close to the coast, and his wings and lightsaber were very conspicuous, and it was easy for the black-robed man on the boat to find him. Although he may not be afraid of these black-robed people with these 2 treasures, he will not be able to go to the main continent if he quarrels with them. Brother, where did you get the totem magic weapon? It's too cool. The Indian Shawnee's eyes almost turned into substance. He clapped his hands happily and said, now we don't have to worry about being bullied by them. It's a pity that they ran too fast. Otherwise they would have left all of them. Lin Xiao raised his hand and chopped down a tree that required 3 or 4 people to hug with a sword. He cut off the branches with a few more swords and said while busy, it's good to kill 3. If we really kill them all and get on the boat, we will have trouble. Come and help cut some trees to avoid being scolded when we go back. The fact is just as he expected. When he and Shawnee each carried a big tree back to the boat, he could feel the scrutiny of the black-robed people on the boat. With a nervous mood, they carried the wood onto the boat. The black-robed people said nothing, just asked them to continue carrying. But Lin Xiao knew that these black-robed people had guessed something, but they just didn't pursue it. With trepidation in their hearts, the 2 of them continued to cut wood and carry it on board. The 2 sons of the Spirit Realm and the son of Nightmare who survived were extremely honest. What surprised him was that the only son of Nightmare who survived was the seemingly arrogant boy who was arrogant before. Now he dared not be arrogant at all, and was very honest. 10 days later, the giant ship was repaired and set sail again. Although the voyage was still full of twists and turns, there were no super monsters. It was safe and sound all the way. It was unknown how far the distance was until one day a man in black robes summoned everyone to gather on the deck. The ship is about to arrive at the main continent. Next, it will stop at Nyoju Island for a while. It is one of the 16 stops in the southeast area of the main continent. There are often guides stationed in many totem schools in the nearby area. After the ship docks, it will stay for a day to replenish supplies. You can choose to disembark here and join a nearby school. After a pause, the man in black robe added, this ship will only stop at 2 stops. If you don't make a choice here, you must get off the ship at the next stop. After saying that, he left with his sleeves swung, and everyone looked at each other. Finally arrived. Lin Xiao twisted his neck and said to Xiao and I, get off the boat and take a look. Xiao and I shook his head. The school that the teacher introduced to me is not here, so I won't get off. Alright then. Lin Xiao shrugged and got off the boat by himself. Professor Jean did not introduce him to any school, but only introduced him to some simple situations of the schools he knew, and did not specifically ask him to join any school. So it was up to him to choose which totem master school to join. He did not have any requirements for this school. As long as it was a serious school, well, it had to have certain strength. It did not require a big school, but it could not be a bottom school with only 2 or 3 big fish and small fish. Just a medium one. This island is a transit station for many small islands outside the mainland facing the main mainland. There is an official agency on the island similar to an intermediary. Many schools distributed nearby have their names registered here. They can directly check the basic information of the school here and then decide whether to join. If you want to join, the agency will notify the school, and then the school will send someone to check your qualifications. If you are qualified, you can join the school. Yes, the school also has to check your qualifications. This does not mean that you can join if you want to. It is not that easy. Lin Xiao was not too worried about this. He had refined so many soul crystals before, and his soul strength was dozens of times stronger than at the beginning. I dare not say how good it is. But it is still no problem to join a school. There were many people getting off the boat like him. Hundreds of people came to the lobby of the agency together. Immediately, a staff member came up to greet them. One of them handed over a booklet. When he opened it, he found that each page recorded a school. Lin Xiao found a place to sit down and read it. Chapter 366, Joining a School, White Tower. Oh! So user-friendly. There is a row of 10 white stars in the upper right corner of each page introducing a school. He flipped through it and found that there were different numbers of black stars among the 10 stars on the pages of different schools. This is the comprehensive evaluation of the school by the intermediary agency. For example, on the first page, there is a totem school called Tim College, which is rated 3.5 stars out of 10 stars. That is, 3 black stars plus 1 star that is half white and half black. This score is undoubtedly not high among the 10 stars. And he turned it over without even reading the school introduction. However, after flipping through more than a dozen pages and looking at more than a dozen schools, he was surprised to find that all the schools had low scores. Not even a 5-star one. And the Tim College, just now, was relatively high among them. Is it based on the standard score of all the schools in the entire continent? If so, this score is still not very good. From this, it can be seen that the strength of the totem schools in this area is not very good. Next, he quickly flipped through the booklet and found that, as he had guessed, the overall strength of the totem school in the nearby area was indeed not high. There were only 2 schools that reached the 5-star rating, and none of them were above 5 stars. Many of the people who came with him in the hall had already stood up and left, probably because they looked down on the nearby schools. But there were also many who stayed. Lin Xiao hesitated for a long time and finally stayed, because he suddenly thought that if the school here was not strong, then the next stop would also be by the sea, and the strength of the school would probably not be much different. Under the same circumstances, there would be no point in running over. Moreover, this was still thinking on the bright side. If the strength of the school in the next area was not as good as here, it would be depressing, and there would be no chance to run back. In addition, his requirements for the school were not very high, and 5 stars actually met his requirements. Reopening the 2 5-star school pages in the booklet, one was called Shadow Realm, and the other was called White Tower, both of which were academic totem school organizations. From the names, we can see the bias of these 2 totemist organizations. In martial arts terms, Shadow Mirror is an evil sect, and White Tower is an upright sect. So Lin Xiao chose to join Shadow Realm. Well, he applied to both schools respectively. Which school he would join depends on which school is willing to accept him. It was his idea which school he wanted to join. But which school he could finally enter depended on which school was willing to accept him. In terms of talent, he was not inferior to anyone. But this situation was never 100% stable. Maybe White Tower only accepts people with certain talents. Who can say for sure about this kind of thing? There are quite a lot of people who choose Shadow Tower and White Tower. Half of the hundreds of people have taken these 2 schools into consideration. Whether they can enter is one thing, but they will apply first. After making a decision, Lin Xiao went back to the ship to say goodbye to Shawnee, and then rented a house on the island to live. 2 days later, the nearest school sent people over. A metal airship about 70 or 80 meters long flew over from a distance and stopped on the island. From a distance, one could see many small holes on the side of the metal airship, and inside it, there was a row of black gun muzzles facing outside. Lin Xiao went over to watch how these schools recruited new members. This school is called the Alchemy Tower, a totem school rated 3.5 stars, specializing in metal alchemy creations. And this metal gunboat is one of its alchemy creations. Alchemy is not just about refining potions. The potion alchemist is just one of the schools. There are many other alchemy schools, and metal alchemy creations are one of the many schools. The assessment criteria of the Alchemy Tower are very simple. You are given a very simple alchemy creation, and you are required to disassemble and reassemble it within a limited time to pass. There is no qualification test as imagined. Then, one school after another sent people to arrive. The Shadow Realm and the White Tower he chose waited for a long time before they arrived late. I don't know if it was a coincidence that the 2 schools arrived together and announced an unfriendly news at the same time. Anyone who chooses any one of them is not allowed to participate in the assessment of the other school. That is, they must choose one of the 2. Obviously, The two largest schools in the nearby area are hostile to each other, and they are mortal enemies. Otherwise, there would be no such regulations. Lin Xiao thought about it, and chose the White Tower. It was not because the White Tower was a decent organization, but because it was introduced in the roster. The White Tower, which was more inclined to the academic school, was better than the Shadow Realm in training apprentices, and more suitable for him. The corresponding Shadow Mirror had stronger apprentice combat power than the White Tower in the early stage. But this was not a problem for Lin Xiao. Is this what he needs? What he needs is a suitable learning environment. Unexpectedly, the two sons of the Spirit Realm, who had survived from his hands before, also chose the White Tower. Seeing Lin Xiao in the crowd, their faces changed slightly, but they calmed down. The person who came from the White Tower was an old man with white hair and beard wearing a white robe. And there were more than a dozen white robe people wearing the same uniforms. The assessment was held in a tower suspended in the air, and all those who were interested in the assessment could enter and try. This tower was a magic weapon. The old man sat by the door with his hands in his sleeves and closed his eyes to rest. One by one, the assessors entered the tower and came out in about a minute, with different expressions. Those who are happy are successful, and those who are depressed are failures. It is clear at a glance. Soon it was Lin Xiao's turn. He just walked to the gate of the tower, and the old man who was sitting by the gate with his eyes closed suddenly opened his eyes. He immediately felt a real gaze sweeping over him. The old man nodded and smiled kindly. Entering the tower, it was pitch black inside, and he couldn't see anything at all. He could only rely on induction. Soon he heard a strange sound coming, which felt like the messy sound of a radio that couldn't receive a station. After about 10 seconds, the sound stopped, and a voice asked, "How many sounds did you hear?" He paused and replied, 8. "Which direction can you feel the sound coming from? Please point out the direction." "Above, on the left, and in front." He pointed out the directions he had just heard. The tower was quiet, and after more than 10 seconds, someone spoke. "Spiritual Perception Aptitude Assessment. 1 star." The voice became visibly softer. "There is a table 1 step ahead of you, with a crystal ball on it. Press it with your hand." The room was pitch black and nothing could be seen, but Lin Xiao could feel it. He took a step forward and stretched out his hand to press the crystal ball, and suddenly a ball of light lit up in front of him like a light bulb. The room was silent, but he could vaguely sense 2 surprised eyes. "You go out and wait outside the door first." It took a long time for someone to speak. Lin Xiao respectfully bowed in a certain direction and turned to go out. In the dark, 2 white-robed people looked at each other in the direction he bowed, and one of them said in surprise, "What a powerful soul." As soon as he went out, he saw the old man at the door waving at him. He walked over and the old man took out a crystal card with many strange patterns and handed it to him. "Keep it well. Don't lose it." A man in a white robe pointed to the chair behind and asked him to sit down, his eyes full of kindness. My qualifications seemed to be quite impressive. There were a few people who also passed the test, but those few did not have such good treatment as him. The old man didn't even say a word to them. But this is a good thing. Good qualifications and good treatment. He is not a masochist. How can he refuse better treatment? Next, the test continued, and from time to time someone passed the test and came over, and occasionally someone could get a card. But theirs was just an ordinary metal card, and no one got a crystal card like him. After the test was completed, a total of 8 people including him got the card, and more than 20 people passed the test but did not have the card, and were taken into the tower and soared into the sky to leave the island. It is worth mentioning that one of the 2 sons of the Spirit Realm got a metal card, and the other did not get it but passed the test. This tower is a flying magic weapon. It can fly and has powerful defense. The internal space is also very large. At least Lin Xiao can allocate an independent small room with a window. Through the window, he can see the blue and the waves thousands of meters below. The tower crossed the sea and entered a mountain range that stretched for an unknown distance. The mountains were full of isolated peaks and smoke. From time to time, some strange birds passed by. When the tower passed a high peak surrounded by fog, suddenly a huge black shadow broke through the fog and rushed out from the bottom of the smoke-filled peak. It was a giant snake with a human head and a snake body. Its hair was all silver-thin snakes. The giant snake's human face and vertical pupils flashed silver light, and the light waves on the surface of the tower lit up. The dazzling light made it impossible to see. When the light disappeared, he saw a layer of fine lime falling on the surface of the tower. Medusa? Human-faced snake demon. A voice sounded behind him. He turned around and saw a man in a white robe walking in. He was an apprentice of the totem master of the White Tower named Hanny. He seemed to be interested in making friends with Lin Xiao. He stood in front of the window, looking at the human-faced snake roaring unwillingly below, and said to him, "This is a human-faced snake demon, a high-level monster. Its petrification talent is very strong, and it is one of the totem models available." A totem model available? Yes. It is the totem rune framework that you people outside are talking about. Ah, this. Lin Xiao was full of surprise. The totem rune framework is not. As if seeing his confusion, Hanny explained, due to limited resources outside the main continent, the totem rune models constructed are all standard universal totem rune frameworks without any additional attributes. So the future is also limited. However, it is different on the main continent. The school has rich resources and can choose some powerful totem rune models when constructing totem rune models. For example, even if this human-faced snake demon totem model is given to you, you can't use it, because you can't find another human-faced snake demon outside the main world. And even if you find it, you can't do anything about it. Oh! Lin Xiao understood. Hanny meant that the basic totem rune framework that must be constructed to become a totem master apprentice is not what he imagined, which can be constructed with basic totem runes. In other words, he had previously chosen the useless, attributeless universal totem model. Now that he has joined the school, he must choose this powerful totem model, and the original one is invalid. He was somewhat glad that he did not hastily construct the totem rune framework before coming here. Otherwise he would be finished. Chapter 367, Selecting a Totem Model. It was unknown how long it had been, when a white giant tower that reached the sky appeared in front of Lin Xiao. Hanny, who was standing in front of the window and talking to him, pointed at the tower and said, "We have arrived. Take a look at this tower. They are now thousands of meters high, and the white giant tower is only level with them at this time. It can be seen how huge it is. It is simply a miracle in the mortal world. There are many towers hundreds of meters high around the white giant tower, which gradually spread out from the center to the surroundings. There are many buildings around the tower, layer by layer, slowly forming a giant city with the tower as the main body, located on a plateau. Yes, this white giant tower is located on a plateau with a diameter of about 70 to 80 kilometers. There are probably 400 or 500 meters of cliffs around the plateau. But in Lin Xiao's opinion, it is better to say that it is a huge platform than a plateau. The tower flew quickly towards the giant city. From time to time, people were seen riding magic weapons or strange beasts flying past the tower and flying into the distance. The neatly planned streets below were crowded with people. There were many people in the city. The tower-shaped magic weapon quickly descended and crossed a circle of tall city walls into the inner circle of the city, hovering over a huge platform. Hanny pointed to the two tower-shaped magic weapons on the platform that were exactly the same as the ones they were riding and the people around them, and said to Lin Xiao, "You are lucky. It happens to be the enrollment period every 3 years. A large number of new people will come from all over the place within this month. If you want to join this school at other times, you need a series of temporary individual assessments. Now you can enroll with them." He looked down and saw that there were indeed many young boys around the two tower-shaped magic weapons, and boys and girls were constantly walking out of the tower. Their tower-shaped flying magic weapon found an empty spot on the platform and slowly landed. And he said to Lin Xiao, "1-star qualifications like you are extremely rare. There will definitely be many professors who will accept you as a disciple. Professor Bevan of the Star Academy and Professor Blevins of the Alchemy Academy are very good to their disciples. You can consider it." "Yes, I will consider it." People have accompanied him all the way to explain for so long, and the purpose is so simple. Lin Xiao does not reject it. "Anyway, I have to find a teacher, and it doesn't matter who I find." With a slight vibration, the flying tower landed, and the newcomers on other floors left one after another. Soon Lin Xiao also left the tower and came to the platform. Under the leadership of Hanny, the group went down the stairs to a hall below the platform. There were already many people from the White Tower waiting in the hall. When Lin Xiao subconsciously glanced at one of these people, his eyelids raised. He found a son of the spirit realm in the White Tower professor group. Damn, this is a bit troublesome. The son of the spirit realm also noticed him, and looked over with an expressionless face, and revealed an ambiguous smile. When everyone entered the hall and stood still, A man in a white robe with an eye mask decorated like an exquisite clock on his right, I said loudly to them. Now, all those who have the crystal and metal plates come to my side. After saying that, Lin Xiao and several other people in the team came forward and stood beside the man in white robes, including one of the two sons of the spirit realm who came at the same time. You follow me. The group left this hall and came to another hall next door. There were already 5 middle-aged or old men who looked very imposing and even wore white robes with gold edges. Among them, there was a woman with a very hot figure and a mask who was selecting people here. Well, there are more than a dozen boys and girls being selected here. They all have a piece of metal in their hands. They should be the newcomers brought by the 2 high-tower aircrafts before. Their arrival immediately attracted everyone's attention. The 5 selectors looked at them like entities. Lin Xiao instantly sensed that 5 eyes fell on him at the same time. I want this person at the Alchemy Academy. The middle-aged man who was speaking had a piece of metal on his face, and even one of his eyes was replaced by a crystal eye, which looked quite ferocious. But he was interrupted as soon as he finished speaking. Another man who covered his whole body with a cloak and only revealed a pair of pupils with dim light flashing pointed at Lin Xiao and said, "He is more suitable for the Battle Academy. What's the point of fighting and killing? It's better to come to the Sealing Academy. The Alchemy Academy does not need to fight. And the wealth is the richest. The Guardian Academy sits in the tower all year round and has the best benefits. The Star Academy has the most girls. The only woman among the 5 people is directly seduced." What a familiar plot. Lin Xiao was speechless. But thinking about it, it's a little refreshing. After all, he is the protagonist, plus all kinds of envious eyes around him, especially the envious eyes of the son of the spirit realm, which makes him feel even more refreshed. After a while of arguing, the few people finally moved the question to him. The man from the Battle Academy wearing a black cloak asked him, "Young man, pick one yourself." Lin Xiao pointed to a representative of the Alchemy Academy whose eyes were replaced by crystals and said, "I want to go to the Alchemy Academy." "Good," the man said with admiration. "You will soon know the benefits of my Alchemy Academy. Come here quickly." The only 1-star qualification was chosen, and the rest of the selection was very simple, directly designated by these 5 people, not by them. After the selection was completed, the representative of the Alchemy Academy said to him, "Roll. Right. You follow me." He turned around and left with a wave of his sleeves, and the group quickly followed. Next, they went to the Alchemy Academy, an independent area surrounded by a circle of high walls, with more than a dozen high and low towers. After returning, someone took them to register and allocate accommodation, including Lin Xiao. A total of 6 people were one of the newcomers of the Alchemy Academy. In addition to these few who were personally selected, there are actually many newcomers who are not as qualified as them, but have certain qualifications. As the only 2 1-star qualifications who obtained crystal cards in this year, Lin Xiao was named the chief freshman, the first freshman of this year, and the temporary monitor. Of course, this is of no use to Lin Xiao, who has no interest in worldly affairs. His main focus every day is to attend classes. The courses are similar to those in the previous Totem Academy, but more profound. There are many new courses that have not been heard before and need to be made up. Alchemy has several main branches, among which biological alchemy and potion alchemy are the most common and widely used. You can choose one of these 2, or both. You can choose it yourself in this regard. The academy does not restrict you. In the classroom, a senior professor was sitting on a large rattan chair while giving a lecture. Next to him was a mole with smooth hair that looked cute and well-behaved, and a few long whiskers on its mouth, massaging his feet. This is one of the many alien races raised by the school. It is called the Whisker Rat. It has an IQ equivalent to that of a 10-year-old child. A docile personality, dexterous hands, flexible and hardworking, and likable. You only need to pay a few of their favorite snacks to use it at will. Lin Xiao was also assigned one when he entered the academy, but he has not yet gone to get it, although the academy has not made any restrictions. As a teacher, I would like to remind you that it is best not to take concurrent courses before becoming a formal Totem Master Apprentice. By the way, you can choose a totem model tomorrow. Many of you may not be very clear about this aspect. It is best to go to the library to check it out, so as not to be confused about how to choose. Get out of class is over now. The Academy Library has a special tower. The collection of books inside ranks second among the 5 major academies. The books about totem models are on the 3rd and 5th floors. With the help of crystal learning, Lin Xiao directly entered the 5th floor. Each floor of the tower has an area of thousands of square meters. With such a large area and thousands of books, it is definitely impossible that all of them are totem models. There are only 2 rows of 15 rows. The library was quiet, with only a few students checking the information. He first came to the edge of one of the rows to check the index directory. There were 2 large volumes of the directory alone. He picked up a book and flipped through a few pages, and saw the information about the human-faced snake demon on one of the pages. The human-faced snake demon, a high-level monster, one of the overlords of the Misty Mountains, has a petrification talent. To choose the human-faced snake demon as the totem model, you need to kill a human-faced snake demon, absorb its demon soul and flesh essence, and refine it into the totem model. There is also a comment below, marking the strength of the human-faced snake demon, and warning that this monster is extremely dangerous. Please do not try to give yourself a head. The author of this book is quite humorous. The book he took seems to be about upper-level monsters similar to the human-faced snake demon. Each of them is a hegemon with super strength, and it is not something that ordinary totemists can deal with. If you want to use these powerful beings as totem models, you must have a backer and the support of a big boss to do it. Unknowingly, the whole book has been read. Lin Xiao smacked his lips, and was somewhat fortunate to come here. If he was still in that continent, even if he built a totem model with great difficulty, it would be a basic totem rune framework with no future, and he would never be able to become a real totemist, let alone a totem lord. Then he opened another catalog. The first one made his pupil shrink suddenly. He turned the book over with a surprised look. The page read Forbidden Monster Record. Forbidden 10-armed monster, super level evil, one of the overlords of Doomsday Crater, with unknown talent, has the power to destroy a school alone. There is also an illustration below. A monster with 10 arms and a beetle-like body is about to pounce, and there is a destroyed town under its feet. From the comparison between the two, we can see how huge its body is. Heterotopic Nightmare, super level evil, a monster of the other plane active in Doomsday Crater, lurking in the depths of space, often passing through space and suddenly swallowing prey, and once had a record of hunting totem lords. The illustration is a half-black body hiding in the void, and the other half of the body exposed is like a snake with more than a dozen huge tentacles. Emerald Queen, super level, an ancient existence active in the Emerald Forest. True identity unknown. Talent unknown. The illustration below shows a beautiful woman who is about 3 meters tall, with a super hot body and stunning appearance. However, her whole body is transparent like crystal, and it is obvious at first glance that she is not a normal person. Chapter 368 Terrible Weirdness. The strength of creatures in this world is very simple. Lower level monsters, classified by humans as below level 6 extraordinary. Middle level monsters, classified by humans as above level 6 extraordinary to level 7. Upper level monsters, classified by humans as creatures above level 8 legendary and below level 10. Super level monsters are equivalent to existences above true gods. As for the fierce beasts, it goes without saying that the beasts in the mortal world are only slightly stronger than wild beasts. As for the strange beasts, they are also monsters, but they are called differently in different places. In addition, there are a small number of strange existences in this world that cannot be explained by common sense. The power system of these strange existences is different from the power system of the totem master in this world. According to the book, they belong to a kind of conceptual existence. The fighting method is similar to the cause and effect rate, which is very difficult to deal with. It may be difficult to explain how weird this is in words. There is an introduction in the book that a cabin in the woods appeared in this area 50 years ago. It randomly appears in a certain location every month. Anyone who sees the cabin in the woods will enter the cabin in a passive, active, or inexplicable way. Without exception, all those who enter the cabin in the woods have a 50% chance of disappearing, and a 50% chance of turning into a monster and escaping. For example, more than 30 years ago, a gambler appeared. Anyone who saw it had to bet with it. It could not be refused. If you refused, you would die. Its power is extremely weird. Even if a formal totem master refuses, he will die on the spot. There are no signs and logic. There are 2 results of the bet. If you lose, you will naturally accept the punishment. The punishment results are varied. Directly taking away your life is just one of them. The most terrifying is the various horrifying punishments, such as men becoming women, women becoming men, souls swapping with monsters, assholes growing in mouths, etc. It is as weird as it can be. It is extremely difficult to kill a weirdo, because the Totemists in this world still cannot understand what this thing is. At least the book he read did not introduce how to kill a weirdo, nor did it introduce an example of killing a weirdo. However, it did introduce a tragic case. More than 1,000 years ago, a weirdo suddenly appeared next to a large Totemist school with a comprehensive strength score of 7 stars. At first, it was just a fog-covered area with an area of less than 100 square meters. No human or animal could get out of it. The fog neither expanded nor moved and stayed there. But there is a saying that goes, "How can you let others sleep soundly beside the bed?" This large Totemist school relied on its strong enough strength. The master of the school led a dozen totem lords and carried a super magic weapon to attack the fog. The result was that the fog that had been quietly staying in place for more than 10 years suddenly expanded. And in just a dozen minutes, it formed a huge fog covering a range of thousands of kilometers, which directly submerged the entire school. When the fog disappeared a year later, only a totem master king who was comparable to a true god escaped with the broken magic weapon of the school. Apart from them, the entire school disappeared. Not only the people, but also the entire school's buildings. Not a single tile was left at the original address of the school. Only an empty foundation was left. There are not many such examples, but there are also many, and most of them end in failure. The reason why I say most of them is that the weirdness is not really completely invincible, but can still be destroyed. For example, it was recently recorded that a totem master fell into a weirdness a few hundred years ago. When everyone thought he was going to die, he actually succeeded in destroying the weirdness. After he came out, his strength seemed to have skyrocketed. After that, he was directly promoted to the Totem Lord. Now he is one of the masters of the Totem world. No one knows what the Totem Master used to destroy a weirdness that even the Totem Lord might fall, nor what benefits can be obtained after destroying the weirdness. Well, in the few records, anyone who can destroy the weirdness finally achieved extraordinary success. Everyone knows that destroying the weirdness, or as long as you can get out of the weirdness alive, you can get unimaginable benefits. But the extremely high mortality rate is unimaginable. At least no matter whether it is recorded in books or teachers. They all severely warn to stay away from the weirdness. TSK. It's really terrible. I have to ask what the weirdness is like, and whether there is any weirdness nearby. Closing the book, he thought as he left the library. When he just arrived at the door, he suddenly felt something and looked up. He saw a middle-aged man in a professor's white robe just walking in. His expression quickly turned serious, and he lowered his head slightly and stepped aside. The middle-aged man stood there and looked at him for a while, then stepped into the door. When he passed by, he heard a voice in his ear. "Boy, you won't live long." Lin Zhao's mouth muscles twitched slightly. After walking out of the tower, he stood at the door for a long time and looked back. A trace of viciousness flashed in his eyes. It's still uncertain who will kill whom. After muttering in a low voice, he pressed his temple again. A formal totem master from the spirit realm is indeed a bit troublesome. There is no helper here. The entire White Tower has now found 5 or 6 sons of the spirit realm, but not a single son of the human god realm. Not even a helper. Obviously, even if there were human descenders before, they were probably cleared out by them. Speed up the growth. Fortunately, his qualifications are too good to be valued, and they dare not do anything in the academy. The next morning, he came to the classroom with great expectations. Today was the day for them to choose a totem model. The person who taught them today was a senior professor at the Alchemy Academy, named Bell. He had nothing to do with Professor Bell of the Star Academy, just the same name. He knocked on the table and said, "Before choosing a totem model, I would like to remind you that your personal talent is limited. So you should choose a totem model within your ability. Don't be greedy for power, and choose a totem model that exceeds your soul talent. For your sake, the Academy has also made a comprehensive assessment of your talents. The totem models available to each student are based on your talents. We will not give out totem models that exceed your talents. Now we will distribute the models." He pointed to the podium with his cane, and the 2 whiskered rats held a stack of pamphlets and distributed them one by one. Soon, Lin Zhao received a booklet with his name already written on it. On the first page, there was a warning. The soul is the support of the mind. The stronger the soul, the stronger the mind. Be careful. There was a signature of Griffin at the back. He remembered that this was a senior of the school 1,000 years ago. Turning to the first page, a familiar picture appeared in front of him. The upper monster. The human-faced demon snake. Good guy. You think so highly of me? After the introduction of the familiar human-faced demon snake, there was a complex totem rune framework. He looked at it carefully and found a full 66 totem runes, which means that this totem model requires 66 totem runes to form. There are several lines of annotations below the totem model, introducing how to obtain the demon soul of the human-faced demon snake to construct this totem model. There are 3 main ways, but in fact there are only 2. With his personal strength, he certainly cannot kill a human-faced demon snake, even if he has 2 powerful magic props, in addition to killing it personally. The second way is provided by the school, which not only provides the human-faced demon snake's demon soul, but also includes all the consumption of lighting up the talent after condensing the talent tree, such as a large amount of divine power. As the top local sect, the White Tower has the strength to extract the demon soul from the human-faced demon snake. Note, this demon soul is a part of the demon soul, which does not mean that the human-faced demon snake can be killed and its soul can be completely extracted. The construction of the totem model does not require a complete demon soul. Of course, you can use the complete demon soul or kill it, but this is a practice of draining the pond to catch fish. After using it once, there will be no more. There are not many human-faced demon snakes in the Misty Mountains. In fact, the few human-faced demon snakes in the Misty Mountains are now raised. Whenever there are new talents with excellent talents, who are qualified to use this, there will be strong people to take some. As the saying goes, there is no free lunch in the world. If the academy directly provides all the consumption, he must pay a huge price. For example, how many years of service to the school? The greater the consumption, the higher the cost. The second way is to be sponsored. Some big totem master families will sponsor some talented people. The price is also service, or some will be more demanding. Lin Zhao's choice is very simple. The school provides it, and he will stay in the school in the future. Anyway, he has no idea of traveling far before becoming a totem lord. With such a mood, he opened the second page of the booklet and read it with relish. The lowest monster on his booklet is a high-level monster. Maybe in the eyes of the school, his worst talent is to build a high-level monster totem model. He also found 2 super-level monsters at the back. It is worth mentioning that the monsters in this booklet are all provided by the school, or there are ways to obtain them. Those that cannot be obtained or do not exist will not appear here. These 2 super-level monsters were seen when I was looking up information in the library before. One is called the Lord of the Mountains. The illustration shows a rocky monster lying on the ground that looks like an undulating mountain range. The size is probably more than 10 kilometers. However, this is only the SHL of the Lord of Mountains. The real Lord of Mountains is not very big, but because he controls the power of the earth. When he sleeps underground, a steady stream of soil and rocks will automatically gather towards him, and eventually form a group of mountains. The second super-level monster is called the Lord of Storms. The illustration is an unscaled form composed of infinite lightning, which looks like a lightning sun from a distance. This super-level monster lives in the Storm Sea, or that sea area is named Storm Sea because of his existence. Such a terrible existence. The price to pay is naturally terrible. Lin Zhao just took a look and passed it, giving up the reason for choosing these 2 super-level monsters as his totem model. Not to mention the extremely high difficulty and rigorous test of using super-level monsters as totems. He is actually not afraid of these. The main thing is that if he chooses these 2 super-level monsters, and the school provides resources, he needs to sign a contract in the name of the world's will. And there is no way. As an adventurer, he definitely wouldn't dare to sign this contract. He would definitely be discovered by the will of the totem world, and the consequences would be. So there was no need to think about these 2 super-level monsters. He could only choose a higher-level monster as the totem model. Chapter 369, Constructing the Totem Rune Model Golden Ancient Tree. Lin Zhao finally selected a higher-level monster called Dark Gold Tree Demon from the many higher-level monsters in the booklet. The illustration shows a giant tree with a dark gold metallic luster throughout its body, which is more than 300 meters high and a canopy of nearly 500 meters. The characteristic of this thing is that the material is solid, and the dark gold metallic luster is the luster of metal, which means that this tree is as hard as a metal tree. The Dark Gold Tree Demon's talent is a metal body, Whether it is a trunk, leaves or roots, they are all very hard. When fighting, it can control the leaves on its body to turn into sharp metal blades, and the roots to turn into sharp metal whips or metal spikes that pierce out from the ground. The physical lethality is overwhelming. The vitality is super strong, and it is very difficult to kill. The main reason for choosing this higher level monster is that the tree demon cannot control energy, and it has a limited range and is difficult to move. It is one of the upper level monsters that is easiest to obtain magic souls, so the contract signed with the school has the lowest restrictions. After making the choice, 2 days later, Lin Xiao signed a 50-year contract with the school, starting from when he became a formal totem master. Before he became a formal totem master, he was not restricted and could leave the school for a short time to gain experience. Then, he began to condense the totem runes and build the totem framework. The dark gold tree demon requires a totem framework constructed by a full 72 totem runes to carry it, and the basic runes contained in it include a full 17 kinds. The 6 advanced basic totem runes he prepared before were obviously not enough. Fortunately, as a 5-star rated white tower, there is a complete set of 1-star to 5-star standard totem runes, which he can learn for free, mastering all the 11 totem runes from 1 star to 5 stars other than these 6, and then strengthening them one by one through the magic cube of good fortune, and strengthening the complete basic runes again. Consumes much less good fortune energy than the basic totem runes that only had 1 to 3 stars before, and only consumes more than 30 units in total. Then, according to the standard of the dark gold tree demon totem rune model, 72 totem runes containing 17 kinds of advanced basic totem runes were prepared, and a basic totem framework was constructed according to the model. Then, visualize the totem model and solidify the model cognition, because the totem runes that constitute the model are not fixed before they are refined into the magic soul. He must constantly visualize and solidify them until they are refined into the magic soul and the divine power. The main function of the magic soul is to become the core of the totem, coordinate the power of all totem runes in the totem model and fix them. And the divine power is to make the two completely merge and produce a qualitative change to give birth to the totem talent tree. Then continue to consume the divine power and various resources to light up the nodes on the talent tree. And each node represents an ability from the totem. For example, if the dark gold tree demon chosen by Lin Xiao has 7 talents, then the talent tree will have 7 talent nodes. If all are lit up, you can start to become a real totem master. Next, the school will provide a dark gold tree demon's magic soul and enough divine power to transform all the runes in the totem framework. The magic soul of the dark gold tree demon is a small piece of dark gold tree heart, with dense lines carved on the surface, which is the seal rune. The parasitic power is a transparent crystal as big as a glass marble. If you look closely, there is a faint smoke flowing inside. This is the crystal of the materialized parasitic power. A total of 5. The faint smoke inside is not the parasitic power, but impurities. As we all know, the parasitic power comes from monsters. When it is collected, it will carry the monster's mental imprint. That is, mental power. When using it, you need to remove the monster's mental power and imprint from the parasitic power first. However, it is difficult to completely remove the mental imprint in the parasitic power by normal means, especially those upper monsters, whose mental imprints are both powerful and tenacious, and it is almost impossible to completely remove them. And this is also the biggest danger that Thomists need to face. Whether it is the residual spiritual imprint in the divine power, the residual spiritual imprint in the demon soul, or the various monster limbs or organs that need to be fused when lighting up talents, or some special things, there are more or less residual spiritual imprints, or even residual will. These residual spiritual imprints accumulate little by little, and continue to grow as the totem master's strength increases, and the totem master needs to suppress them all the time. Normally, they can be suppressed, but sometimes there are too many residues of the fused things, or they are injured in battle, or their spirits are traumatized, which will cause loss of control, and the accumulated spiritual imprints will explode and cause the totem master to mutate and become a monster. When integrating the demon soul and the divine power, the totem masters will try their best to refine the residual spiritual imprints inside, but their abilities are limited and they cannot be completely refined. So there will always be residual, more or less problems. Lin Xiao stared at the 5 divine power crystals in front of him, stretched out his hand to pinch one and pondered for a while. And with a thought, the divine power crystal disappeared and appeared again in the space of the creation cube. The magic cube turned with a thought, and the crystal of divine power shattered and turned into a clear mist. There was a faint monster phantom twisting inside, but it was refined in the next second. And then a stream of good fortune energy merged into the clear mist. The crystals of divine power were refined and purified by the magic cube of good fortune, and then merged into the good fortune energy, turning into pure crystals containing more powerful energy. Finally, the heart of the dark gold tree demon was thrown into it, purified in the same way, completely removing the remaining demon souls and impurities, and then merged into a full 50 units of good fortune energy, as well as a branch of the tree of life, and a complete ancient war tree. These are the resources obtained by the real body and then invested in the magic cube of good fortune, and merged with the heart of the dark gold tree demon invested by the incarnation. The incarnation had long passed the news that he was going to build a totem model to the real body, and Lin Xiao had already prepared it, using his military rank authority to exchange the extra cards for what he needed. The tree of life cannot be exchanged, but it is no problem to exchange a branch. The value of the ancient war tree was far lower than that of the tree of life, so I simply exchanged several of them, which were different types of ancient war trees. Then, there are several kinds of ancient trees. Anyway, as long as they are ancient trees, they can be exchanged. If the value is too high, just exchange for a small branch. Lin Xiao is very much looking forward to the combination of so many ancient tree talents and the integration of 50 units of good fortune energy. Super-level monsters cannot be obtained, but based on the upper-level monsters, plus so many kinds of ancient trees and 50 units of good fortune energy, the combined totem model should be no different from the super-level monsters, or even stronger. In another high tower, 3 sons of the spirit realm are sitting opposite each other. 2 of them are sitting cross-legged with their eyes closed, and the other middle-aged son of the spirit realm takes a crystal of divine power in each hand. When he sees a clear light rising from the top of one of the boy's head and transforming into a human-faced demon snake phantom, a crystal of divine power breaks into a clear light and flies into the human-faced demon snake phantom above the boy's head and shouts, "Prepare to merge." The boy frowned, and the muscles on his forehead jumped involuntarily, twisting into snake-like muscles, and his whole face was in pain. Stick to your original intention and don't be affected by illusions. At the same time, another young man also began to be affected. The muscles on his forehead bulged and twisted left and right like a snake. Seeing this, the middle-aged son of the spirit realm cursed in his heart, because this was the case before the totem phantom rose above his head, indicating that his soul strength was completely unable to suppress this totem. Do you want to change it? This totem model is too difficult for you. It's okay now. If there is a problem after building the totem and condensing the totem talent tree, you may be transformed into a monster. The young man shook his head. I am not as talented as others. If I am not as good as others in this aspect, my future achievements will be limited. I want to fight once. The middle-aged man nodded. Then I won't persuade you. You can do it yourself. After speaking, he took out another crystal of divine power and shouted to the young man, "Don't worry. Try to stabilize your spirit first, and visualize the totem when you feel ready." Compared with the 2 sons of the spirit realm who have special care, Lin Xiao is alone. It's not that he doesn't have the qualifications, but it's very important for an individual to build a totem model. Generally speaking, no one wants an outsider to be present. However, as a 1-star qualification, it is impossible for him to build a totem model by himself. There is a totem array in the stone tower where he is in seclusion. It has the effect of calming the mind and stabilizing the spirit. At the same time, it has 3 active activation functions. After activation, it can open another array, which can forcibly stabilize his spirit and soul, and suppress the abnormalities in the room. Normal stone towers for seclusion have this function, but most of them are not as high grade as the stone house where he is. 3 times are enough to help him build a totem model stably. If it still doesn't work after 3 times, he can rest for a while and continue next time, or apply for assistance from the master of the school. However, at this time, the stone room where Lin Xiao is located is very quiet. He sits quietly on the floor of the array. A giant tree with pure gold stands above his head. One by one, the pure gold roots are inserted into the void. The leaves of the pure gold leaves sway gently, emitting the power of expanding life, and emitting waves of brilliant golden light like waves, illuminating the entire stone room with a golden color. The magic circle has not been activated once. He used the magic cube of good fortune to completely refine and purify it. He felt nothing when he merged the magic soul and the crystal of the divine power. He easily built the totem model. Well, it's not really easy. At least it takes a bit of time to temporarily add basic totem runes. But the rest is okay. The totem framework he built before was based on the upper monster. Now this thing has been fully strengthened and must have surpassed the upper monster. When merging, it is necessary to temporarily add totem runes. And the number is not small. It is directly doubled. The total number of totem runes carried after the final fusion is as high as 150. The collection of dozens of ancient trees of varying strengths finally created not a dark gold tree demon, but an unknown ancient tree with pure gold, compared with the dark gold tree demon full of weirdness. This pure gold ancient tree looks majestic and full of righteousness. It is a good tree at first glance. Let me see how much talent there is. Simply feeling that the power brought by this ancient golden tree is many times more than expected. But whether it can be achieved or not depends on the talent tree. Chapter 370, the prototype of Divine Realm Civilization? This golden ancient tree has a total of 5 talents, which is much lower than he expected. However, the number of talents of this totem is not linked to the strength of the totem model. It does not mean that the stronger the totem model, the more talents it has. It is not like that. It mainly depends on the strength of the talent. A bunch of talents with average power and effect are not as good as a super powerful talent. There are only 5 lonely talents on the golden talent tree. The latter ones cannot be seen. Now only the first talent, energy conversion, can be seen for the time being. Energy conversion, a unique talent of the golden ancient tree, which can absorb any energy in the world and convert it into another energy. The introduction is quite simple, but the effect can be said to be very powerful. The key word is any, which means that any known energy can be absorbed, including evil forces such as the abyss, and also includes exotic energy such as nightmare power, and of course violent void energy, etc. In theory, any world has energy, more or less problems. With this talent, you can adapt to almost any world without losing your strength. The talent has not been lit up yet. He looked at the materials needed to light up this talent. It seems not much. Just 1 crystal of each of the 6 energy types of earth, fire, feng shui, light and darkness, and 3 units of parasitic power. Most of the energy in the world is formed by the fusion of the 4 basic energies of earth, fire, feng shui, and light and darkness, together with the 2 positive and negative energies of light and darkness. It constitutes the energy system of the world. The 6 energies basically cover all energies. 1 unit of parasitic power is the previous parasitic power crystal. A total of 3. The 6 energy crystals of earth, fire, feng shui, light and darkness need to be of ultra-high purity without impurities. This may be a bit difficult in this world. The power system of this world is a totem system, which is quite rough in terms of energy use. It is difficult to get pure energy crystals without impurities, but it is not difficult to put it in the main world. He wrote a small note and put it in the magic cube of creation. When the real body is ready to be transferred again, he only needs to prepare 3 units of parasitic power, because the Academy only provides the power of infusion for building the basic totem model. The power of infusion for lighting up the talent must be prepared by oneself. So after the model is stable, Lin Xiao will have to prepare to leave the school to prepare the power of infusion. Since then, Lin Xiao has officially become an apprentice of a totem master, and also officially become a member of the White Tower. When he walked out of the closed-door tower, an apprentice was waiting outside the door. Seeing him, he said with envy, "Mr. Chief Luoer, Vice Dean Mars invites you to the Alchemy Tower." Vice Dean Mars? He recognized this person. He was one of the 2 Vice Deans of the Alchemy Academy. He was an old man with white hair, but looked very strong. He had occasionally seen him in class before, but he didn't have a deep conversation. Could it be that he was looking for him? With a strange mood, he came to the Alchemy Tower, which is the largest tower in the center of the Alchemy Academy. He found that several newcomers from the same class as him had arrived, and they didn't call him alone. Seeing him coming in, Mars nodded with a smile in his eyes and pointed to the front of a row of seats. "Please wait." Sitting in the first seat, next to 2 sons of the spirit realm, he turned his head slightly in surprise, and found that the state of one of the sons of the spirit realm was a little unstable, and his skin changed from white to blue-gray, and there was a complex blue pattern on his face. No matter how he looked at it, he always felt that the expression of this son of the spirit realm was a little hideous. Can't control the demon soul in the totem? Almost instantly, Lin Xiao was sure that this son of the spirit realm must have used a higher demon soul that exceeded his own soul talent. This situation is not unexpected, either arrogant or unwilling. After waiting for about half an hour, newcomers built their own totem models and became totem master apprentices. Until someone closed the hall door, only more than 20 people came to the hall, including several old people from the previous session. Obviously, this time, those who successfully built totem models were summoned, and those who did not succeed were naturally not qualified to come. However, they will not be eliminated. According to the school's rules, everyone has 3 chances to build a model, and only if they fail 3 times will they leave the school. After the door was closed, Vice Dean Mars stood up with a delicate cane and said in a deep voice, "Before that, congratulations to all of you for becoming Totem Master Apprentices. From now on, you are about to embark on a path of pursuing power. This path is full of hardships and dangers. You may fall halfway, but there is one thing you must remember. Guard your own heart. Even if you cannot control your own power and become alienated, you must guard your own heart. As long as a little light of the heart is not extinguished, even if you become alienated, there is a chance to reverse." The words of the Vice Dean were deafening and shocked the hearts of everyone present. After he finished speaking, he did not speak again, as if to let them digest this sentence. After a while, he lowered his voice and said, "You are all the elites of the Alchemy Academy this year. So according to the rules set by the Dean, you can go to the Academy warehouse to choose any magic weapon as your reward." As soon as the voice fell, the people below whispered and were very surprised. The Vice President was not in a hurry and looked at them with a smile. After a while, he said, "In addition, you are also qualified to use the school's descending array and go to explore the foreign plane with all the new elites of the other 4 academies." Descend? Foreign plane? Lin Xiao and the other 2 sons of the spirit domain were particularly surprised by this, or they were particularly sensitive to the word descend. This world actually began to leave this world to descend and explore the foreign plane? This news shocked him very much. You know, there was no information about this in the information provided by the military before the descent. Did it start recently? Or was it kept secret by the military? He didn't know, but he was sure that he was very interested in this. At this time, Mars continued, "You have 7 days to prepare. After 7 days, the school will open a descending array, and you will go with it." Coming out of the hall, Lin Xiao's surprise was still there. "It seems I need to prepare more." Mars explained some basic information about the Advent later, which was the same as the imagined Advent, but with some differences. The school did discover an alien plane to occupy, or in other words, many schools in this area, led by the 2 largest schools, the White Tower and the Shadow Mirror, jointly conquered an alien plane, and then built a base with that alien plane as the center, using that base as a springboard to conquer the surrounding planes and plunder resources. This already has the prototype of human divine civilization. If it continues to develop, the entire totem civilization will be unified, and the Advent technology will be more mature, until it breaks through this crystal wall universe and enters the chaotic virtual sea to begin to descend on other crystal wall universes. Then this totem civilization will be a new quasi-divine civilization. Wow! The potential is endless. Even though he is not even a demigod now, Lin Xiao can see the potential of this world, and how much benefit he can gain from the final conquest. But he could also guess how difficult the strategy was. With the prototype of a divine domain civilization, and the invasion of 3 divine domain civilizations, he guessed that there were probably other great beings coveting this world. The difference between becoming the master of an ordinary crystal wall world and becoming the master of a divine domain civilization was something that even a child could imagine. Lin Xiao guessed that in addition to the 3 major divine domain civilizations, there were probably many powerful beings from other worlds, or great lives from the chaos void sea that had descended into this world. Of course, these were far away from Lin Xiao, and he didn't need to consider them. He just needed to consider living well until he became a totem lord. This advent was a good opportunity. Compared to the totem main world, which was full of terrible monsters, the strength of the alien plane was not as good as the main plane, and the monsters were also not as strong, so it was easier to collect divine power. 7 days passed in a flash. Early in the morning, Lin Xiao and more than 20 people from the Alchemy Academy were taken away from the Alchemy Academy and came to the Guardian Academy. The Advent Array was too important and was placed in the Guardian Academy. There are more than 100 people from the 5 major academies in the White Tower, plus other people from other relationships. There are more than 130 newcomers gathered outside the central tower of the Guard Academy, and joined with about 50 to 60 old Totem Master apprentices who were waiting here early, under the command of several professors. They were divided into teams of 10 people and entered the central tower. Lin Xiao found the second son of the Spirit Realm, who was in a high position in the school besides the son of the Spirit Realm in the group of professors who were ready to descend together. In addition, he found several new sons of the Spirit Realm in the crowd, together with the ones he found before. He found a total of 17 sons of the Spirit Realm in the White Tower. Damn. I have run to the base camp of the sons of the Spirit Realm. He was also helpless. But there was no way. He couldn't leave at this time. So he could only go step by step. It must be very dangerous to descend to the outer domain with so many sons of the Spirit Realm. But there are dangers everywhere. All you can say is that you should be well prepared and be careful. For this reason, Lin Xiao's true body has prepared a life-saving treasure for this descending incarnation. If he really encounters the 2 sons of the Spirit Realm, who are formal totems, and attack him personally, he will have to use the treasure to fight to the death. Soon it was his turn to enter the tower. After entering, he went down instead of going up. Soon he went down 3 floors, and came to a huge underground space. The energy light flashed on the high platform in the center of the space. The descending array was here. The descending array was hexagonal, and the high platform was also hexagonal. In each corner stood a black-robed man with a palpitating breath. He should be the strong man guarding the descending array, holding a jade talisman that everyone had. He carefully stood on the high platform according to the instructions. With the order of the host, surging energy surged out. The space began to distort, and the familiar feeling of weightlessness in Space Shuttle came. The descent formation of this world was obviously not mature enough. Not only could the space channel for descent not be seen during the descent, but the descent was also quite unstable. It felt like entering a drum washing machine and tumbling around. At the same time, powerful tearing forces surged from all around from time to time. If it were not for the light curtain emitted by the jade talisman distributed before, he believed that everyone would be torn to pieces by the powerful tearing force during the transmission. Chapter 371 Familiarity. No matter how difficult and painful the teleportation is, it will always come to an end. When the light curtain emitted by the jade talisman in his hand is getting fainter and about to disappear, the teleportation finally ends. As the eyes suddenly brightened, Lin Xiao felt light and grounded, and opened his eyes to see a dark scene. The sky was filled with gray fog, and the sky was covered with thick dark clouds, and the sun could not be seen. Only the tops of the towers not far away were covered with strands of light, and the light of the light balls, like the sun, illuminated the surroundings. Everyone come down, and don't block the latecomers. Come down from this giant descending array that is probably more than 100 meters in diameter, and 200 to 300 meters high. Like a step pyramid. There are already companions waiting for the last batch of descenders. While waiting for the latecomers, Lin Xiao looked around. This is a supergiant city, or a fortress, made of rocks, with a high platform where the central descending array is located as the center. It gradually decreases in height and spreads outward. Along the way, there are war towers belonging to various major schools everywhere. The so-called war tower can be understood as the wizard tower in this world. Of course, it is inferior to the wizard tower in terms of mystery, but it is definitely not inferior to the wizard tower in terms of combat amplification. Every totem master apprentice will prepare to build a tower of his own after becoming a formal totem master. Like the towers in the White Tower School, each tower represents a formal totem master. Of course, a large part of the towers in the school were built by predecessors and inherited by descendants. Now there are very few newly built towers. At least no new towers have been built in the school in the past 10 years. Apprentices like Lin Xiao who have signed a contract with the school, if they can become formal totems in the future, are eligible to choose an unmanned tower to inherit, which can be regarded as a benefit. The leader professor led them through a circle of rings formed by towers to a certain area. The towers here are particularly dense. A rough count shows that there are 60 or 70 towers of different heights forming a tower array. The unique logo on the tower indicates that this is the area of the White Tower School. This city is a base for the advent established by most of the schools in the area where the White Tower is located. All schools have invested a lot of resources here to build towers to defend against native attacks, and use this as a springboard to go to other planes, because it is too troublesome to descend once. They will stay here for at least 3 years before returning to the main world. Soon they were taken to the Central Tower, where they met the host of the school here, the Dean of the Star Academy, a very powerful totem master. Most of the people in the Star Academy are women. This old lady who looks very kind when she smiles has a good face. It can be seen that she was also a beauty when she was young. She said to them with a crystal cane, "Welcome all young people to come. There are no restrictions here. You can stay here all the time. Or you can take tasks to leave the fortress and enter the bloody wasteland. You have enough freedom. But the school prefers children with an adventurous spirit. The room assigned to you is the number on the jade card in your hand. There are some interesting things in the room. You will know what they are after you see them. Now disperse." The old lady looked very tired, waved her hand, and was helped away by a beautiful woman. Everyone looked at each other, and several seniors, who had come a few years earlier than them, smiled, and left the hall in groups of 3 or 5. Seeing this, Lin Xiao followed him out. There were several apprentices stationed in the local area all year round outside the hall, showing them the way. Following the instructions on the jade tablet, he came to the 31st floor of a high tower, which was his residence. Entering the house, the first thing he saw was a thigh-thick metal column in the center of the hall, with dense patterns on it, extending all the way to a crystal screen at the top of the metal column that emitted a faint light like a mirror. Lin Xiao touched the crystal screen with his finger in surprise, and a circle of white light spread out from the touch of his fingertips. The crystal screen lit up, showing a familiar and unfamiliar picture on it. Damn! It looks so familiar? This kind of technology has a substitute, and the development of the totem world in this regard is higher than he expected. Touching the center of the crystal screen with his finger, a screen unfolded to reveal a little man with a White Tower School badge, who spoke to him in a mechanical voice. "Mr. Ronnie, the 2954th freshman chief. According to the school regulations, you will have the opportunity to open the Advent Array once a year here, as well as 100 standard merit points each year. You can use the standard merit points to redeem anything at the base. The merit points have been distributed. Please check. All questions can be queried through this system. If you have any questions that cannot be queried, please contact your current school leader." He tried to check the redeemable items, and the interface changed the screen after running for a few seconds. Then he tried to redeem another thing, and the screen change was still very slow. It was very simple and slow, but it did feel that way. After thinking about it, he finally gave up the idea of reporting through his real body. It was estimated that the military had known about this a long time ago, but the news was still transferred to his real body through the creation cube. Lin Xiao had nothing to do in the first few days after arriving. He spent a few days walking around the base, mainly in the school area and some public areas that can be accessed. He seemed to have no interest in the restricted areas. There are many curious people like him, so his behavior is very normal. It was not until the 3rd day that he started to do serious work. And then he saw people contacting each other. Some people left the school station one after another. Some were idle in the fortress, and some entered the blood wasteland outside the fortress. The conquest of the plane has never been tender and affectionate, but cruel and bloody. Although he didn't know the specific conquest process, he could guess how much resistance would be faced in building this fortress. From the resistance of the plane will and the indigenous people, the area around the fortress was named the Blood Wasteland. According to the map, the most common undead creatures in the Blood Wasteland around the fortress are various undead creatures. The largest number is not skeleton zombies, but a kind of undead creature called broken ghosts. This is because most of the bodies of the dead in the war were burned, leaving only the torn souls. After a long time, the power of death gathered, and gradually a large number of ghosts were born. These ghosts will follow their thoughts in their lifetime and constantly attack the fortress, or wander around the fortress. Anyone who leaves the fortress will be attacked by a large number of ghosts. Considering that he still has a long time to stay here, Lin Xiao has not decided where to explore, so he decided to take a walk around the fortress to see the situation. However, when he just packed up and went out, his powerful spiritual sense felt that someone was staring at him from behind. So urgent? As expected, it was the son of the spirit realm. While walking and thinking, He unknowingly came to a crossroads full of totem apprentices from various schools. There were squares at the four corners of the intersection. And there were people everywhere. Obviously, this is a place where totem apprentices from many nearby schools gather. Seeing this, Lin Xiao's eyes lit up and quickly changed his original plan. He didn't leave the city, but mixed here first and dived into the crowd. The tracking behind him continued. After all, in the eyes of the adventers like them, the hostile adventers were as conspicuous as a beacon, and they could be easily distinguished from the natives as long as they were not too far away. There are many shops and stalls on the square at this intersection. It is a huge flea market, which is very lively. Since I have no intention of going out, I will stroll around the square slowly and take a look at the various materials obtained from this plane sold by these totem master apprentices. Most of the materials are organs with strange abilities or effects on some monsters, such as hearts, eyes, horns, blood, and other organs containing power. A small amount is other organs, or some plants and minerals containing magical powers. Basically, all valuable things in the extraordinary world are included in these categories. The specific value depends on its function and the energy it contains. Most of the things that can be sold here are of average value. The truly high-value things can generally be seen and sold to the shops opened by various major schools for a good price. It is difficult to find a bargain here, but it is not to say that there is no bargain at all. But it is quite difficult. Generally, those who cannot see the value clearly will find professionals to identify it, and rarely find a bargain. With a curious mind, he strolled slowly, not anxious or impatient. The follower behind him was a little speechless. After a long time, he knew that he didn't want to go out, so he relaxed a little. At this time, Lin Xiao came to a certain section of the street unconsciously. Suddenly, he sensed a familiar breath and looked up suddenly. He saw a woman sitting in a small stall opposite. She was wearing a green scarf and had a teardrop mole on her forehead. She looked up. He showed joy in his eyes and quickly walked up to the woman's stall and whispered, "Sister, I'm being followed." The woman's beautiful phoenix eyes glanced behind him and said, "Don't worry. The three parties have an agreement. They dare not do anything to you in the fortress. But nothing is absolute. Try not to go to remote places. If you feel dangerous, you can go to the gathering point to ask for help." "Gathering point? Where is it?" The woman looked up in surprise. "You are a newcomer?" "No. Didn't the old man in your school tell you this?" Lin Xiao spread his hands and said, "There is no old man in my school. Only me." She was very surprised. At this moment, her eyes fell on the white tower emblem on his body. She stroked her forehead and said, "You actually went to the White Tower. That is the territory of the spirit realm. No one reminded you when you came to the main continent?" He said speechlessly, "I didn't know that it was the territory of the spirit realm. No one reminded me when I came." "Okay." The woman didn't know what to say for a while. "I guess you don't know the situation here. And you don't know where the gathering point is. Come with me. I'll take you there." As he said that, he put all the things on the stall into a box like a treasure chest, picked up the box and left. And he quickly followed. As he walked, he chatted with the woman, calling her sister in a very obedient manner, and asked about the situation of the human descendants in the fortress. Seeing this, the stalker behind him hesitated for a moment and stopped following. The things he asked did not involve privacy, and the woman told him everything without hiding anything. Chapter 372, Ways to Get Out. "Look, this is the gathering point." The beauty named Lisa took Lin Xiao to a wide alley next to the main road. Less than 100 meters into the building, she pointed to a statue of a strange beast at the gate and said, "You can come here directly in the future, or enter from the back door. There will be someone there 24 hours a day." 2 warriors in thick armor stood at the door. Seeing one of them stretched out his hand, Lisa took out a jade card. The guard looked at it and let him go. Entering from the side door, there is a huge patio courtyard. A dozen people are chatting in the courtyard. Seeing them come in, several people greeted her, and then fell on Lin Xiao, and greeted him with understanding. A big man in a black robe asked casually while eating, "Is this a new brother? Which school is he from? Everyone here is stronger than him. It is estimated that they have lit up several talents." Lin Xiao replied, "I am from the White Tower." All of them turned their heads around, most of them showing surprised expressions. The one who asked the question was also stunned for a moment, and asked curiously, Why did you go to the White Tower? Lin Xiao shrugged and repeated what he had just said to Lisa. After listening to him, several people gave him a thumbs up. You are awesome. If you do this, you will be in trouble. The White Tower is the territory of the Sons of the Spirit Realm. They have been operating in the White Tower for hundreds of years. What you see now is only a part of it. There are many Sons of the Spirit Realm who live in this world. And one of them is already a Totem Knight. Only one step away from the Totem Lord. You stay there. The descender who spoke smacked his lips and didn't continue. Instead, another one who was drinking continued. It's not safe for you to stay in the White Tower school. It's okay now. When the Totem Knight comes back and finds you, it will be easy for him to kill you with his status in the school. Ah. This. Lin Xiao was a little panicked and asked with an expectant expression. Brothers, you are familiar with the rules and regulations here, and you are knowledgeable. Is there any way to solve it? Everyone shook their heads. If you can contact us early, we can solve it. There are also masters in the organization who hold high positions in their own schools. If they are willing to pay a certain price, they can get you back and switch to another school. But now you have become a Totem Master Apprentice with the resources of the White Tower. Well, you should have signed a contract with the White Tower. Right? Yes. A 50-year contract for a demon soul of a superior monster and 5 units of divine power. That's troublesome. The man was silent for a while and said, if you want to break the deadlock, there are only 2 ways. One is to change schools. But doing so requires the organization's masters to come forward, which requires a lot of favors and costs. To be honest, this cost is too much, which has greatly exceeded the scope of mutual assistance within the organization. You should know what the premise of mutual assistance is. It is estimated that no one is willing to pay this price unless you can pay something good that can make the organization's masters excited. The second way is to defect, or to take shelter temporarily. Leave the school directly in the name of looking for resources, and go out to hang around until you have enough strength to protect yourself. But the price of doing so is that you can no longer obtain the resources of the school. And after a long time, they will regard you as a defector and put you on the wanted list. With the status of the Son of the Spirit Realm in the White Tower, you can be considered a defector if you haven't returned for 3 years. At that time, you will face the pursuit of the school's law enforcement team. In fact, you may not even have the opportunity to go out. Not to mention that they can stop you from leaving at any time. I'm afraid you will be blocked and killed in the wild as soon as you leave the school. Lin Xiao. A descender reached out and patted his shoulder, and said in a sympathetic tone, Brother, look at it more openly. I wonder what can make the organization's masters excited. Huh? I don't know what it takes to ask the organization's masters to come forward. Lin Xiao asked seriously. The descender looked at him with strange eyes for a long time before saying, There are many things that can make the organization's masters excited. But do you have them? For example, the purity of the parasitic power crystal of 3 nines, the super rare materials for the master to break through, etc. Do you have these? Hearing this, Lin Xiao's heart moved and was about to blurt out, but suddenly stopped. He found that this specialty could not be spoken out now. With his current strength, it is impossible to refine the purity of the parasitic power crystal of 3 nines, even if his alchemy talent is good. In fact, he has not started to learn how to purify the parasitic power, and can only rely on the magic cube of good fortune. Well, he doesn't even have the parasitic power now. So, this point can't be said. In addition to these, he has nothing else. This road is blocked, and he can only think of another way to leave the White Tower. And it must be done as soon as possible. Because according to what they said just now, there is a high-ranking Son of the Spirit Realm in the White Tower. If the Son of the Spirit Realm comes back, it is easy for him to find a way to transfer him out with his status. Once he leaves the school, he will be targeted in minutes. So he must leave as soon as possible and leave the fortress into the wilderness under the escort of the organization. This is not difficult. It may be a bit difficult to ask them to do something else, but it is easy to just escort him away. Just accompany them in any action. Thinking of this, he said decisively, Then I want to leave the school. I wonder if you have any way or a suitable place to recommend. Do you want to leave? Lisa, who had not spoken for a long time, suddenly asked. He nodded and said, If I stay in the White Tower, there is only one way to go. I must leave. The masked beauty nodded. This is a good idea. I have a good place here for you to consider. Let me tell you first that there are certain risks. Because you need to face many children of nightmares, and children of the spirit realm. I don't know if they are from the White Tower. By the way, are you good at managing your family's faith? Not bad. He was a little conservative. Someone asked Lisa. Are you talking about the newly discovered plane? He has just become a totem master apprentice. Will he be insufficient in strength? Lisa nodded and said. It is true that his strength is a little insufficient. But there is no absolutely safe place in this world. Unless he finds a mortal city to live in seclusion. But I don't think Luo Er is a person who is willing to be ordinary. She looked at Lin Xiao and said seriously. Some time ago, someone discovered a new plane. Although there are not many extraordinary resources in that plane. The mainstream species in that world is human. And the plane will of that world has been dormant. Which means that faith can be developed there. But that world was discovered by the Son of Nightmare, and the Son of Spirit Realm at the same time. After the three parties sent out masters to fight, and there was no winner. They reached an agreement. The three parties each sent 33 people to enter that world to develop faith. And the believers will decide the winner. Lin Xiao's eyes lit up immediately and he asked. This is great. But can't we get 33 places here? I see there are a lot of people. Lisa shook her head and said. There must be a lot of people. There are nearly 300 brothers and sisters from various schools in this area. And more than 200 have already descended to this plane. But most of them have their own things to do and can't spare their time. Those who can spare their time are not good at opening up parishes and managing faith. So they are not sure. Because this agreement is limited to believers fighting. We can only preach and manage faith. And sit in the headquarters to assist. If you have a certain talent in managing believers, you can give you a place. Then I won't be polite. I am quite good at managing faith. Well, you can go back and prepare. There is nothing to prepare. And there is nothing important to take away. No. I just want you to report to your school so that you will not be regarded as a traitor immediately. And don't waste the first 3 years of safety time. Lin Xiao. That's fine. After returning to the tower where the school was located, he directly applied for an outing through the system, with no limit on the length of time, and then simply packed up and left the school again. A figure stood on the wall of the ring school and smiled at his back as he left, and whispered to the dark-skinned boy behind him. Send someone to keep an eye on him, and tell me if he leaves the fortress. The dark-skinned boy nodded and left, and the middle-aged man sneered. It's a dream to want to leave the school so easily. After leaving the school, Lin Xiao went straight to the organization's gathering point. Next, he will stay here for a while until he starts to descend. During this time, in addition to communicating with the descenders here every day, he spent most of his time on preliminary preparations. According to Lisa, because of the dormancy of the plane will, the energy in that world is full of inertia, resulting in the invisibility of the extraordinary. That is, this is a world without magic, and spells cannot take effect there. Not only the obvious extraordinary characteristics of the totem master, but even the few magic equipment in his hands cannot be used after the number of uses is used up. For example, his angel sword can use blazing strike 10 times a day. Normally, it will be restored 10 times the next day after it is used 10 times today. But in that plane, it will not be restored the next day after it is used 10 times. Which means it is a one-time thing. There is no more convenient and effective way to spread faith and open up a parish than extraordinary power. So, he wrote a large A4 note and told his real body about his situation, so that the real body would prepare for him according to the situation of this plane. Lin Xiao's real body said that this was not difficult. This is very difficult for other adventers. But for Lin Xiao, who has the creation cube that ignores the suppression of the crystal wall universe, he has many ways to let his incarnation use extraordinary power many times. The simplest way is to directly condense the divine power crystals to serve as the energy source for magic props. Divine power crystals are high-level energy, which can be used in most worlds, and can be converted into energy to charge magic props. But this is only the most basic. Lin Xiao has thought of more. After thinking for a while, he sent a message to his class teacher, made an application, and then his will return to the divine realm and issued a divine revelation. Chapter 373 Unity of Human Adventures. Of course, it was not a divine oracle to summon the clansmen to fight. The creation cube could not transfer living clansmen. Not even the constructed golem puppets. The control center of these golems was inspired by souls, and they could not enter the creation cube's space. At the same time, it was not feasible to prepare materials and moved them to the current plane to make golems. Because there were no souls in the world without magic, and it was impossible to enlighten puppets. However, it was not to say that there was no way at all. The divine oracle he issued was mainly for the Red Furnace clan, asking them to prepare and build a group of elite knights, including a full set of sharp weapons and thick full-body armor. And of course, solid shields. In addition, there were some war machines adapted to the magic-free plane, including several super-large manual steel puppets. First, they were manufactured in sections, and then the parts were sent over through the creation cube for reassembly. In addition, a batch of standard weapons and armor were purchased through military channels. Standard weapons and armor are for soldiers, and those made by the Red Furnace clan are for elites. As for what was bought from Gene Cece, it was a batch of standard magic props, including fireball rings, staffs containing mini spells, and so on. Unfortunately, these things were too expensive, so I didn't buy many. But after all, they were extraordinary magic props, and they would definitely have a miraculous effect in a world where everyone used swords to cut. In addition, a large amount of food was prepared as a backup, as well as some other messy things that might be used. Make all the preparations, and just wait for the start. This wait lasted for a full half a month. While he was preparing, others were also preparing. Even the Son of Nightmare and the Spirit Realm were preparing. According to the regulations, everyone can carry anything they can carry. That is, no matter what it is. As long as they can carry it, they can carry it down. So when Lin Xiao was notified to gather, he saw that most of the others were carrying a package as big as a small house, which was like a small mountain on them. And he was the only one who symbolically carried a large backpack. Are you preparing weapons and equipment for an army? Even the beautiful Lisa was no exception. Her petite figure was carrying a huge box on her back. It felt so weird. She put the big box on the ground, put her hands on her waist, and panted in an unladylike manner. The beginning is the most difficult. Although the will of that plane has been dormant, it will instinctively reject outsiders. After we descend, we need to arm a powerful force to ensure the safety of believers. I have a full 20 sets of full-body plate armor plus weapons, as well as some food, enough to arm an elite team. Bang! Another big man put down his equally huge box and said, "That world is not dangerous to us. After all, it is a world without magic. No extraordinary powers were found in the initial exploration. There are only some knights who are stronger than ordinary people, but most of them are rulers. There are not many of them. 20 elite soldiers with full elite equipment are very good for opening up the wasteland." He looked at the small backpack on Lin Xiao's back and said, "You have only prepared this. The weapons and equipment used by mortals are sold in both the school and the fortress. Why don't you prepare more? You know, in addition to facing the resistance of the indigenous forces, we also have to face other sons of nightmares and sons of the spirit realm. It is difficult to stand without sufficient force." Lin Xiao smiled and waved his hand. "No need. When I was bored before, I studied forging and alchemy in depth. Extraordinary weapons may not be available in the magic-free plane, but weapons used by mortals are still easy to forge. As long as there is iron. Well, then you are lucky. But we can't. Although forging was included in the series of mythological technologies I studied at the beginning, I was not interested in this at the time. I studied magic prop manufacturing. Yes, who would learn to forge ordinary weapons and equipment. If you really learn this, you will also forge magic weapons and equipment, which is very different from mortals." Many people looked annoyed at this time. Lin Xiao knew that they were not pretending, but really liked this. Just like what a certain descender said, who would learn to forge ordinary weapons and equipment. They either learn to forge magic equipment or other extraordinary subjects. Mortal forging is left to the auxiliary clans, and no one has ever learned it specifically. In fact, Lin Xiao is like this. But he has the magic cube of good fortune. When a bunch of weapons are transported over, it can be said that they were forged by himself. As for whether to believe it or not, it doesn't matter. Anyway, no one has space equipment, and he didn't bring any weapons and equipment, so it can only be forged by him. After everyone gathered, more than a dozen people came to surround a young man with extraordinary momentum. When the man came over, everyone greeted him. Obviously, this was a master in the human camp. Seeing that others called him Brother Chow, he also quickly called him Brother Chow. The boss stood in front of the crowd, glanced at everyone, and said, "I saw many old people and many new people. This is a good thing, which means that our team is expanding. Although this action is dangerous, it is also an opportunity. Once you can successfully open up the parish, your true body can directly obtain the feedback of Gaia's will and be promoted to demigod. You don't need to work hard to become a totem lord. You can also store the collected power of faith. When you become a formal totem master, you can use it to improve your strength or sell it to others. According to the regulations, this time the three parties will send 33 people each, a total of 99 people, to descend on that plane to spread faith and open up forces. They can cooperate with each other or be eliminated. In the end, whichever party is eliminated will withdraw from the competition for this plane. Before you set off, you can ask me any questions you have, and I will answer them one by one. Everyone looked at each other, and someone immediately asked, "What if another companion and I have a conflict because of an important interest that no one can give up?" The boss immediately replied, "If it does not involve major losses to the survival of the forces, negotiate, duel, and the loser withdraws." After a pause, he continued, "Conflict of interest is inevitable. Competition naturally leads to conflict of interest. But you must remember one thing. Your biggest enemies are the sons of Nightmare and the sons of Spirit Realm. You are not allowed to have large-scale internal fights without completely expelling them. If you clear them all out, I will not interfere with whether you keep your current territory and withdraw, or continue to develop and compete with others for the ownership of the entire plane. Are there any other questions? If not, let's go now." No one asked for a long time, and Brother Chow waved his hand and turned to go out. The group quickly followed, and Lin Xiao followed like a little newbie. The team went directly to the large descending array in the center of the fortress. This descending array is needed to go to other planes. The private descending arrays of various major schools can only go to the planes with established nodes, and other planes without nodes cannot be transmitted. When they arrived at the center of the fortress and were about to go to the upper level, they happened to see another large group of people coming over. The familiar cold breath was a large group of Sons of Nightmares. The two sides quickly approached the intersection and confronted each other. The leaders of both sides also looked at each other for a while, and unanimously ordered each side to go halfway. There was no fight, and it was impossible to fight. Everyone was smart and knew that they could not fight here, but they certainly could not give in, so they had to go one side each. Of course, the most critical thing was the son of the Spirit Realm, who came not far behind them. The two teams could still go one side each, but the three teams could only be deadlocked, under the watchful eyes of many descenders. As the leaders of the three parties, they must not give in, otherwise they would definitely be deadlocked. The three teams successively went up to the highest level, and stopped at the first step below the high platform, where the highest descending array was located to wait in line. While waiting, Lin Xiao squatted down and chatted with several descenders around him, who had become familiar with him during this period. After a while, someone suddenly pushed his shoulder. Looking back, he saw a descender who was chatting well, and pointed to the other side and said, "What are they doing here?" Lin Xiao's pupils shrank slightly. There were several sons of the Spirit Realm coming. Two of them looked familiar. They were from the White Tower. One was the new guy with the metal plate who was with him at the beginning, and the other was the professor of the Sons of the Spirit Realm who threatened him at the beginning. The one who brought them here should be a strong one among the Sons of the Spirit Realm. It was a bit far away, and he couldn't hear what they said to the leader of their team. He only heard them chatting for a few words, and one of them pointed at him. "Damn! Are they trying to mess with me?" At this time, Brother Chow waved to him and shouted, "Who is Luoer? Come here." Several people around looked at him, and they patted him on the shoulder and said, "Don't worry. Brother Chow will never sell you out." He laughed dryly. "That's definitely impossible. And I'm not worried." "That's good." Coming in front of Brother Chow, Brother Chow pointed at Lin Xiao and said to the leading son of the Spirit Realm, "Is it this little brother?" The leader of the Sons of the Spirit Realm looked back, and the other two nodded at the same time. The leader of the Sons of the Spirit Realm turned around and said, "The White Tower is our territory. He came to us to obtain resources and become a totem master apprentice. This is considered to be overstepping the boundaries. Hand him over to us and take him back, and forget about it." Brother Chow laughed when he heard this. "What do you mean by overstepping the boundaries? If I give you face, the White Tower is your territory. If I don't give you face, then it's not. I decided not to give you face in this matter. What can you do? Damn. So domineering. This response was really beyond Lin Xiao's expectations. Just now, he was still thinking whether he would argue for a long time. But he didn't expect his leader to be so domineering and directly hit back. The leader of the Sons of the Spirit Realm was also stunned for a moment. His eyes narrowed, and his momentum immediately rose. And Brother Chow on this side was not to be outdone. He opened his eyes and glared back. Both sides seemed unwilling to give in, and their momentum was getting stronger and stronger. A breath that made Lin Xiao's heart palpitate made him take a few steps back. Several descenders with the boss stepped forward to block him behind, which really touched him. The Son of Nightmare not far away was also attracted by the abnormality here, pointing and watching with interest. Influenced by this, all the descenders of the human race, who were squatting on the ground and chatting just now, stood up and confronted the Son of the Spirit Realm, who was gradually approaching. The situation quickly heated up and was about to explode. Chapter 374 Human Relationships and Advent. There is no way they can fight. Not to mention that the Son of Nightmare is lurking nearby. Fighting is not allowed near the Advent array. The stalemate lasted less than a minute before they were stopped by the upper guards, and they immediately separated. But the problem was still not solved. And it could not be solved. The Spirit Realm would definitely not let Lin Xiao leave easily. It had nothing to do with face, but simply because of the hostile camps. They would kill as many as they could, and there was no possibility of compromise. Lin Xiao had expected this, but he was not too disappointed. Brother Chow patted him on the shoulder and said, "They can't let go. I have a boat ticket here. When things are over, I will arrange for you to leave this area and go to other places on the mainland. They can't cross regions to catch you." As he said this, he flipped his hand and took out a yellow metal card with an unknown pattern and handed it to him, saying, "This is a ticket for the Galaxy Trade Chamber of Commerce. They have giant airships passing many large schools and those giant cities, including the White Tower, every June and December. When the time comes, you can find a chance to get on the ship and leave here." Lin Xiao took the ticket with gratitude and nodded vigorously. "Thank you, Brother Chow. You're welcome. Help each other." Lin Xiao has heard of this ticket. The Galaxy Trade Chamber of Commerce is a large force across multiple regions. It has branches in various regions and is extremely powerful. It is very safe to take their ship. This is a big favor. It is a gift of such a precious thing to a person without any relatives. He pondered for a while, turned around, took off his backpack, flipped it, and took out a palm-length, extremely delicate long-neck crystal bottle from it, and handed it over. Brother Chow was discussing something with a few companions beside him. Seeing this, he was stunned for a moment, smiled and waved his hand. "I gave you the boat ticket not because I want anything. If you feel bad, just help others more in the future." Lin Xiao handed the things over and said seriously, "I will help other companions if I have the chance. But it does not conflict with this. This is a new alchemy method that I developed when I descended before, which can extract high-purity blood and flesh essence." "High-purity blood and flesh essence? Let me see." Brother Chow suddenly became interested and took the crystal bottle. Blood and flesh essence. That is, blood and flesh crystals is equivalent to food for them. Normal toad-mists above apprentice rarely eat ordinary people's food. Formal toad-mists only eat blood and flesh essence, or special food to supplement energy and nutrition. The higher the purity of blood and flesh essence, the richer the nutrition of the food, and the more delicious it tastes. The bottle contained dozens of crystals the size of eggs, which were extremely transparent and emitted a faint golden light. Brother Chow poured one out into his palm, his eyebrows trembling slightly, and he picked up the crystal and turned it over in front of his eyes. He leaned forward and sniffed it gently, and his eyes suddenly lit up and said, "Good stuff. Did you make this?" Lin Xiao nodded seriously. "This was my last visit. That time I specialized in alchemy. Based on the alchemy techniques of this world, and combined with the alchemy of the main world, I developed a very efficient alchemy method, which specializes in refining the essence of flesh and blood, and the purity is very high. Well, this is awesome." Brother Chow flicked his finger, and the pale golden crystal flew out and fell into his mouth. He closed his eyes and showed an expression of enjoyment. After a while, he exhaled lightly but did not dissipate. Instead, it condensed into a ball of transparent white gas hanging in front of him. "It tastes good. This purity is the highest I have ever tasted. I am afraid it is more than 4 nines. He opened his eyes with satisfaction and raised the crystal bottle. "I am very satisfied with your gift." "Ha ha. It seems that I have earned this ticket, Brother Chow. Just like it. I will get some more to send to you when I leave. Then I will not be polite. It can be seen that he likes this very much. Lin Xiao is also happy in his heart because he has repaid a favor. It is not good to owe too many favors. Although others do not care. It is just a piece of cake for Brother Chow. But it does not mean that favors do not exist. The debt of favor is the most difficult to repay. And it must be repaid. Otherwise it will affect the future deification. He didn't know the specific reason. But the teacher had said in the theory class before that some big favors must be repaid. And as soon as possible. Otherwise it will become more and more difficult to repay in the future. And the price paid will become higher and higher. Because favors will increase over time. And will change with the growth of your strength and status. To give a simple example. In the 1960s and 1970s. Someone lent you 100 yuan at the cost of everything. And waited 50 years to repay it. Do you think you can only repay 100? For example, when you are starving to death. The superior gives you a meal. Is it just a meal? This is a life-saving grace. And if you have always been a small person, you need to repay this meal with your life. If you become rich in the future, although this favor does not need to be repaid with your life, it will also cost a huge price. No one can predict what will happen in the future. So Lin Xiao took advantage of the present to repay the favor first. Normally, the value of his bottle of flesh and blood essence is not as good as the life-saving boat ticket. And the value is extremely unequal. But Brother Chow is very satisfied with what he got back. In his eyes, the value is equal. And he doesn't need to get a ticket to return it. People don't need that. Then he returned to the original team and continued to wait for the teleportation queue. After almost half an hour, it was finally their turn. A group of people lined up to the top of the descending array. As the descending array was opened, countless white energy streams converged to the center along the array pattern. Brother Chow took out a black jade statue and placed it in the center of the array. Energy was injected into the statue, and an invisible wave spread out. Buzz! A dazzling halo exploded. The void twisted suddenly. An infinite brilliance rose to the sky. The familiar feeling of weightlessness and space distortion came. And they had broken through the void and began to descend. Compared with the previous descent from the totem main world to the base. This time the speed of descending to the target plane was much faster. The time was shorter. And there were fixed coordinates. So they could be directly teleported to the fixed target location. I don't know how long it took. But Lin Xiao felt that the space he was in began to change. The distortion and oppression began to weaken. And he knew that the transmission was about to arrive. After about 10 minutes, the distortion and oppression of the transmission suddenly disappeared. And he felt empty and grounded. He appeared on a metal platform about the size of a football field. He quickly got off the transmission platform in the center of the platform. There were metal buildings all around, roughly divided into 3 areas. There was a thick metal wall on the edge of the platform, and a light curtain on the edge. Outside the light curtain was the chaotic void energy. On one side was the chaotic void, and on the other side was a pale yellow light curtain, which was the plain crystal wall. This platform was fixed on the plain crystal wall, and it was a small outpost fortress. There was a small elite garrison in the fortress. It looked like they were not adventures but natives. However, there were indeed several adventures stationed here all year round. What was surprising was that among these adventures, there were humans, sons of nightmares, and spirit realms. Unexpectedly, the 3 forces did not fight. After everyone teleported to the station, without stopping, Brother Chow gathered everyone and said loudly, "This outpost is shared by 3 parties. There must be no disputes here. I will teleport you one by one after the other 2 parties arrive. The location will be random. So the initial landing location depends on luck. There is no time limit for this landing. The 3 forces will not end until all 33 descenders from 2 parties are eliminated." As he was talking, the central teleportation array of the outpost lit up again, and the twisted energy light soared into the sky. Dozens of nightmare sons have been teleported. They gathered on the other side of the platform under the leadership of a powerful nightmare son, and also began pre-war mobilization. There is nothing to say about the landing. Just remember to unite teammates and don't fight inwards before eliminating opponents. If there are conflicts, you can solve them as you like after eliminating all opponents. Now get ready. I will open the landing array in 30 minutes. 30 minutes arrived quickly. When the time was up, Brother Chow readjusted the array and activated it again. 33 people were teleported one by one. Soon it was Lin Xiao's turn. He stood on the magic circle with a small bag on his back and made an OK gesture. Brother Chao returned a gesture to activate the magic circle, and the sky was flooded with brilliant light. At the foot of an unknown hill, the breeze blew the leaves rustling. A yellow-brown triangular-headed venomous snake as thick as an arm was wrapped around a crooked tree. The venomous snake slid down the tree with its tongue spitting out, slowly approaching a man who was leaning against the tree with his eyes closed. The venomous snake slowly approached the man, and its body was hanging in front of the man around the tree. It slowly opened its mouth, slightly bent its body, and suddenly jumped out to bite. Ouch! The sleeping man woke up suddenly, grabbed the venomous snake that was biting his nose, and threw it away. Damn! This poison is quite strong. Lin Xiao felt the tingling in his nose, and when he wiped his nose, he found that the blood had turned black. He quickly turned over and took out a box with a red cross printed on it from the package. He opened it and took out a small bottle. He uncorked it and poured out a detoxification pill and swallowed it. This detoxification pill is used by totemists. It can detoxify the poison of extraordinary monsters, not to mention ordinary snake venom. In less than 10 seconds, he felt a cool breeze and the tingling disappeared. He stood up and looked around, then looked up at the sky. The sun was shining brightly, and the sky was clear with few clouds. He turned around and took out a set of exquisite leather armor from his backpack, including leather boots, leather gloves, and leather helmet. These were made of the skins of powerful creatures, and their defense was stronger than ordinary plate armor. Then he carried a longbow and a large pot of arrows on his back, a crossbow and a small pot of crossbow arrows on his waist, a sharp dagger, a long-handled saber, and a large round shield made of fine steel. After equipping these, the large package became a small package, tied it up and carried it on his back, and used a knife to chop a small tree into a stick and supported it to prepare to go down the mountain. He didn't know where this place was. He saw a desolate place with no trace of human civilization. He just found a direction and walked forward. At the same time, the sons of the human realm of gods, the sons of nightmares, and the sons of the spirit realm descended one after another, and soon 99 descenders were in place. The leaders of the three forces on the outpost platform simultaneously closed the descending magic circle to prevent anyone from descending quietly and destroying the fairness. Chapter 375 New World. It took Lin Xiao almost 4 days to get out of the forest. On the third day, he found a small hut in the forest. It seemed to be a place where hunters rested in the forest. He followed the traces to find the way down the mountain. After wandering around for a long time, he finally found the way out. Fortunately, he prepared a set of leather armor this time. If he changed to thick plate armor, it would be difficult even with his current physique. When he passed through a bush, there was a wilderness with half-human high weeds in front of him. Looking up, he could vaguely see the shadow of a hut in the distance and a faint green smoke. There is a village. He simply packed up and walked over there through the half-human high weeds. This wasteland is really a wasteland, full of insects and poisonous snakes. I am afraid that he stepped on more than 10 poisonous snakes along the way. Poisonous snakes are nothing. His leather boots have very high defense, and the poisonous teeth can't bite through them. The main trouble is the small insects, which always sneak in through the gaps in the leather armor. If it were in other planes, he could still emit the aura of totems to shock these little bugs. But in this magic-free plane, the power of totems could not be used at all. Any talent or ability of totemists here was disabled, and only the strong physique and strength gained by becoming a totemist could be used. Physical power. This is the most common power in the heavens and the worlds. No matter what crystal-walled universe, physical power cannot be disabled. Even if there is only a world where souls and spirits can exist, it can be used. But the premise is that you can have a physical body in that world. He almost cut through the thorns all the way to the vicinity of the village. And before he got close, he was seen by 2 militiamen wearing linen clothes and holding wooden guns on a wooden sentry tower at the entrance of the village. The 2 militiamen saw him fully armed and raised their spears as if they were facing a great enemy and shouted. He quickly raised his hand and shouted, "Yuan hashtag at hashtag and Yuan." This is the language of this world. Lin Xiao understood a little bit. He had made up for the common language of this world in the fortress for half a month. But there was too little time to learn the general idea, and I could only understand a small number of words. Then, based on these words and the current situation, I guessed that the 2 militiamen should have said something like "Stop. Don't get close." Lin Xiao sheathed the long-handled saber to show that he had no ill intentions, and then took out a tree sculpture from his back and held it in front of him, using the half-familiar common language of this plane and gestures to make gestures, which made the two militiamen look confused. Fortunately, his action of sheathing the knife was considered a kind release in this world. The two militiamen were able to listen to him gesturing in half-familiar words, and it took a long time for them to respond in a half-understood way. It took a lot of effort to communicate, and a large group of people in the village behind were alarmed and rushed out to watch the show. He was allowed to enter the village almost half an hour later, but they were only allowed to stay at the entrance of the village, and were not allowed to enter the village. Obviously, they were still very wary. Lin Xiao didn't mind this at all. He took out 2 silver coins and bought some tableware and tools from the villagers with gestures, and stayed here for the time being. A village is a standard starting place. It's not that he started to spread faith here. He didn't plan to spread faith in a hurry before he figured out the situation in the early stage. He wanted to see if he could hire some strong guys here and form a small team first. Of course, although he was not in a hurry to spread faith, he still had to make preparations. After buying tools and tableware with silver coins, Lin Xiao quietly took out a ring and put it on in front of many villagers and children who were watching. Then he put the empty tableware on the table and performed a set of standard prayer rituals for himself according to his family's pre-meal prayers. His every move was full of religious rituals, which made these villagers and children very curious. After a standard prayer ceremony, he quietly activated the summoning table spell that came with the ring. Suddenly, like a magic trick, the empty plate in front of him was filled with all kinds of delicious food, which immediately caused exclamations from the surrounding onlookers. Lin Xiao ignored the shocked and unbelievable eyes, distributed most of the summoned food to the surrounding villagers, and only kept a small portion for himself. The course on preaching and managing faith that I learned during the first year of high school has mentioned that in the early stage of spreading faith, different means are needed to face different intelligent creatures. For example, when facing a scholar, you can talk to him about knowledge and truth. As long as you crush him with an absolutely overwhelming advantage in the field he is best at and make him feel awe. Then after being persuaded and attracted, it is possible to develop him into a believer. If you face a warrior with powerful strength, then you have to talk about force and power. In most foreign worlds, force represents power and wealth. At this time, Lin Xiao faced the farmer. It was useless to talk about big principles and bragging. Just use naked food to lure him. Don't tell them that believing in God will get food. Lips are useless. Actually tell them that if they believe in the true God devoutly, they will get food. This is more useful than saying anything. So, when the onlookers actually ate the food and confirmed that it was true, the news quickly spread throughout the village. Normal people would pretend to be a charlatan and preach at this time, but Lin Xiao did not do so. Instead, he drew out his saber and chopped off a stone pillar taller than a person at the entrance of the village, and rejected the unreasonable request of the village leader in a gentle tone. Lin Xiao has his own unique way and talent in managing faith. This contrary action not only did not anger the villagers, but made them feel awe, especially the strong men in the village, who admired him after seeing him chop the stone with one knife and then easily lift a huge stone weighing thousands of kilograms with one hand. Lord Roll is definitely a powerful knight. I bet that the Baron is not that powerful. Several strong men sat under the shade of the trees and watched Lin Xiao holding a huge stone sword cut out of stone for more than 2 meters in length and swinging it casually, with even more admiration in their eyes. The best way to impress such young men is to show force. There is no need to show high-end force. Just the initial power beyond mortals is enough to make them astonished. After practicing several times according to a set of swordplay he had learned before becoming a totem master apprentice, he stood with his sword sheathed, exhaled a breath of white air, and hit the wooden stake with a pop sound. Even though the young men had seen it many times, they were still shocked. He placed the stone sword weighing several hundred kilograms on the rack and waved to the young men not far away. "Sir Luo'er is calling us." A strong young man ran over excitedly. He took the white cloth beside him and wiped his hands, and asked casually, "Do you want to learn?" The young men stared with wide eyes, thinking they had heard it wrong. After a while, they nodded hurriedly. "We want to learn." "Very good. Come to my place every morning in the future." Half a month later, at dawn, Lin Xiao got up slowly and opened the door. On the flat ground outside the door, more than a dozen young men of different ages were practicing with wooden weapons. There was already a wash basin filled with well water, and a wet towel next to the well. He simply washed his face and rinsed his mouth. Then came to the flat ground with his sword and watched them practice. It was definitely impossible to practice anything in more than 10 days. But at least it looked good. He didn't teach anything substantial in the past half-month. He just taught a routine, which at most played the role of training the body, and did not involve other strengths. The main purpose of these days was to hone their will, and select teenagers with certain willpower. After watching for a while, he went back to the house and moved out a large stone nest, and then moved out a few large bags filled with herbs that he asked the villagers to pick by the way. Of course, these herbs had no effect, nor were they any formulas. They were just asked to be picked by the villagers casually, mainly to cover up the pills he was going to make later. If nothing unexpected happens, this group of guys will become his first batch of subordinates, so they will naturally have to be strengthened a little. In addition, after he showed off his ability to summon food every day for half a month, many villagers in this village have imitated his movements in a similar way, and prayed before every meal. Although it is useless, and I haven't sensed any power of faith yet, it's a good start. From the information he got from occasional exchanges with villagers, he also took time out to go out and investigate nearby areas in the past half-month. He knew that the village he was in was ruled by a baron family called Gibson. The baron's name was Herman Gibson. The family ruled a small town and 8 villages, as well as a large piece of wasteland, a forest and a small iron mine. The Gibson family had a castle between the town named Gibson and the iron mine. It was said that they had 5 knights and more than 40 full-time warriors. When fighting, they could summon more than 150 young and strong men. Their strength was average among the baronies. The so-called knight, like the knight in most foreign worlds, refers to a strong man with far more physical strength than ordinary people, because this world does not have any supernatural powers, nor does it have so-called fighting spirit. He has secretly been to Baron Gibson's castle and met the so-called knights, who are just elite warriors with physique and strength more than 3 times that of normal men, equipped with superb combat skills and elite weapons and armor. When facing ordinary farmers, they can crush them like cutting melons and vegetables. There are 2 paths before Lin Xiao now. One is to open up faith in a peaceful way, find ways to preach at the bottom, and then influence the nobles and take the religious route. The other is to preach by force, and use powerful force to force faith to the common people. In simple terms, it means becoming a powerful lord and forcing the people to believe in it in the name of the Lord. There are pros and cons to both routes, but it is certain that preaching by force is more difficult. But this is the best choice under the current circumstances. After all, this is not a safe world. The 66 sons of nightmares and sons of the spirit realm are watching him and may eliminate him at any time. He must have enough force to protect himself. Then, he can only preach by force. Of course, this does not mean that he has to train a troop to defeat the baron and become a noble himself. Although this is also a way. It is too troublesome. The Lord's expedition has always been troublesome. Lin Xiao is going to take a combination of the church and force, using force to protect the religion, and then uniting many nobles with faith. Chapter 376 God's Name, God of Life and Wisdom. This path also requires powerful military force, but it also requires miracles to conquer many nobles, which other descenders cannot do, whether they are humans, sons of nightmares, or sons of the spirit realm. Normally, it is impossible to show extraordinary miracles in a world without magic, and it is difficult to conquer nobles and other people in power by spreading faith normally without miracles. But Lin Xiao is different. He has the magic cube of good fortune to transfer, and can continuously obtain energy to support the use of extraordinary props. You don't need a strong extraordinary power. In a world where no extraordinary power has ever appeared, some low-level spells or divine effects can conquer many civilians. For this missionary work, Lin Xiao's true body carefully selected a batch of alchemical potions and passed them to the incarnation through the magic cube of good fortune. This alchemical potion, called the breath of savage beasts, has the effect of strengthening the physique and strength. The grade itself is not very high. It can strengthen the physique and strength of a standard adult man by about 2 to 3 points. The specific value depends on the absorption. Although they are not as good as the knights in this world after the enhancement, they are already elite warriors second only to the knights. Moreover, this is just the beginning, just the initial enhancement. In the future, if they can meet Lin Xiao's requirements, he will prepare more powerful alchemy potions for them. although the enhancement of alchemy potions has a limit and will not exceed the 6th order extraordinary level at most. These are completely sufficient in this world without extraordinary power. Then, he selected 14 sets of standard armor and weapon sets that are both exquisite and powerful in defense from the weapons and equipment library prepared by the Red Furnace clan. This set of weapons and armor are all carefully forged by the Red Furnace clan. With their craftsmanship, the defense of this armor is comparable to plate armor, but the style is light armor, and the surface is branded with a set of peculiar patterns, which has the effect of calming the mind. Of course, this calming effect is redundant here, and it has no effect when it is transmitted to the competition plane. It was already a month and a half later when Lin Xiao received the things said by the real body. At this time, he not only had a very good understanding of the Gibson Barren territory, but also officially gained the first batch of believers. Yes, after a long period of subtle influence, he finally had the first batch of formal believers. A group of villagers established a faith connection with him and began to contribute the power of faith. The line of faith connected by these believers did not connect to the real body outside the world, but directly connected to Lin Xiao's incarnation. In order to distinguish it from the real body, the name of the god he spread was the God of Life and Wisdom. It is worth mentioning that Lin Xiao found that the power of faith provided by the humans in this world was far lower than that of the human race in other foreign worlds. Only about 1/3. He guessed that it was not because of the human race in this plane, but because of the crystal wall universe or this plane. It is estimated that it was the suppression of the plane, plus the suppression of the crystal wall universe itself. Although it is a little less, Lin Xiao is still very satisfied. 1/3 is also faith. The quality is small, but the quantity makes up for it. In fact, strictly speaking, having 1/3 of the power of faith is already very strong. In some worlds, the faith model is not supported at all. In those worlds, no matter how devout the faith is, it will not generate the power of faith. After 1.5 months of training, the difficulty increased as time went on. Only half of the first batch of more than a dozen strong men from the village persisted. Later, some villagers who began to believe in the training team joined the training team, but most of them could not persist. Finally, at the end of the training acceptance today, a total of 14 people persisted, including 4 middle-aged men. Lin Xiao treated everyone equally and did not eliminate them because of their age. In this world where the average life expectancy is not long, people in their 40s are already middle-aged and elderly. But for Lin Xiao, it is still useful, as long as they are strengthened with alchemical potions and continue to exercise. Their lifespan will naturally increase. In the early morning of this day, he called together 14 villagers, who were already his subordinates, and began to distribute weapons and armor. The exquisite armor and sharp weapons were quite novel to the villagers, who had never seen them before, especially when he deliberately showed the magic out of thin air, which made them awed. As his subordinates, who had been trained by him for 1.5 months, these 14 people had already established a line of faith with him, and were already formal believers. And they were all true believers. For Lin Xiao, being a true believer under his direct lineage was the minimum standard. This was because it was not easy to spread faith in this foreign land. Only the most devout and senior believers in the divine domain were qualified to join the church and become knights. Along with this set of weapons and equipment, there was also a formal breathing method, which he had secretly learned from the Gibson family castle, and then slightly strengthened and transformed into a new and powerful breathing method with the magic cube of good fortune. He named the new breathing method Seed of Life and taught it to them. From now on, this will be the standard breathing method of the church knights. Everything is ready. Only the east wind is missing. Early in the morning of this day, villager Xiao was about to go out to start a new day of farming. As soon as he went out, he heard the headman calling him and asked him to go to the village head with his family to gather. In this world, the headman of a village is generally a person with power, force, or high moral character in the village. When the headman summons, they can only obey. Xiao quickly woke up his sleeping children and wife, put on his clothes, and went out together. The sky was still dark, and only a few stars could make out the outlines. Every household around had already gotten up and walked towards the village. A neighbor saw Xiao coming up and greeted him and asked, "Xiao, do you know what the headman wants us to announce? Is the Baron going to fight again?" Xiao shook his head. "I don't know." But for some reason, he thought of Lord Roll, who had always lived at the village head. When he thought of Lord Roll, he thought of Lord Roll distributing food to everyone from time to time. His eldest son was training with Lord Roll, and was now very strong, surpassing himself unconsciously. Thinking of this, Xiao was very relieved. Although he opposed his eldest son to train at the beginning, it was a pity that his eldest son could not inherit his farming skills. But he could learn skills from Lord Roll, who looked like a master at first glance, and he would definitely be stronger than himself in the future. Thinking of this, Xiao thought of the god of life and wisdom that Lord Luo'er had mentioned. This was a god he had never heard of. But Lord Luo'er was so capable. So this god must be very powerful. He couldn't help but mutter a few words in his heart and quickened his pace. When Xiao arrived at the entrance of the village, most of the villagers had already arrived. He saw several village leaders gathering with Lord Luo'er to discuss something. But his eyes were quickly attracted by the dozen or so warriors who were wearing exquisite armor and weapons that he had never seen before. And they all exclaimed in amazement, "Oh my god! Xiao, is that your eldest son?" He also wore armor. The neighbor's exclamation made Xiao feel both surprised and happy. An inexplicable feeling surged in his heart. He nodded vigorously and said, "Yes, that's my son." "Oh my god! Is your son going to become a knight master?" Unconsciously, the neighbors' names have changed. At this moment, Xiao felt that his choice was very correct. In his heart, he unconsciously made another decision. Especially when he heard that his neighbor regretted letting his son go home to farm and missed this opportunity. He became more determined. Not long after, people arrived one after another. Seeing that it was getting late, Lin Xiao said to several heads, "Please announce this news to the heads." All the heads nodded. The village chief took a metal scepter and stepped forward. He slammed the scepter on the ground. The village chief's authority made the villagers look solemn, and the small noise disappeared instantly. The village chief nodded with satisfaction and said loudly, after discussing with the heads, it was decided to build a temple dedicated to the god of life and wisdom in the village. In the next month, each household will send a laborer to help, and Mr. Luo will prepare food. Yes, today, Lin Xiao is ready to officially start the religion in the name of the god of life and wisdom. The villagers did not object to this news. After 1.5 months of preparation, almost all the villagers benefited from it. With the support of the village head, no one would object. Starting from the next day, each family sent a laborer to build the temple. It could be the male head of the family, or the son, or a girl if there was no one. He treated them all equally. Of course, considering the different work, those who did the heavy work would definitely get more food. The temple built was certainly not the kind of magnificent temple. It was just a slightly larger solid stone house with a statue of God. A small village could not afford to build a big temple. But this small solid stone house was the first step for him to open up faith and establish a parish in this world, which was quite critical. While the temple was being built, Lin Xiao took 4 men and left the village to the distant mountain. He needed to get a big stone to carve into a statue. Surrounded by 4 men, Lin Xiao held a wooden scepter in one hand and a large, exquisitely designed book hung on a chain in the other. He was no longer wearing the armor he wore at the beginning, but a robe with a strong religious flavor. He looked like a wise and powerful man. Now that he had made a good start, with his subordinates following him, he didn't need to be fully armed. Moreover, all his weapons were stored in the space of the creation cube, and he could take them out at any time when needed. The 5 of them left the village along the path connecting the village to the outside world. Outside was an endless wilderness, where wild beasts roamed in the wild, and occasionally encountered wanderers who worked as part-time robbers. In the previous 1.5 months in the village, he had seen wild beasts running to the vicinity of the village and causing panic no less than 10 times. And wanderers had been seen twice, with a maximum of more than a dozen wanderers with weapons wandering around the village. The level of civilization in this world is similar to that of the ancient European medieval era in the main world. And the world is ruled by theocracy and noble lords. Lord Lin Xiao had seen him, and had seen Baron Herman Gibson when he went to Gibson Castle to steal the breathing method. But the indigenous church in this world had not seen him yet. Chapter 377, First Encounter with the Nightmare Sun's Troops. The reason is very simple. Although there are many churches in this world, there is only one church that occupies absolute faith, called the Holy Church. The others are small churches, and only have a small number of believers in some remote places. Because it has occupied the faith for many years, the Holy Church is now a bloated behemoth. It is no longer an ordinary church. The clergy in it no longer need to preach. The current clergy have already been a position with extremely high social status. Now the lowest level church of the Holy Church is the town level. There are no clergy at the village level. Just like the village of Forel where Linshao is now. Many middle-aged villagers have never seen a priest of the Holy Church in their lives. At least Linshao has never seen a priest of the Holy Church in the past 1.5 months since he came. Even the Lord's mansion only saw the tax officer coming to collect taxes. And no other outsiders. The outline of the mountain he was going to could be seen from afar. At first, he walked along the path for a distance and turned a corner at an intersection into the wilderness. But after passing through this wilderness that was more than 10 kilometers wide, they found another road. This was the road from Gibson Castle to the Barren Mine, because there were often cars and patrols passing by, especially the heavy mine cars. The road was full of potholes. This road was rarely used by outsiders except the Baron's convoy and patrols. But the Baron's convoy usually only went once every few days, and no one was seen along the way. He walked slowly with the scepter in his hand. The 4 men were sweating a little at this time, but none of them said they wanted to rest. Their strong physique gave them endurance far beyond that of ordinary people. In addition, they were excited when they came out for the first time after gaining power. Looking at the expectant eyes of the young men, they probably wanted to meet a few robbers to test their strength. On the road 1 kilometer away from them, a convoy of 5 carriages full of, or was walking slowly on the bumpy road. There were 2 knights on horseback in front of the convoy. A middle-aged man and a young man. Behind them were 10 armored warriors, and more than 30 militiamen, wearing only linen clothes, and holding wooden short spears escorting the convoy. There was a conspicuous emblem on the carriage. If Linshao could recognize it, it was the emblem of Baron Gibson's family. The convoy slowly moved forward. When passing through a patch of grass that was taller than a person, the middle-aged man in the lead suddenly stretched out his hand and shouted, "Stop!" He kept his hand outstretched and squinted his eyes to scan the surroundings. Suddenly, he stretched out his hand and pulled out the knight's sword at his waist and shouted, "There is an ambush. Prepare for battle." The team responded immediately. 10 armored soldiers quickly drew their weapons and approached the 2 knights. More than 30 militiamen were a little confused, but habitually approached them quickly with the grooms around the carriage. Everyone was ready, but there was no movement around, as if there was no ambush. The leading middle-aged knight snorted coldly, took out the longbow hanging on the horse, drew the bow and shot an arrow into the dense grass as tall as a person. There was no sound, and nothing was shot. But the people hiding behind the bushes could no longer hide. There was only a shout, and more than 20 fully armed warriors, and more than 30 militiamen emerged from the bushes. The leader was a strong man with a full beard, who raised his sword and shouted, "Kill them!" The warriors and militiamen raised their weapons, and rushed over in a disorderly manner. And the 2 knights raised their weapons fearlessly and shouted, "For the honor of the Gibson family, kill these robbers!" The 10 armored warriors responded by hitting their shields with their swords, and rushed up with the shouting militia in a messy formation. And the 2 sides instantly became a melee. In this battle at the bottom of the plain similar to the Middle Ages, there is no such thing as sophisticated command and tactics. After all, there are so few soldiers. Most of them are militiamen and illiterate. And the real elite are the 2 knights and 10 armored warriors. Exquisite tactics also need people to execute. The 2 knights were well equipped and skilled in fighting. They used their horses to charge and directly penetrated the army formation. But the unemployed soldiers and militiamen behind them were blocked. Although the 2 knights easily penetrated the army formation, they were not happy at all, because this round of attack had no results. The knights' swords each hit a target, but were completely blocked by the other party's armor. Except for the warhorse's charge that knocked the other party down, there was no damage, which was beyond their expectations. In terms of individual physical fitness, these 2 knights are much stronger than these ambushers. These ambushers are only slightly stronger than ordinary people, but their armor defense is too strong. When they pulled the warhorse's momentum and turned their horses' heads, they saw a scene that shocked them. In just a short while, the battle behind them was already one-sided. This group of soldiers who did not look like bandits not only had super high armor defense, but also had very sharp weapons in their hands. A random sword could cut through the armor of the armored warriors, and the chain rings fell one after another, and the weapons were cut off. In just a short while, 1/3 of their men had fallen. The young knight was shocked and shouted, "You are not wanderers. Who are you?" He was answered by a sharp javelin and the silent sound of killing. When Lin Xiao heard the shouts and screams from afar, he saw a dozen bloody remnants being chased. The younger of the two leading knights saw him and shouted, "I am Alfonso Gibson, the first heir of the Gibson family. Save me. You will gain the friendship of the Gibson family and 100 gold coins." However, Lin Xiao did not even look at him. His eyes were fixed on the soldiers chasing behind him. To be precise, on the 20 or so fully armed soldiers, with a strange expression on his face. "It can't be such a coincidence?" He shouted loudly to the pursuers behind him. "Who is your leader?" He recognized at a glance that the weapons and armor on these pursuers were not forged in this world. If nothing unexpected happened, they should be the subordinates of some descender. He didn't know which one it was, but since they had been away from him for so long, he had to ask first. If they were both human descenders, he would turn around and leave. If they were not human descenders, then I'm sorry. The leader of the pursuers stared at him with bloodshot eyes and said loudly, "We are Gulda's men. If you are not from the Gibson family, then you can leave." Gulda? Lin Xiao compared this name with the 33 human descenders who descended together, and found that there was no one with the same name. Since they were not the same name, they must be enemies. He slammed the scepter in his hand to the ground and shouted in a deep voice, "The killer will be punished." As soon as the voice fell, the big man opposite his face sank and snorted coldly, "I hate the Holy Church the most. Brothers, kill them." Lin Xiao did not explain that he was not from the Holy Church. He just raised the seemingly ordinary wooden scepter with mysterious patterns in his hand and shouted, "My lord said that life lies in mercy. Group healing." As soon as the voice fell, the pattern of the scepter in his hand lit up and quickly spread to the top, turning into a ball of light full of life, rising, exploding, and turning into streams of light falling on more than a dozen injured deserters. The power of life was immersed, and the wounds on their bodies healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. All the deserters were stunned, looking at their wounds with their mouths wide open, with shock on their faces. Not only them, but also the pursuers behind were stunned. Several of them subconsciously wiped their eyes with their hands and thought they had seen it wrong. "Oh my God, this is a miracle." But Lin Xiao ignored them and continued, "My lord said that life lies in tenacity. The power of the group pull. My lord said that life lies in tenacity. The tenacity of the group bear. My lord said, life lies in agility. The elegance of group cats." He said 3 commandments in one breath, and the scepter in his hand flashed 3 times in succession, casting 3 group magics. Bull's strength increases strength. Bear's toughness increases physique. Cat's grace increases agility. What is it like to cast magic in a world without magic where only ordinary people exist? Crush? Or kill indiscriminately? After blessing 3 magics in one breath, everyone's physique, strength and agility all increased by 4 points, which is equivalent to any physical fitness reaching the 9th level of this world. And this is just the beginning. Next, Lin Xiao blessed them with a sharp blade and blessing spells one after another. After a set, all the warriors felt the terrible power in their bodies like a miracle, and the eyes they looked at Lin Xiao were already indescribable. At this time, he coughed lightly and said, "God of life and wisdom, brave warriors, kill these robbers who trampled on life." The morale of the crowd was high, and they raised their weapons and charged towards the previous pursuers. After a round of charge, more than a dozen pursuers fell directly. The armor they were proud of could no longer protect them under the swords with sharp blades. Without this defensive advantage, how could they beat a group of knights with their crushed physical fitness? The battle ended in less than 5 minutes, and none of the dozens of bandits escaped and were all killed. And this brilliant victory was achieved with only 6 magic arts consumed. And his life scepter had a total of 15 auxiliary magic arts attached to it. Each magic art can be used dozens of times, or 3 to 5 times, and can be used in many battles in a row. And this is only the auxiliary magic art. In the Book of Wisdom in his right hand, there are also more than a dozen combat magic arts and several super comprehensive magic arts stored, which can also be used dozens of times, or 3 to 5 times. The life scepter on the left and right, the Book of Wisdom on the right. This is the missionary killer mace prepared by Lin Xiao's true body for his incarnation. In this world, it is impossible to use supernatural powers, let alone divine arts. So everyone is miserable in spreading faith. But if he can equip his priest with this set of equipment, and use his left hand to assist his right hand in fighting, just think about how much advantage this will have in the competition. This point has been reflected at the moment. After the battle, 4 men dragged their bloody swords to Lin Xiao and knelt on one knee to offer the enemy's head. He smiled slightly, held up the Book of Wisdom with his right hand, and opened it. The pages of the book automatically turned to a certain page without wind. And there was a painting on it. Chapter 378 Miracle of Mass Resurrection. This page is the core page of the Book of Wisdom. It depicts an angel wrapped in light, holding a ball of light in his hands. Under the angel's feet are a pile of broken corpses. Light bursts out of the ball of light and falls down. The corpses are opening their eyes. Super divine art of resurrection. That's right. This page of the Book of Wisdom records the resurrection. One of the ultimate divine arts that mortals can use in legend. It is also a mass resurrection. He looked at the corpses on the ground with a compassionate face, stretched out his finger and whispered, "Life should not be silent, and death will eventually be reversed." When he said this, the Book of Wisdom in his hand began to emit a milky white light, and the whole book lit up, and wisps of white light gathered on the open book. In the name of the God of life and wisdom, reverse life and death. His voice became louder and louder. He didn't speak loudly, but when he began to perform this resurrection, it naturally resonated with the laws in the dark, thus producing some extraordinary qualitative changes. Infinite life force gathered to form a huge angel of light in the sky. The angel gently flapped its wings, and the extremely rich life force gathered into an extremely thick light column that soared into the sky. The infinite life force made the living people feel like a miracle was coming. No, this is a miracle in itself. The resurrection technique itself is a miracle technique. Resurrection. A soul-stirring voice sounded, and the angel of light in the sky shattered into streams of light and fell down, pouring into the corpses on the ground. The light of life poured out and submerged the corpses one by one, regardless of the enemy. Whether it was the enemy who had just died in the battle or the dead on the battlefield not far away, they were all submerged. At this moment, his 4 men knelt down and bowed their heads devoutly. Influenced by this, the 2 knights and their men beside him also knelt down, looking at the corpse covered by the light of life with shock and expectation. In less than 10 seconds, a corpse that should have been dead suddenly trembled, and everyone's pupils dilated, with expressions of horror and disbelief in their eyes. Really? Alive? Oh my God! This is a miracle. This is a real miracle. Alfonso looked up with shock at the shadow of the angel of light that had not yet completely dissipated, and then looked at the enemies, who were resurrected one after another. The shock in his heart at this time was indescribable. At this moment, an unprecedented thought arose in his mind. He looked up at Lin Xiao, who was holding the staff of life in one hand and the Book of Wisdom in the other. He bowed his head devoutly and silently recited the name of the God of life and wisdom in his heart. At this moment, he quickly abandoned the holy God, who was not devout at first, and turned to believe in the God of life and wisdom, who he had just seen not long ago, and the degree of faith increased at an unprecedented speed. Before, his faith in the holy God had only reached the level of a pan-believer in his lifetime. Now, from hearing about the God of life and wisdom to now, it has only been less than an hour, and his degree of faith has quickly surpassed the level of a true believer to a devout believer. Lin Xiao felt something when the line of faith was connected, but he was not surprised, but took it for granted. He spent so much money to use this group resurrection technique, not really out of pity and sympathy. The main target is the first heir of the Gibson family, and the others are incidental. If you want to open up the situation quickly, you must have the support of the Lord. Not only the many people under the Lord, but also the Lord's military force and the Lord's identity are needed to resist the suppression from the Holy Church. In this world with a unified religion and unprecedentedly powerful religious forces, the struggle between theocracy and royal power has never stopped. The nobles believe in the gods, but are wary of the church. No royal power or nobles will be willing to let the church override their own power. Of course, this is a bit far-fetched. But one thing is certain. The noble lords and the holy church in this world are not so harmonious. This gives them an opportunity. In particular, the holy church has hardly shown any miracles, and the priests don't know any serious magic. Lin Xiao could foresee that even if it wasn't him, other adventures would be able to overthrow the holy church with their own abilities. Among them, the Church of the God of Life and Wisdom, which could perform divine arts, would definitely gain the greatest benefit. As for the disputes between the new divine power and royal power after the overthrow of the holy church in the future, that would be a matter for the future. Let's get up first. During this period of contemplation, the life force of the corpses was integrated into the body, and the dead woke up one by one, looking around with a blank expression. Lin Xiao held a scepter in one hand and the Book of Wisdom in the other. At this time, he still had the remaining life force on his body. In their eyes, he was as sacred and inviolable as a saint who had descended to the world. And his voice also contained a soul-stirring power. The Lord of Life and Wisdom has mercy on you and grants you new life. As soon as he finished speaking, Alfonso Gibson, the eldest son of Baron Gibson, looked up and shouted, "You should have died. But the great God of Life and Wisdom had mercy on you and performed a great miracle to resurrect you." Lin Xiao showed a hint of appreciation. This assist was good. This sentence seemed to remind these confused warriors of what happened just now. Their eyes quickly became clear, and they almost knelt down to him at the same time. "I remember that it was the great God of Life and Wisdom who resurrected me and saved me from the hands of the God of Death. Great God of Life and Wisdom, please accept my humble but pious faith." Dozens of resurrected people knelt down at the same time. At this moment, more than 20 lines of faith were connected to Lin Xiao's mind, and all of them were devout believers. Very good. It was worth my great price. He slowly put away the Book of Wisdom. He had just performed this group resurrection spell, and had exhausted all the energy stored in the book. He could no longer perform even the simplest divine spell. But it was all worth it. The two sides had nearly 30 combat soldiers, all of whom were full-time soldiers, together with the militiamen who died in the previous battle. The two sides had about 50, a total of nearly 90 people, together with the 14 church knights trained before. He could now mobilize nearly 100 soldiers. Among them, there are 16 people who have reached the knight level of this world, 32 full-time professional warriors, and more than 50 militiamen. This strength is not inferior to some weaker baronies. If they prepare for a while, they can confront any baron head-on. But Lin Xiao did not intend to do so. In fact, he did not intend to take all these people away. Instead, he asked Alfonso, who had just joined the church, to leave with his men and return to the castle. And he took the newly conquered men back. He did not need to find the stone for carving the statue. After knowing his purpose, Alfonso patted his chest and said that he would take care of it. On the way, Lin Xiao found this group of Gulda's subordinates and asked about the information of Gulda. The strong man leading this team was named Demon. Hearing Lin Xiao's question, he quickly told everything he knew. After listening, Lin Xiao was relieved. According to Demon, they were originally wanderers, or robbers, near another lord in the north of Gibson Barony. They met Gulda a month and a half ago. The original leader was killed by Gulda, and they were conquered by his strong personal strength and regarded him as the new leader. After taking office, Gulda made drastic reforms. Not only did he change the original way of looting, he also officially occupied a village as a base to settle down, and then began to farm extensively, recruiting wanderers or robbers everywhere, and his strength expanded rapidly. The set of armor they were wearing was prepared for them by Gulda. Demon said that Gulda only had 40 sets of this kind of armor, and he also had these 40 elite professional warriors under his command. The main purpose of sending half of them out this time was to rob the Gibson family's mines. Their purpose was to continuously rob the ore, and weaken the Gibson family's strength. When it was weakened to a certain extent, they would send troops to attack Gibson Castle and plunder the Gibson family's property. Then, he would pay tribute to the ruler of this land, Earl Dyson, with this mine as a bargaining chip, and strive to obtain a noble title. As long as he has a noble title, he will be qualified to fight with other lords and plunder territory. In this world, as long as you are not a noble lord, no matter how powerful you are or how much territory you have, you will not be recognized. Other noble lords are qualified to attack you and rob your territory. Once you have the status of a noble, you will have reasonable and legal qualifications. As long as you have the ability and your behavior is just, then everything you do is reasonable and legal. As for what kind of justice this justice is, it is still a matter of words. If you are qualified, are you afraid of not having an excuse? If Lin Xiao had not interfered, Gulda's plan might have succeeded. After all, 40 elite warriors with equipment far beyond the strength of this world, which even knights could not cut through, would have no problem killing an ordinary baron with deliberate planning. As for now, I'm sorry, half of the 40 sets of elite weapons and equipment that Gulda had brought into this plane with great difficulty were taken away by him. Not only did his strength drop greatly, but Lin Xiao also knew of his existence in advance. Of course, now Lin Xiao would not say that he would go all the way to deal with Gulda. It was enough to know that there was this opponent nearby. The most important thing now was to develop himself. As long as he was strong, it would not take a minute to destroy the opponent. After returning to Forel village, the more than 20 militiamen he brought back were temporarily settled outside the village and cultivated the fields with the villagers. This was just a small village. With the productivity of this world, it was not enough to support so many full-time soldiers. Normally, a small village could only support about 10 full-time soldiers at most, which was the maximum limit. In fact, it was difficult to support 10. The Gibson family owned a small town, 8 villages, and an iron mine, and could only support more than 40 full-time soldiers and 5 knights. Fortunately, he had the magic of summoning food to support him, and he could transfer food through the magic cube of good fortune. Otherwise, the dozens of elite soldiers he brought back would have to go back to work. This is the limitation of this plane and this era. The productivity is too low. Even a serious lord does not have many soldiers on hand. The strategy of rapidly recruiting soldiers will not work in this plane. Chapter 379 Alfonso, the Paladin of the Church. The statue for the statue was delivered on the 8th day. Although Alfonso wanted it to be faster, the stone Lin Xiao requested was too big for an ordinary carriage to transport. In addition, Alfonso wanted to deliver some things by the way, so time slowed down. Fortunately, there is no rush for this matter. There is no time limit for this descent. According to the time flow rate of this world and the main world, it doesn't matter even if you stay for 100 years. Along with the carriage came a batch of daily necessities and a small group of craftsmen. In fact, Alfonso wanted the church's first church to be built in the town of Gibson. But the town now has the holy church and cannot go there. He can only try to prepare some craftsmen to build the temple better. Lin Xiao met Alfonso in the newly opened wasteland outside the village. When he came, Lin Xiao was opening the Book of Wisdom to summon a ring of fire to explode and burn the surrounding wasteland weeds. Anyway, this plain is vast and sparsely populated with wasteland everywhere. He plans to open up the wasteland around Forel village, either for farming or expanding the village. The common magic operations in the main world are as magical as miracles to the people in this world. Even though he has seen the real miracle of resurrection, Alfonso is still shocked at this time. Every time he sees him, his faith becomes more pious. After finishing his own work, Lin Xiao turned to Alfonso and asked, "You? What did you see just now?" Alfonso answered honestly, "I saw the flames flying out of the hands of the messenger of God, burning everything." Lin Xiao smiled and shook his head. Flames represent destruction, but also mean rebirth. There is rebirth after destruction. My child, after experiencing the last disaster, what do you think of? Alfonso was silent for a while and said, "I was thinking that if I had a stronger power, I could protect my people." "Very good." Lin Xiao walked forward with the scepter, and Alfonso followed closely. He didn't speak, and Alfonso didn't speak either, but his heart was beating fast. A strong premonition told him that something that might change his fate was about to happen. Lin Xiao walked around the entire Forel village slowly, with the scepter of life, and finally returned to the place where he started. He turned to look at Alfonso. At this time, his face exuded a faint light, and a dignified pressure came over him. Alfonso knelt down subconsciously, and as if he had received a blessing. "You are very lucky. The great God of life and wisdom chose you." The Book of Wisdom began to open, and it opened to the last page in one breath. It was painted with a finger condensed by light falling from the sky and touching the forehead of a knight who was kneeling devoutly. "In the name of the God of life and wisdom, tell me, my child, are you willing to become the guardian knight of my God and guard the glory of my Lord?" Alfonso looked up with joy, suppressed the excitement in his heart, and said loudly, "I do." "Very good." Lin Xiao nodded in satisfaction, and with his right hand, the Book of Wisdom closed. The condensed ball of light flew out and turned into a hand of light, pointing at Alfonso's forehead. At the same time, he stretched out his hand and waved it, and a fine treasure chest made of pure gold appeared in his hand. When Alfonso opened his eyes, a ray of life flowed in his pupils. He opened the pure gold treasure chest, and in the dazzling golden light, a set of exquisite white armor plus a hilt guard was a lightsaber of an angel with open wings, and a Book of Wisdom that was about the same size as Lin Zhao's hand slowly floated up and fell in front of Alfonso. A full set of paladin armor, a holy sword of life, and a holy book of wisdom. This is the full set of paladin armor set by Lin Zhao. The paladin armor includes armor head, grey leg armor, belt, etc., each of which contains several defensive magic. The holy sword of life contains many offensive magic, and the holy book of wisdom contains many functional magic, all combined together. It is a full set of equipment for a paladin. In Lin Zhao's setting, the lowest level of the church is the church knights, which are the 14 villagers of Forel village, who were trained before. Each of them has the physique and strength equivalent to that of an ordinary knight, and is equipped with a set of elite weapons and armor that are not available in this plane. Each of them has a powerful force equivalent to that of a formal knight. The second level is called the Holy Knight. The church does not have it now. In his imagination, it will have a set of shrunken Holy Knight suits, and will also work as a part-time priest to preach. The third level is the Holy Knight. That is, the high level of the church, who has extraordinary combat power far beyond the force of this plane. The function of the Book of Wisdom in their hands is similar to that in Lin Zhao's hand, and it also comes with a group resurrection spell. The framework of the church has been set up, just waiting for implementation. Now the first Holy Knight of the church has been born. Later, he will gradually promote several Holy Knights. At that time, he can free up his hands and leave the missionary work to his subordinates. In the past few days, Lin Zhao has formulated a 5-year development plan. The first thing is to let the first Holy Knight of the church become the patriarch of the Gibson family in order to formally implement the development plan. Although Baron Herman is still in his middle age and not old, he is a believer of the Holy Church and does not agree with their philosophy. Of course, if he is willing to spend some effort, he can also pull this Baron over. But Lin Zhao is not interested in this. He needs a younger paladin or paladin. This is easy to solve. Now Gulda next door is developing rapidly. The descender who is not sure whether it is from the nightmare world or the spirit realm originally planned to offer the Gibson family's mind to make a name for himself. This time, he suddenly lost half of his strength, especially half of the weapons and equipment he brought down with great difficulty. He will definitely come to investigate the situation, which will naturally conflict with Baron Gibson, although his strength has declined by nearly half. If Gulda personally goes out, Baron Gibson will definitely not be able to beat him. If the Baron is injured or killed in the conflict, Alfonso can quickly take over the territory. At that time, whether it is managing on behalf of the Baron or inheriting the title, it will be the same. As long as the power is in hand, it will not be given up. When Alfonso was told about this plan, he agreed without hesitation, but hoped to save his father, Baron Herman. By then, Lin Zhao agreed to this, and was more satisfied with this first paladin. A few days later, a rumor appeared in the Baron's territory, saying that 2 groups of robbers wanted to rob the convoy of the Baron's mansion. But they clashed and fought, and finally both sides were injured. The Lord's mansion captured several wounded soldiers, and a large number of elite weapons and armor. The rumor spread throughout the territory at a very fast speed, and at the same time spread to other surrounding territories. This was a rumor deliberately spread by Alfonso, the main purpose of which was to dispel Gulda's vigilance. If it weren't said that, Alfonso, who suddenly lost so many troops, would be very vigilant and would not dare to come for a long time. Maybe he would directly modify the plan. With the rumor spreading, Gulda would think that there was a second adventure nearby. Although he was also very vigilant, he dared to come over when everyone suffered huge losses, and he would speed up the plan to come over. During this period, Lin Zhao began to strengthen the second batch of church knights and the first batch of paladins. The church knights used the 20 elite warriors captured from Gulda. These warriors were carefully selected by Gulda. Now they all believe in him. After experiencing the miracle of the great resurrection, they all have devout faith and are enough to be carefully cultivated. In addition, there are 30 militiamen coming with them. This batch will be retrained as full-time warriors and serve as reserve for church knights. As for the first batch of paladins, they were naturally selected from the previous 14 church knights. The 6 best ones were selected, including the 4 who escorted him before, and the other 2 who stayed in the village with the most devout faith. In the early stage, unless the combat talent is very good, the core members will only choose the most devout faith. After the 6 holy warriors were strengthened by divine power, each of them had a set of holy warrior suits, and their combat power soared instantly. It is worth mentioning that Lin Xiao combined the situation of this world and listed individual combat power in a simple level. The individual combat power from low to high is: militia is a middle-aged man who does what he should do at ordinary times. But he will undergo certain training every once in a while, and have certain combat literacy. When fighting, he can go to the battlefield with a simple weapon. He is also the most numerous and lowest level cannon fodder in the military system of major lords. Full-time soldiers are professional soldiers who no longer need to participate in labor. Their main task every day is to train combat skills. They are equipped with standardized metal weapons. The protective gear generally depends on the territory's finances. Some are leather armor, and some are chain mail. They are the backbone of the major territories. Elite warriors are elite soldiers, who are stronger than professional soldiers, and weaker than knights. They are also the reserve of knights. In the aristocratic system, they are also called knight apprentices. Knights have a physique and strength several times that of adult men. Superb fighting skills, similar to generals on the battlefield, and possess very powerful fighting power. Grand Knight, the advancement of the knight. Generally, small nobles and small lords do not have such powerful warriors who have experienced hundreds of battles. From Alfonso's mouth, I learned that there are no more than 5 Grand Knights in this vast area ruled by Earl Dyson. According to Alfonso's description, the combat power of the Grand Knight spans a wide range. The strong ones are much stronger than the weak ones. Even the weakest ones are stronger than the Church Knights with elite weapons and equipment, and are equivalent to the Church Paladins. But if the Paladin uses the divine arts in the Paladin 3-piece set, it must be stronger than the Grand Knight. After all, the extraordinary power is still very strong. It is said that there are legendary Paladins above the Grand Knights. But this is just a legend, and the entire kingdom has never heard of it. It is said that the legendary Paladin has power beyond the imagination of ordinary people, and can split the thick city gate with one sword. According to this assessment, this Paladin has the physique and strength equivalent to the 6th order extraordinary level, which is indeed extremely strong in this world. Comparing this Paladin with the Church Paladin he strengthened, according to Lin Xiao's idea of the strength of the Paladin, the difference should not be too big. In his idea, the complete Church Paladin will have extraordinary physique and strength. Coupled with the Paladin's 3-piece suit, he should be able to defeat the Paladin of this world. Chapter 380, Changing Situations. Of course, the premise of this victory is a complete Paladin who has been strengthened twice. Ordinary people cannot withstand such a strong infusion of power. In his imagination, it takes 2 strengthenings to be a complete Church Paladin. Now Alfonso has only been strengthened once, and has the physique and strength equivalent to that of a great knight. It should be noted that this division is based on the situation of equal combat skills. The Knights of the Church are strengthened and improved through abnormal means. Their combat skills are definitely not as good as those of the Knights, who have been through hard training and hundreds of battles. In a real fight, the Church Knights, who have just been promoted to the same level, will be slightly inferior. But this is just a new promotion. If they are promoted long enough and have enough combat skills and experience, they will be stronger than the Knights of the same level with better equipment. A month later, the construction of the Foral Village Temple was completed, and the statue of the God of Life and Wisdom carved by Lin Xiao himself also stood in the temple. On the day when the statue was erected, the whole village of Foral held a large-scale mass. He took out all the faith power he had collected during this period and moved it to the statue. The little faith power covered the statue with a faint glow, which was particularly obvious in the early morning. Like a miracle, Lin Xiao took this opportunity to use the statue as a medium to perform a great blessing spell that affected all believers. The actual angel descended on the temple, and the miracle came. So far, all the villagers in the whole village of Foral have become believers of the God of Life and Wisdom. They have witnessed the miracle with their own eyes, and have been affected by the great blessing spell. All the stubbornness and discomfort of the villagers have been swept away. The actual miracle has made them devout. Now the whole village is at least true believers, and a considerable number of them are devout believers. 2 months later, Lin Xiao, who had been waiting for Gould for a long time, received news that a major event had happened in the Viscount Marston family next door, on the other side of Baron Gibson's territory. Some robbers sneaked into the castle during the internal gathering of the Marston family, and killed most of the Marston family members in one fell swoop. Just when the huge family was about to fall apart, the eldest daughter of the Atom Lord, Miss Julia, and her husband stood up and defeated other competitors at a very fast speed. They successfully obtained the recognition of Earl Dyson and inherited the title of Viscountess, becoming Viscountess Julia. From the information obtained, Lin Xiao recognized that the husband of the Viscountess must be an adventor, but he didn't know whether it was Golda or another adventor. 3 adventors appeared in this small place, which was quite lucky. Fortunately, this was not a big deal. As his strength became stronger and stronger, he was not afraid of any number of adventors. However, he was not prepared to wait forever. He could not just sit there and wait for Golda to come. In the 3rd month after the temple was built, Baron Herman, who went to inspect the family mine, was besieged and killed by bandits. His son Alfonso quickly inherited the baronship and immediately put the blame on Baron Galton, who often had conflicts with him because of coveting the mine. He announced that he would avenge his father and declare war on the Galton family. The Galton family naturally did not recognize it, but it didn't matter whether they recognized it or not. Everyone knew the conflict between the Galton family and the Gibbs family. There had been many small-scale conflicts in the past. It was reasonable to blame them for this incident. After burying Baron Herman, Alfonso summoned the family knights and soldiers, and borrowed 2 paladins and 10 church knights from Lin Xiao, together with the troops summoned by the territory. There were a total of 150 people. Any church knight has the combat power comparable to that of an ordinary knight, not to mention 2 paladins comparable to great knights. This high-level force is comparable to that of an earl, and it is completely crushing to deal with the Baron family. Anyway, after waiting for only more than half a month and 2 days, he received the news from the front line that Alfonso had broken through the castle of the Galton family. Then he stayed in the castle for a whole month and defeated several reinforcements of the Galton family in succession. A month later, according to the unspoken rules among the nobles, the Gibson family officially annexed the Galton Baron family, including its territory. This is the role of the noble identity. If it were a non-noble, it would be useless to occupy it for a year. The noble class would not recognize it. As long as you leave, other lords will send troops to grab it. Even if you are strong enough, other lords will not recognize it if they can't grab it. You can't just keep guarding it like this. Moreover, if you occupy too many lords' territories without proper reason, it will arouse the vigilance of the noble class. And at this time, the great nobles will send troops to fight you. Occupying the barony of Galton was just a small episode. After the 2 territories merged, Lin Xiao sent holy warriors to preach in the villages of the barony of Galton. Now he dare not go to the town to preach. But the village is no problem. Anyway, the Holy Church doesn't care about the villages at all, and may not go there once a year. In the past few months, he has already sent people to preach in several villages under the command of the barony of Gibson, and has achieved remarkable results. The accumulated shallow believers are as many as 800 or 900. And there are also this number of general believers. This is just the beginning. Preaching is a long-term process. Take it slowly. As long as you find an opportunity to do a few miracles, these general believers and shallow believers can easily become true believers or devout believers. It is worth mentioning that after conquering the barony of Galton, Alfonso did not find any traces of Golda. After asking the locals, he found that he had not heard of any traces of large-scale robbers for several months. Based on the comprehensive information, Lin Xiao guessed that the husband of Lady Julia of the Viscount of Macedonia was most likely Golda. This man, who was not sure whether he was the son of Nightmare or the son of the spirit realm, was too alert. He gave up revenge and left when he felt that the situation was not good. It was obvious that Viscountess Julia was just a puppet, and the current person in charge of the Viscount of Macedonia should be Golda. This is a threat. Lin Xiao pinched his chin and pondered. Although Alfonso's destruction of the barony of Galton was reasonable and had sufficient excuses, he was still severely warned by Earl Dyson that he could not continue such actions in the short term unless he was fully confident of ignoring Earl Dyson. However, the current strength of the Gibson family is far from being a match for Earl Dyson, even with the church forces under his command. The Earl is already the upper class of the aristocracy in this plane, and is called a great noble along with the Marquis and the Duke. Each of them has a huge territory and a powerful army. Ordinary small nobles can only support dozens of professional soldiers, while the great nobles can support hundreds. The overall strength is not at the same level. Unless Alfonso can accept the second enhancement to become a true paladin, he can still fight. But he is just strengthened for the first time, and it is impossible to accept the second enhancement without 1 or 2 years. In other words, It is impossible to expand the territory on a large scale within 1 or 2 years. But it doesn't matter. It's just a good time to settle down. However, plans have never changed as fast as changes. He wants to keep a low profile. But others may not want you to keep a low profile. 2 months later, during a routine mass, Alfonso found Lin Xiao and told him that the Macedonian country had recently annexed a nearby barony and conquered a barony, and its strength was rapidly expanding. The most important thing is that the Viscountess of Macedonia has no idea where she got the confidence from. She actually ignored Earl Dyson's warning and has recently sent people to harass the villages on the border of the two territories. It seems that she is planning to attack Baron Gibson's territory. Well, it's really annoying, he said to Alfonso. Send an envoy to see Earl Dyson and tell him that if Viscountess Macedonia continues to provoke, it will be difficult for you to obey the Earl's orders. This is not to ask for help. He doesn't need to ask for help. He just wants to tell the Earl. However, before the envoy said to Earl Dyson came back, Lin Xiao received the news that Viscount Macedonia declared war on Alfonso. So impatient. When he received the news, he was standing in front of the statue praying. After listening to it, he chuckled and said to a holy warrior next to him, "Call the warriors of my lord. Since you are so anxious, then send you out as soon as possible." After his subordinates left, Lin Xiao stretched out his hand to grab the statue, and strands of light gathered towards him, turning into an angel sword and an angel wing. Gibson Castle. This is the castle inherited by the Gibson Baron family. It has a history of more than 200 years, and the wind and rain have not changed the castle. Lin Xiao stood on the castle and looked into the distance. In the distant wilderness, a troop of 200 or 300 people was slowly approaching. There were no catapults, no siege battering rams, and more than 30 cavalrymen. But it was unknown how many were knights. Due to the limitations of plain civilization, catapults and battering rams already exist, but they are not yet popular. Usually, sieges are carried out by lifting stones to smash the door. Strong knights can lift large stones and smash them far away, or knights can directly use weapons to split thick wooden doors. The most common way to attack a city is to climb to the top of the city with a simple ladder. But this time, before the enemy approached, the castle gate was opened, and a troop walked out of the castle and lined up in the open space in front. Lin Xiao stood on the top of the city wall and looked at the gradually approaching enemy troops. His eyes fell on a knight in the center of the enemy army, who was wearing thick full body plate armor. The induction from the descender proved that it was a descender from the nightmare world. The two not-so-large armies slowly approached and confronted each other. Lin Xiao rode his horse slowly out of the crowd, with 2 holy warriors and 4 church knights guarding him. The son of Nightmare on the opposite side also came out of the crowd escorted by his men. He glanced at Lin Xiao's men and said, "Did you steal my weapons and equipment?" He smiled and nodded. "It was you who sent me weapons and equipment." Gulda's forehead muscles jumped, and he said coldly, "It's just a bargain. Today I will make you pay back with interest." Childish. Gulda suddenly became angry and glared at Lin Xiao for a few seconds. The anger on his face quickly disappeared. He slowly retreated and raised his sword with his right hand. With his actions, the rear troops began to charge, and dozens of knights pulled down their armor and raised their spears. At this moment, Lin Xiao drew out the angel sword from his waist and held it high. The metal sword body quickly lit up with white light. He pressed the horse's back and flew into the air. 2 thick streams of white light shot out from his back, one on the left and one on the right, and turned into a pair of wings formed by flowing light. He looked like an angel. Chapter 381. This is. Their subordinates bowed their heads and prayed. The other side was horrified and shocked. Even Gulda was stunned for a moment and then shouted, "This is impossible? How can you use extraordinary power?" Lin Xiao floated in the air, and the light feathers behind him flapped slowly. He looked down at Gulda without answering. He just raised the angel sword and activated the divine art of the angel wings. Angel incarnation. In an instant, infinite sacred light exploded with him as the center. The dazzling sacred power made it impossible to look directly. Even if you closed your eyes, you could feel the dazzling sun in the sky. Lin Xiao's subordinates below felt the sacred power and became more fanatical, while the morale of the subordinates on the opposite side plummeted when they felt this miraculous power. Many of them knelt down and gave up resistance. After a few seconds, when the white light in the sky slowly shrank inward, a huge angel of light was finally revealed. As the sacred angel wings slowly flapped, Bits of lifeline drifted away. This miracle scene had an unprecedented impact on the spirit of mortals. When the angel appeared, all the men brought by Golda lost their fighting spirit. Without extraordinary power to show miracles, his followers did not have a high degree of faith. There were not even a few true believers. Only a small number of shallow believers. And most of them were general believers. When they saw the arrival of this real angel, almost all of them lost their fighting spirit. After Golda's face changed back and forth for a few seconds, he suddenly jumped up and prepared to escape. This was of course a delusion. Lin Zhao's strength was not inferior to his. Now he had the bonus of the angel incarnation magic and could fly. How could he let him escape? In fact, he did not even do it himself, but took out several scrolls and tore them one by one. Law. Shock. Law. Imprisonment. The angel's sword slashed down. And Golda, who was shocked and imprisoned, had no power to resist and was beheaded by him with one sword. He died in an extremely aggrieved way. So this battle, which seemed to be extremely fierce, ended in such a whimper. After Golda died, none of the remaining troops escaped and were all captured. Then they were slowly conquered. Although most of them were militiamen, there were also 70 or 80 knights, cavalry and professional soldiers, which was a very strong fighting force. Half a month later, Alfonso captured the castle of the Macedonian Viscount family and announced the demise of the Macedonian family. Shortly after annexing a Viscount family, Alfonso met the envoy of Earl Dyson and severely reprimanded him, ordering him to give up the land of the Macedonian family to other members of the Macedonian family. This was a big trouble for Alfonso. If it was not handled properly, it might lead to armed intervention by Earl Dyson. But Lin Zhao didn't have time to deal with this matter at this time. He was now considering how to face the Holy Church. How could the angel incarnation keep such a big move secret? As soon as the war ended, no less than 10 spies of the Holy Church came around the village of Forel. It was impossible to keep the secret any longer. And it was impossible to back down either. So there was only one outcome. He had to face the behemoth that was the Holy Church head-on. Of course, he is definitely not afraid of competition in faith. With extraordinary power in hand, the Holy Church, which has not performed miracles for decades, is definitely not better than him in this regard. As long as he is given time, it will not take long for the Holy Church's faith to be eroded. He is very confident of this. But before that, he will definitely face a fierce counterattack from the Holy Church. The Holy Church has ruled the entire plane for so many years, and its family assets are not small. Moreover, the Holy Church must have a group of elite church forces. These are carefully selected warriors who have been trained to a pious faith since childhood. The method of summoning angels just now is useless to them. They must use absolute force to defeat the opponent. The current Church of Life and Wisdom is definitely not able to beat the Holy Church head-on. But he is not facing the entire Holy Church now, but only the Holy Parish force in the area where Earl Dyson is located. The information obtained through Alphonsona shows that in the parish of Dale Province, where Earl Dyson is located, the Holy Church has a force of the Holy Knights. This force is stationed in the Cathedral of Dale, the main city of Earl Dyson. There are 500 soldiers in total, and the lowest level is professional soldiers. About 20% are elite soldiers. The captains of every 20-man team are all formal knights, together with the senior commander. This Holy Knights has more than 20 knights and 2 great knights. This force is second only to Earl Dyson in the Diocese of Dale Province, and can easily sweep any viscount in the province. Of course, they can't come out in full force. At least some of them have to stay to guard the house. The Holy Church is not without enemies, but at least 60% to 80% of the troops, that is, 300 to 400 troops, will have to go. When the main force of the Holy Knights comes, he may have to face more enemies. A large number of devout believers or nobles of the Holy Church, or some speculative noble merchants may take the opportunity to send troops to divide the Gibson family. As the place where the incident happened, the Bishop of Dale Diocese will definitely order Alfonso to send troops to attack in coordination. If Alfonso refuses, he will most likely be considered a heretic who believes in a false god, and will be attacked together at that time. This is the goal of these speculators. With the current Gibson family territory, 2 viscounts, 4 or 5 baronies, or more than a dozen knights can be divided. With so many new nobles born at once, many speculators are willing to take this risk. It seems that the frontal attack is coming. He sighed lightly, and sent a holy warrior to deliver a letter to Alfonso. 3 days later, Gibson Lord Alfonso issued a Lord's order, announcing the expulsion of the Holy Church in 4 towns and more than 30 villages in the territory, and announcing that the God of life and wisdom is the legal church in the territory. 3 well-prepared missionary groups, led by 2 holy warriors, 5 church knights, and 10 professional soldiers each left the village of Forel and went to the other 3 towns under Alfonso to replace the faith gap after the expulsion of the Holy Church. Then, all the soldiers under Alfonso were gathered, including more than 200 militiamen, more than 50 professional soldiers and elites, and 6 knights. At least, they have a certain combat power, with the addition of the church's own 50 or so professional soldiers, 100 or so militiamen who have undergone certain training, and the Gibson territory. They can also gather a combat power of more than 400. Gather all the forces and start combined training in order to boost their morale. Several instructors constantly use divine power or spells to shake their hearts and increase their faith in the training. This is very critical. The opponent they face is a huge church that has dominated the faith of this plane for thousands of years. The Holy God is deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. If the remaining faith in their hearts is not eliminated, it is easy to turn against the enemy on the battlefield. He will never allow this to happen. Fortunately, he still has some time to prepare. Going to war is not a game. It takes months to prepare in advance. What's more, the Holy Church is bloated and corrupt and has not fought for hundreds of years. It will take a long time to raise food and gather together. In addition, there are disputes over the distribution of interests of speculators joining the Holy War. Anyway, Lin Xiao has been training for a month, and the daily information from the spies in Dale City shows that the expeditionary knights of the Holy Church have not left the city. This side has not come yet, but the information of the second adventure has been found in Dale Province, located in the northernmost part of Dale Province. A barony called Hook at the junction of Tassin Province was occupied by an unknown force. The church of the territory was destroyed. All clergy were killed, and the Lord Baron Joran Hook's family was killed. Only an illegitimate son escaped and spread the news. When this news reached Lin Xiao, he also received news from Dale City. After receiving this news, a group of speculative nobles left Dale City and went directly to Hook territory. The purpose is naturally to kill the unknown force and inherit Hook territory, according to the unspoken rules among the nobles. When all the formal direct members of a family are killed, it means that the noble has been removed from the name, and the illegitimate son will not be recognized. At this time, a piece of territory and a baron title are vacated. At this time, a new baron lord will surely be born, which will naturally attract these speculators to rush over. There is still uncertainty in Gibson territory, but the title has been vacated on the other side, so it is clear how these speculators will choose. What makes Lin Xiao happy the most is that because the unknown force directly destroyed the church and killed all the clergy, this is a far more severe provocation and a more terrible threat to the Holy Church than Lin Xiao. After all, he only expelled the clergy, while the other side directly killed the clergy, and the severity is completely different. So, he waited here for more than a month. But in the end, he received the news that the Holy Knights of the Dale Grand Order changed their target to attack Hook territory. Although he was happy, he would not stop preparing, and would not stop because the Holy Church changed its target, but would continue training and reorganization. This time, Lin Xiao directly expanded the scale, and selected strong young men from more than 30 villages in 3 towns in Gibson territory. He trained and brainwashed them every day, and his real body, outside the world, prepared alchemical potions and equipment for them. When they were almost trained and their faith level reached above that of true believers, they began to select the best ones and give them alchemical potions to strengthen them. And then, they were strengthened into church knights with strength between elite soldiers and knights. Then, they selected the devout believers from the original elite soldiers or knights, or church knights, and promoted them to second-level holy warriors. Even if they were not selected, as long as they passed the training, they would be prepared with a set of standard armor, which would be equivalent to elite soldiers after wearing them. After a few months, a total of 24 holy warriors and priests were strengthened, plus the original 6 holy warriors, exactly 30. A total of 80 new church knights were strengthened, plus the original 28 church knights. A total of 108 church knights. After deducting these, there were still more than 280 people left, all of whom were true believers after a few months. Lin Xiao was not stingy and distributed a set of standard equipment forged by the Red Furnace clan to each person, all of whom had the combat power of elite soldiers. Chapter 382 Elemental Tide? The next step is to consolidate faith and strength, and make preparations as much as possible when the Holy Church attacks Hook territory. Unfortunately, the center of the Holy Church in Dale Province is in Dale City, which is the core city of Earl Dyson. Otherwise, he would have thought of destroying the cathedral while they attacked Hook territory. Earl Dyson would definitely not let their army enter the city. If they want to destroy the power of the Holy Church in Dale Province, they must destroy Earl Dyson at the same time. He does not have the strength to destroy both at the same time. However, this is a matter of time. Alfonso now holds 3 baronies and 1 viscounty. The territory is more than half of Earl Dyson's, which can pose a certain threat to him. He must have entered his suppression range. It is only a matter of time before a dispute arises. Perhaps one day Earl Dyson will suddenly send troops to attack Alfonso for some reason. We need to defeat Earl Dyson before the Church Knights destroy Hook territory. Sitting cross-legged in front of the statue, Lin Xiao said to Alfonso, I will give you 2 months to prepare sufficient logistics, and we will start attacking the Viscount of Fedden in 2 months. The Viscount of Fedden is a lord between the current Gibson territory and the Earl of Dyson territory. If we annex this Viscount, we will face Earl of Dyson directly. No. It should be said that when they attack the Viscount of Fedden, Earl of Dyson will intervene, which is equivalent to a direct battle between them and Earl of Dyson. Unfortunately, the current Viscount of the Fedden family is Earl of Dyson's marriage, and it is right between the two, so it is impossible to bypass them. Otherwise, he would not necessarily spend this effort to fight too. When Lin Xiao was preparing to open up this road to challenge the local overlord, in another kingdom thousands of kilometers away from here, more than 1,000 soldiers gathered in front of a big city. The big city was densely guarded. It seemed that both the number and quality of the guards were stronger than those under the city wall. But they could only defend. Many generals on the wall looked at the center of the army below with complicated expressions. There was a young man with his arms folded and his feet suspended in the air. Circles of colorful halos surged around like pulses, extending to 500 meters away. If Lin Xiao was here, he would definitely recognize that this halo was a circle of domain. In this domain, the energy that was originally dead and solidified began to become active. In layman's terms, the world without magic began to become active after being shrouded by this domain. And extraordinary power could be exerted within this range. Deng Nulan, the son of the spirit realm, opened his hands and slowly stood up. This action made the defenders on the wall retreat or make defensive actions subconsciously. Deng Nulan laughed at this. With this high-level relic from his true body, he was able to ignore the rules of the plane and suppress the use of extraordinary power. With the power of the current senior totem master apprentice, he was completely crushed in this plane. In just a few months, he conquered a powerful army and was now attacking the most powerful enemy in this area, a marquis. As long as he defeats the marquis and captures the city, basically no one in this province will be able to resist him. After unifying the entire province, and then resting for a while, you can attack other provinces, until the entire kingdom, and then the continent. Deng Nulan is full of confidence in this. Others can only act within the constraints of the rules, but he can break the rules. With the power of this field, no one can be his opponent. It is only a matter of time to unify the entire continent. I need fear and destruction. Deng Nulan, hanging in the air, grabbed the sky with both hands. The sky began to twist and a strange red color appeared, getting thicker and thicker. A feeling of impending disaster descended from the sky, and the defenders on the city wall showed fear. An old man in a gorgeous robe holding a luxurious staff hid in the shelter under the great temple surrounded by many clergy. Even the shelter that has not been used for many years is decorated with gold and splendor. The faces of the senior clergy gathered in the shelter are extremely ugly. Why can the devil master the power of evil, but the great Lord does not? Shut up. The archbishop, who looked old and dying, suddenly burst into a loud voice and scolded. The great holy Lord is omnipotent. The kingdom of heaven has sent a message that a paladin from heaven has arrived to kill the devil. The depressed priest was immediately refreshed when he heard the name of the paladin. His depressed mood was swept away, and he was full of confidence in the future. The archbishop ignored the whispers of his subordinates and came to the core prayer room of the shelter. There was a white angel statue standing in the center of the prayer room. He knelt in front of the angel statue and bowed his head to recite silently. He did not notice that the angel statue was emitting a circle of imperceptible light as he whispered prayers. Boom! The dazzling fire mixed with the terrifying shock wave formed a ring of flames that exploded with the meteorite falling point as the center. A section of the city wall was blown to pieces on the spot, and a huge pit was formed in the original place. The shock wave extended to hundreds of meters away. The ground was charred, and the ground was full of shattered building debris and burnt corpses. With the power of the relic, Ding Nolan recovered his ability to cast spells and summoned a meteorite directly. A small meteorite, with a diameter of about 2 or 3 meters, can easily destroy a section of the city wall and directly blow up a gap of hundreds of meters. He also needs faith. Otherwise he can directly summon a meteorite of more than 10 meters to fall, which can directly destroy the entire city. This blow directly destroyed the morale of the defenders in the city. The morale of the private army of the lords and nobles of this city plummeted. But the knights affiliated with the church still had the strength to fight. Under the command of a knight commander, they rushed to the shattered gap and engaged in street fighting with the attacking enemies. These church knights were orphans, or beggars adopted by the church since childhood. They were extremely devout in their faith, and could almost be called dead soldiers. Even such a desperate blow could boost their morale. No. To be precise, they had no morale. But they had the will to fight to the death for the church. This kind of willpower enables them to fight to the end even though they know they will die. Even when a second meteorite fell and blew up the cathedral in the center of the city half an hour after the battle, they did not disappear, but became more determined. 5 hours later, the last church knight died in battle, and the war ended. The Marquis fled to other parts of the territory, and Dunolan officially occupied the provincial capital. At this time, the Church of Life and Wisdom where Lin Xiao was located was also beginning to mobilize troops. Alfonso ignored Earl Dyson's rebuke and marched to the border of the two territories, preparing to attack Viscount Fenton, who was supported by Earl Dyson. The war was about to break out, and all the lords and nobles in the entire Dale province were watching. Most of the nobles and lords supported Earl Dale, but a small number of nobles contacted Alfonso privately. These are all speculators. Once Alfonso is expected to defeat Earl Dale, they will immediately jump out to support Alfonso. The entire Dale province focused all its attention on the junction of Gibson territory and Viscount Fenton territory. But Lin Xiao, the initiator, did not pay attention to it. Instead, he stayed in the Forel village temple, opened his mouth wide, and looked at the faint glow emanating from the rough statue in the temple with surprise. This brilliance is invisible to ordinary people, and has never been seen before. Lin Xiao only suddenly discovered it during the routine mass ceremony yesterday. If it were placed in other planes, this brilliance would be a normal gathering of faith power. But it is very abnormal for such an abnormality to suddenly appear in this world without magic. Prepare a set of perception amplification array for me. Lin Xiao wrote a small note and put it in the magic cube of creation. He had a crazy guess, although it was outrageous. But there were few guesses that could explain the current situation. In the divine domain, Lin Xiao was also stunned when he received this note, and then showed a surprised expression, muttering to himself, "It can't be such a coincidence. The spiritual energy is revived? No. The elemental tide? Is this the awakening of the plane's will?" The real body had several guesses just based on this sentence on the note, and this one was the most in line with the current situation. A completely magic-free world suddenly had a supernatural situation, which could only be the revival of spiritual energy. But whether it was an occasional elemental fluctuation or the will of the plane was about to awaken, he had to use the perception amplification array to take a good look. This array could greatly enhance his perception, increase the intensity and sensitivity of perception by multiples, and thus experience the elemental fluctuations of the entire world. It was easy to sense whether it was an occasional elemental fluctuation or an elemental tidal fluctuation that was about to awaken the will of the plane. Lin Xiao needed to confirm this. If it was just an occasional elemental fluctuation, it would be fine. But if it was the will of the plane that was about to awaken, then he had to think carefully about the follow-up plan and reformulate the follow-up plan. Not long after, Lin Xiao's incarnation received 4 huge metal plates engraved with array patterns, which together formed a complete perception amplification array. He directly put the array in the temple and assembled it, then took out several energy crystals and embedded them in the grooves in the metal plates to provide energy for the array. Sitting on the metal plate, he placed the last energy crystal into the central groove of the magic circle. The magic circle was quickly activated, and a powerful distortion took shape around it in an instant. Lin Xiao felt that his will was rapidly distorted and expanded by this force, becoming more and more powerful and sensitive. A speck of dust that he would never notice normally passed through his face. He would not have felt it before, but now it felt like something was brushing against his face, and the touch was very obvious. But what concerned him more was not the specks of dust, but the dense sound waves that surrounded him, which were only faintly visible now. It felt like he was in a concert hall with surround speakers, with sounds everywhere. But he could not sense the source of the sound, as if it appeared out of thin air from the depths of the void. The sound was extremely vague, as if countless people were talking together. But the experienced Lin Xiao could distinguish that the sound was a wave of sound waves formed by the prayers of countless believers. Lin Xiao's expression was extremely solemn, and he felt that his plan might have to change. Chapter 383 Contact Gene CC. First of all, he can be sure that this anomaly is not an occasional element fluctuation. It is most likely that the plane will is about to awaken. Although he doesn't know why it began to awaken after they came. It is indeed slowly awakening, which is beyond doubt. After all, he can sense the prayers of believers. This is not an anomaly caused by occasional fluctuations of elements. But because of this, he has to prepare early to solve the upcoming crisis. This crisis is the awakening of the plane will, and the coming of the elemental tide. Well, in layman's terms, it is the revival of spiritual energy. When spiritual energy begins to revive, the restrictions on extraordinary power are released. And some things that were previously restricted lose their restrictions, such as faith. As we all know, when any living being obtains a large amount of faith power, it is possible that the soul will merge with the power of faith and condense divinity to become a divine creature, a demigod, or even a true god. In the past, when the extraordinary was not obvious, of course there was no feeling. But now that the extraordinary restrictions are opened, the power of faith that has been gathering on him will gradually change the essence of his life. This is both a good thing and a crisis, because normal people cannot refine the power of faith. To put it simply, beings below the legendary level cannot actively refine the power of faith and transform it into their own power, and can only passively absorb it. And passive absorption will have a huge problem. That is assimilation, because while gaining the power of faith, you will also receive various prayers from believers, just like countless mosquitoes and flies buzzing in your ears. As mortals continue to absorb the power of faith, they are also absorbing the distracting thoughts generated by the prayers of countless believers. If there are 10,000 believers praying, it is equivalent to 10,000 thoughts appearing in your mind. If there are 1 million believers praying, it is equivalent to 1 million believers' thoughts appearing in your mind. The most important thing is that every prayer is considered a thought. Taken together, how many thoughts are gathered can be imagined. If it is a legendary strongman, the soul is initially involved in the rules, and has enough strength to accommodate and understand these distracting thoughts. As long as there are not too many believers at the beginning, as the soul slowly deifies, the ability to accommodate and understand will become stronger and stronger. But if you are not a legendary strongman at the beginning, the soul's strength is not enough and cannot accommodate too many distracting thoughts. At this time, if the thoughts of these believers have not been understood, they will gather more and more, and finally fill the entire soul, which will have an extremely terrible consequence. That is, assimilation. Yes, this is the thing that beginners are most afraid of. When they cannot accommodate these thoughts, their souls and wills will be washed away by these countless thoughts over time and lose themselves, and eventually be assimilated by believers into a puppet of believers. The so-called puppet of believers does not mean that you are gone, but the person is still there, but the self-will has disappeared, and instead you are held hostage by the thoughts of believers and cannot help yourself. For example, if a believer thinks you are handsome, then you will become handsome. If believers think you are cruel, then you will become cruel. Even if you have a good character before, you will be forced to change your character. This is the power of faith, while giving you the power to transcend the mundane. It also contains huge risks. Lin Xiao was somewhat glad that he could cheat. Otherwise, he would not be able to solve the problem even if he found it. He could find this problem, and other adventures could probably find this abnormality, but they could not solve it. They could only postpone the expansion of the church's faith and power and grow slowly. But he didn't need to. He had a solution, and the method is very simple. Even the real body can be solved now. That is, adjust yourself, and change the connection from receiving the believer's prayers and the power of faith from yourself to the magic cube of good fortune. That is to say, All the thoughts and power of faith generated by the believer's prayers will first enter the magic cube of good fortune. And the magic cube of good fortune will first refine the miscellaneous thoughts attached to the power of faith, and then absorb it into pure power of faith. In this way, there will be no sequelae, and the power of faith can be completely absorbed and converted from the beginning. This is completely feasible. After all, the creation cube exists in his soul. See, the power of faith enters the soul in his mind along the line of faith. He can completely intercept it before the power of faith enters the soul. This problem is easy to solve. But there is another problem that needs to be solved. That is, if the spiritual energy is revived, how to face other competitors and the Holy God next. Or the main crisis comes from the Holy God. As the aggregation of the main beliefs of this plane, the Holy Church has accumulated an unknown amount of faith power over the years. Once the spiritual energy is revived and restrictions are lifted, the Holy Church will soon give birth to a large number of strong people. But what is more terrifying is the birth of the Holy God. In the past, it was impossible to give birth to extraordinary people. So there was naturally no so-called Holy God. Now it can give birth to extraordinary people. The infinite power of faith will directly give birth to a conceptual God formed purely by the power of faith and the thoughts of believers. The concept God completely relies on the sustenance of believers. When most believers in the entire plane believe that there is a holy God, then this infinite power of faith and the gathering of thoughts can force a true God to be born out of thin air. A holy God that believers believe is such a God. A pure concept God. Of course, when the spiritual energy just revived and the extraordinary restrictions were just released, the newly born holy God would not be much stronger. But it would definitely be stronger than them. The most important thing is that with the birth of the holy God, the Holy Church has a real God, which directly gathers all the believers of the holy God in the entire plane. This behemoth will turn into an unimaginable behemoth. And these descenders will have a hard time. Not only the expansion of strength, but also the difficulty of preaching will become more and more difficult. Therefore, Lin Xiao must expand the territory as much as possible before the birth of the holy God, and first lay a basic foundation, so that he is qualified to unite other descenders or the indigenous churches of this plane to fight against the Holy Church. Before the Holy God condenses, at least 2 provinces must be unified. Lin Xiao made such a plan after silently estimating the speed of spiritual energy recovery. Of course, the more territories and believers, the better. But ideas and reality are often 2 different things. First, seize so much territory steadily, and if there is time, grab more territory and population. After making a decision in his heart, Lin Xiao made the settings immediately, put his soul into the protection of the creation cube, and at the same time wrote a long note of this speculation, and put it into the cube to pass it to the real body, to see if the real body has any good suggestions. When the real body received this note, Lin Xiao was silent for a long time. The incarnation only saw what was in front of him, and just thought that this was just a sleeping plane will of the magic-free plane that was about to wake up. But the real body saw something else. This is a great opportunity. The will of a magic-free plane is about to wake up, and the elemental tide begins to surge. It is the beginning of a great era for this plane. The plane will favors it, and naturally a large number of plane sons will be born. These sons of the planes are all born with luck and are qualified to grow into true gods. But the number of true gods that can be born depends on the size and strength of the plane. There may be only 1 or 2 or 3, and it is unlikely to be more. This is an opportunity for them. The reason why it is said to be a great opportunity is because of their identity as descenders. If Lin Xiao's incarnation can become a true god in that plane, or a totem king comparable to a true god, then he can use the power of the elemental tide to forcibly push the elemental tide with the power of the true god, while the elemental tide is still active, forming a more powerful and wider elemental tide, and then use the power of the elemental tide to forcibly communicate with the true body, just like the last time in the evil nightmare world to establish a Gaia node. The most critical thing during this period is that his incarnation must become a totem king before the elemental tide falls. Yes, it must be a totem king instead of a true god, because the mainstream power system of the crystal wall universe is the totem master rather than the gods. If he gathers the power of faith to become a god, he will be noticed by the crystal wall will immediately. At that time, it is a dream to force the communication of the true body to establish the Gaia node. Only by becoming a totem king. Although a strong man like the totem king will also be concerned by the crystal wall will. This attention is different from that of becoming a true god. One is vigilance and the other is favor. The treatment is completely different. At that time, with the power of the Totem King, the shielding of the crystal wall universe can be forcibly broken through by the power of the elemental tide to communicate with the Gaia will. And the Gaia node can be established with the help of the inside and outside. There is no Gaia node in this crystal wall universe. Once he successfully breaks through and establishes a Gaia node, the source power feedback from Gaia's will be enough to fill him to death. Well, it should be as full as you want. Gaia's will never be stingy with source power rewards. The real body can be promoted to a demigod in one go. And it is the one with the strongest potential. At the same time, he can also be recognized by Gaia's will and become the son of the elite god domain. With his current favor from Gaia's will, he has a great chance of obtaining the identity of Gaia's son. Lin Xiao was excited at the thought of the reward if he succeeded. But his scalp was numb at the thought of the difficulty of this operation. The most important thing was that he was running out of resources in his real body. He needed more resources because he had prepared so many resources before. Maybe it was time to show some cards. He opened the communication and contacted Jean Cece. I have an important message here. Maybe you need to come here in person. Wait for me. In less than 3 seconds, the starlight gathered in his room and condensed into Jean Cece's graceful figure. After it took shape, he asked, "What important news?" He retracted his gaze from scanning her exquisite curves and said in a deep voice, "There is one thing I need to tell you. I have a rare treasure that can contact all my incarnations." Jean Cece was not too surprised when she heard it. Although such a rare treasure is rare, it is not unheard of. She just asked, "Then what? What important news did you receive?" "My current incarnation is already an apprentice totem master. My school has begun to descend to the other plane. I am here with the school." Chapter 384. Keep the wealth within the family. He told the class teacher everything about his current situation. Jean Cece looked normal at first. But when she heard that he felt the will of that plane was about to awaken, and the elemental tide began to surge, her face changed. But she did not interrupt him until he finished speaking. And then she said, "Tell me what you need." But as soon as she finished speaking, she shook her head and said, "No. Even with my support, you may not succeed. You contact Colonel Xie Yufei and cooperate with the military. To be precise, with the Yin Huang 5th War Zone." Yin Huang 5th War Zone. Not the Fury Flame War Group? She looked at him with strange eyes and said, "How strong is the Fury Flame War Group? Do you know what your discovery means? Humans are now attacking this totem civilization at the same time as the Nightmare World and the Spirit Realm. So far, none of the 3 Divine Realm civilizations have established any invasion nodes. And the 3 parties have not even entered the door. Your discovery this time is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Once it succeeds, we will have an absolute advantage. This is not just about how much reward you get, but a big step for human civilization." She took a deep breath and stared at Lin Xiao with her golden pupils, and said seriously, "If we can successfully establish the Gaia node, our civilization will have an absolute advantage in the competition with the other 2 Divine Realm civilizations. In the future, if we can successfully invade and completely occupy this crystal wall universe, and Gaia's will can successfully devour this crystal wall will, you will be credited with the first merit." I don't know if it was an illusion, but he saw envy in her eyes. Do you know what this first merit means? This is an opportunity that even powerful gods envy, look forward to, and pursue tirelessly. Lin Xiao instantly understood what she meant by opportunity. There is only one opportunity that can make powerful gods pursue tirelessly, and that is the opportunity to be promoted to a great god. For powerful gods, this is the only thing they look forward to the most. To put it simply, if Gaia's will can successfully devour this totem civilization, the entire human world will be greatly strengthened, and a new great personality will be born. As the first meritorious person, he may get a personality. Of course, it is just possible, not necessarily. Whether it is possible depends on the benefits obtained by Gaia's will devouring the totem civilization. If the devouring of the totem civilization can give birth to several personalities, he is likely to get one as a pioneering first meritorious person. But if the devouring of the totem civilization does not give birth to many new personalities, only 1 or 2, then it is not enough to get a new personality. But one thing is certain, no matter how many personalities are born, even if only 1 new personality can be born, his first meritorious person can also get great benefits beyond the imagination of ordinary people. You contact Xie Yufei. Her father is the commander of the Yin Huang No. 5 Super War Fortress. A powerful god with a godhood level of up to level 19. Who is the one who needs this opportunity the most? You report this news. Although they cannot get the first merit, they are qualified to dominate this battlefield and support you with the comprehensive strength of the 5th war zone. After a pause, she continued, if this news spreads, I don't know how many big shots will go crazy about it. As the first person to discover and spread the news, you have absolute initiative. This totem civilization can make Gaia, Nightmare and Spirit Realm 3 divine domain civilizations fight for it together. Its foundation is definitely not low. If it is completely conquered, the human main world may increase the number of positions by 2 or 3. Or even more. The interests involved are beyond your imagination. You need to find more allies to support you. Lin Xiao was silent. After listening to Jean Cece's words, he understood that he was right to confess this to the class teacher. It was wise. He could not eat this piece of fat meat by himself. He could only unite more powerful forces to cooperate. Anyway, the first credit is his, and he will not run away. The rest will be distributed with other powerful beings, which means sharing the pressure and selling favors. This is not an ordinary favor. This is a favor with a high probability that these powerful gods can be promoted to great gods. It is unprecedented. There are not many opportunities in the history of the entire human divine domain civilization. One favor can be assigned to the commander of the Yin Wang No. 5 war zone. That is, Xie Yufei's father. To be honest, it was quite unexpected that her father was such a big figure. The super war fortress located in the subspace has only a dozen of the 4 major forces of the entire human civilization. Each of them is a huge collective of forces, and is absolutely qualified to share this piece of cake. As for the other favor, it is naturally assigned to Huiyao. As the top superpower of mankind, Huiyao is not only because of a great divine power. In addition to the old principle, Huiyao itself is also very powerful. There is no telling how many powerful divine powers there are. So naturally he is extremely eager for this opportunity. As a member of Huiyao, of course, the fat water will not flow to outsiders. However, he is not qualified to talk directly to the top leaders of Huiyao now. At most, he can talk directly to the principal of Huiyao High School, but he cannot talk directly to the top leaders of Huiyao. This can only be conveyed through the class teacher Jean Cece. Unfortunately, she is only a weak divine power of the 7th level of the godhood now, which is far from a powerful divine power. This opportunity is destined to have nothing to do with her. Lin Xiao's own family is also like this. Whether it is his parents or his family, they are too weak to swallow such huge benefits. They can only eat some scraps. Communicating with Xie Yufei through the military channel. Xie Yufei, wearing a fitted military uniform that highlights her exquisite figure, appeared in front of him. Her beautiful eyes swept over Lin Xiao and Jean Cece, and she asked curiously, Lieutenant Lin Xiao, what do you want to talk to me about? Lin Xiao nodded seriously and said seriously, I have a rare treasure that allows my real body to communicate with my incarnation in real time. My incarnation has now discovered that my current strength is insufficient. It is a pity to waste such an important opportunity. As he talked, Xie Yufei's ruddy lips opened slightly, looking very surprised, and her expression became more and more serious. Suddenly, she shook her body, stretched out her hand and said, Don't say anything yet. Wait for me to come. A few seconds later, a golden mist appeared in the room, quickly expanded into a curdy human figure, and soon condensed into shape, and Xie Yufei's heroic and beautiful face appeared in front of him. At this time, her expression was very serious. Now she took out a delicate golden disc from behind and threw it to the top of her head, sprinkling a layer of golden light film covering the entire room. You can talk now. Lin Xiao vaguely found that her tone was a little hurried and a little excited. I can't take this opportunity alone. Once the news is exposed, it will definitely attract countless forces to compete, which will produce unpredictable variables. So I thought about it, and decided to take the initiative to attract several powerful forces to join. He looked at Xie Yufei and said seriously, Usually, my sister takes care of me. I heard from the head teacher that my sister's father is an extraordinary person, so I contacted my sister as soon as I thought about it. At this time, Xie Yufei's beautiful eyes were shining with brilliance. She looked at Lin Xiao with great surprise, and her eyes became softer and softer. Suddenly, she reached out and touched his cheek and said, You have a conscience, and it is worth it for my sister to take care of you. Your kindness is very much appreciated by my sister. And my father will also like it. After looking at him seriously for a while, she suddenly leaned down and kissed his cheek with her red lips. A very pleasant fragrance came to her nose. She looked directly into his eyes, and her smart eyes contained something that made his heart beat faster. She whispered, "Don't spread this news. Tell me if you need anything. I'm going to prepare it now." After speaking, she leaned down and kissed him again, and turned into light and disappeared. It was not until her figure completely disappeared that he came back to his senses in a daze, and saw Jean Cece standing by, with her arms around her, and seemed a little unhappy. Seeing that he came back to his senses, he said directly, "I will go to see a noble of the Supreme Council of the Glory God. You wait for news. If you have a channel, you can also contact your girlfriend." After saying that, her figure disappeared in a flash. Lin Xiao touched her head awkwardly. She seemed a little angry. However, her divergent thoughts were quickly retracted, thinking about a term she had just mentioned. The Supreme God Council. This is the highest level of Huiyao. A superpower. It is well known that the leader of Huiyao is the first great power of mankind. But such a great existence cannot always manage Huiyao in person. So there is the Supreme God Council, the highest decision-making level of Huiyao. Any true God in Huiyao who reaches a strong power will automatically enter the Supreme God Council. If you want Huiyao to do something with all his strength, you must get the support of the Supreme God Council. Of course, like this time, you will definitely get the support of the Supreme God Council. The great status that is possible will definitely make the Supreme God Council fully support it. But the process should still be followed. Half an hour later, Lin Xiao, who was thinking about how to prepare for the incarnation in the room, suddenly felt a suffocating and terrifying will coming. The terrifying pressure flashed and disappeared, and the stars gathered into a pupil looking at Lin Xiao. After a while, Xie Yufei's incarnation also appeared. There is no need to ask. This must be her father. He saluted with his legs together. Second Lieutenant Lin Xiao, the 3rd Division of the 1st Expeditionary Force of the Yin Huang No. 5 War Zone. The starlight pupils looked at him quietly, slightly twisted into a middle-aged man with a broad face and square mouth, who looked imposing. He raised his hand to return the salute and said in a deep voice, "Second Lieutenant Lin Xiao, I am Xie Tianyan. Your information is very critical, and I will reward you according to your merits after confirmation. Before that, the war zone will cooperate with you. If you need anything, just tell me." Xie Yufei's father is called Xie Tianyan. Like all soldiers, he doesn't like nonsense and gets straight to the point. Lin Xiao also likes this style, and he said without hesitation, "The will of that plane is awakening now. The elemental tide has just surged, and there is already a dominant church in that plane. Once the will of the plane awakens to a certain extent and releases restrictions, a concept God will definitely be born. The power I have in that plane is not strong enough now. I need enough force and trump cards to fight against the born concept God." Chapter 385, Advanced Giant Potion. He paused and added, "By the way, I can not only communicate with my avatar, but also transmit some materials to my avatar on a small scale. Anything else to add?" Xie Tianyan said. "Can your method transmit living things? What is the maximum number and energy level upper limit? Please list all these, and I will let the staff analyze them. You don't have to worry about exposing your trump card. This commander assures you that no one will covet your treasure." Lin Xiao twitched his lips and said, "My treasure cannot transmit living things, including souls, but can only transmit materials. The maximum transmission limit is less than 10 meters in diameter. It can be transmitted more than 10 times a day. It is mainly affected by the strength of the avatar's soul. Each time it is opened, it consumes a certain amount of energy." He did not reserve this point. It does consume a little energy to transmit once, but he didn't feel it because he didn't have frequent transit transmission before. Commander Xie nodded after listening, and his eyes swept over him again. He had disappeared, but his voice remained in his ears. "Colonel Xie Yufei will communicate with you on this matter. Tell her if you have any needs." "I will." He bowed in the direction he was leaving, and looked up to see Xie Yufei smiling. "Student Lin Xiao, you can tell me any needs, and I can satisfy you." Lin Xiao asked with a suspicious look on his face. "Really?" His tone was long, and his eyes deliberately scanned back and forth on her exquisite curves. She didn't care about his salty eyes, and snorted with her hands on her waist. "I'll give it to you. Do you dare to take it?" "Yes." Xie Yufei was caught off guard and was stunned. Seeing his serious look, her face turned red unconsciously, and her hands on her waist unconsciously put down and snorted. Stop talking nonsense. Let's talk business. Make a list of what you need, and I will prepare it for you. Lin Xiao also regained his composure and said seriously. Is anything okay? Anything is okay. Then give me a godhead. He deliberately said it casually. Xie Yufei frowned slightly and asked. What do you want the godhead for? How many do you want? Really? He coughed lightly and said. Forget the godhead. Just prepare a batch of alchemical potions that strengthen physical fitness for me. I want ordinary and advanced ones. I am going to strengthen a group of powerful subordinates. If possible. Is there anything that can enable me to fight against the concept god? Xie Yufei knew that he was just playing a trick on her. Rolled her eyes and said. There are many kinds of advanced alchemical potions that strengthen physical fitness. How many are needed, and what is the specific upper limit of strengthening? Lin Xiao asked curiously. What is the highest level? Giant Blend and Advanced Giant Blend. The former allows you to have the blood of a giant, greatly enhancing your physique and strength. And the side effect is that your body size will increase. How much can it increase? It can make ordinary people become small giants of more than 3 meters. If they have giant blood, they can directly awaken the dormant blood. The advanced giant potion can only be used after taking the giant potion. It can greatly strengthen the giant blood added by the giant potion, and can directly turn an ordinary person into a giant of 7 or 8 meters, or even more than 10 meters. Lin Xiao had never heard of this kind of advanced potion before. It was a bit scary to directly change the blood. However, when it came to this, Lin Xiao had a doubt. So he asked, if this potion can directly transform ordinary people into giants, can it strengthen a group of giants and directly form a new giant race? Xie Yufei shook her head and said, no. Although this transformed blood can still reproduce, the next generation will directly degenerate to the state of using the giant potion, and the blood power of the next generation will disappear and become an ordinary person. Moreover, this potion needs to extract the blood of real giants, which is too expensive to be popularized, and even the fortress cannot be used unlimitedly. Well, okay. Lin Xiao gave up on a certain unreliable idea and asked honestly, then how many copies of giant mixture and advanced giant mixture can you provide? He no longer had any hope for this. Since it could not be popularized, he would use it as a high-end force. A set of mixture could create a giant of 7 or 8 meters, or even more than 10 meters tall. It would be quite powerful in the plane where the will of the plane had just awakened. However, Xie Yufei's answer made him understand that what he thought was too little was different from what others thought was too little. This kind of mixture is very popular among soldiers in the army, and the stock has always been small. I can only provide you with 3,000 copies of giant mixture and 300 copies of advanced giant mixture, as well as 100,000 copies of giant beast potion and 10,000 copies of enhanced giant beast potion. Ah, too little? This is for temporary use. In the second half of the year, I will cut off the share of these potions for you. By then, we should be able to collect 20,000 giant potions and 2,000 high-level giant potions, 1 million giant beast potions, and 100,000 enhanced giant beast potions. It's a lot. This small amount is indeed beyond his expectation. It has to be said that it is worthy of being a big force. It's good to take shelter under a big tree. There are so many at least. So wouldn't the more be in the billions? By the way, you should not have special equipment for giants. There are weapons and equipment specially used for giants in the fortress. I will prepare the corresponding amount for you later. In addition, there are 100,000 sets of standard heavy infantry weapons and armor, and 20,000 heavy cavalry weapons and armor, 100,000 standard longbows, and 10 million arrows. It's a pity that your treasure cannot transfer living things. Otherwise, I would prepare 1,000 sets of steel golems or diamond golems for you. Lin Xiao. Enough? Absolutely enough. My followers combined don't have so many. Just because there isn't much now doesn't mean there won't be much in the future. Everything needs to be prepared in advance. As for the trump card, you want to fight against the god of concepts. I'll go back and look for it, and give you a response in a few days. Not long after. The things were not delivered yet. But he moved first. In Xie Yufei's words, it was not suitable to live in the original place, and it was not easy to keep it secret. So he was arranged in a specially divided area in the core of the fortress. Not only was the protection more stringent, but there was also a huge secret library next to it. The next day, Xie Yufei brought 8 crystal cards to him, and inside were what he needed. 3,000 copies of giant potions, 300 copies of advanced giant potions, 100,000 copies of giant beast potions, 10,000 copies of enhanced giant beast potions, giant-specific weapons and armor equal to the number of potions, 100,000 sets of normal-sized standard weapons and armor, 100,000 standard longbows and 10 million arrows, and some special items. These 8 crystal cards have no levels, or these 8 cards are not ancient cards that can be integrated into the divine domain, but 8 space props presented in the form of cards. Cards are space props, similar to storage bags, storage rings and other space props, each containing an independent space. All the weapons and armor were taken out and packed into boxes. Each box contained 100 sets of standard weapons and armor, all of which were put into the secret vault. The potions were packed in medical metal boxes, because the potions were small bottles as thick as fingers. 3,000 giant potions and 300 high-level giant potions only took up a few boxes, so they didn't need to be taken out and thrown directly into the magic cube of creation. In the plane, Lin Xiao revised the original plan after receiving the potion and the reply from the real body. Yes, it was a revision, not a change. The original plan remained unchanged, but it had to be more radical. The original plan was relatively conservative. Reconvene Alfonso and all the church knights and announced that the God of life and wisdom had bestowed the power of God on the believers. These church knights were all true believers, and they believed in his words without a doubt and had no resistance to the potion. Of course, he also told the truth about the side effects of the giant potion, claiming that it was the power of the kingdom of God, and that taking it would stimulate the blood of the giants of the kingdom of God and turn them into giants. Contrary to his expectation, this side effect was not rejected by the believers at all. Instead, they were very eager to take this divine potion. Lin Xiao thought about it, and guessed that the main reason why they did not reject it was not only their devout belief, but also their natural desire for power. People have a natural desire to become stronger, just like ordinary people desire to fly. These believers had previously obtained strong physiques and strength through alchemical potions. When an ordinary person becomes a knight with a power that he had always longed for but could not get, he would not reject the possibility of a stronger power. In fact, even if Lin Xiao himself put himself in their shoes, he would not refuse a giant potion placed in front of him when he was an ordinary person. The believers did not reject it, which saved him a lot of persuasion. After considering the situation of his current subordinates, he decided to take out 50 giant mixtures, 280 giant beast potions, and 58 enhanced giant beast potions. The 280 doses of behemoth potion were just right for the 280 elite soldiers, who were only equipped with standard equipment, but had not enhanced themselves. After using it, all of them had the physique and strength equivalent to that of a knight, plus a complete set of equipment, and their strength skyrocketed. 50 portions of giant potion and 58 portions of enhanced behemoth potion are for the original 108 church knights. These 108 original church knights have used the behemoth potion once, and now they are enhanced on the original basis, so they must use better enhanced behemoth potion and giant potion. In fact, it is a bit of a waste to use giant potion for church knights, who have already used the behemoth potion. A lot of potions will be wasted. But if you want to use the high-level giant potion, you must use the giant potion to obtain the giant bloodline, which is a precondition that cannot be saved. The behemoth potion can enhance a knight. That is, it can enhance knights in batches. The enhanced behemoth potion is used on the basis of the behemoth potion, which can create a warrior who is stronger than the great knight, but weaker than the paladin. After the giant potion is enhanced, the strength is between the knight and the great knight. After the high-level giant potion is enhanced, the strength it possesses must be no less than that of the paladin. No matter what kind of giant, they are all extraordinary creatures above the 6th level. Some of them have bloodlines as strong as the 7th level, which is stronger than the paladin in this world. So after the final strengthening, Lin Xiao had a total of 88 holy warriors, 50 users of giant potions, and 280 church knights. This strength. Chapter 386, Submission of Submission. When the reinforcement was over, and all the believers had adapted to their own strength, he asked Alfonso to write a submission of the Church of Life and Wisdom to conquer the Holy Church, officially announcing the start of the holy war between the God of Life and Wisdom and the Holy God. The war between churches of different beliefs is called a holy war. This is a war beyond the mundane world. The noble lords can choose to participate in the holy war or not. In theory, they will not be subject to post-war liquidation. But this is only in theory. In fact, the nobles and lords of Del province basically have no choice. They are all in this small piece of land. How can they stay out of it? The holy war involves all believers. Many knights or soldiers under the command of the major lords are believers of the Holy Church. When the church calls for conscription, your subordinates will go to the war. Can you, the Lord, stay out of it? So there is no choice. In this battle, Lin Xiao is destined to challenge all the lords of Del province with Alfonso's territory. It was difficult. But there were also benefits. If he could win, especially by showing irresistible power on the battlefield. Once the Holy Church was defeated, the faith of the entire Dale province would collapse immediately. It might take a long time for civilian believers to change, but the speed at which noble lords change their faith would definitely be very fast. The most important thing is that this is a world without magic. The Holy God has not yet been born. There is no mechanism for changing faith to be punished by God. Even if fanatics change their faith, it will be fine. This gives many lords the opportunity to change their faith with confidence. Faced with this provocation, the Holy Church was furious. Many bishops scolded Alfonso as a heretic and unanimously wanted to punish the Gibson family. But this voice was loud but little rain. Because at this time, the Holy Church Knights of Dale province were fighting with Hook Lord in the north, and could not spare any hands at all. It was beyond everyone's expectation. It was thought that the battle between the Church Knights and many opportunistic noble private soldiers against the small Hook territory would be a sweeping battle. But in fact, after fighting for several months, they still had not conquered Hook territory. The opponent had been prepared to defend the castle of the original lord of Hook territory. Not only did they have an elite army, but they also had a very sharp weapon to defend the city. After more than 2 months of siege, they not only failed to conquer Hook territory, but also suffered heavy losses. Of course, the Church Knights had an absolute advantage in numbers after all. Even if they suffered great losses, they could still hold on, as long as they could endure the loss of their subordinates. It was inevitable that they would eventually conquer Hook territory. The leader of the Knights, Bardas, originally wanted to use the noble private soldiers and militia cannon fodder that came with the army to consume the enemy in this way. At this time, after 2 months, the enemy was exhausted and the defense strength was significantly reduced. Seeing that they were about to break through the castle, they received the news of the holy war from the cathedral, which put him in a dilemma. After thinking for a long time, he wrote a letter to the cathedral, suggesting that the cathedral defend first and return to support after he quickly wiped out the opponent. However, the plan was good, but the plot did not develop as he imagined. Less than 2 days after Bardas sent this letter, he received the second letter from the cathedral, which contained a message that made him unable to sit still. The pagans defeated an army of Viscount Fenton and Earl Dyson at the border of Viscount Fenton's territory, and have already captured Viscount Fenton's territory and are attacking Earl Dyson's border outpost. Which side does this god of life and wisdom belong to? In Hook Castle, Daryl, the son of the spirit realm, looked at the secret letter in his hand and pondered for a long time without moving. As an ambitious son of the spirit realm, he attaches great importance to intelligence and has sent believers out to establish an intelligence network early. So when Lin Zhao's Holy War surrender document came out, his believers sent the news back. Looking at the content of the secret letter for a long time, he was thinking about how to deal with this situation. The other side should be panicking and want to withdraw. When the Holy Knights withdraw, I have to wait and see the situation. And by the way, find out which side the God of life and wisdom belongs to. And by the way, be prepared to deal with changes in the situation. As an elite descender, Daryl had his own unique understanding of the situation and immediately understood that the situation in Dale Province had entered a critical moment. Regardless of who wins or loses between the Holy Knights and the Church of Life and Wisdom, it is his chance. He has been thinking about waiting for the Holy Knights to withdraw, and then following the Holy Knights to the edge of their decisive battlefield to wait for the opportunity after a short rest. However, outside the city, in the camp, after receiving the second urgent letter from the cathedral, Bardas stood there in silence for a while. About 10 seconds later, he ordered all officers to hold a meeting. 10 minutes later, a dull horn sounded, and many resting knights rode their horses again and approached the city wall. All the troops besieging the city were mobilized, and even the reserve forces were called up. Damn it! Hearing the war horn, Daryl, who climbed up to the castle wall, immediately realized that his prediction was wrong. The Knight Commander Bardas did not withdraw immediately, but wanted to go all out to fight again. One day later, under the continuous and fierce attack of the Church Knights at all costs and losses, Hook Castle, which was at an absolute disadvantage in terms of numbers, was finally breached. After a fierce battle, the leader of the Hook Castle garrison broke through the siege with a small number of core subordinates and escaped, and the entire Hook territory was recovered. After that, some noble speculators and private soldiers were left to clear out the remnants, and Bardas led the army to return to Dale City. At this time, Alfonso's army had crossed the Viscount Fenton territory and entered the territory of Earl Dyson. After knowing Alfonso's strength, Earl Dyson chose to shrink his defense, gave up all the outer territories, and retreated to the core Dale City, preparing to defend Dale City with the Holy Church. So the army came to Dale City without fighting. A day later, Lin Shao came with dozens of holy warriors, and could see the pointed spire of the cathedral in the center of Dale City from a distance. A white light column that ordinary people could not see rose into the sky, which was an extremely rich power of faith. The Dale Cathedral has been established for thousands of years. The accumulation of countless believers in the entire Dale province for thousands of years is unknown. How much faith power has been accumulated? Because of the world's restrictions, this world cannot give birth to extraordinary beings, and naturally there is no so-called sacred God. Therefore, these faith powers have been accumulated in the statues in the cathedral. The time is too long and the number is too large, so it can be seen from a distance. Lin Shao has 10,000 ideas in his mind about this, and he is quite eager for these faith powers. Don't hold back. Break through Dale City in one go. I will assist you. At the pre-war meeting, Lin Shao directly gave a death order. He didn't want to have more dreams at night. In the early morning of the next day, the sound of thunderous drums rang in the camp, and many soldiers who got up early, had breakfast and prepared began to gather, lined up in neat formations, and left the barracks. Although there were not many people, even if the surrendered soldiers and the private soldiers of speculators were included, the total number was only 700 or 800, which was far less than the nearly 2,000 defenders on the city wall. But their morale was very high. The huge tents in the camp were open one by one, and inside were the huge metal siege rams, crossbow carts, and catapults that Lin Shao secretly put in last night. All of them are primitive and bulky, but they are considered high-end war machines in this world, and all of them are provided by the military. The surface of this all-metal ram is a thick steel plate, which can block all arrows and small catapults. The ram itself is driven by mechanical gears, and only 2 or 3 soldiers are needed to control and push it. But at this time, there are dozens of people hiding under each ram to follow. The rain of arrows pouring from the city wall hit the roof and made a dinging sound, but it was completely impossible to penetrate. The crossbow cart is also a full metal structure, and there is a thick steel plate behind the launch pad to protect the operator. The catapult does not have these protections. This thing has always been in the rear, and no attack except the enemy's catapult can affect it. The only change to this thing is that the metal structure is thicker and thicker, and it can withstand the enemy's catapult bombing without deformation. There were only 2 metal rams, but they were unstoppable. They rushed to the city wall and stopped inside the city gate under the rain of arrows. The huge metal hammer, with a diameter of nearly half a meter, was raised backwards and slammed forward fiercely. Boom! The huge metal hammer head hit the thick wooden door heavily and trembled violently, and countless wood chips mixed with smoke and dust were raised. Behind the battlefield, huge crossbow carts were gradually approaching the attack range. These metal crossbow carts were modified large crossbow carts. Each crossbow cart had 10 launch ports and could launch 10 crossbow arrows at a time. A total of 10 large crossbow carts were lined up in a row, accompanied by a series of launch sounds. Crossbow arrows rushed towards the city wall one after another. A wave of 100 crossbow arrows. A concentrated attack in an instant directly suppressed a section of the city wall. The defenders on the city wall looked at the broken stones on the city head that were smashed by the fine steel crossbow arrows, and did not dare to stick their heads out at all. The catapult launched stones as big as a table and covered with a layer of oil. The oil on the stone was ignited before launching, and the stone would be thrown out as a burning fireball. After landing, the oil-soaked SHL exploded, and countless flames flew, causing great damage to the city. At this time, no matter how much damage the flames caused to the city, it was time to capture the city first, and then destroy the city with fire. Moreover, although this catapult is primitive, it is very advanced in workmanship, with very high accuracy and standard usage. As long as it is used according to the standard card, it can basically throw whatever you point at. Not long after the siege began, the army had not yet approached, and several rounds of accurate catapults and crossbow bombardment made the defenders a little overwhelmed, as several soldiers used magic to fly up and found the garrison headquarters hidden in the city gate tower. Several rounds of stone throwing and concentrated fire directly blew down the city gate tower. It is not known whether the enemy generals defending the city were all killed, but they were definitely scared, and the morale of the defenders also plummeted. This bombardment lasted for less than half an hour, and the city gate was forcibly opened by the battering ram. However, they did not attack the city directly, but continued to hit other parts of the city wall. At the same time, the catapults also began to focus their fire on a certain section of the city wall. 2 hours later, 3 huge gaps were forcibly blown out of the city wall of Del City, plus the gate that was knocked open. A total of 4 gaps. Only then did Alfonso order an attack. Chapter 387, Light up the totem talent. How could the defenders of just over 2,000 defend the 4 large gaps? Not to mention that the attackers were almost all knights. In the words of some people, all senior soldiers fought against new recruits, which was outrageous. Lin Xiao watched the battle from the rear, and most of the time, he was paying attention to the changes in the cathedral in the city. But he only paid attention to the battlefield occasionally. The absolute strength crushed the battlefield, and there was nothing to see at all. He did not use powerful magic to assist, but the holy warriors, who accompanied the army, occasionally used small magic such as healing to assist. The battle at the 4 gaps lasted only a little more than half an hour at the shortest, and no more than 2 hours at the longest. All the defenders in the city collapsed, and only the knight defenders of the Holy Church lasted a little longer. The subsequent street fighting took only a little longer. In fact, when a unit led by the holy warrior Manda attacked the city lord's mansion, Earl Dyson's subordinates had already fled with the Earl's family. Yes, it was Earl Dyson's family, because Earl Dyson had died in the previous battle. To be precise, when bombarding the city gate tower, Earl Dyson was hit on the forehead by a flying boulder, and half of his head was gone. He died on the spot, which was beyond Lin Xiao's expectation. There are 5 great knights in the Dale province, but Earl Dyson is not one of them. He is just an ordinary knight, but he has the status of an earl. After Earl Dyson's death, the morale of the defenders plummeted, which led to the almost overwhelming advancement later. According to Alfonso's order, the troops immediately captured other corners of the city, leaving only one to guard the door of the cathedral. After all the resistance in the city was wiped out, and the main force joined the cathedral, Lin Xiao came to the front of the holy cathedral under the protection of more than a dozen holy warriors. Looking up at the magnificent cathedral, the thick metal gate, and the large number of ordinary believers guarding the door, Lin Xiao waved his hand and ordered an attack. These are all devout believers and fanatics of the Holy Church. It is very difficult to convert them, and their thoughts are firm. Simple words cannot make them leave, so they can only be killed. He will not be indecisive and soft-hearted. Ordinary believers certainly cannot resist the soldiers, who are at least knights. A massacre opened the way to the cathedral. Alfonso came forward with a huge sword, muttering something in his mouth, and cast several auxiliary divine spells on himself in one breath. The whole person was covered by white light, and turned into a light man. He raised his sword and slashed it fiercely. Many believers, clergy, and civilians around the holy church trembled in their hearts. With a loud bang, Alfonso cut open the thick door of Del Cathedral with a sword, revealing the huge church hall. Many devout believers gathered in the hall, the wealthy businessmen or nobles in the city, as well as the clergy of the holy church. All looked at the knights who came in with fear. The church knights in exquisite armor surrounded Lin Xiao and walked into the cathedral. As soon as he entered, he keenly sensed something. His eyes fell on the statue at the end of the cathedral that was emitting a faint glow, and a hint of excitement appeared in his eyes. What a strong power of faith! After thousands of years of accumulation, the power of faith contained in this accumulated power is probably tens of thousands of divine power. The Holy Church occupies the absolute dominance of faith in this plane. There are dozens of kingdoms and empires of different sizes in the entire plane. Each kingdom has at least a dozen provinces, and at most dozens of provinces. All of them accumulated are probably tens of millions of divine power. What an exaggerated number is this? So much divine power is enough to instantly give birth to the Holy God and reach the limit of the limit after the spiritual energy is revived and the plane will releases the restrictions. It will not be difficult to force the deification in the future. I don't know what caused the plane will to awaken. Lin Xiao wondered if it was because of his own reasons that he brought a large amount of extraordinary power that did not belong to this world through the magic cube of creation to stimulate the plane will. Normally, how could it be so coincidental that the plane will began to awaken soon after they arrived? This is too ridiculous. But no matter what the reason is, the incident has happened. This is a great opportunity. And he needs to seize this opportunity. After conquering the Cathedral of Dale City, the infinite power of faith accumulated in this cathedral all belonged to Lin Xiao. After dispersing all the clergy, he directly used the magic cube of creation to take away the statue of the Holy God, and used the magic cube of creation to strip off the power of faith contained in it, and at the same time took out another statue, and put it back to replace the statue of the Holy God. Then, he announced that the Dale Cathedral would be renamed the Cathedral of Life, and sent holy warriors and church knights to publicize from house to house, announcing the end of the Holy Church and the rise of the God of life and wisdom. As for how to deal with the main force of the Holy Church rushing back from Hook territory, this is Alfonso's business. With the death and defeat of Earl Dyson, Alfonso is now the actual ruler of Dale Province. These days, a large number of nobles and wealthy businessmen come to see him every day. He accepted the surrender of nobles and donations from wealthy businessmen one by one, and was very busy. As for the holy knights led by Knight Commander Bardus, neither he nor Alfonso cared about them. The battle to capture Dale City had already proved the powerful military force of the Church Knights. The combat power of this holy knights was only slightly higher than that of Dale City, and they would not be their opponents. Leaving the affairs of Dale City entirely to Alfonso and other subordinates, Lin Xiao stayed alone in the hall of the church's underground shelter. His will communicated with the creation cube. The space in front of him was slightly distorted, and soon several crystal-clear energy crystals emitting different energy brilliance appeared in his hands. He held 4 pure energy crystals and put them to his nose and took a deep breath. Wisps of 4-color light mist representing the energy of the 4 elements flew out and flew into his nose. Along with these 4-element crystals, there were also strands of faith power purified by the creation cube, gradually integrating the crystallization of the 4 elements and the purified power of faith. Lin Xiao's consciousness sank into his soul, and he saw the phantom of an ancient golden tree. The power of faith mixed with the energy of the 4 elements turned into a chaotic aura and injected into the ancient golden tree. The phantom leaves swayed gently. With a continuous injection of energy, a light at the bottom of the golden ancient tree began to gradually brighten. Yes, at this time Lin Xiao was lighting up his first talent of the totem talent tree. Energy conversion. Although he was collecting the power of faith, he could not take the root of faith deification in this world, but had to take the totem root. Normally lighting up the totem requires divine power, which is not available at this time, but can be replaced by the power of faith. Divine power is essentially a pure special spiritual power purified by mixing the soul power and spiritual power of strange monsters. And the power of faith is also the spiritual power of all living beings. The two have something in common. Normally, the two are different in nature and cannot be used interchangeably. But the power of faith is different. This kind of pure spiritual thought power of believers can replace divine power after being completely purified. Why do those totem lords gather the power of faith? It is because totem lords can absorb the power of faith and gradually become stronger. Totem lords are essentially no different from players in the god realm. Normally, only formal totemists can start to try to absorb the power of faith, and the conversion rate is very low, perhaps less than 1/10, which means that 90% of the power of faith will be wasted. Lin Xiao is not even a formal totemist now, so theoretically he cannot even sense the power of faith, let alone absorb it. But he has the magic cube of good fortune to contain the power of faith, purify it, and absorb it. After purification and absorption by the magic cube of good fortune, he can completely absorb the purified power of faith. Although there is still a lot of loss that cannot be completely absorbed, it is much better than other apprentices who cannot sense it, and his absorption rate is higher than that of normal totemists. He estimated that his effective absorption is about 1/3, which is a very high digestibility efficiency. The average totem lord may not be as efficient as him, as the large amount of purified power of faith mixed with the 4 energy crystals was absorbed. The first talent node of his golden ancient tree totem talent tree, energy conversion, was lit up. The moment the talent was lit up, Lin Xiao felt his perception suddenly changed. He could not feel any energy around him before. When the talent tree was lit up, his consciousness was like a wave of light sweeping through. The world seemed to come alive instantly. He felt the existence and flow of energy between heaven and earth. It felt like a paused movie was clicked to play, and the whole world moved all of a sudden. At this moment, Lin Xiao felt the existence of energy, and his will touched these energies. He had a hunch that he could control these energies. With a thought in his mind, he stretched out his right hand, combined his thumb and middle finger, and rubbed them lightly. And a ball of fire suddenly lit up between the thumb and index finger. Lin Xiao's eyes lit up with the fire. Just now, he did not use the power of any props, but only ignited the fire by himself. Qiao Fan really revived. If the elements of the plains had not awakened, and had not set off a tide, even if this talent was lit, it would not have been possible to mobilize the solidified elements to light this small flame. Now that he had lit this small flame with his own power, it was enough to prove that the spiritual energy had indeed revived and the plane's restrictions were gradually being released. We must speed up and seize the opportunity. He can sense the revival of spiritual energy, and other descenders can also sense it. Maybe one of them will suddenly discover this abnormality. After lighting up the first talent, energy conversion, the golden ancient tree totem can freely convert any energy in the world, and it can continuously absorb energy from the void to strengthen itself. The speed of this strengthening is constantly increasing with the growth of its strength. Now that this talent has just been lit up, the energy absorbed every moment is very small, which can be said to be a drop in the bucket. But as long as the strength is strong, the absorption speed will become faster and faster. In theory, it can drain the energy of a plane in a short time when it reaches a certain level. Of course, this is a long time in the future. Putting this aside first, Lin Xiao began to check the second talent of his golden ancient tree totem, called Seed of Life. This talent is very simple. After lighting up this talent, the golden ancient tree can produce seeds, or fruits, that contain powerful life force. Chapter 388 The Power of Faith Accumulated for Thousands of Years. Since it contains powerful life force, it naturally has a super healing effect. But this is only the primary application. The advanced application of the Seed of Life is resurrection. When he becomes the Totem Lord, the Seed of Life produced has the function of resurrection. And this resurrection function is much stronger than the general resurrection technique. Compared with the limited resurrection of the resurrection magic, the advanced Seed of Life can make any existence perfectly resurrected. Even if there is only a residual soul left, it can make up for the residual soul and resurrect perfectly. To light up this talent, you need an ancient tree branch with powerful life force, regardless of the tree species, as long as it contains a strong life force. If it were in the totem world, Lin Xiao would probably run around and not know where to find this thing. But with the support of the Yin Wang No. 5 War Zone, this is not a problem. In the words of Commander Xie Tianyan, as long as it is related to this operation, all his requests will be met, even if he abuses his power for personal gain. For a superpower, everything he needs now is just a drop in the bucket, even if he thinks it is an excessive request. Moreover, his request is also prepared for this event, so he will not have any objections. Not long after, a branch that looks fresh and tender appeared in the magic cube of creation. After taking it out, a fresh feeling full of life came to his face. This is a fresh branch from an adult tree of life, which was just picked less than half a day ago. The fresh branch of the adult tree of life fully meets the needs of lighting up the second talent. Refining the tender branch, the strong life force flows into the totem phantom, and mixes with the faith force that replaces the divine power, slowly lighting up the second talent. The second talent was successfully lit, but it was a pity that he could not try it. This Seed of Life cannot be produced overnight, and his current strength is not enough. It will take at least 1 or 2 months to produce a Seed of Life. Next is the third talent, the Seed of Essence. The effect of this talent is that the roots of the golden ancient tree can decompose anything into nutrients, absorb them, and then convert them into essences and store them as essence seeds. For example, if a huge iron or vein is absorbed, then one can produce 100% pure steel fruits. If a large number of biological corpses are absorbed, one can produce 100% pure flesh and blood fruits. Moreover, he can control whether the fruits produced are 100% pure and simple flesh and blood fruits, or fruits containing various beneficial nutrients, which is up to his heart. Lighting up the third talent requires materials produced in various extreme environments to be refined, and continuous refining and extraction of a full 99 essence seeds are considered complete. This step is quite resource-consuming and time-consuming. There is no shortage of resources, but the production of 99 essence seeds cannot be accelerated, and one can only wait slowly. Lighting up 2 talents only consumes less than 1% of the faith power accumulated in Del Cathedral for thousands of years. It is estimated that lighting up all 5 talents to become a formal totem master only consumes less than 1/10. This wave of faith power is enough for him to use for a long time after becoming a formal totem master. Even if he could be promoted to the totem lord in one go, it might not be enough. He might need to accumulate more or plunder the power of faith of another cathedral. In the following days, Lin Xiao stayed in the cathedral every day to absorb various extreme substances transmitted by his true body, while there was also a storm outside. After Alfonso appeased many forces, he led his army out of the city to fight with the Holy Church Knights led by Bardas outside the city of Del. He completely defeated the Holy Knights on the front battlefield. Alfonso personally defeated the Great Knight Bardas and captured most of the Holy Knights. After Bardas was defeated, all the voices of resistance in the entire Del province disappeared completely. Many nobles sent messengers to recognize Alfonso's occupation of Del City. Of course, this was only the recognition of the local lord. If he wanted to legally replace Earl Dyson, he had to send an envoy to the capital of the kingdom to ask for the queen's approval. However, this problem is not big. Alfonso has defeated Earl Dyson head-on with his strength and is the actual owner of Dale City. Her Majesty the Queen, who is far away in the capital, cannot send troops to attack and can only admit it. The only problem is the obstruction of the Holy Church. The Church has huge potential power and can influence many nobles and ministers of the kingdom. At that time, it will definitely obstruct in every possible way. It will be very troublesome to confirm it. But again, they are already the actual owners of Dale City. No matter how they try to stop it, it will only delay time. If they want to stop it, they can only send troops to attack. Even if the church has this idea, it will take at least half a year to collect materials, gather soldiers, and then march long distances. In fact, it is hard to say whether it can be done. The most likely possibility is to return halfway, because the Holy Church has a certain number of military forces in each diocese. It is impossible to have a stronger force than the local Great Lord, especially in the capital. The Church has less military forces than other provinces, mainly because the royal family does not allow it. Therefore, if the Holy Church wants to attack the Church of Life and Wisdom, it must send messengers to contact the parishes in other provinces, gather the forces of several provincial parishes in a certain place, and then attack together. After this action, half a year is too short, and it may take more than half a year to gather. Therefore, no matter how bad the situation is, they have half a year to digest the existing territory and prepare. It is precisely considering this point, plus the fact that the elemental tide is gradually surging, the spiritual energy is beginning to recover, and the awakening of the plane will have slowly relaxed the restrictions of the world rules. The Holy God may be born at any time. Lin Xiao has little time to develop. He must expand the territory as much as possible before the Holy God is born. As long as the territory is large enough, the believers are enough, and the more elite troops there are, the territory can be defended and developed stably. Next, according to Lin Xiao's meaning, Alfonso regarded himself as the actual controller of Del Province without waiting for the order from the capital, and ordered all the lords of Del Province to send some militia according to the size of the title. There are 10 barons, 30 viscounts, and no need for knights. There are still a dozen barons and viscounts left in the province of Dale, and together they have raised 230 able-bodied militiamen for him. Then these militias were trained together with the prisoners captured before and the existing troops. When they attacked Dale City, they gathered a total of 700 to 800 people. Before, when Earl Dyson guarded Dale City, there were nearly 2,000 people in total. Some died in the battle, some escaped, and some old ones were eliminated, leaving more than 1,300 people. Later, in the battle with Bardas Holy Church Knights, more than 600 people were captured, and the combined force was actually 1,600 to 1,700 people. Although the affiliations were messy and chaotic, the heads were here, according to a set of standard training methods for natives. A concentration camp was established, and everyone was mixed together to train and brainwash at the same time. He planned to train for 2 or 3 months first, brainwash to establish a stable belief, and then start large-scale reinforcement. In addition, he also selected a large number of paladins and church knights to establish more than a dozen church missions to preach in various territories of Dale Province, directly using the original church of the Holy Church to quickly receive the faith void after the Holy Church retreated. Unlike the Holy Church, they spread their faith not only in towns, but also in villages. They received some converted Holy Church clergymen locally, and asked them to go to various villages to preach. While Lin Xiao was training and digesting the faith of the Dale Province in a big way, the entire plain was also turbulent. A large number of Adventers began to make trouble after the initial dormant preparations, and from time to time, they received reports of gods or churches appearing somewhere. The strongest among them was naturally Ding Nolan, the son of the spirit realm, who possessed high-level relics and could ignore the world's restrictions and display extraordinary power. Long before Lin Xiao, he had already captured the provincial capital of another empire. At this time, he had already cleared all the rebels and officially occupied a province. In addition, the strongest only had a piece of land equivalent to a viscount's territory and was fighting with other surrounding forces. Except for Lin Xiao and Ding Nolan, the other Adventers started in a similar way. Without the ability to cheat, the development would definitely not be much faster. Unfortunately, the 99 Adventers were scattered very sparsely throughout the plain. On average, there were less than 10 people in each kingdom. Lin Xiao could meet 3 in the Dale Province, which was considered quite dense. Normally, there were only 1 or 2 in each province. Time passed slowly, as the various forces in the capital argued, and the church digested the territory of Dale Province. It only took 2 months to brainwash more than 1,300 captives. Lin Xiao personally confirmed that all of them had established a line of faith with him, and were true believers. Even the dead warriors trained by the Holy Church since childhood changed their beliefs in the face of the extraordinary miracles that were constantly displayed. It must be said that it is too shameless to preach in a plain without magic by extraordinary means. No matter how devout the faith is, it will not last long if they see the real miracles every day. Moreover, once these dead warriors, who have been brainwashed since childhood, change their beliefs after seeing the real miracles, their beliefs will become more devout. At least these former Holy Church Knights, who were captured, are at least devout believers after conversion, and a considerable number of them are fanatics. It is worth mentioning that Bartus, the former leader of the Holy Church Knights, was captured before. Under his personal care and the miracles he showed, he had converted to Christianity and was particularly devout. Next, Lin Xiao began to show up in the barracks as a messenger of God and began to strengthen these converted believers on a large scale. For months had passed before he knew it, and the issue of Alfonso replacing Earl Dyson in the capital had not yet been resolved. As he expected, Her Majesty the Queen agreed after receiving Alfonso's letter of allegiance. But the influence of the Holy Church was too great, and a large number of ministers and nobles opposed it. So the matter was deadlocked, and has not been resolved until now. In addition, the Cardinal Archbishop of the Holy Church in the Archdiocese of the Kingdom of Noel has secretly communicated with the archbishops of various provinces, and the church forces in various places have been frequently mobilized. Most of the nobles in the kingdom have felt abnormal. Chapter 389, Heart of the Tree of Life. All nobles believe that a war, with a wide range of impacts, would begin in the near future. Many speculative nobles were extremely excited and active, constantly wandering and lobbying between the church and the royal family. However, beyond everyone's expectations, the Holy Church and the kingdom had been wrangling back and forth for nearly half a year, and the kingdom was not ready to go to war for half a year. Instead, Alfonso, who occupied the province of Del, suddenly issued a surrender letter after half a year, listing the Holy Church's repeated obstructions to his legal rule of the province of Del, and announced revenge against the Holy Church. The target was the church in the province of Korot next to the province of Del. Korot province was one of the 4 provinces around the province of Del. The reason for choosing this province was that it was located at the edge of the kingdom's territory, and there were no other kingdoms and provinces around that the church could not support. The main reason was that the great lord occupying this province was one of the staunch supporters of the Holy Church and had been stationed on the border before. Alfonso's sudden dispatch of troops was completely beyond everyone's expectations. Even Her Majesty the Queen was very surprised, and sent a special envoy to inquire immediately. Alfonso's reasons for the envoy were very far-fetched or perfunctory. The envoy did not get a satisfactory answer and left very angrily. Lin Xiao had no choice, because when they attacked the second province, any reason was actually pale. Just like Sima Zhao's intentions were known to everyone. He could use the excuse of being suppressed to replace Earl Dyson, even if the unification of the entire province was allowed later. But once he led his army out of Dale province to attack the lords in other provinces of the kingdom, it would be a clear crossing of the border and the bottom line of the royal family. Because in this world, even the largest lord, the duke, has a territory limited to one province. Earls, marquises, and dukes are all great lords. Earl Dyson's actual territory accounts for less than 1/3 of Dale province. The territory of a duke is at most an entire province, and it is impossible to exceed it. Once it exceeds it, it means that he has a rebellious heart, which cannot be refuted. So when the envoy returned to the capital, the queen quickly reached an agreement with the church, announcing that she did not recognize Alfonso's occupation of the earldom of Dyson, and quickly found a descendant of Earl Dyson and declared him the new Earl of Dyson, and then declared Alfonso a traitor. Less than 3 days after the announcement, the messenger who delivered the message had just left the capital, and the second army from the Dale province appeared at the border of the Muya province, directly captured the border outpost, and directly raided the capital of the Muya province. The speed was so fast that the kingdom and the church had no reaction at all. Compared with the kingdom and the corrupt and bloated Holy Church, the newborn Church of Life and Wisdom crushed them in terms of execution, and fought without any hesitation. Neither the Koro province nor the Muya province was their opponent, even if they were well prepared. The Holy Church Knights of the two dioceses and the Lord's coalition forces were defeated in the frontal field battle. By the time the royal capital ended its wrangling and began to send troops, they had already defeated the main forces of the two provinces. Many lords, both large and small, almost fled at the sight of them, and some even surrendered before the messenger who persuaded them to surrender arrived. This saved them a lot of effort. In addition, the custom of this plain dominated by nobles and lords. Regardless of whether Lin Xiao or Alfonso accepted surrender, they would count the territories and troops of the lords, and would draw some soldiers from them. This can not only weaken the strength of the lords, but also strengthen their own strength. As the territory continues to expand, more and more troops will be needed. After conquering 2 provinces, Lin Xiao gained a huge amount of faith from the 2 provinces. Among them, the population of Muya province has always been much larger than the other 2 provinces, and the faith power collected is almost as much as 2 Dale provinces. In these few months, Lin Xiao has successively condensed 99 seeds of essence containing different extreme energies and substances, and then integrated the faith power that replaces the divine power, successfully lighting up the 3rd talent. The 4th talent is the immortal body, which requires an essence containing immortal power, regardless of species, as long as it has immortal power. But the higher the quality of the material, the stronger the talent that is lit. It was also a very troublesome material, but it was nothing for Lin Xiao, who had the military as his backer. Xie Yufei prepared for him a piece of flesh and blood from a terrifying ancient evil creature in a crystal-walled universe. It had been purified. But Lin Xiao was still worried, and used the magic cube of creation to purify it himself. He did not find anything abnormal, which showed that the purifier was extremely powerful. Ancient evil creatures are all terrifying existences with strength comparable to that of true gods. Each of them has a powerful and unparalleled vitality. The unknown ancient evil creature that Xie Yufei prepared for him is even more famous for its immortality. So after integrating this ancient evil creature's flesh and blood, Lin Xiao successfully lit up the 4th talent of his golden ancient tree totem, immortality, as a talent feedback. After lighting up the talent, he also has a super strong recovery ability. Although it is far inferior to the ancient evil, it is also very powerful. Even if it is just lit up, it has the ability to regenerate a small range of broken limbs. It can only regenerate some small limbs such as fingers and noses. The regeneration speed is not fast, but it is rebirth after all. And when he is strong in the future, he will have the legendary terrifying regeneration talent, such as only a small piece of meat can be resurrected, or even reborn with a drop of blood. The 5th talent, which is also the last talent, is called the Field of Life. This is a field talent. The material required to light up this talent is the heart of the ancient tree with stronger vitality than the tree of life. The heart of the ancient tree is equivalent to the brain and heart of the ancient tree. This requirement is quite outrageous. Xie Yufei was stunned for a long time before she said, "Are you sure you want this? Can't you use other substitutes? The tree of life itself is already extremely rare. You want the heart of an ancient tree that is higher than the tree of life. This requirement is quite difficult. It is said in advance that it may not be obtained. Let's see if we can get it first. If we can't get it, give me another core of the tree of life." After hearing what Xie Yufei said, Lin Xiao actually didn't hold out much hope. After all, this thing is too rare. It doesn't mean that you can get it just by having a lot of power and connections. As he expected, Xie Yufei told him a few days later that the whereabouts of this thing were known. But he couldn't get it. If he just wanted a part of the branches, it would be fine. The problem was that he needed the heart of the ancient tree, which was equivalent to digging out the heart directly. There was no way. This thing was in a powerful true god's domain, and it was the core of the domain. It was impossible to exchange it for the core of the domain. He had no choice but to settle for the second best and ask for a core of the tree of life, preparing to use the magic cube of good fortune to consume good fortune energy to strengthen it. In fact, getting the core of the tree of life had already consumed a large part of the favor, and this was paid in advance by Xie Tianyan, because the value of the core of the tree of life was too high. The things given before were not considered favors. For a big man like Xie Yufei, ordinary materials were not worth much no matter how many they were. Only rare and precious things like the tree of life could catch the eyes of the big man. Lin Xiao didn't care about this. Favors are meant to be used. What's the point of keeping them? Now is the time when resources are needed. If you don't use them early to improve your strength, you won't have any offspring if you keep them. The core of the tree of life is a wooden heart that exudes a strong life force. Throw it into the creation cube, and a steady stream of creation energy will be injected into it to start strengthening. The direction of strengthening is very simple. Just strengthen its vitality directly. Anyway, he has accumulated more than 600 units of creation energy now, which is enough. This strengthening took him nearly 10 hours, consuming a full 102 units of creation energy, and finally strengthened this tree of life core into a crystalline tree heart. He didn't know what kind of ancient tree heart this was, because he had never seen this kind of tree heart. But he was sure that the grade was definitely one level higher than the original tree of life core, and the strong life force was almost condensed into crystals. If it wasn't necessary to light up the talent, he would have wanted to plant it himself. Hey! Lin Xiao suddenly pinched his chin and thought for a while, then sent a message to Xie Yufei. If I buy another tree of life core, how much should I sell it for? Xie Yufei quickly replied with a question mark, wondering, not enough? He nodded seriously. Yes, because there is no higher level ancient tree heart. 2 tree of life hearts are needed as a replacement. The other side hesitated for a while before replying. Although a tree of life core is nothing to us, and you are allowed to get some benefits within a reasonable range, you have to tell me the truth and don't lie to me. Ahem. Lin Xiao said with a guilty conscience. How could I lie to my sister? It's true. If you can't get a higher level ancient tree heart, you can only make up for it with quantity. I didn't say more, and was very honest. This statement was flawless and reasonable. Xie Yufei couldn't find any problem. What she said before was just a woman's sixth sense of suspicion. Soon the second core of the tree of life was delivered, and he once again consumed 100 units of creation energy to strengthen it into a second crystalline core that exuded terrifying life force. Back in the god's domain, Lin Xiao looked down at the entire god's domain with his will, and his eyes fell on the ancient tree of creation in the center of the main god's domain. This ancient tree of creation stores a large number of species genes, which can devour flesh and blood and use these genes to produce fruits with various modulated organisms. The function is quite powerful, and the name is also very nice. But this tree is too ugly. It is not a good tree at first glance, and it affects the senses when placed in the main god's domain. He wants to change it. After thinking about it, he took out the core of the ancient tree of creation with the authority of the son of God's domain, and combined it with the tree heart strengthened by the tree of life, and began to merge into one, combining the cores of the 2 special ancient trees, using the indescribable creation power of the magic cube of creation to forcibly merge the 2 unknown species, retaining and strengthening the advantages and eliminating the disadvantages. Finally, a crystal core with a slightly dim color, but still exuding a strong life force was fused, and it was replaced in the position where the original ancient tree of creation dug out the tree heart, which is equivalent to grafting. Chapter 390. The 3 big bosses arrive. As soon as the new core was placed, the rich life force surged out, and made the core merge into the original ancient tree. As the life crystal light passed, the texture of the original ancient tree began to crystallize around, and the original ancient tree began to be assimilated. The new core combines the advantages of the creation ancient tree and the unknown life ancient tree, directly filling the shortcomings of the creation ancient tree. As the creator, Lin Xiao knew clearly that after integrating the unknown enhanced life ancient tree, the species modulated by the creation ancient tree could give birth to extraordinary abilities. That is to say, the original modulated species only had basic physique and strength, and would not have extraordinary abilities. Now it can be modulated into species that can cast various types of spells. Lin Xiao immediately controlled the creation ancient tree to extract the stored blood and flesh essence and genes, and began to modulate an imagined creature. With the continuous gathering of energy, a crystal-like fruit grew on a branch in the center of the ancient tree, and it continued to grow with the injection of energy and nutrients. Lin Xiao's will sank into the ancient tree, and he began to observe this modulation process with interest. In the totem world, Lin Xiao's incarnation took out the crystal-like tree heart from the magic cube of creation, opened his mouth and sucked it hard. A crystal light mist gushed out and sank into his mouth, and the crystal tree heart in his hand was also slowly decomposing. When all the tree hearts were decomposed and swallowed by crystal mist, Lin Xiao slowly closed his eyes, and a faint breath of life gushed out from him, becoming thicker and thicker. After a few seconds, he suddenly opened his eyes, and the life mist gushing out around him turned into a ring of life and exploded, passing through the wall until hundreds of meters away. The priests and believers who were praying with their eyes closed at the back of the church opened their eyes and looked into the depths of the church, their eyes full of horror and excitement. At the moment when the aura of life bloomed, all the believers felt that the pores of their whole bodies were blown by a spring breeze, and the comfortable feeling was indescribable, especially the wounded soldiers who were pierced by the aura of life, and the bandaged wounds felt numb and itchy. The numbness and itching became more and more severe. Soon they could not bear it and pulled off the gauze. They saw a faint crystal light flowing on the surface of the original wound, and the flesh and blood of the wound were healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Oh my God! The great God of life and wisdom! This is a miracle! Almost instantly, Lin Xiao felt that hundreds of lines of faith became thicker in this small moment. Under normal circumstances, he would come out to meet the believers in person and stabilize their faith to the greatest extent. But at this time, he had more important things to do. That is, to be promoted to a formal totem master. He has already lit up all 5 talents of the totem talent tree. The next step is to prepare enough divine power to integrate the totem model with the 5 talents, and then integrate it with himself, turning the virtual into the real. The current totem is still virtual. He only has the power given by the basic totem model, and the power of the 5 talents. If the totem is integrated with himself, and the totem model is transformed from virtual to real and integrated with himself, then he is the totem, and the totem is him, and the two are no longer separate. In other words, the life essence of the formal totem master changes at this moment and transforms into a totem. To put it simply, after becoming a formal totem master, he is the golden ancient tree, and his body will be transformed into a golden ancient tree. If the human-faced demon snake is used as the totem model, after becoming a formal totem master, he will gradually change into a human-faced demon snake. This is also the promotion route of the formal totem master. When the entire life essence is transformed into a totem, he will become a totem lord. It is worth mentioning that the strength of the selected totem model does not affect whether one can become a totem lord, even if a lower-level monster is selected as the totem model. As long as the life essence is completely transformed, it can also be called a totem lord. As for the strength of such a totem lord, it goes without saying that it must be very weak. But no matter how weak it is still a totem lord. The essence of life has been changed. The most important thing is that the authority of the totem lord to absorb the power of faith to strengthen himself has not changed. He can also absorb the power of faith to strengthen himself, and even strengthen from a lower-level monster to a middle-level monster, or even a higher-level monster. The step of integrating oneself with the totem is simple, but it requires a lot of divine power to integrate the totem model with the 5 talents, and then integrate it with oneself. This step does not require any other materials, just a lot of divine power to make the totem real. The stronger the totem, the more divine power it needs. with his current level of the golden ancient tree comparable to that of a super-level monster. The amount of divine power required is staggering. It can be said that if it were not for the faith power accumulated by the three cathedrals for thousands of years, the faith power of the Dell Cathedral alone might not be enough. With enough faith power provided, it is only a matter of time to be promoted from a totem apprentice to a formal totem master. At least for Lin Xiao, it was only a matter of time. Other totemists still had to face the risk of alienation of their own spirit and body due to the residual monster spirit imprint in the previously fused divine power. He used the power of faith to replace the divine power, and the spiritual thoughts of the believers in the power of faith were completely refined with the magic cube of creation. He did not have these risks that troubled many totem apprentices at all. He merged the totem models smoothly and successfully promoted. At the moment of promotion, his body quickly turned into pure gold, and the whole person quickly turned into a pure golden man, and a circle of life aura slowly spread from his feet. He stretched out his right hand, and his palm quickly alienated and grew pure gold branches that stretched into the void. With a thought, the energy in the void was drawn by the talent to gather in his hand, condensed into a ball of flame, and then quickly turned into a ball of water emitting cold mist with a thought. With another thought, the water ball quickly turned into a ball of breeze and flew up, looking down at his feet. His feet also transformed and grew into countless tiny pure gold roots that penetrated through his shoes and into the floor, passing through the hard stone slabs as if nothing was there. His mind moved again, and the forked roots branched out more and finer golden threads, which began to devour the hard stone slabs. Soon, a large piece of stone slab under his feet was devoured and riddled with holes. Then he stretched out his left hand, and a golden bag bulged in his palm. The golden skin separated, revealing a stone ball and many tiny round particles. These were the different material components of the underground stone slabs, which he decomposed and extracted one by one. This is not a good way to understand the strength of this talent. He took out a magic sword from the magic cube of good fortune, and separated the golden threads in his hand and penetrated the sword body. He specially tested this magic sword and chose a high-quality one with a very strong texture. But it was as fragile as tofu under the roots of his talent, and was easily pierced and swallowed. His talent has no specific target, but it means that he is not restrained by anything and can swallow and refine anything. In theory, he can directly swallow and refine opponents who are weaker than himself, which is quite domineering. After the magic sword was easily decomposed, more than a dozen golden fruits of different sizes were produced. Inside were all the materials added to this magic sword, including some precious magic materials such as mithril enchanted in it. After testing his own totem talent, Lin Xiao had a clear idea in his mind. He held his palm full of fruits of different sizes in his hand, and the fruits shrank and merged into his palm one by one to quickly restore his human form. The golden color disappeared, and he regained his human appearance. As for the fruit, he had already swallowed it and merged it into himself to strengthen himself. This is his derived talent as a formal totem master. When all talents are combined with the totem model, and then the model is integrated with the body with a large amount of divine power to be promoted to a formal totem master, a talent similar to the innate talent will be born. The innate talent is related to the innate talent of the totem. His talent is to be able to integrate the essence of swallowing and refining into himself to strengthen himself. This requires quite a lot of resources, and it feels like he can accommodate everything in one body. There is no doubt that the military still needs to provide enough resources. Fortunately, the next step is the key step to be promoted to the Totem Lord, and it is also the key step for the success of his plan. The war zone will definitely not be stingy in providing resources. Time flies, and as the military continues to provide him with the resources he needs through the fortune cube, his strength is constantly growing. The power of the totem is getting stronger and stronger, and he is rapidly moving towards the direction of the Totem Lord. In addition, the strength of the church is also growing rapidly after digesting the 3 provinces. Combined with the population of the 3 provinces, the church can now mobilize more than 5,000 troops. And the belief in the church and conversion are also being carried out in an orderly manner. 5,000 is at least the strength of a knight. To be honest, it is enough to easily sweep the entire kingdom, and there is still more. But Lin Xiao was not very happy about this. But his expression became more and more solemn, because as time goes by, the elemental tide fluctuations become more and more intense, and the awakening of the plane will seem to be accelerating. There are already fanatics of the Holy Church who can exert extraordinary power by their own strength. This is a very dangerous signal, which means that the holy god may be born at any time. He doesn't know whether the acceleration of the awakening of the plane will is because of his increasing strength or other reasons. Anyway, it is outrageous. Fortunately, he now has a certain base. He occupies 3 of the 15 provinces of the entire Nor Kingdom. The military strength is now enough to sweep the kingdom. But the number of people is too small to occupy too much territory, according to the plan made by Alfonso and the staff. After the existing territory is digested and the army is trained, the next step is to take over 3 more provinces, which almost occupy half of the kingdom's territory. As long as they digest the new 3 provinces, they will have enough strength to launch a full-scale attack on the kingdom of Noel. During this intensive preparation, Lin Xiao suddenly received a report from his subordinates that day. Someone said that his friend wanted to see him. After reading the token, he met the visitor at the Cathedral of Life in Del City, a human descender he had seen before descending to this plane. This human descender codenamed Xinhua raised his thumb and said to Lin Xiao when he saw him, "Brother Luo'er, you are so awesome. You have occupied 3 provinces in such a short time. All of us combined probably don't have as much territory as you." He smiled and said, "It's just luck. I'm being modest. I'm being modest." Xinhua praised it and did not dwell on it. Instead, he said with a serious expression, "I came here today to tell you something. Before that, I would like to ask Brother Luo'er, have you felt anything unusual in this plane recently?"